looking into her husband's resolute eyes, ultimately didn't have the heart to say no. "All right, but you have to promise me that we won't be dragged down by the pony, okay?" "I promise." Chapter 90, Attitude Toward Life. List had not intended to disturb the bustling atmosphere of the town, but in the end, he couldn't help himself and made a trip to the commercial district, followed by watching a comedic performance. It was nothing but clowns juggling on stage, breathing fire, or doing somersaults. To him, none of this was fresh at all, yet the residents of Fresh Flower Town clapped joyously. It made List so inclined that he wanted to get on stage and show them a trick from three immortals returning to the cave, to let these different world inhabitants experience the charm of ancient Chinese cultural traditions. Of course, that was just a thought, as a noble could not afford to do something that would diminish his status. Moreover, in a world where magicians exist, magic tricks don't seem all that miraculous. After watching one play, he left the commercial area and headed to the town's administrative office, not wanting to make the townspeople uncomfortable. The presence of their landlord meant they couldn't relax, they were even afraid to speak loudly. Even though he had left, he continued to pay close attention to the matters of the caravan. He was listening to Isaiah report the prices of goods brought by the caravan, especially those related to the production and daily necessities, which were all of concern to him. "A pony costs at least 50 silver coins, isn't his price too high?" he asked with a frown. One should know, he and Levi's traded slaves, and a serf cost only 20 silver coins. "Indeed, it is expensive, Baron. Coral Island is far from the mainland and lacks appropriate grazing areas, so horse breeding is always limited, meaning the price of horses remains high. Even the horses from Blue Dragon Island are priced similarly. On the mainland, a pony might only cost a few silver coins. Island nations, all being islands, naturally do not suit for grazing and horse breeding." List understood this principle, but did not want to accept it at the moment. He had given old Geronti 3 gold coins, originally thinking he could buy a large number of goods. Now it seems, just 6 ponies would deplete the funds. "How many young animals have the caravan brought?" he inquired, somewhat disappointed. He had wanted to acquire all the young livestock the caravan brought, but now that seemed an extravagant hope. Apart from him being able to purchase, it was likely that the ordinary residents couldn't afford to either. 5 ponies, 2 calves, 3 lambs, 8 piglets, 6 puppies, and 5 kittens. Plus, there are 10 rabbits. I gave old Geronti 3 gold coins, and it looks like it's no help, not enough to buy several animals. At this moment, he desperately wanted to sell the Black Pearl, exchange it for money to buy livestock. Meat was the most nutritious food, and he hoped to eat meat every day, excluding seafood. If the territory doesn't raise livestock, where can he, the landlord, get meat to eat every day? 3 gold coins may not buy many livestock, but they can buy many other goods, as the caravan has brought many specialties from other regions. But I had told old Geronti to prioritize purchasing horses. Just 5 ponies would consume 2 gold coins and 50 silver coins, using up all the funds of the castle. List thought of the 2 gold coins he still had. Perhaps, he would have to spend them today to secure some livestock. Isaiah, however, said with a smile, "Baron, according to the trade records I checked, old Geronti only bought 2 ponies. The other 3 were purchased by others." "Who?" "John Bai and Dan bought one, and you must remember him. So it was the farmer who grows tomatoes. I awarded him a gold coin, and evidently he could afford it." "The other 2? "The Blair family bought one, and Marcus also bought one, with Galtai lending him the money." List's mood brightened from gloom to sunshine, having bought all the horses. Although they were not owned by the castle, as long as they remained in Fresh Flower Town, that was good enough. He could requisition those horses at any time if needed. But he soon laughed at himself again. He realized his perspective had been too narrow, focusing only on the livestock brought by the caravan, whereas, after selling the Black Pearl for money, he could purchase animals in other cities. That had been his plan all along. With gold coins, was there anything he couldn't buy? "Isaiah, how much do you think the caravan's transactions will amount to today?" "I guess about 6 gold coins. With a transaction volume of 6 gold coins, I believe many of the merchants in the caravan are already planning their next visit." "Of course, merchants are like flies, wherever there's money to be made, you will always see them swarming," Isaiah said, with an inherent disdain in his voice. This was the unparalleled sense of superiority that the noble class held toward commoners, coupled with a desire to keep the commoners in check. Nobles did not allow any class to shake their ruling position. Sometimes, merchants made nobles feel they were being challenged. They sometimes even had more wealth than nobles. Money talked, and it was not uncommon for near-bankrupt nobles to marry off their daughters to merchants or to take merchants' daughters as wives to retain their noble status, a humiliating affair. List smiled. His thoughts about the merchant class were consistent with those of the nobility, both support and suppression were necessary. Back at the castle. It was time for lunch. Although he had instructed the kitchen that he only needed a steak and nothing lavish, the meal presented was as usual, with meat, vegetables, mushrooms, seafood, milk, and white bread. Mrs. Abby didn't go out shopping? Sir, Mrs. Abby did go out, but she returned to the kitchen after half an hour. Perhaps she isn't accustomed to the bustling town or can't let go of her work in the kitchen. She is too dedicated, always busy, replied the servant. You should tell her that I am not considering a raise for now, so she doesn't need to work herself to the bone. She should have her own life. Although he had adapted to his noble status and had even grown to love it, List still held on to modern virtues. He hoped that even servants could have lives of their own, not dedicating every moment to their landlord. Life should be about more than just work, it should include joys and sorrows, laughter, and family. Carter served List throughout the meal, and said, for the cook, the kitchen is life. For the servants, the castle is life. Sir, you don't always have to worry about us. The sun climbs from east to west every day, servants hustle from morning to night, life is about everyone doing their part. His words carried a philosophical weight. List was left speechless. His ideas were still at odds with the era, he pursued freedom at his core, yet the concept of class hierarchy was deeply ingrained in everyone in the different world. If servants didn't work, would they still be servants? If nobles didn't enjoy luxuries, would they still be nobles? Therefore, List had no intention of arguing or correcting Carter's words. On the contrary, he felt a twinge of guilt, yet deep down, he felt quite pleased. If everyone thought this way, the life of a noble would be even more stable and comfortable, such good citizens. Just after finishing lunch, ready to play with Dowson and Wanfu, then take a nap, Galtai suddenly rode in from the town and handed a metal bottle shaped like a wine bottle directly to List. Baron, please look at this. The fishermen from Oyster Village found it by the seashore. They thought it was made of gold, but I have checked and it doesn't seem to be gold. Chapter 91, The Unopenable Bottle. The metal bottle had a shape somewhat like those used for packaging high-end rice wine, distinctively different. Its color was a golden yellow, close to the color of a gold coin, but a bit more toward brown. There were engraved patterns on it, with complex designs wrapping around some images. It looked like abstract depictions of the sun and a large tree, along with bows, a type of harp, a bear, and an eagle in flight. In general, this metal bottle was just like the exquisite art pieces nobles love to collect. Clang, clang, clang. He tapped his fingers on the metal bottle, producing a peculiar sound, not one that metal should make, more akin to the sound of plastic. But it was clearly observable that this brownish-yellow bottle was indeed made of metal. It had the tactile sensation you would expect of metal. Teacher Galtai, what metal do you think this is? List shook the bottle. It seemed to be empty inside, with no movement. Galtai spread his hands. Gold, silver, copper, iron, it's none of the metals I have seen before. I apologize for my inability to determine what it is. It has no opening? It appears to be a single piece. At the place where the opening should be, I have checked closely, there are no seams, and it cannot be twisted open. List tried it himself. Indeed, it could not be twisted open. The mouth of the bottle had no cap and was firmly in one piece. What do you guess is inside? A bottle of fine wine? Wishful thinking doesn't always come true, Teacher Galtai. I don't think there's any liquid inside. Galtai laughed heartily. Ha ha, one can always fantasize a little before it gets opened. List handed the bottle to Carter, instructing him to place it back in his study. Keep it safe for now. When I find the time, I will take my time figuring out how to open it. Yes, my lord. After Carter had left, List gestured for Galtai to take a seat wherever he liked. He inquired, how's the trade with the merchant caravan going? It's going smoothly. Ever since you started developing Fresh Flower Town and providing plenty of paid job opportunities, the townspeople have gradually had extra money to spend at the merchants' stalls and pick out some small items. Nearly half of the merchandise the merchants brought has been sold, and even on the stage for the slapstick play, a few copper coins have been thrown. Slapstick plays are generally funded by the merchant caravan, who offer free performances to attract customers. Only if the audience is sufficiently amused would they toss coins onto the stage, rewarding the hardworking clowns. Fresh Flower Town was poor, and its residents, despite likely laughing themselves to the point of stomach aches, would be reluctant to throw even a single copper coin. Unexpectedly, there were indeed people who actually tipped the slapstick performers. Who threw the copper coins? I only saw one person throw copper coins, and that was your kitchen maid, Eileen Four Fingers. Eileen Four Fingers? List had little contact with this kitchen maid, barely seeing her once a day. The status of a kitchen maid was very low. They were prohibited from going upstairs, appearing in the first-floor hall, and especially showing themselves before the noble lord. He just knew roughly about Eileen from what Butler Carter had mentioned. that she was a straightforward and lively young girl. Young people are always very generous, he commented so. Galtai really wanted to say that you two are young, only 16, and not even as old as the young maid. Yet he did not speak out. The current list held a maturity and steadiness usually found in middle-aged men, almost letting people forget his slightly youthful face when interacting with others. Perhaps this is the talent that comes with noble blood, Galtai often thought this to himself. When he first followed List to Fresh Flower Town, he simply wanted to snag a consultant position for free food and drink. At his age, he had no illusions about reviving a family business or restoring noble glory. What he didn't expect was for List to change Fresh Flower Town, and change his mindset of just getting by day to day. Freya's pregnancy was just a catalyst, Galtai was well aware. At the end of the day, it was still List's will that determined the actions of those around him, otherwise, there was actually no need to pay such close attention to a mere bastard. Which noble didn't have several bastards out there? For the sake of family harmony, many noble bastards could only remain serfs their entire lives. Teacher Galtai. Seeing Galtai a bit distracted, List couldn't help but speak up to remind him. Galtai immediately sat up straight and replied, "What would you like to say?" "Regarding the trade caravan, as an official, you must supervise every transaction to ensure no duplicitous merchants exploit the civilians, and also prevent the patrol team and clerks from recklessly taking things from the caravan. Rest assured, I emphasize this daily. Ensure that the promotional work is done well, advertise that Fresh Flower Town welcomes outsiders to settle here and offers the most favorable taxes. Also, inform the people of the caravan about what Fresh Flower Town plans to develop next, show them the plans for the commercial district, workshop area, and residential areas, so they can see the bright future of Fresh Flower Town. As you wish." After sending off Galtai, List didn't immediately go to rest. Instead, he went straight to his study and played with the metal bottle on the desk. This drift bottle piqued his interest. He focused for a moment and summoned the smoke mission. Complete the mission, reward C drift bottle. Mission, a bottle that cannot be opened, words that cannot be understood, do not indicate an unsolvable problem but rather a disparity in knowledge. The old tanner at the tanner shop, blind and feeling his health declining, might be willing to trade a certain book in exchange for a son. Mission reward, an unknown book. As expected, the metal bottle picked up by the fisherman was a reward from the smoke mission. The transaction mission involving 3 gold coins for the merchant caravan had been completed some time ago. However, seeing the new mission, List couldn't help but show a wry smile on his face. A bottle that can't be opened, does that mean I can't open the drift bottle? Words that can't be understood, does that mean there's a piece of paper inside, possibly in a foreign language? But what in the world is this latter part of the mission about, giving the old tanner a son? If the man's wife were still in the bloom of youth, graceful and enchanting, List wouldn't mind giving the man a son and a metaphorical hat. But he had thoroughly reviewed the data on the town's craftsmen during a previous census. He remembered this old tanner, who was actually a widower without kin. He had came to Fresh Flower Town 10 years ago by begging and had since settled down, picking up his tanner's craft again. For such a person, how was he supposed to give him a son? Give a son? Perhaps my thoughts are a bit off track, let's have someone investigate the old tanner first. He shook the bell and called for Carter. "Master. Mr. Carter, send a message to Teacher Galtai asking him to investigate the old tanner in the town. I need a detailed report. If the man is facing any difficulties, help him out along the way." Upon hearing this, Carter responded, "Master, perhaps you should ask Jesse. He is quite familiar with the old tanner." Jesse? Jesse Asanabu was once a male servant assistant in the castle and has now been promoted to male servant, mainly responsible for running external errands for the castle. A short while later, Jesse, who was playing in the town, was called back. "Master, you were looking for me?" Even as a servant, he still felt awkward in front of List, unsure of where to place his hands. List directly asked, "You are quite familiar with the old tanner? Tell me about him. Are you talking about Uncle Phil? I met Uncle Phil when I went to the tanner's shop to have my shoes repaired. Uncle Phil is blind, which makes his work very inconvenient, and now his health is deteriorating, so I often visit him to help out with some things. Have you heard that the old tanner wants a son?" Chapter 92 The Old Tanner's Collection. Uncle Phil wants a son? Jesse was first taken aback, then nodded his head. "It seems so. I have heard him complain that he doesn't have a son to take care of him when he's sick." List looked at Jesse. Then he suddenly asked, "Jesse, if I remember correctly, you are an orphan, aren't you?" "Yes, my lord, I was raised in the welfare institution of Coral City, grateful for the Tulip family's generosity, which allowed us orphans to survive," Jesse said devoutly. The welfare institution was an organization where nobles gathered orphans, as commoners often had accidents that left children without care. To display their benevolence, Some wealthy nobles would establish welfare institutions on their family domains to gather orphans, who would then work directly for the castle when they grew up. Jessie was such an orphan. Is the old tanner at the tanner's shop now? Yes, my lord. I was thinking of inviting Uncle Phil to go shopping with me, but he didn't want to. Then Jessie, come with me to see the old tanner. I have some business with him. Yes, my lord, I will prepare the horses for you at once. In the castle stable yard, there was a rudimentary rest area where Philip and Xavier always stayed as retainer knights. They did not have the luxury of enjoying holidays. Seeing List mount the fire dragon horse, they each mounted a nag and followed him, heading toward the tanner shop. In every small town, there were generally tanners' shops, where tanners made leather, sewed fur coats, and mended shoes. There were specific crafts, including helmet tanners, armor tanners, vest tanners, drumhead makers, bag craftsmen, utensil tanners, and most commonly, shoe tanners. The old tanner in Fresh Flower Town, Phil, was a shoe tanner. In big cities, shoe tanners were often wealthy freemen because handcrafting a pair of leather shoes required a lot of money. However, in small towns, the treatment of shoe tanners was poorer, as few could afford leather shoes. Thus, the tanner shop could only barely make ends meet. Most serfs and freemen wore wooden shoes or straw sandals. Of course, even more people went without any shoes at all. Is that you, Jessie? The old tanner's somewhat hoarse voice came from the table, as he fumbled to mend a pair of shoes. Even though his eyes were blind, his hands remained deft. Jessie quickly said, Uncle Phil, it's Lord Landlord who has come, and Lord Landlord has some business with you. Ah, Lord Landlord, old Phil sends his regards to Lord Landlord. The old tanner got up hurriedly from his chair, bowing respectfully, his hands trembling nervously, just as commoners do when they see a lord. List surveyed the narrow, gloomy tanner shop, noticing its signs of neglect and disrepair, as it was so dilapidated that the roof allowed glimpses of the sun above. Just like the old tanner himself, it bore signs of age and decay. Old Phil, don't be nervous, I am just here to have a chat with you. The old tanner's cloudy eyes showed no change in emotion. But List felt that the man's hands had quickly stopped trembling, not because his nerves had been calmed. It appeared more like he had stopped putting on an act, as the earlier trembling was probably feigned. This was easy to understand. After all, nobles enjoyed seeing commoners tremble before them. The aged man had long learned to cope with life. Lord Landlord, it is an honor for old Phil to have a chat with someone as noble as you. You settled in Fresh Flower Town as a beggar 10 years ago, so where are you originally from? I was born on Dodo Island, Lord Landlord. Dodo Island? It is an unlorded wild island, even further north of Coral Island. The island is home to a kind of dodo bird that can't fly and cries out as if saying dodo. There's also a particularly tall type of tree with a terrible name, the human skull tree, and its fruits are known as human skull fruit. Human skull tree? Yes, Lord Landlord, those fruits are white and from a distance, look just like human skulls. But they taste really good. The natives of the island satisfy their hunger with human skull fruits, even dodo birds eat them, but dodo bird meat is particularly nasty. Life on the island is extremely hard. A dodo bird that sounds like dodo. It reminded List of the dodo bird that had become extinct on Earth. He wondered if the dodo birds here were the same species as the dodo birds on Earth. So, how did you came to Coral Island from Dodo Island? You were born on Dodo Island, so you should be a native there. Where then did the inhabitants of Dodo Island originate from? List asked. Around the Duchy of Sapphire, there are still many undeveloped islands, and Dodo Island must be one of them. I am a native of Dodo Island. I don't know where we came from. Ever since I can remember, we all lived on Dodo Island. Then when the volcano erupted, many human skull trees were destroyed, and without food, we had no choice but to cut down trees to make canoes and drift along the sea. It was during that time that I drifted to Hot Spring Island and became an apprentice at the tanner shop. What followed was that Hot Spring Island was caught in wars, and he was sold into slavery to Coral Island as a serf. A baron on the island bought him, but after the baron went off to war with the earl, he never returned. All domain elves died, serfs feared punishment and started to flee. The old tanner also fled. Through twists and turns, he arrived in Fresh Flower Town. Back then, all the serfs were spreading rumors that the baron had died in battle because a retainer knight who was of serf origin betrayed him. The followers were furious and decided to slaughter all the serfs on the domain to avenge the baron, the old tanner said, with a sigh, perhaps lamenting his past ignorance. It was a low-level rumor. Nobles value their serfs highly. The correct course of events should be, when the baron died without an heir, the landlord he followed, which is Coral Island's count, reclaimed all the rights to the domain, including the serfs. All in all, the old tanner's life wasn't dramatic, nor was he a man with a story. Even his blindness occurred naturally while he was in Fresh Flower Town. The only thing close to a story was his identity as a native of Dodo Island. List carefully inquired about Dodo Island and found out it was just a tiny island, with fewer than 300 natives living on it, ultimately devastated by a volcanic eruption. Apart from the surviving few human skull trees, there likely wasn't any value in developing it. He was somewhat disappointed. He had assumed that a person specifically mentioned in the smoke mission would have some mystery about them, but it turned out to be just an ordinary native. He still planned to continue the mission to get the book as a reward. Bringing Jesse along was to set him up with the old tanner as a son, a fatherless, motherless orphan, with a widower who had no children. They both got along well and should easily form a father-son contract. But suddenly, he had a bold idea. Why should I follow the steps laid out by the smoke mission? I am not its puppet. I can simply ask the old tanner for the book directly, instead of relying on completing a mission to get the book. The old tanner couldn't possibly have many books, List thought. So, he simply said, "Old Phil, I heard you have a collection of books, don't you? I would like you to sell them to me." Given the command by the Lord Landlord, the old tanner dared not refuse and immediately agreed. "Yes, Lord Landlord, I do have a collection of books, but there is only one. I will present it to you right away." Having said that, he stooped his back and, with Jesse's support, took a wooden box out of a cabinet full of leather shoes. "Jesse, the book is in the box, quickly give it to the Lord Landlord." Jesse opened the box, took out a very thick book, and handed it to List. List scanned it and saw that it wasn't printed but handwritten, with serpent script and another foreign language on the cover. He didn't recognize the foreign language. But he did recognize the serpent script. Philip, Scion of the Sun's Diary. Chapter 93 Descendants of the Sun. Serpent script, the common script used in the Steel Ridge Kingdom, is also used in its vassal state, the Duchy of Sapphire. In addition to serpent script, there are various languages and scripts on the continent, such as the wind language of the Eagle Kingdom, the rock script of the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom, the high speech of the Neverfall Empire, the dragon language of the Blue Dragon Empire, and so on. List's predecessor did not speak foreign languages, and therefore, he did not recognize the other strange script on the page. Actually, on closer inspection, it was less like writing and more like twisted drawings of little people. Philip, Descendant of the Sun's Diary, quite a strange title, he mused curiously. "Old Phil, what language is this other script?" "I don't know, Lord Landlord, the truth is I am illiterate. This book is a relic left by a native of Dodo Island. He was my good friend, we were in the same canoe, but he died at sea, leaving only this book behind. I have kept it as a memento. So it is a keepsake with sentimental value. In that case, I will return it to you after I finish reading it." No, Lord Landlord, Old Phil is honored that you appreciate his collection. Old Phil hopes that you will accept it. "Thank you, Lord Landlord, my tanner's shop is doing much better business now." "All right, I will buy it. Old Phil would like to offer it to you, Lord Landlord, to express my respect." "I accept your respect, but I will still give you a reward." List returned to the castle with a diary. He asked Carter to take out 3 silver coins and give them to Jesse. Even if a book was very expensive, it wouldn't be worth 3 silver coins, but after all, it was an item with sentimental value. "Jesse, give these 3 silver coins to Old Phil as a payment for the book. Also, tell Old Phil that I like his story very much and that he is welcome to add anything else at any time." "Yes, Master." After Jesse left, List did not immediately open the book. Instead, he summoned the smoke mission. A moment later, a wisp of smoke appeared before his eyes, twisting into a serpent script passage. To his surprise and apprehension, the serpent script was no longer the usual sentences. It was changing. The mission has changed. The serpent script lasted for a few seconds, the smoke gradually twisted and formed new serpent script. Mission: unlike other cordyceps that safely enjoy nourishment, the thorn cordyceps looks out in solitude. It has survived 8 years and is about to age, but still, it is unwilling to give in. Please supplement nutrition for the thorn cordyceps. Mission reward: new species of thorn. The apprehension in his heart settled, leaving only surprise. He had been a bit adventurous and wanted to have a bit of a spat with the smoke mission, declaring that he was not just a puppet that could be led around. Yet, in his heart, he was actually worried that in doing so, he might lose the smoke mission. Whether it was a golden finger or some hidden manipulator, it was an existence he could not refuse. Besides, there was no need to refuse. Up to this point, the smoke mission had been all benefit and no harm, helping him develop rapidly. Even if there was a hidden hand behind it all, it was probably one he could not resist. If it could not be resisted, then might as well enjoy it. So much so that some base thoughts still wandered in his mind. If I can ride a dragon, what does it matter if I sell these £100+ to the hidden manipulator? As long as I can enjoy wealth and rank, hidden manipulator, I am willing to be your lackey. There was no response. Sometimes, the smoke mission had a very low presence. Now it seemed. He might have a tiff with the smoke mission, but it would not quibble with him in return, continuing as usual. And it also proved that those mission rewards weren't concocted out of thin air by the smoke mission. They already existed. At most, the smoke mission went with the flow, lightly nudging the threads of cause and effect, tilting the trajectory of time a little. Like a breeze that gently moves the crests formed by destiny's long river, whether they twist left or drift right, they eventually fall back into the water, returning to serenity. Perhaps one day, I will understand the meaning behind the existence of the smoke mission. But for now, I am just going to enjoy the golden finger, he concluded with an accepting mindset, shaking off thoughts that troubled the layman. All that remained was pure joy. The reward for the new mission included a familiar term, new species. There were 2 instances of new species tasks before. The new species of tulip brought the magic black tulip, and the new species of mushroom, the magic flame mushroom. What kind of magic potion will this new thorn species bring? Not enough nutrients, huh? Tomorrow, I will have the serfs transport over the prepared compost to replenish the thorn cordyceps with nutrients. What's somewhat regrettable, however, is that the thorn bug has already lived for 8 years, meaning it has only 2 years of life remaining. It seems, I need to find a way to acquire another thorn bug. Tulip Castle seems to have a young thorn bug, I should buy it back when I have the chance. Thorn is just a weed-like small shrub, therefore, thorn bugs aren't very useful, and the price shouldn't be too high. He waved his hand to disperse the smoke serpent's script. List returned his attention to Philip, scion of the sun's diary. Philip, descendant of the sun, that surname carries a bit of dominance. My retainer knight is also named Philip, but his surname wool pales in comparison, truly, the difference between a domestic chicken and a phoenix. Flipping to the first page revealed a very abstract drawing of the Sunday because it was handwritten. The sun wasn't very round, and the surrounding light was smeared in triangular shapes, with various haphazard lines inside the Sunday. It looked like the scribbling of a 7-year-old child. Below the drawing was a passage in serpent script, perhaps a poem. My grandfather has such a tattoo on his back. He said his father's back was also tattooed with the same pattern. I asked him why my father's back wasn't, and neither is mine. He said our ancestors have abandoned us, we can no longer bear the pattern of the Sunday. I do not understand what it means. My grandfather said we were exiled from our homeland to a sinful land, and it would take 500 years before we could return. After 500 years, a great ship sailing in the sky, shining under the sunlight, will bring us back. 500 years have passed, but the sky ship has not come. Reading this poem, List found it very interesting. The description in the poem seemed to say, the author's ancestors were a group of criminals, exiled to Dodo Island for 500 years. They tattooed the sun's pattern on their backs to signify their lineage. But after 500 years, the promised sky ship to take them back did not come. So, assuming they were abandoned, the author's grandfather no longer gave tattoos to his son. Is this how the descendants of the sun came to be? If the records are true, the natives of Dodo Island should be the descendants of the nobles on the mainland. Only nobles, especially those of the royal lineage who would be exiled. Minor nobles who would simply be killed. Without the custom of recording their history, probably in 100 years, the royal family would have forgotten about these exiled descendants. The first page contained a drawing and a poem. The second page offered an introduction. My name is Philip, I am 26 this year, just returned from working on foreign islands. I do not plan to go out again. Although the outside world is flourishing, life is tough. I plan to stay on Dodo Island, and marry Valisa. I will have my own son, whom I will raise. I am a carpenter, able to build a big house for him to live in. Starting from today, I will record every day, that way when I grow old, unlike my grandfather, I won't forget his stories and even where we came from. My son, because of my journal, will understand his father, and the interesting experiences I have had. However, I don't have much cardstock or ink, so I must write sparingly. Write smaller, and even less. Philip, descendant of the Sunday. Chapter 94, the last entry of the diary, year 119 of the Grand Duchy, February 15th. This is the starting date of the first diary entry in Philip, scion of the Sun's diary. The current year is 151 of the Sapphire Grand Duchy, which means this diary began 32 years ago. List calculated briefly. The Duchy of Sapphire had no official calendar of its own and did not use the calendar of the Steel Ridge Kingdom. The concept of history was not popular in the different world. Generally, people had no thoughts about the past, there was no idea of learning from history. Thus, the Duchy of Sapphire did not even have a national day. Sea Outing Festival and the New Year Festival were the most important holidays. Sometimes the national anniversary celebration would be held on the Sea Outing Festival, other times it would be scheduled on the New Year Festival, and sometimes it would be celebrated on a random day, according to the wishes of the Sapphire Duke. Liszt concluded that the concept of nationalism had not taken root. The subtlety of the feudal nobility system lies in the structure of knight vassalage, the greatest essence of which is, my subjects' subjects are not my subjects, my lords' lords are not my lords. For example, Liszt's master was Coral Island's count, not the Sapphire Duke. Therefore, as a subject of the Earl, he had no obligation to pay attention to the Sapphire Duke. The Sapphire family had no commands over him. To him, his true nation was Coral Island, not the Duchy of Sapphire. If he were to feel love, it would be for Coral Island, with no need to love the Duchy of Sapphire. All nobles were landlords, even the king was merely a larger landlord. Of course, a widespread sense of nationalism could not form. That's why only nobles commemorate the sea outing festival, commoners simply don't care. In Fresh Flower Town, Liszt's birthday celebration was definitely more important in the hearts of the residents than the sea outing festival. Lord Landlord grants me land, as if apparent. Who is the Grand Duke? Can he be eaten, steamed or braised? His thoughts digressed. Liszt continued to read the diary. Clear skies, climb trees to pick fruit, 10 human skull fruits, cut down 3 trees, dug foundations, preparing to build a house. Organized the knowledge taught by my grandfather, in the Sanskrit X represents me, I am a descendant of the sun. My ancestors spoke Sanskrit. This X represented a very twisted character. It was complex, it looked like a painting, seeming like a little person with wings, carrying some kind of tool, dancing exuberantly. A single word is like a painting. Which country's writing is this? It's too bizarre. I guarantee, with such writing, one wouldn't learn 500 characters even by the age of 100. Liszt exclaimed. Of course, it was an exaggeration, but indeed, the so-called Sanskrit was very complex. Many subsequent pages of the diary contained inconsequential records of daily life, picking fruits, cutting wood, building houses, trading items with someone, seeing certain wild animals. But at the end of each diary entry, a Sanskrit character was recorded. I, father, mother, grandpa, grandma, big, rice, soil, sky, earth, horse, flower, individual, 10, painting, above. For some words, Philip provided specific explanations, such as rice being a certain kind of cereal grain, horse referring to a unicorn, and flower referring to a sunflower, which he had never seen, only heard from his grandfather, common things to their ancestors. Unicorn? Could such legendary creatures really exist? Liszt doubted. He even doubted the Sanskrit itself, which just seemed like various little drawings. He didn't believe these depicted some kind of writing. Perhaps it was just Philip's grandfather, bored and concocting it himself, to fool his silly grandson. A thick diary. Most of it was Philip's mundane daily routines on Dodo Island and Sanskrit lessons. Occasionally, he would recall his time working on other islands, meeting a noble's daughter, a very kind young lady, who taught them the commoners a language. Philip proudly stated that he learned the fastest and gained the young noble lady's favor, even reaching the point of eloping. Unfortunately, as documented in a certain diary entry, his affair with the young lady was discovered by her mother, who wanted to kill him. With the noble lady's help, Philip then escaped that island. He didn't mention the name of the island, saying he did not want to sully the noble lady's reputation. Apart from these details, the diary occasionally mentioned Philip's ancestors, mainly stories his grandfather had told him. Such as, the ancestors raising a troop of magical dragons with 2 heads, the ancestors once shooting down the sun from the sky, the ancestors drawing extraordinary powers from well water, the ancestors living in cities grown from trees, the ancestors befriending wolves, bears, eagles, and tigers, the ancestors immersed in music. His grandfather referred to the ancestors as children of the Sunday, so the question arises, why would the child of the sun shoot down the sun? Patricide? The stories were fragmented and vague. Mainly because Philip's writing was very succinct. He worried he didn't have enough ink or thick leather paper to write on. The later entries became sparser, even reaching the point where he recorded his diary every few days. Half of the thick leather paper had been used. Perhaps he realized that this diary could not record every trivial matter in his dull life. One might as well rename the book to Private Tutoring Records of the Sanskrit. Liszt prepared to close the diary, having found no connection between it and the unopenable drift bottle. He thought he might as well smash the metal bottle to see what exactly was inside it. But just as he was closing the book, since he was closing it from back to front, the last page closing last, something caught his eye from the periphery. This page was not blank. He casually flipped it open, to discover there was another diary entry, or perhaps an essay. My will. Grandfather told me upon his departure, should one day a golden bottle be found upon the sea, it was a letter written to us by our ancestor. Our ancestor had mastered a method of sending letters across the sea. The magic-powered bottle would travel across the ocean guided by our bloodline. A smear of blood is all it takes to open the bottle and retrieve the letter inside. I didn't believe it, but, my descendants, if one day you come across it, remember to send a reply. This was Philip, descendant of the sun's will, which is why it was placed at the end of the diary. After reading it, List was completely unsettled. The bottle Philip mentioned must be the one the fisherman had found by the seaside, now sitting on his desk. Does this mean that Philip and his grandfather's stories are actually true, that they really are descendants of some exiled noble family? Is the sun's script real too? He recalled the prior mission. It mentioned an unopenable bottle, incomprehensible script, needing a book to guide one. Without a doubt, it was this book. Picking up the drift bottle, List walked straight out of the study. Master, are you going out? Off to the tanner shop. Mr. Carter, you stay at the castle, let Jessie come with me. By the way, has Jessie returned? He remembered that he had sent Jessie to deliver silver coins. Not yet, he probably went to the town to watch the comedy play again, you know, young people always like to join in the fun. Never mind, no need to look for him. I will take Philip and Xavier to the tanner shop. Having said that, he hurriedly left the castle, took 2 retainer knights, and dashed straight for the tanner shop. Chapter 95, The Thornbug's Desire. Old Phil, cut your finger, I need you to smear blood on this bottle, List said unequivocally. Philip was dead, and who knew how many of the indigenous people of Dodo Island remained? This old tanner was probably one of them. As for whether he had the bloodline of the descendant of the sun, List did not know. All he could do was try. Although the old tanner did not understand why, he must comply with the commands of Lord Landlord. He pricked his finger with a needle, squeezed out the blood, and smeared it on the beautiful golden bottle. List had already deployed his eye of magic. He was intently observing the metal drift bottle. The moment the blood touched the bottle, his vortex-like pupils suddenly expanded as he witnessed a miraculous scene. The blood seemed to activate the magic of the metal bottle, which flowed along the engraved patterns, quickly outlining the lines of the sun, a big tree, a bow and arrow, a lyre, an eagle, and a bear. A man composed of lines emerged from the bottle, taking up a bow and arrow, shooting at the sun. A woman composed of lines also emerged from the bottle, picking up the lyre and gently playing it under the big tree. The eagle landed on the man's shoulder, the bear snuggled up to the woman, and the magic lines on the body of the bottle were lively and vivid. Suddenly, the sun pierced with arrows fell, and a well made of lines emerged, spouting a fountain that shot straight up to the mouth of the bottle. Pop! A crisp sound. All of the lines formed by magic dissipated, leaving no trace of magic on the metal bottle, and where there had been no seam before, the mouth of the bottle cracked. List gently pulled and the cap came off. He turned the mouth of the metal bottle down and shook it, and out fell something rolled up into a small stick. It was a very delicate, thin piece of leather paper, which List unfolded. On it was a line of hieroglyphics, no, more precisely, a line of Sanskrit. List remembered seeing these drawings but could not discern their meaning. His heart was full of puzzles waiting to be solved. Yet outwardly, he was in no hurry. He rolled the paper back up and glanced at the old tanner. Old Phil, are you related to Philip? I don't know, Lord Landlord, maybe I am. Philip once said, he said we were all exiled criminals of some sort, replied the old tanner. In fact, they should be relatives. Looking at the old tanner's hunched figure and aged expression, List felt he was meant to complete the last mission issued by the Smoke Mission, to at least give old Phil a son, or rather, to at least facilitate a kinship contract between him and Jessie. It was the right thing to do, both morally and to aid in his mission. Old Phil, what do you think of Jessie? Jessie is a good boy, he always helps me with chores, diving, sweeping. Thanks to him, the tanner shop smells much better, the old tanner replied. Do you know Jessie is an orphan? I am aware, said the old tanner. Have you ever thought that the two of you could form a contract of kinship? What? This. The old tanner was evidently a bit flustered. Jessie is a servant of the castle, and I am just an old tanner. He could have a better life, I wouldn't want to hold him back. Lord Landlord, Jessie is a sensible child. He likes his work at the castle, and he works hard. I will tell him not to come here anymore, so he won't be distracted from his duties. He thought that his relationship with Jessie had displeased Lord Landlord. You misunderstood me, I don't blame Jessie at all. It was merely a suggestion. List suddenly felt that getting involved in such trivial matters of commoners wasn't befitting of his noble status. Why should a landlord concern himself with such trifles of the populace? He stood up, ready to leave the tanner shop, saying, decide for yourselves. I will inform Mr. Carter to oversee it. To be or not to be, it was just a suggestion. After returning to the castle, List casually mentioned his task to Carter and then set aside these miscellaneous matters to start working on the translation of the message from the drift bottle. With Philip, descendant of the sun's diary, he found the corresponding meanings for the figures in the drawing one by one. Soon, he had finished translating the message. The tower has collapsed, Tree City is burning, 20 has perished, and the child of the sun will ascend with the flames. Children who are lost abroad, you are now free. The 20 is a series of Sanskrit, but there was no corresponding explanation in the diary, and its style was rather abstract. List couldn't make out its specific meaning, but he could roughly guess that it should represent the dwelling place of the child of the sun, perhaps a country or possibly a continent. That is to say, the drift bottle brought bad news. The child of the sun, which country's nobility calls themselves that? List had read Knight's novels, not 1,000, then at least 100, but the none contained any record of the child of the Sunday stroking the parchment in his hands. He suddenly felt that this country might not be on this continent. The parchment on the continent is made of thick animal hide, not easily preserved, and not convenient to write on. But this parchment in my hand doesn't seem to be made of animal hide. It's very thin, such technology hasn't appeared on this continent yet, right? But apart from the continental countries, the Duchy of Sapphire was the first to venture out to the sea and establish their nation. Immediately afterwards, List came up with a possibility. Could it be that the child of the sun is not a human from this continent, but from beyond the Sea of Azure Waves? Fresh Flower Town's east coast faces the Sea of Azure Waves, and on the other side of it lies the legendary Devil Sea, where no one can navigate. Legends are not entirely credible. If this different world is also a planet, then by comparison to Earth, perhaps the so-called Devil's Sea is just a larger ocean. On the other side of the ocean, there might be another continent. Separated by an impassable ocean, perhaps there are also humans living on another continent. Well, there's too little information to make any effective judgments. For the time being, let's assume that there's a continent on the other side, and a group of humans called the Child of the Sun. Dale strained in his speculative thoughts. For now, I have neither the capability to unravel this perplexing mystery. He put the metal drift bottle into the gemstone space without closing the lid, just in case he couldn't open it. The thin parchment as well as Philip's diary of the descendants of the sun were also placed in the gemstone space. Now, it's time to focus on the thorn bug. The thorn bug, 8 years of age, unwilling to die alone in solitude, wanted to struggle one last time. List could feel that this thorn bug was indeed somewhat different from the other elf bugs. He went to the worm room that Carter was taking care of and saw the thorn bug deep asleep in its box. Elf bugs could sleep 24 hours a day. An intermittent telepathic connection kept List constantly aware of his own elf bugs. Little fellow, I can feel the deep weariness within you, as well as your desire for evolution. Even though I know the chances of you evolving are slim, I am still willing to help you to the best of my abilities. Not for the magic medicine thorns or to complete the smoke mission, he said as he gently touched the gray-white body of the thorn bug. The thorn bug seemed to sense List's presence and opened its little black sesame seed-sized eyes, turning its head to look at List. Among the 7 elf bugs, it was the ugliest one, with a duller color compared to the vibrant colors of the other elf bugs, and its body was also thinner and had a harder skin. Elf bugs nurtured by shrubs and trees always seemed rougher than those nurtured by herbaceous plants. Its black eyes gave away no discernible expression. But List could still feel the thorn bug's closeness and docility towards him. I have instructed Galtai to stop supplying the compost to the farms for the near future. As long as your cordyceps can absorb it, it will be prioritized for your use, he said. Chapter 96, Lawbreakers Must Be Severely Punished. Thorn Cordyceps was located at the edge of Thorn Ridge, close to the dairy farm, within a not-so-large area of thorn forest. Thorn Ridge got its name from the abundance of short thorn bushes that surrounded it. However, the thorn bushes rarely grew in large clusters, typically appearing as small patches here and there. List had investigated this and theorized that one possible reason was that thorn bushes are shrubs, without a significant main trunk and tend to stay low to the ground in clumps. More accurately, the area should be called a thorn bush thicket. Clinging to the edges of a forest of tall trees, the lofty canopy blocked out the sunlight, limiting the shrub's growth. The thorn bug's restlessness might stem not only from inadequate nutrition but also perhaps due to the limited expanse of the thorn forest. The trees overshadow the spread of the thorn bush thickets. To the south of the thorn cordyceps lay the dairy farm. List would not possibly shovel away the pasture grass to plant the utterly worthless thorn bushes. Therefore, he planned to organize another lumberjack team to fell the trees surrounding the thorn bush thickets, enabling the thorns to expand outward. The more thorn bushes there were, the wider the range the thorn bug could influence, the more pheromones it could collect, and the greater the possibility of evolution, although he understood that the thorn bug's chances of evolving were next to none. The variety of thorns was too limited, making the collection of pheromones challenging. The likelihood was too low. Even though I can't discern the true essence of elf bug evolution, it often seems that the more plant varieties a cordyceps belongs to, the greater the potential for the elf bug to evolve. The extent to which plants grow also increases the chances of the elf bug's evolution. This was evidenced by experience. The tulip family had managed their operation for generations, amassing a considerable variety of tulips, and with these varieties, they had cultivated the greater elf Xiangxiang, along with 3 little minor elves and 8 elf bugs. Of course, it wasn't to say that the thorn bug had no chance of evolving whatsoever. One should always harbor dreams, for what if they were actualized? I will do what I can, and the rest is up to the thorn bug itself, to see if it truly harbors any discontent and wishes to challenge its fate. After patting the thorn bug, List left the worm room. Around 4 in the afternoon, the leader of the North Valley City Caravan came to the castle to bid List farewell. The leader was a middle-aged man with a large beard named Gabriel, who gave a deep bow. "Honorable Baron, under your governance, Fresh Flower Town has emanated a dazzling light. I thank you for your generosity and kindness. The caravan has spent a wonderful day in Fresh Flower Town, and now, Gabriel bids you farewell. Are you satisfied with the caravan's trade in the town?" List asked with a smile. "Very satisfied, Baron. The faces of the caravan members are brimming with the joy of their gains. We sold much more goods than imagined and also acquired some of the specialties of Fresh Flower Town. Personally, I am very fond of the business district environment, now that we are free from the trouble of dung. So, Gabriel, does the caravan have plans for when it might visit again?" "Not yet, but I think, now that the road through Thornridge is safe, the caravan won't wait too long. Perhaps in a month, we will return, laden with goods, to trade in Fresh Flower Town. Fresh Flower Town welcomes the caravan's visit at any time." "I thank you, Baron." Gabriel bowed and left the castle. Returning to his team, which had already packed up their wares in the business district and was setting off at a leisurely pace, the horses pulled carts one by one along the road paved with a mix of pebbles and sand. Illuminated by the glow of the setting sun in the west, they made their way toward Thorn Ridge. They arrived with cargo in abundance. They left with laughter and cheerful voices in abundance. And the delightful sound of gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins clinking against each other. A moment later, old Geronte came to report the shopping situation this time, 3 gold coins in total. Apart from 2 small ponies, there was a pile of things, all handed over to Butler Carter, to be stored in the castle's cellar. List did not like these worldly affairs and went directly to the stable to see the small ponies. In the stable, the 2 small ponies, which seemed to be newly born not long ago, were very shy and hid in the corner of the stable, not daring to run around. They were both very ordinary nags, one with a reddish-brown coat and the other with a brownish-yellow coat. Even without knowing how to judge horses, List could tell that they were not fit for the battlefield. "Are they mares or stallions?" "1 mare, 1 stallion, my lord," Jim, who was feeding the ponies, answered. "Take good care of them, don't let the other horses bully them." "Yes, my lord." Afterward, List took another turn through the separate enclosure. A few pregnant mares were eating bran and peas, not showing any change yet. The fire dragon horse, seeing his arrival, affectionately approached and stuck its head out of the fence. List patted it, looking forward to the full it would bear, wondering if it would be as majestic as the Lee dragon horse. Perhaps with the blood of a magical beast mixed in, its foal might be even more majestic than the Lee dragon horse. The banquet. A celebration of the caravan's successful transactions at Fresh Flower Town, it was also a moment to report on work. "Baron, the total transactions amounted to 7 gold coins, 63 silver coins, and 12 copper coins. According to the low tax rate incentive scheme you have established, with a fixed stall tax and 20 plus 1 fluid tax, a total of 18 silver coins and 15 copper coins were collected." Isaiah reported the details of the tax collection. The caravan transactions would certainly be taxed. Generally, landlords' taxation of foreign caravans was a standard 10%, meaning 1/10 of the total transaction volume. Some more demanding landlords might adopt a standard of 1/5. However, at Fresh Flower Town, List had significantly reduced the tax rate to attract caravans. He set 2 standards. One was the fixed stall tax. After paying a silver coin for the stall, no matter how much money you made, there would be no additional taxes. The other was the 20 plus 1 fluid tax, that is, not paying according to the stall but extracting 1/20th of the total transaction amount as tax. This gave merchants a choice. If they believed their transactions could exceed 20 silver coins, they would save more by paying the fixed tax. If not reaching 20 silver coins, it was more economical to pay the fluid tax. Considering the situation in Fresh Flower Town, the commercial tax collection was minimal, and List did not intend to get rich from this aspect. There's no need to add this commercial tax to the castle's accounts, use it directly for the construction of the commercial district. Aim to complete the construction of stalls, parking spaces, livestock spaces, as well as inns and toilet facilities promptly. Also, the wells and sewers must be planned together. While there is plenty of time, I hope the work will be completed as soon as possible. Rest assured, my lord, Galtai nodded in agreement. Carl, tell us about today's security issues. Yes, my lord. Carl was not attending the banquet for the first time, but he was still nervous. The patrol team generally performed well. We apprehended 13 merchants for urinating and defecating in public, who were then punished with whipping. Additionally, a thief was caught and redeemed by Gabriel. Among the townspeople, 2 were caught for theft, and 3 for coercive trading. List asked, did you tell the caravan leader Gabriel that the first time a thief is caught, they can be redeemed with a fine, but if caught a second time, they will be detained and demoted to hard labor in the territory? I have already notified Gabriel. He said that after returning, he would reprimand the thief, and the next time the caravan returns, absolutely no one will violate your lordship's rules. Carl hesitated, then continued, my lord, how shall we punish the 5 criminals from the town? Freeman or serf? Among the crimes of theft and coercive trading, there is 1 freeman each, and the remaining 3 are serfs. List looked towards Galtai. Galtai immediately said, my lord, you place great importance on caravan transactions, and despite repeated publicity, there are still bold civilians who disregard the regulations. They must be severely punished. I think, the serfs should receive 50 lashes, with all their possessions confiscated. The freemen who stole should receive 10 lashes and a 10-fold fine. If unable to pay the fine, they should be demoted to serfdom. Proceed as you suggest. List consented. The town had no real laws, his will was the law. Those who did not abide by his will had to accept punishment. Breaking the law knowingly made the crime 1 degree worse. Chapter 97, The constant failure of flame mushroom cultivation. Before dawn the next day, the serfs from each hamlet were busy scooping up fermented manure from the cesspits. The serfs carried this manure toward the dairy farms. The disbanded lumberjack team also regrouped and arrived early at the thorn cordyceps shrubbery, escorted by the night squad. Marcus, carrying a quiver of falcon feather arrows, scoured the shrubbery to ensure no magical beasts lurked nearby, before turning to nod at Galtai. Sir, the area is secure, he said. Good. Galtai turned around and shouted at the serfs, focus and get to work. You have taken the Lord Landlord's copper coins, and anyone caught slacking off will be whipped to death by me. Remember, do not touch the thorns, all other trees, without exception, must be cut down. The serfs responded in unison. Then they began to cut down trees. They did not know why they were there to cut trees, but they followed the town officials' orders and also received a reward of 2 copper coins for a day's work. Before long, the manure-carrying team arrived, and Galtai hastily directed the serfs to fertilize the thorn bushes. Finance officer Isaiah followed, tasked with calculating each serf's pay. After tallying the number of workers, he recorded the data on thick parchment. Stretching leisurely, he conversed with Galtai. What do you think the Baron is planning with such care for the thorn bugs? I don't know, but there must be a purpose to what he does, Galtai replied. Galtai, you have become more and more invested in Fresh Flower Town, Isaiah noted. Why not? With its booming development, I will probably spend the rest of my life here. It's good to see it prosper. A barren countryside is unbearable, but in a prosperous one, there's plenty to discover, Galtai said. Of course, nobody likes poverty. For the Lord, and for ourselves, we must strive forward, Isaiah, Galtai said, glancing at his old friend, who had recently become enamored with the idea of following List. I think. Yes. The town officers, Galtai, Blair, Carl, and Marcus, had all become followers of List. As the only official who hadn't yet pledged allegiance, Isaiah naturally felt the pressure. Galtai didn't say much more, it was ultimately Isaiah's own decision. Isaiah, let's check the thorn cordyceps shrubbery to see if there are any unusual thorns. The Lord mentioned that the thorn bugs have been restless lately, perhaps due to changes in the shrubbery. What are we waiting for? I will have to search carefully. If I find a magic medicine thorn, well then. By the way, have the ingredients for cultivating flame mushrooms in Mushroom Hamlet been researched? Galtai spread his hands helplessly. It's not so easy. Various ingredients have been tested to cultivate flame mushrooms, all to no avail. If it weren't for Crooked Neck Bob's mushroom shed still growing flame mushrooms, we might have botched it entirely. The Lord places high importance on flame mushrooms. I don't even know how to report on this, Galtai said. The cultivation of flame was in a predicament. Galtai had mobilized all Mushroom Hamlet cultivators, distributing flame mushroom seeds for them to grow. Unfortunately, all attempts ended in failure. Allegedly, Crooked Neck Bob had become obsessed, staying in his shed day and night, watching the flame mushrooms grow, but unable to fathom why, after replanting with new ingredients, they failed to thrive and the seeds died. Perhaps I should tell the Baron. He might have some good suggestions, Isaiah suggested. Why do you say that? Galtai, Don't you think the Baron is knowledgeable? He knows a lot. His vision is broader than all of ours, he can see the vast world that we cannot, Isaiah said. Is that how you see the Lord? Actually, it was Marcus who said that. This retainer knight, who aspires to become a noble, holds the Baron in high regard, Isaiah conveyed. After contemplating for a moment, Galtai replied, perhaps I really should report to the Lord. The matter of the flame mushrooms isn't something with which I can afford to be complacent. He wanted to prove himself to earn an advisory position. But he was even more aware that if he screwed up with the flame mushrooms, List might well kill him. The importance of magic potions to a landlord was something anyone could comprehend. At noon, List went for a round in the thorn cordyceps shrubbery to inspect the progress and casually inquired about any unusual varieties of thorn that might have been discovered. The officials had not made any progress, and even when List used his eye of magic, he did not see any aberrant thorns. He had now confirmed that the smoke mission could not create reward items out of thin air. The rewards were things that truly existed in this world, and as long as one was willing to dig, they could obtain the reward items even without going through the mission. This gave him great choice. He could choose to complete the mission, allowing the smoke mission to deliver the reward items to him effortlessly and comfortably. He could also choose to bypass the mission, directly obtaining the reward items, to refresh new tasks. He even thought that perhaps the mission could fail, but he didn't know what kind of punishment would follow a failure, whether it would be the reward items being kept from him or some other additional punishment. Or, he wondered if new tasks would be available after a mission failure. Perhaps one day, I could try to see the consequences of mission failure, but if it's possible to complete, I should still try to do so to avoid creating adverse outcomes, he mused. He shook his head. List was no longer troubled. Since there were no anomalies with the thorns to be discovered, he could only wait to complete the mission to acquire new varieties of thorns. Galtai approached. Lord, there seems to be a problem with the cultivation of the flame mushrooms. What problem? List immediately became anxious. We have assigned flame mushroom seeds to all the serfs who plant regular mushrooms, but not a single one has successfully cultivated a living flame mushroom. It seems that flame mushrooms can only grow in Crooked Neck Bob's mushroom shed. However, we can't find any differences between his mushroom shed and the others. Almost a month had passed. The flame mushrooms still hadn't been successfully cultivated. List felt there must be a significant issue at hand. In fact, he had been monitoring the situation all along but wanted to give the serfs time to solve it. The Lord couldn't be expected to toil every day. To his surprise, a month had gone by. None of the distributed flame mushroom seeds showed any signs of life. Logically, the cultivation of mushrooms is quite rapid. Once the spores germinate, they can usually grow from mycelium to fruiting bodies in just a few days, ready for harvesting in less than 2 months. However, the flame mushroom seeds, the mycelium, simply couldn't survive, no matter the variety of substrates and environments the serfs tried. Without specialized researchers, List could only ask Galtai to lead the way to Mushroom Hamlet for an on-site investigation. To see if he could deduce some reasons with his knowledge. Arriving at Mushroom Hamlet, he saw Crooked Neck Bob, with bloodshot eyes and an exhausted appearance beyond recognition, kneeling on the ground, trembling all over. Lord Landlord, Bob is a waste, unable to cultivate the flame mushrooms alive in a month. List did not blame Bob. He merely asked Bob in detail about the process of cultivating the flame mushrooms. After listening, he cast his gaze over the flame mushrooms and used the eye of magic, wanting to identify the root of the problem. He looked at the few flame mushrooms growing in the mushroom substrate and then at the flame mushroom seeds prepared in the new substrate. He noticed something puzzling. Normally, the magic power in a flame mushroom is a process of congealing. This included the flame mushroom seeds produced by it, which also continually condensed magic power. But after inoculation, the flame mushroom seeds in the new substrate could not condense magic power and instead slowly dispelled magic power. What could be the reason for this? Chapter 98, Speculation on the cultivation of flame mushrooms. The dissipation of magic power was something List could see, even though he wasn't a magician and couldn't delve into the essential reasons behind its loss. But as a transmigrator with a scientific mind, he had his unique insights. What's the biggest difference between the mushroom cultivation substrate for fragrant mushrooms and the new substrate? According to Crooked Neck Bob, the growing conditions for most mushrooms are roughly the same, with slight differences in temperature, humidity, and nutrient ratios at most. But the fact that flame mushrooms can grow in the fragrant mushroom substrate indicates they don't reject it outright. We have been experimenting with the new substrate for quite some time, trying all kinds of ratios, yet still unable to help flame mushrooms thrive. It mustn't be an issue with the substrate. If it's not an issue with the substrate, then what is it? A moment later, he formulated a hypothesis. The most significant difference between the fragrant mushroom substrate and the new substrate is that fragrant mushrooms grow on the former. Mushroom Hamlet had cultivated fragrant mushrooms for many years with no other mushroom species invading, yet flame mushrooms emerged, suggesting that flame mushrooms could be a mutant variety of fragrant mushrooms. This mutation might not result in an entirely new species but rather a coexisting variety during the growth of fragrant mushrooms. Mushrooms are fungi. Fungi are always full of surprises. The mycelium of fragrant mushrooms and flame mushrooms might entangle with and promote each other's growth. Therefore, he said, Teacher Galtai, please inform the serfs involved in the cultivation to try intermingling the flame mushroom spores with those of the fragrant mushrooms to see if it works. Intermingling the cultivation? Galtai didn't quite understand, but he did as instructed. Crooked Neck Bob, upon hearing List's words, was greatly energized. Lord Landlord, Bob will try intermingling the cultivation right away. I must cultivate flame mushrooms for Lord Landlord. This fragrant mushroom shed, remember not to mess with it at all, don't destroy the environment needed for the growth of flame mushrooms, List later emphasized sternly. It was alright if the flame mushrooms took a bit longer to cultivate, he wasn't yet at the stage where he needed to rely on magic potions to increase his chi. But if he ended up killing all the flame mushrooms, he would go mad. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. List would visit the thorn cordyceps shrubbery every day to check on the progress of fertilization and logging. The lumberjack team was experienced, and especially after the smithy made a batch of sharp axes, the efficiency of cutting trees increased significantly. A large circle of trees around the shrubbery was completely cut down. Basically, all the trees within the region that could be affected by the thorn cordyceps were felled. The fire dragon horse calmly ate various weeds. It was pregnant, but it didn't show, and riding it was still normal. According to Marcus, riding it for a few more months posed no problem. In its box, the thorn bug lay on jade powder, comfortably wriggling. Over these days, List could distinctly feel the thorn bug's spirits were high, constantly in a state of excitement. That was abnormal as, typically, the emotional fluctuations of elf bugs are very small. After all, no matter how magical an elf bug is, in essence, it is still just an insect. One could not expect it to exhibit human-like emotions. Could this little fellow really be wanting to evolve? No sooner did the thought arise than he swiftly extinguished it, for the likelihood of success was too slim. Greater hopes lead to greater disappointments, so it was better not to indulge in unrealistic fantasies. At that moment, Blair, responsible for supervising the work, came over. My lord. Have you made any discoveries? Blair hesitated a bit but then spoke up. I don't know if I am making a big deal out of nothing, but around the shrubbery, many young thorn shoots have sprung up like grass from the soil, already reaching about half a finger in length. His eyebrows raised. List followed Blair to inspect these thorn seedlings. Indeed, on the cleared land where trees had been cut down, tender but lively thorn seedlings were poking through piles of fallen leaves. The thorns weren't like any variety found on Earth, being merely a type of spiny shrub that, at most, grew to a person's height, non-toxic, not flowering, and not fruiting, propagating by continuously extending roots to sprout new seedlings. To be exact, thorns were considered weed trees, with thorn bugs being merely wild elves. The wilderness jungles, untraveled by man, always be home to a small number of naturally bred elves. But the wild vegetation is messy and the soil poor, which means the probability of breeding elf bugs is very low. This chance is far less than with species that humans have been cultivating over a long period, which produce a greater number of elf bugs. Moreover, the varieties of elf bugs found in the wild are hard to guarantee. They might be a weed or a poisonous fruit tree, with relatively low utility value. The greatest use of a thorn bug bonded by humans is to construct a hedge. Especially for the nobles, who plant a hedge around the perimeter of their estates to separate themselves from commoners. In Freshflower Town, the thorn bug really doesn't have much use. The space outside the castle has all been converted into a racecourse, with absolutely no need for any hedge to act as a barrier. Regardless, since it's an elf bug, List still decides to cultivate it. Did all these thorn seedlings just sprout up in the last 2 days? He gently pulled out a seedling. It was tender, but there wasn't the slightest trace of magic power flowing within it. I didn't pay much attention at the start, Blair shook his head. It wasn't just me, none of the serfs noticed either, as if they had all grown overnight. List inspected the situation carefully. Indeed, these were not the magic medicine thorns he had imagined but merely common thorn saplings. He still decided to summon the smoke mission to check on the situation. When the smoke twisted into serpent script, he finally understood. Complete mission, reward, fast-growing thorn species. This meant that the mission to nurture the thorn cordyceps had been completed. It was disappointing that he didn't receive magic medicine thorns as a reward, just a fast-growing type of thorn. A fast-growing thorn species, what do I need this for? List sighed in his heart, recognizing that not every smoke mission would bring a sizable reward. He didn't dwell on it and turned his attention to the newly issued mission. Without the devastation of the fruit thief monkeys, the fragrant coconut trees have finally borne ripe fragrant coconut fruit. However, the fruit from one of the trees seems different. Please find out why. Reward, an elf bug. Having read the mission, the sense of disappointment he felt just before was quickly smoothed over, and he became excited. Why was the fragrant coconut fruit different? Because it was nurturing a fragrant coconut tree elf bug. The familiar pattern and familiar rewards shifted List's gaze away from the thorn seedlings. He said to Blair, "Don't stop fertilizing the shrubbery, but the logging work can be scaled back, shifting focus to fence building. Keep a careful eye on these thorn seedlings and record their growth." "As you wish." Moments later, List had arrived at Oyster Village. The construction of houses in Oyster Village was not rapid, barely managing to accommodate a few hundred serfs. No longer haphazardly built, the houses are arranged neatly into blocks, following the sketch personally planned by List. Near the sea in the block, a huge plaza is reserved. In the plaza, a small hill made of colorful seashells symbolizes the specialty of Oyster Village, seafood. On the east coast beach, stands a clump of tall fragrant coconut trees, among which, one near Oyster Village has a slightly larger house and yard beneath it, the fruit thief monkey training ground. A few of the best serfs at training fruit thief monkeys live here. They have been freed from the fields and seawater to focus on training and raising fruit thief monkeys, becoming the honored, fragrant coconut fruit farmers. Lord Landlord. Upon seeing List, several fragrant coconut fruit farmers knelt and paid their respects. "Stand up everyone. You have been training the fruit thief monkeys for quite some time now. Can they climb trees and pick fruit yet?" Chapter 99, The unique fragrant coconut fruit. The east coast stretches for several kilometers, and there are a total of 171 fragrant coconut trees of various sizes. The smaller fragrant coconut trees might be only a few meters high, and there are even some that have just sprouted. The largest fragrant coconut tree, which was the site of the battle between the wind falcon and the fruit thief monkeys, is nearly 60 meters tall and leans towards the sea. List rode his fire dragon horse and took shelter under the shade of the tallest fragrant coconut tree. He guessed that if there truly was an elf bug, it would definitely be in this tree king. Cordyceps are generally larger, stronger, and more vigorous than ordinary plants. If it had been before, he would have had to search each tree one by one to be sure of the cordyceps. Now it was different. He just needed to deploy the eye of magic and look up at the top of the 60-meter-tall fragrant coconut tree. A few changes appeared in his field of vision. Faint traces of pale blue magic power circulated in the foliage at the top, not very clear, but certainly enough. There are traces of magic power, just as I thought. This fragrant coconut tree has become cordyceps. My 8th elf bug is about to arrive. However, this elf bug has climbed quite high. List thought for a moment and then decided not to investigate personally. Climbing trees was really not becoming of a lord's dignity. He turned to look at a farmer next to him. "You're Jiggs, the steward of the fruit thief monkey training ground, aren't you?" Jiggs nodded hurriedly. "Yes, Lord Landlord." "Can you climb trees?" "I can." "Then climb this tree for me. Be careful not to damage the bark. Go up and take a look for me to see if there is something unusual about the fragrant coconut fruits." "Yes, Lord Landlord." Jiggs immediately set to work, climbing hand over foot toward the crown of the tree. He was not as agile as the fruit thief monkeys, but he was steady enough, gradually making his way to the foliage. Moments later, Jiggs climbed down and began to report, "Lord Landlord, it's very strange. There's a fragrant coconut fruit that looks like it's fully ripened, smells very sweet, and it's very large. Oh, about the size of a basin. The size of a normal fragrant coconut fruit is about that of a sea bowl. Now that a basin-sized fragrant coconut fruit has appeared, there's no doubt that an elf bug is hidden inside." List smiled. "Jiggs, remember this, the tree is cordyceps, and my elf bug is growing inside its fragrant coconut fruit. You guys must guard this tree for me, not allowing anyone to touch the fragrant coconut fruits, and you must go up each day to observe. If the fragrant coconut fruit cracks open, notify the castle immediately. Do you understand?" "My goodness, an elf bug? Incredible." Jiggs was overjoyed and replied eagerly, "Please rest assured, Lord Landlord. Jiggs will definitely guard the elf bug." He nodded lightly. List concentrated his mind and summoned the smoke mission. He felt somewhat lightheaded. He had just completed a smoke mission half an hour ago, and now, he had finished another one. This efficiency couldn't be too high. Just as expected. The serpent script formed by the smoke said, "Mission completed, reward, fragrant coconut tree elf bug." Suddenly, a new mission appeared. The new style milky bread brought by the trade caravan has sparked an inspiration in Reynard, the baker. He wants to make a new kind of bread. Perhaps adding some meat would be a good idea. But he's distressed that he can only sell black bread. Please help him realize the development of a new bread. Reward, sunken ship treasure. Sunken ship treasure? List's eyes gleamed at the sight of the word treasure. There's nothing more exciting than discovering treasure and gaining an unexpected fortune. A task that must be completed. Reynard wants to make a new type of bread, with a bit of meat? Is he planning to invent meat floss bread? In this world, the culinary realm is still at a very primitive stage of food processing, roasting meat, roasting fish, boiling eggs, boiling meat, frying steaks, tossing salads. Sauce was invented, and everyone likes to spread it on everything they eat. Milk is only used to make cheese and pudding, and they also like to stuff it with minced meat. The worst is their fondness for baking complete ingredients into a batter, the respectable name for it, pie. Mrs. Abby was previously very skilled at making a dish called mushroom pie, the specific method being, mix flour with sugar and oil into a paste, then sprinkle the whole mushrooms into it, stuff it into the oven, and bake it till done. With that, a mushroom pie was ready to eat. List really couldn't get used to these pies, always feeling like it was an insult to his taste buds. Even to his intelligence. But many times, he had to endure the torment of this dark cuisine and deeply regret why he didn't go to New Oriental to learn how to be a chef before. 800 stainless beds, 200. Bread is the staple food of the different world, from the king down to serfs, they all eat bread. Except nobles eat white bread, and the poor eat black bread. The nobles' requirements for food are definitely aspirational, but alas, the chef's talents are limited, and after so many years, white bread is still white bread, black bread is still black bread. How do you make meat floss bread? List tried to recall the meat floss bread he had eaten. It seems like it's just bread with some meat floss sprinkled on top. But, how is meat floss made? He couldn't figure it out. He quickly gathered his thoughts, gave a few instructions to the fruit farmers, mounted his horse, and left Oyster Village. The retainer knights had already gone to inform Galtai that List wasn't too concerned about the protection work for the fragrant coconut tree cordyceps. He was ready to head straight for the town's bakery, to inspect the lives of the common people. The bakery was in the most conspicuous position in town, a rare two-story wooden building. The first floor sold bread, and the second floor was the residence of the baker's family. The bakery provided two main services. One was naturally selling various kinds of black bread, the other was to bake bread on behalf of others. Not all serfs could afford black bread, they would more often came to use the bakery's oven, bringing their own various bran and other ingredients to bake black bread. Reynard was a freeman, and also the richest freeman in town. It was said that his family wealth amounted to as many as 5 gold coins. The undisputed richest man in Fresh Flower Town. However, some said the old drunkard was the richest man, as he had sold his smithy to the landlord for 3 gold coins, and despite his love for fine wine, his excellent blacksmithing skills still brought him a great deal of wealth. At the moment, Reynard stood watching the baking oven, waiting for a new batch of bread to come out, but his mind was wandering. He was one of the few people in town who could regularly taste white bread, and the cream bread brought by the caravan a few days ago. He bought a bit and tasted its unique and wonderful flavor. It also made him realize that bread could be made even more delicious. Could I make better tasting bread? In the past, he wouldn't have thought about it because even if he made it, no one in town could afford it. But now it was different. The road to Thornridge had been opened, and the castle's caravans went on trade missions almost every 3 days. He could definitely follow the caravans to sell his own bread outside, as long as he could get to North Valley City, where many nobles resided. And, I could also sell to Lord Landlord. Reynard thought of the day the caravan arrived, when he met Mrs. Abby and chatted with her, learning that she could only make the simplest white bread. Lord Landlord must be tired of the monotonous white bread by now. Most of the cream bread was bought by the castle. Just at that moment, he suddenly heard his wife shouting loudly, "Reynard, come out quickly, Reynard, are you listening? The landlord, Lord Landlord is here." Chapter 100, The Development of New Bread in the Bakery. List saw the plump Reynard. Without showing much concern for his serfs or adopting a friendly demeanor, he went straight to the point. "Reynard, how long have you been baking bread?" "I started baking bread as soon as I arrived at Fresh Flower Farm, Lord Landlord. It's been 18 years, Reynard said respectfully. "My mother was once a kitchen maid at Tulip Castle, and she taught me the skill of bread making. I followed her here when Coral Island's Earl started the Fresh Flower Farm in Fresh Flower Town." The developmental history of Coral Island is hard to trace, with claims that people were already living on the island even before the Sapphire Duke came overseas to establish the kingdom. Later, the Sapphire Duke declared Coral Island property of the kingdom and sent officials to govern it. By the time Lee William Tulip was granted the title of Earl of Coral Island for his military service 20 years ago, Levi's was just 2 years old, and both Levira and List had not been born yet. In those years, the Earl massively purchased serfs to populate and cultivate the wastelands of Coral Island. 18 years ago, new tulips were discovered in Freshflower Town, prompting the Earl to cultivate Freshflower Farm there. At its height, the tulips reached 200 acres in size, and the small castle was also constructed during that time. The following year, which is 17 years ago, as increasingly more serfs gathered at Freshflower Farm, Freshflower Town was built. Reynard, transitioning from a baker who made bread exclusively for Freshflower Farm, became the town baker and settled down here. Life in the small town was hard, but Reynard quite enjoyed it. In a blink, 18 years passed. He had become the wealthiest commoner in Freshflower Town. List then asked, "Have you always made black bread?" "Occasionally, I also make white bread, especially during festivals, and, well, when commoners get married, they also order some white bread from me." "How is your skill in making white bread?" I don't know, Lord Landlord," Reynard said, a bit embarrassed and with his head bowed, "but Mrs. Abby from the castle has tasted my white bread, and she said it was delicious." Aside, Reynard's wife suddenly interjected, "Lord Landlord, Mrs. Abby also said she wanted to collaborate with Reynard on researching milky bread, which she mentioned you're quite fond of." "The Lord Landlord didn't ask you a question. Who gave you permission to speak?" Reynard glared at his wife and then quickly apologized. "I am sorry, Lord Landlord. Rebecca is a foolish woman. She meant no disrespect to your authority." Lys didn't mind. He wasn't the kind of noble prickly to the touch, unable to accept the slightest offense. Besides, he didn't feel that Rebecca's interjection was an affront at all. On the contrary, he was pleased that Abby seemingly was collaborating with Reynard about creating milky bread. He always supported culinary research, so he smiled and said, "Reynard, the castle needs bread with better taste. Since you and Mrs. Abby are communicating, that's good. Create more bread with different flavors. Don't worry about not being able to sell them. As long as they're tasty, the castle will purchase them in large quantities." Reynard was overjoyed. This was exactly what he wanted, and he immediately accepted the order. "Please rest assured, Lord Landlord, I will surely work with Mrs. Abby to develop milky bread and many more wonderfully flavored new breads. I am looking forward to it." List stood up, adding another suggestion. "I like adding a bit of meat to the bread, but roasted meat is too dry and hard, which doesn't go well with bread. Maybe you could try to make the meat very tender, almost as if it were mixed with the bread. That might taste good." Reynard will remember that. Reynard and Mrs. Abby would likely need at least 10 days to half a month to bake meat floss bread or any other new type of bread. There was no way they would finish this task before List attended Levi's birthday party. The date was rapidly approaching August 16th. Only 3 days were left until Levi's birthday, after which he would turn 23. By that age, the Earl and Melissa had already conceived Levira. However, Levi still hadn't found a suitable match for marriage and remained single. Honored Knight Layden from Tulip Castle had sent the invitation for Levi's birthday party. Upon receiving the invitation, Butler Carter got busy with the preparations for the gift. "My lord, are we really just going to use seafood as the birthday gift?" he asked with some uncertainty, as List had instructed him that giving some seafood as a gift would suffice. But seafood was the cheapest food in Freshflower Town, cheaper even than black bread. It was found everywhere on the East Coast, not only collected by fishermen but even serfs would pick up some shells to eat. List, engrossed in his book, didn't even lift his head. "Mr. Carter, besides seafood, what else do we have in Freshflower Town that's worth offering as a specialty?" This rhetorical question left Carter speechless. The remote little town truly had no special produce worth boasting about, but he still tried to think of something. "My lord, perhaps we could send some wild fruits from Thorn Ridge." No, I have been poisoned by wild fruits before. Although I am now able to differentiate between the types of wild fruits, there is still a risk. I apologize, my lord, it was thoughtless of me." "That's nothing. After all, the castle picks a lot of wild fruits every day. We're used to it. I just feel that gifting wild fruits isn't a good sign." List had occupied his predecessor's body and memories because of wild fruits, so of course, he wouldn't disregard them. He had ordered people to pick and test all the wild fruits from Thorn Ridge and eventually identified 2 poisonous kinds, including the black date fruit that had poisoned his predecessor, a fist-sized, slightly purplish black fruit. All other wild fruits were edible. However, whether there were more poisonous wild fruits deep within Thorn Ridge was not something he could guarantee. Those fruits were picked by the braver serfs from the edge of Thorn Ridge. The small town also had some fruit trees, but not many, with just a few fruits scattered here and there. List had already ordered the collection of various wild fruit seeds, planning to plant them en masse come spring next year, but regrettably, he couldn't ensure a high germination rate. Without the elf bug, the growth of wild fruit trees was bound to be a challenge, The serfs had thought of planting them but couldn't make them thrive. The castle's wild fruits could only be picked from Thornridge for the time being. With wild fruits ruled out as a birthday gift, Carter didn't know what else to give, something more appropriate than seafood. But then List remembered, ordinary wild fruits from Thornridge might not be suitable, but there were plenty of fragrant coconut fruits on the east coast. Calculating the time, the fragrant coconut fruits should also be ripe by now. Mr. Carter, contact the fruit farmers and pick a bag of fragrant coconut fruits. We will pair them with the seafood as our gift. Yes, my lord. August 19th. Early in the morning, List dressed in leather armor and strapped on the crimson blood sword, setting off with his retainer knights just as the sun began to rise, facing the gentle breeze. Heading to Tulip Castle. Chapter 101 Levi's birthday party. Walking on the main road of Thornridge. List felt quite satisfied. When he first arrived, this road made people anxious, constantly worrying about a magical beast jumping out. Now, the open view made it so that no one worried about the attacks of magical beasts. The original dirt road had also been transformed into a new gravel road, though it was still bumpy. Marcus rode a dun mare that was pregnant, half a horse length behind List's lead dragon horse. He was fully armed, fearless in the increasingly warm weather, carefully inspecting every move around him. He was not only List's home tutor for knight lessons but also the knight assigned by the Earl to protect List. Some countries would call such a knight a chief knight, but the Grand Duchy did not have this system. Following behind List and Marcus was Carl Ironhammer, the town's defense officer. He did not need to come, but still volunteered to protect List. Perhaps he was simply taking this opportunity to visit Coral City to see the sights, and to display his loyalty? Riding alongside Carl and scattered on both sides were Philip Wool and Xavier Bulldung, two young retainer knights with not bad talents, having taken the lead in cultivating chi in the squad. Further behind was Rom Barrel, who had also successfully cultivated chi just the day before yesterday. As one of the first four to serve as retainers to List, Rom practiced diligently and finally made progress. List immediately appointed him as the captain of the patrol team, assisting Carl in commanding the team. Unfortunately, the other two of the initial four retainers, Grey Scythe and Auden in Soul, had still not managed to cultivate chi. Marcus had given up teaching the two, as their talents were too poor and they had missed the opportunity during their youth. There was no hope. List asked them to serve as assistants to officials, one assisting the legal officer Blair, and the other assisting the finance officer Isaiah. To his own people, List was still sentimental, providing them with quite decent statuses. At the end of the team were four young knights, who were part of the knight squad and had followed after Philip and Xavier to cultivate chi. They too were reassigned closer to List to serve as retainer knights. As for the other members of the knight squad, they were still practicing diligently in the town. In addition, there was servant Thomas. The entire team consisted of 11 people and 11 horses in total. The horses' hooves raced, kicking up clouds of dust. Since there were quite a few pregnant mares in the team, they did not travel very fast, but they still arrived at Tulip Castle, surrounded by a sea of tulip flowers, around 10:30 in the morning. "Oh, my dear brother, you have finally come. I have been waiting for you here for a long time." Levi's, dressed in festive black habit, wore a noble's proper smile on his face. He spread his arms, welcoming List. A very enthusiastic welcome ceremony. List dismounted and spread his arms as well, and hugged Levi's. "Dear brother, I wish you a happy birthday." "Thank you for your wishes." List gestured to Thomas and the retainer knights behind him. "Bring up the gift I have prepared." The gift was presented and handed over to Butler Zairwa following behind Levi's. "What is it?" "It's a big package. It seems you didn't hold back on the expense," said Levi's, letting a servant open it. According to customs here, gifts were to be unwrapped on the spot. The gifts inside the bag were beautifully packaged. First was a coconut the size of a sea bowl wrapped in cloth, looking very high class with a faint scent of coconut milk drifting through the air. "This is fragrant coconut fruit. The coconut milk inside is very sweet. Open it and take a sip, and you will know how sweet and delicious it is," List exaggerated. In fact, it was only slightly better tasting than ordinary coconut water on Earth. However, the fruit from which one could directly drink the liquid was unique. Levi's became curious indeed. "Coconut milk? This kind of fruit contains milk inside?" "Yes. It's simply magical. I can hardly wait to have a taste." List turned to look at the other side of the bag, where everything was neatly packed in small bags. "What are these?" "They are seafood." "Seafood? Brother, don't think of them as anything ordinary. These seafood are all hauled in by fishermen, the most precious of the catch. Especially the aged oysters." List leaned in and whispered into Levi's ear, "It can keep you up all night, indulging in whatever you wish to do." Levi's eyes lit up. "Really? This is too precious, thank you, List, my dear brother. This is the best birthday gift I have received." He wasn't married yet, But then again, who made a rule that an unmarried noble can't have a bevy of mistresses? After securing the gift, the two brothers walked into the castle side by side. The great hall of the castle was already filled with nobles of all ranks. Apart from two viscounts who sent their sons, the rest of the barons and honored knights had made the effort to be present. After all, Levi's was the heir of Coral Island, the future Earl of Coral Island, and their next Lord Paramount. It's quite lively. List had to maintain a standard noble smile, greeting the nobles who had came to attend the birthday feast, not fond of these masked social interactions. Yet as a member of the nobility, to uphold the dignity of nobles, such occasions were indispensable. Once he finished making rounds with his greetings, he was ready to go and pay his respects to the Earl. But upon asking, he learned from Levi's that the Earl had already left Coral Island. A messenger from the Grand Duke brought orders: all direct landlords are to head to Blue Dragon Island to discuss this year's Pioneer Mandate. In fact, I have been training the Knight Order, ready to follow Father to the mainland at any moment. The Pioneer Mandate was an order the nobles of the Duchy of Sapphire were most enthusiastic about. The order was simple: to heed the call of the King of Steel Ridge Kingdom, head to the mainland, and plunder wealth, especially mines. Gold, silver, copper, iron, aluminum, and all manner of gemstones were targets of contention. The Steel Ridge Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom were sworn enemies, both had slaughtered each other's dragons. Thus, nearly every year, a large-scale war would erupt, with both sides scrambling to snatch minerals. The Duchy of Sapphire was a vassal state of the Steel Ridge Kingdom, not very strong, but it posed a significant threat with maritime raids. Years ago, the Earl had penetrated deep into the heartland of the Eagle Kingdom, capturing an iron mine in one fell swoop and taking away at least 200,000 tons of iron ore. It was said that the ships hauling the iron ore were as numerous as ants moving house. Such a massive loss enraged the King of the Eagle Kingdom, who dispatched a Dragon Knight to intercept the fleet, only to be blocked by a Dragon Knight of the Steel Ridge Kingdom. It was also that battle where Marquis Merlin Taro, the captain of the court fleet, recognized the potential of Lee William and arranged the marriage of his daughter, Melissa, to him. This story was one that List had heard since childhood. Whenever the nobility reminisced in feasts, they would always bring up this tale, flattering the Earl. Unfortunately, since that battle, the Eagle Kingdom began to take their coastal defenses seriously, and there had been no opportunity to achieve such a glorious victory since. Every year, the blood of a batch of knights was spilled, only to bring back a modest amount of metal and gemstone mines. "Brother, you're going to battle too?" List was somewhat surprised. "Yes, I am already 23, although I have not married. I am old enough, and if I don't go into battle, it would tarnish my reputation." List shook his head, feigning regret. "I don't have a qualified knight squad, not even a chance to go to battle. I really wish I could fight alongside you, brother, and win the glory of a knight." In truth, he had no desire for battle. How nice it would be to peacefully farm at home. There were so many uninhabited islands overseas. Why not develop those rather than go to the mainland and risk life and limb? Chapter 102. The fatty of the Lycra family. The Earl and Lady Marie had already left Coral Island, heading to Blue Dragon Island. Lady Penelope sent her blessings, but she did not come to Tulip Castle herself. Therefore, without the constraints of the landlord and the old lady, the atmosphere at Tulip Castle's luncheon was quite lively, especially among the young nobles, who were busy socializing and bonding joyfully. List inevitably had to participate. Many nobles knew that the Earl did not place much importance on this third son with less impressive talents, but regardless, List's lineage was undeniably noble. His paternal bloodline was that of an Earl, and his maternal bloodline was that of a Marquis, with no deviation for 3 generations, belonging to the direct line of descent. "List, it's been so long since I have seen you. Now that the road to Thornridge has been cleared, why not visit my Mudbrick Town?" "Brooke, I will make time to visit Mudbrick Town. It only takes 2 hours from Freshflower Town to Mudbrick Town. And you are also welcome to visit Freshflower Town. I will treat you to the finest seafood." "I will definitely go. I love seafood, especially oysters." "Of course, everyone loves oysters." Haha. After the sumptuous main course of the luncheon came the dessert. List saw the ice cream, and compared to the 4 flavors available in the small town, Tulip Castle had as many as 8 flavors. Ice cream had not yet become widespread. So this time, the dessert astonished all the nobles, but there weren't many who inquired about the ice cream recipe, as ice was not something that minor nobles could afford. The only exceptions were the sons of 2 viscounts, who approached List with a request to buy the recipe, as their families could afford ice. List was not polite about it. For the son of Viscount Shattered Stone City, Brandon Brokenstone, he quoted a trade price, 300 pounds of pig iron, and the recipe is yours. This price was double what he had offered his sister Livia. Outsiders should not expect to get his favorable price. Brandon gritted his teeth. "Deal." Then List gave a price to the son of Viscount Beer Island, Aubrey Lycra, 150 barrels of hop-flavored beer. The heir of the wealthy Lycra family did not hesitate in the slightest. No problem. As soon as I return, I will have the fleet carry an extra 50 barrels of beer. Have your merchant caravan wait for the trade in Coral City. Refreshing. List was very pleased. An ornate but impractical recipe had been successfully traded for quite a lot of goods. But the next moment, he almost changed color. Because Aubrey suddenly said, "By the way, List, I am planning to catch seafood around the beaches of Beer Island to sell to others. What do you think?" His face still wore a smile. Internally, he wanted nothing more than to kill Aubrey, but List just casually asked, "Seafood? Why has the Lycra family taken an interest in seafood? Haven't the hop fields already brought enough wealth to the Lycra family? Who would complain about earning too many gold coins, right?" Aubrey, very portly with a bulging belly akin to someone in their 10th month of pregnancy, clearly had been well fed from childhood. Seafood is a great thing, especially oysters, endlessly delightful. The seafood business of Fresh Flower Town has made me envious. Currently, only Fresh Flower Town on Coral Island was engaging in large-scale fishing and selling the seafood externally. The profits were substantial, bringing in nearly a gold coin a day. Just a few days ago, List had boldly purchased 3 more wagons, adding to the previous 6, for a total of 9 wagons continuously trading seafood. Now, they had been divided into 3 merchant teams. Old Geronti personally led one back and forth between Coral City and Tulip Castle, Abigail led one toward Birch City, and Sherlock led another towards Serpent Spear City. Given the current sales momentum, 2 to 3 gold coins a day in the future was not an issue. He had been preparing to dominate the seafood market on Coral Island, but unexpectedly, someone new came out of the blue. Aubrey actually wanted to get involved in the seafood business. If it had been some minor noble like an ordinary baron wanting to get into the seafood business, List wouldn't have minded complaining to the Earl, letting the other party understand that you can't afford to offend the noblest bloodline on Coral Island. However, the Lycra family was different. The Viscount Beer Island was one of the earliest followers of the Earl, with notable meritorious services, making it difficult to pressure someone with power alone. If he were the heir to the Earl, the Lycra family certainly wouldn't dare to overreach, but the key point was that he was only the Baron of Fresh Flower Town. He squinted slightly. List instantly contemplated various countermeasures in his mind, but outwardly he remained as calm as the wind. Is that so? It seems that the seafood market on Coral Island will be much livelier in the future. With a laugh, Aubrey said, "List, sorry for the misunderstanding. I have no plans to sell seafood on Coral Island. That's your business, and for the sake of our friendship, I wouldn't want to ruin it." His words caught List a bit off guard. The two of them hardly had any friendship. Aubrey was probably in his late 20s, a bosom friend of Levi's. Surprisingly, Aubrey did not intend to get involved in the seafood market of Coral Island at all. "Not selling seafood on Coral Island, then what do you mean?" "Our family has a few decent channels that can sell to other islands. The seafood market was your first discovery. Coral Island naturally belongs to you. I don't want to compete maliciously with a friend." Aubrey spoke with a tone of sincere candor. If List were a bit less experienced, he might have been genuinely moved. No wonder the Lycra family could monopolize the hop trade, knowing the times and when to advance or retreat. It's hard not to be successful. He picked up his wine glass and raised it as a signal. "To our friendship, cheers." "Of course, cheers to our friendship." The seafood business, a false alarm. But List wasn't going to assume that the seafood market was now secure. Today's friendly approach from Aubrey made it clear to him, wealth stirs people's hearts. If at first the seafood was merely a novelty item for the nobility to taste, now, he feared that the profit from the seafood business had been thoroughly researched by the nobility, at least 1 gold coin a day, and possibly even more in the future. Just think, 1 gold coin a day, over 300 gold coins a year. If one could earn 3 coins a day, wouldn't it amount to over 1,000 coins a year? How is that any different from robbing people? It's almost equivalent to half a year's tax revenue from a small city. If minor nobles still respect List's bloodline and dare not act recklessly, then his sister, Livira, was probably already calculating how to snatch this business away. List was very clear about his sister. She wasn't the kind to dote on her younger brother. Taking List's toys had been her favorite pastime when they were children. Besides, Lydia and Lady Marie could be eyeing the opportunity as well. Catching seafood was not challenging at all. "No, I can't be careless." As the luncheon ended, List was still pondering. "Perhaps I should bring Levi's over and partner with him." Levi's, Livira, Lydia, and Lady Marie were all far from being kind and faithful people. But Levi's after all was the heir to the Earl, the future landlord of List. By winning over Levi's, this business would be secure. "I should offer shares to Levi's, and collaborate with him privately," Not with Tulip Castle. He would likely agree. With Tulip Castle now having to share half its resources with Lidun, Levi's must be anxious. If there's a chance to do business without Lidun, he won't miss it. Chapter 103, Brothers discuss collaboration list. Look, I have planted 10 acres of black tulips. Greater Elf Xiangxian, flying amidst the sea of tulips, with rows of yet-to-blossom tulips trailing behind her. Under the glaring sun, the rows of tulips looked somewhat droopy. In the middle of the day, it's not just people who feel lethargic, plants do, too. Only the elves remained so effortlessly spirited and lively. Woo-ah! Woo-ah! 2 little minor elves followed behind Xiangxian, uttering some nonsensical noises. Elves are not social creatures, but elves of the same kind can play together and even share knowledge about different plant species with each other. These 2 tulip lesser spirits were Xiangxian's entourage. Tulip Castle always hoped that these 2 little minor elves could break through their constraints and evolve into new greater elves. Planted at the end of June, and it hasn't even been 2 months, they have already formed buds. List strolled between the rows, looking at the buds of black tulips about to bloom, feeling excited. Roughly in another month, these tulips would turn into 1 gold coin after another, flowing into his pocket. Xiangxian held her pretty head high, proudly saying, "Of course, these are the tulips I planted. Every single seed has sprouted under my care." That expression clearly said, "Hurry up and praise me." List smiled and praised, "Xiangxian is incredible." "Hee, I am incredible." Xiangxian rolled twice in the air. Woo-ah! Woo-ah! The 2 little minor elves mimicked Xiangxian's movements and also did somersaults in the air. List, these black tulips are growing very well, filled with abundant magic power, and they have no obvious attribute distinctions. They are more outstanding than the 2 magic potions controlled by Tulip Castle. Magicians have already come to place orders. Frank, the family tutor of Levi's, accompanied List. They will become the new cornerstone of Tulip Castle, further strengthening the family, and brother will rely on them to continue father's legacy and become a Sky Knight. I completely agree with you, Levi's has exceptional talent, and there is no doubt he will become a Sky Knight. By the time, Xiangxian had been causing a ruckus for a while, flying up to List and saying with a grin, "I will help Levi's break through, and when that time comes, I want to carry him flying, just like I did with you when you were a little." When List and the others were children, Xiangxian loved to grab them and fly up into the sky. Watching the little tykes scream in fright. But once they got used to the high altitude and stopped crying, Xiangxian lost interest in flying with them. A sprite with a rather wicked sense of humor. List recalled these scenes and felt a warm fondness. Xiangxian loved to play and cause trouble but never intended to harm them. Because of the contract, she had become very close to the bloodline of the Tulip family. Memories are deep-seated. It would be best if you could scare Levi's into crying again. Xiangxian said with regret, "Now I can't scare Levi's into crying anymore. And once he becomes a Sky Knight, it will be even harder to make him cry. By then, he would be able to conquer the skies. The reason they are called Sky Knights is that they have mastered advanced Chi. When they release their Chi, they can briefly soar into the air. Even though they can't fly as freely as birds, a short leap ensures they can quickly strike anything or anyone within several hundred meters." After touring the black tulip fields, Levi's had already seen most of the nobles off. Those who remained were those with a good relationship with him. List was also getting ready to leave. He did not plan to stay overnight at Tulip Castle, so he directly called Levi's to the study to discuss matters. "List, is there something that can't wait until evening to discuss? There are still many people in the living room that I need to entertain." "Brother, I don't plan to stay here overnight. After discussing matters with you, I will head back." "So urgent? There's a lot going on in the town that's waiting for me to handle." "Alright, what did you want to talk to me about?" "You have already visited the Black Tulip plantation with Teacher Frank. As for the slave ships, we will have to wait at least another month before they return." "It's not about those things, I have something else to discuss with you." List wanted to talk about seafood, but he felt that saying it outright wouldn't have much impact. He needed to lay the groundwork first, to whet Levi's appetite before discussing the seafood investment. After some thought, he began, "I have come up with a new magic potion." "What?" Levi's exclaimed in surprise, "You have a new tulip magic potion?" "Not tulips, mushrooms." "Flame mushrooms, a kind of magic potion mushroom." List was very pleased with Levi's expression. "How about a partnership, dear brother?" "Partnership? We're blood brothers, the best partners, aren't we?" "Of course. So how do you propose we partner up, the same way as with the Black Tulip? A personal partnership with me? I don't like the idea of allowing Lady Maria and that kid Lidun to have all the benefits, so it's still a partnership with you, brother. However, this time, I only plan to sell the finished flame mushrooms to you. You will be the flame mushroom vendor, not involved in their cultivation. List laid out the planned partnership. Flame mushrooms, he intended to turn them into a specialty of Fresh Flower Town, not directly selling the cultivation technique. That's not right. How many flame mushrooms can Fresh Flower Town produce? You should sell me the cultivation technique, and I will handle the production. Wouldn't it be great to share a sales profits? I am in desperate need of gold coins to buy serfs, otherwise, I would be open to profit sharing. If you can give me 5,000 gold coins right away, I could even sell you the cultivation technique for flame mushrooms outright, without any subsequent profit sharing. You would only need to help sell the flame mushrooms I produce in the future. 5,000 gold coins? Levi sighed. I can't even come up with 1,000 right now. Let's stick to selling the finished product. Without much haggling, the partnership was thus agreed upon. List then asked, Brother, have you found the saltpeter mine yet? No, I have searched every city, and no one has discovered such a mineral. You really are a lucky guy. Why do all the good things happen to you? Maybe it's because good people get good rewards. Haha. By the way, brother, I have another business proposition I want to partner with you on. Levi's eyes sparkled. What kind of business? His suddenly matured younger brother had already brought him many surprises. Just the black tulip and flame mushrooms alone had increased his chances of becoming a Sky Knight by 20%, filling him with confidence in becoming a potion maker. The seafood business. I have prepared to set up caravans in every city on Coral Island to sell seafood. But fishing isn't a skillful job, sooner or later someone would compete for that hard-earned money. So, I am planning to give you a 20% stake, and you help me get an exclusive seafood selling ordinance on Coral Island. He planned to monopolize the seafood business and legalize it, directly cutting off the possibility for others to compete. The seafood market is not small. I have heard you're making quite a few gold coins a day? Levi said casually. I don't know where you heard that, but I am not even making 1 gold coin a day right now. Perhaps when all the cities start selling, I could make 2 gold coins a day? List played poor and then threatened, if you don't help me, I will have to ask father for help. I just want to earn some hard-earned cash to buy white bread to eat, brother. Perhaps the Earl really didn't hold List in high regard. But if List truly pleaded, the Earl would probably not refuse. After all, it was a business List had developed. Fine, but I want a 30% stake. The ordinance can come out tomorrow. Father left me in charge of all of Coral Island's affairs while he's away, Levi said with a smile, drawing on his cigar. Greed. List inwardly despised him but said aloud, all right, 30% it is. As he spoke, he took a handkerchief out of his pocket, unfolded it, and gently placed the fist-sized black pearl that was wrapped inside it on the table. Brother, take a look at what this is. Chapter 104, Within the book lies a beauty as jade. What is this? Levi's picked up the black pearl and weighed it in his hand. Is there magic power inside? It feels like there's water attribute magic power. Indeed, there is magic power. It is a pearl. A pearl? Levi's shook his head. Don't think I haven't seen pearls before. I have handled numerous pearl decorations that have passed through my hands. I once took a boat trip over Tranquil Lake on Blue Dragon Island and even personally dug out pearls from pearl oysters. Those were white and not nearly this big. This is a black pearl, excavated from another kind of shell, the tridacna. Tridacna? Is it also a product of Fresh Flower Town? Levi's caught on to the key point. The produce from Fresh Flower Town was just too abundant. Actually, it was a giant squid carcass that the sea waves brought in, and inside the carcass, there was a tridacna, and inside the tridacna, the black pearl was found. Brother, whether it is a pearl or not, what do you think of its value? A water attribute magical treasure, it is more precious than white pearls. Are you giving it to me? Don't be so greedy, I have already given you your birthday gift. This black pearl is a personal treasure that I carry with me. It helps me calm my restless emotions. The effect is 10s of times that of white pearls. I want to know if you're interested in buying it. You know, I am of fire attribute chi, whereas you're of water attribute chi. That is true. Compared to white pearls, the sensation of this black pearl is much more comfortable to me. How much are you planning to sell it for? A white pearl of the same size on the market would go for a few gold coins. I will give you 10 gold coins for it. How's that? 10 is too few. It's not few, List. No matter how much it calms the emotions, it's still just a decoration. Perhaps magicians could craft it into magic equipment. It has outstanding magic power storage, suitable for crafting magic equipment. My Fresh Flower Town doesn't have any magicians, but I am sure you have contacts with some. Why not have a magician craft a piece of magic equipment for you? Levi shook his head. If its magic power were richer, it could indeed be crafted into magic equipment, but it doesn't have enough magic power. and it would be difficult to craft into effective magic equipment. Cough, in fact. List finally revealed his true intentions, gesturing with his hand the size of a sea bowl. I have another black pearl this big, and it is filled with rich magic power, absolutely suitable for crafting magic equipment. Water attribute magic power naturally suits you, brother. A larger black pearl? That big? Levi's was no longer passive. A fist-sized black pearl was indeed a rarity, at most an interesting decoration, but a sea bowl-sized black pearl was a different story. If there really was a pearl that big, plus it was filled with dense magic power, it would definitely be excellent material for magic equipment. Those magicians, craving for such rarity, would pay a high price for the chance to study it. 500 gold coins, I will sell you the black pearl. I need to see the black pearl first. Fine. List called servant Thomas to fetch the sea bowl-sized black pearl that Marcus had brought. Moments later, the slightly irregularly shaped colossal black pearl was laid on the desk in the study. Running his hands over the massive black pearl, Levi's eyes shone continuously. More knowledgeable than List, he understood the value of such a treasure, so he made his offer. 100 gold coins, I will take it. This novelty, despite having dense magic power, can't guarantee real developmental value. I can't risk buying something unusable. His reasoning was sound. List himself could not be sure that the black pearl could really be crafted into magic equipment. But some haggling was still in order, and after several back and forths, the black pearl was sold at the price of 280 gold coins. Additionally, the fist-sized black pearl that he also had with him was included as part of the deal. After the trade, counting the gold coins with satisfaction, List said with a smile, brother, once you have crafted the magic equipment, let me know. I would like to see what uses it has. This is also my first encounter with a black pearl. Once its uses are confirmed, the remaining black pearls could be appropriately valued. No problem. As he was preparing to leave the study, List suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, brother, has Tulip Castle acquired any new books recently? Not at all. When did you start to like reading so much? I would rather drink until dawn than stay in that study, looking at all those dizzying words. There's a lot of interesting knowledge hidden in books. Knowledge? Levi scoffed. List, are you thinking of switching careers to become a magician? That's not a good idea. I deal with those magicians often, and they're all a bunch of bizarrely behaving maniacs, always talking about knowledge and exploration. The knight's honor is only ever taken on horseback. List hastened out of the study. There's a golden house in the book, there are beauties in the books. As a cultured man, he didn't want to stoop to the other's level. The collaboration was confirmed. List took leave of Levi's and left Tulip Castle. However, he didn't head straight back, but took the path towards an independent castle next to Coral City, that was Lady Penelope's residence, and during a trip to Coral City, he couldn't fail to visit his grandmother. The castle was covered with climbing ivy. It added an ancient air to the castle, along with an inexplicably eerie touch. There was a platform on the second floor of the castle, filled with various flowers and plants. Besides socializing with nobility, Lady Penelope's life revolved mostly around these flowers and plants. Watering the plants while chatting, you came out from the castle so soon. Didn't Levi's keep you for dinner to continue celebrating? I declined. There are many matters in Fresh Flower Town that cannot do without me. A competent landlord always keeps himself busy. As long as a person is busy, he will feel fulfilled, effectively preventing a fall into degeneracy. Your father has been busy alongside your grandfather since he was a child, which is why he was able to become an earl before turning 30. Lady Penelope turned around and continued watering the flowers. It's just too bad that since marrying two troublesome daughters-in-law, he has never been able to advance further. I just wish your brother would be a bit clearer in his mind, but that little rascal is also muddled. The youngest daughter of Marquis Roderick is quite a handful. Marquis Roderick, one of the 7 marquises of the Grand Duchy, served in the Blue Blood Knight Order, deputy commander. No wonder Levi's is still unmarried. It turns out he has set his sights on a marquis's daughter. Cousin Miabao is deeply in love with the little princess, and brother harbors affection for Marquis Roderick's daughter. It seems they both have quite the intentions. You're the same. Me? Don't think that because I am old, I can't hear news about you, Azina Salmon, right? Levira told me, she's a very cute girl, utterly admiring you, and yet you rejected her. She is a viscount's daughter. Although selling fish might be rather crude, having gold coins can just as well buy white bread, can't it? Hey. Liz didn't want to say much. Lady Penelope continued to ramble on about young people not understanding things, but soon she shifted her attention to one of her flowers. Oh, heavens have mercy, my dragon hollyhock is really going to die. Chapter 105, I will take the sick dragon hollyhock. Dragon hollyhock, said to be a close relative of the eggplant, bears small, edible, black berries that are quite tasty. When he was younger, there were many wild dragon hollyhocks growing in the fields and List loved to eat them. He wasn't sure if the dragon hollyhock in Lady Penelope's flower pot was the variety he was familiar with. But upon hearing that the plant was sick, he immediately stepped forward out of habit and used the eye of magic to take a look at the dying dragon hollyhock. At that glance, he seemed to see a faint trace of magic power flowing, but it was just a flash and soon disappeared, which made him extremely surprised. The presence of magic power meant that this dragon hollyhock was no ordinary plant. Could it be about to give birth to an elf bug? List thought excitedly, but he kept his composure and continued to examine the dragon hollyhock. This dragon hollyhock was on its last breath, its leaves yellowing and its roots showing black spots. It had a few buds that looked like they were about to wither away. However, under the scrutiny of the eye of magic, he soon discovered the magic power flow again, very faint and sporadically visible. It was so subtle that one wouldn't notice it without careful observation. He was almost certain, it's highly unlikely to be a magic potion plant. It's very possible that the dragon hollyhock is about to give birth to an elf bug. Poor dragon hollyhock, I don't know what disease it has caught, but it's been a week, and it hasn't been revived. Watching it wither day by day, just like I grow older day by day, is truly distressing. Lady Penelope kept prattling and spraying the dragon hollyhock with clear water. Grandmother, you are in good health and there are no signs of aging, List said in a light-hearted tone. Since you feel sad watching the dragon hollyhock, why don't you give it to me to take care of? Maybe the climate in Fresh Flower Town will revive it. If it doesn't, I will bring you a new pot of dragon hollyhock. I am pleased that you think so, List. Take good care of it. Of course. Just like that, a pot of dragon hollyhock possibly harboring an elf bug was in List's hands. Anxious to arrange for the dragon hollyhock, List quickly took his leave and met with his retainer knights, hastening back to Fresh Flower Town. By the time he reached Fresh Flower Town, it was the afternoon, with the sun about to set. The sky was streaked with a red glow. A saying goes, no travel with a morning glow, 1,000 miles with an evening one. It would be another splendid sunny day tomorrow. Without taking a break, List immediately ordered Galtai, Teacher Galtai, mobilize all the serfs to search for dragon hollyhock. Dig them up and bring them to the horse field. Remember to dig them up with the soil attached to the roots to avoid damaging them. Taking advantage of the lingering daylight, he quickly found a few wild dragon hollyhocks near the horse field. He then moved the sick dragon hollyhock out of the flower pot and planted it beside the wild dragon hollyhocks. He ordered people to bring manure, which was poured near the roots of the dragon hollyhock. As each wild dragon hollyhock was excavated and planted around the sick one, they formed a small dragon hollyhock field. My lord, we have gathered all the dragon hollyhocks we could find before nightfall. The sun has set now, and the serfs can no longer see to find more. I will have them continue the search tomorrow, that will be fine. Candles and lanterns shone. Galtai curiously looked over the dragon hollyhock field and asked, what's the use of these dragon hollyhocks? Many knew that the berries of the dragon hollyhock were edible, but they were too small and produced too little to be of significant culinary value. Thus, no one cultivated them, and most of them grew wild at the edges of fields. Typically, only children would enjoy searching for the berries of dragon hollyhock. There may be significance, but it's too early to be sure. Regardless, have all the dragon hollyhocks you can find tomorrow transplanted here. As you wish. Back in the castle. Waiting for dinner. List leaned back in the chair in the living room, opened a fragrant coconut fruit, and sipped the coconut milk, relishing its taste and relaxing his body. Riding all day, despite his strong Earth Knight constitution, had still left him with a hint of fatigue. However, his mood was good, and he felt a tad excited. The worries about the seafood market were resolved. With the seafood sales from Coral Island alone, he could support his lavish noble lifestyle. The sales channel for flame mushrooms was in place, just waiting for the serfs to solve the cultivation technology issues. There was still a month to go before the harvest season for the black tulips. The sale of the black pearl had brought in 280 gold coins, nicely alleviating the castle's financial strain. He was ready to buy a few more horses and several carriages to expand the caravan, aiming to establish the seafood business in every small city as soon as possible, reaching a scale of daily sales over 3 gold coins. Of course, these were all predetermined plans. What truly excited him were the dragon elf bugs. Apart from the 4 elf bugs the Earl gifted him at the feudal ceremony, and one more as a reward for discovering the black tulip, the remaining peanut bugs, tomato bugs, and fragrant coconut bugs were all found through the smoke mission. Only this potential dragon bug was a personal discovery, which gave him a great sense of achievement. It proved that even without relying on the smoke mission, he could still find opportunities of his own, although it seemed that without the Eye of Magic, it would have been very difficult to discover the secrets of the dragon and the Eye of Magic, after all, was brought by the smoke mission. In the end, it seemed he still relied on the light of the smoke mission. No matter how you put it, This is a good omen. Maybe in the future, I can often casually use the Eye of Magic to look for elf bugs that might be hiding in any plant. In his original perception, elf bugs were extremely rare. The Tulip family, working on Coral Island for 20 years, had only obtained a little over 100 elf bugs, which indicated a very low chance of encountering them. But in Freshflower Town, this small place, in just half a year, 3 elf bugs had already been discovered. Put a step outside, and he has brought back a Dragonku elf bug. This could no longer be described as mere good luck. It can probably be confirmed that actually, the gestation rate of elf bugs is not low, but due to environmental restrictions, a large number of elf bugs may have been miscarried. Without the smoke mission, the peanut bug would have died long ago, and the helpless serfs could not have provided the nutrition needed by the peanut bug. The tomato bug might have had a chance to gestate, but it might also have been directly picked by John by Andan, taking the biggest tomato and unknowingly eating the unborn elf bug. As for the fragrant coconut bug, it's hard to say, but with its high position and the threat of the fruit thief monkeys, it might also have been doomed. Even the current Dragonku bug, without the Eye of Magic to spot its traces, was destined to die, with no chance of emerging into the world. Now that I have the smoke mission and the Eye of Magic, the elf bugs I can discover will surely keep pouring in. With these elf bugs, farming and accumulating wealth are bound to happen. After dinner, List summoned the 3 leaders of the trading team to the castle. He assigned them the matters of the seafood trade. Coral City, Birch City, North Valley City, Elm Forest City, Serpent Spear City, and Shattered Stone City make up the 6 cities of Coral Island, and trade routes have been opened to 5 of them, with only Shattered Stone City being too far away for trade. Freshflower Town was situated at the northeastern tip of the island, and Shattered Stone City at the southwestern tip, more than 100 kilometers apart. Tomorrow, Tulip Castle will issue a seafood sale decree, which only we from Freshflower Town can obtain, List said with his hands clasped behind his back, looking out at the night scene through the window. The nights of Freshflower Town were still without many lights. Against the pitch-dark background, the stars were unusually bright, shining brilliantly. A faint Milky Way was visible across the sky, suggesting that this different world still belonged to the Milky Way galaxy. He continued, "The seafood market is my exclusive domain, so make sure to take advantage of that. I want you to set up a fishing team near Coral City, catch seafood directly from the nearby beaches, and sell it externally." Chapter 106, A Tour of Inspection of the Territory. The East Coast is only a few kilometers long, and although there is an abundance of seafood distributed along it, overfishing could exhaust the area's resources in no time. List was unwilling to engage in such destructive practices. He planned to implement a fishing moratorium in Freshflower Town, or at the very least a closed season during the hottest period of summer when fish are breeding and growing vigorously, to ensure the protection of marine resources. Of course, the closed fishing season was just a temporary measure. Once Thornridge was conquered and a dock was built in Deepwater Bay, he would promote nearshore fishing. The seafood resources by the coast were meager and had to be protected, but the marine resources off the coast were more than enough for the entire Coral Island. Now, without docks, fishing boats, or fishermen, they could only develop the coastal fishery. Isaiah, I entrust you with the supervision of the establishment of Coral City's fishing team. I hope you can prepare everything as soon as possible. For each trade route's maintenance and the selection of responsible persons, old Geronti will assist you from the side. Spread them out quickly. I will provide 50 gold coins for a warehouse rental and the purchase of carts and horses. Yes, Baron. Isaiah took the command. Soon, they discussed the construction plan for the caravan. It was divided into 2 parts. One part was to form the Freshflower Caravan, stationed in Coral City, with Old Geronti as the caravan leader and Abagon as the deputy leader. Old Geronti mainly managed the Coral City Birch City trade route, the Coral City Elm Forest City trade route, the Coral City Shattered Stone City trade route, and the Coral City Serpent Spear City route. Abagon was in charge of the fishing team and the castle procurement team, where the procurement team would buy whatever the castle needed and take it back. The other part was to establish the Thorn Caravan, with Sherlock as the caravan leader, focusing on the regular commerce between Freshflower Town and North Valley City. Each caravan had its focus, but both were important, one specializing in the seafood business to provide Freshflower Town with gold coins, the other focusing on everyday trade to supply Freshflower Town with all kinds of life necessities. Waking up early, exercising the body, practicing Qi. List wasn't as diligent as he used to be when he had the archery tasks. Leisurely times often lead to subtle degeneration, and the luxury of the nobility erodes the fighting spirit. Dowson, release magic. After walking the dog and watching the servants smash the rock spikes to pave the road, he felt, still, the life of cockfighting and dog walking is more enjoyable. The progress on Dawson Avenue has reached 60 meters, it should be completed smoothly by the end of the year. Well-fed and well-trained, Dawson, though still not a fully grown fierce earth dog, was already stronger than its mother had been, casting magic both quickly and accurately, and executing List's commands to the letter. It had become a very good combat assistant, a loyal guardian. Gaji! Gaji! From the castle windowsill, the shrill cries accompanied by a familiar melody welcomed List back. It was Wanfu singing at the top of its lungs. The wind falcon's feathers were turning darker, and they had grown longer than when it was a chick, its longing to fly stronger every day. As a result, List tied its feet with a rope. He hadn't yet decided how to train Wanfu. It was likely he would kill it for its meat to avoid any trouble. After securing Dawson, List went to the Dragon Kua field. The wild dragon hollyhocks he had planted the previous night were a bit wilted, not yet well adapted to the new soil environment. The dragon hollyhock that possibly harbored the elf bug was even worse than it had been yesterday, it seemed far weaker. On the brink of wilting. He used his eye of magic to observe carefully, noticing the bud of the dragon hollyhock was still flickering with magic power. I hope it doesn't die, otherwise, it's all been for nothing. I have done everything I could, now all that's left is to leave it to fate. In the town, there were many wild dragon hollyhocks that were being transplanted one by one. It took a whole day, but almost all of the town's wild dragon hollyhocks were moved to the Dragon Kua field, covering a whole acre. The serfs kept watering, fertilizing, and weeding, striving to use the most careful care to ensure the dragon hollyhocks would survive. Lord, you really should take a look at the thorn cordyceps shrubbery yourself. The thorns there have undergone a transformation overnight, they have already grown to half a person's height, Blair said, gesturing with his hands to indicate the rapid growth of the thorn species. In just a few days, the thorn seedlings were rapidly becoming thorn trees. But he was also a bit puzzled. However, my lord, I can't think of any use for them. They don't bear fruit and can't be used for timber. Perhaps we could plant thorns along both sides of the fences lining the roads at Thorn Ridge. That way, wild beasts, even magical beasts, would likely detour and not dare to tread carelessly. It's indeed a use. Let's first cultivate the shrubbery. List could not think of a better use either. After that, he inspected the situation of the fragrant coconut tree cordyceps and the cultivation of the flame mushrooms. The fragrant coconut tree cordyceps were still gestating, with not much happening. The cultivation of the flame mushrooms, however, brought him a pleasant surprise. Your wisdom and insight are truly astonishing, my lord. After your guidance, the serfs in Mushroom Hamlet mixed the fragrant mushrooms with the flame mushrooms, and the flame mushrooms have successfully grown. I don't understand it, but the flame mushrooms really do require fragrant mushrooms to grow alongside them. Galtai excitedly pointed at the flame mushrooms that had started to develop from the mycelium into fruiting bodies. The admiration from his subordinate gave List a sense of achievement. He replied with a mild smile, once we find out the reason, the next step is to cultivate flame mushrooms on a large scale. Teacher Galtai, we need to expand Mushroom Hamlet as much as possible. If the ingredients for cultivating the flame mushrooms are not sufficient, have the caravan procure them from outside. He spoke with emphasis, I need magic potions. As you wish, I will squeeze every bit of strength out of the serfs to cultivate an ample amount of flame mushrooms. The beautiful red mushrooms will bring unimaginable wealth to Fresh Flower Town. It's necessary to squeeze, but their treatment can't be scant. Tell all the Mushroom Hamlet serfs that as long as they can cultivate enough flame mushrooms, the taxes on the accompanying fragrant mushrooms will be halved directly. My God, those contemptible serfs will be ecstatic. You truly are the embodiment of benevolence. Of course, I am a benevolent landlord, but, List's tone changed, you must also tell those serfs that if anyone is lazy, if anyone carelessly damages the flame mushrooms, I will make them understand that nobles are not only generous and benevolent but also wield whips that can flay their skin. Galtai nodded, certainly, it's very necessary for them to understand this point. People are not machines, uniformly diligent, there are always some who are idle and lazy. After barely scraping by, they don't want to do a bit more work. List did not like such commoners, his thinking had become that of a qualified nobleman. Watching the figure of Lord Landlord leaving, Crooked Neck Bob felt downhearted. Annulled his reward, my God, it was actually that old man Nash who got it. That old bachelor, how could he possibly cultivate the flame mushrooms before me? He muttered resentfully. It wasn't a grievance aimed at List, he did not have the courage for that. He was cursing Nash, simply because once the cultivation of the flame mushrooms succeeded, List bestowed awards based on merit, and the first to research the appropriate ingredients was Nash. As a result, List awarded Nash a gold coin. Everyone in Mushroom Hamlet envied and resented Nash, especially Bob, who had been determined to win this reward. After swearing for a moment, Bob put aside his resentment and clenched his fist. Lord Landlord said, At the first harvest of the flame mushrooms, whoever's flame mushrooms are the biggest, best, and most plentiful, can still get a reward. This time, I, Bob, must get the reward and show everyone that I grow the best flame mushrooms. Chapter 107, Correcting the Attitude of the Night Squad. Another day. The sun rose in the east. In the horse field, List shouted, "Multiple phantom arrow." 6 arrows emitted a fierce whooshing noise as they chased one another in the sky, colliding in an instant, then scattering in disarray, without formation. Only 2 arrows had struck the target 100 meters away. Failure, he shook his head. It was the expected result, another failure. His current level of archery was not sufficient to wield the essence of multi-arrow, multiple phantom arrow. Having not touched bow and arrow for several days, his skill had even regressed slightly. Just as sailing against the current, if you do not advance, you will fall back, and the practice of chi techniques was the same. Fortunately, he was already quite adept at the most basic part of multi-arrow, the double arrow. On the battlefield, for an Earth Knight to effectively execute the double arrow, that was enough. Glancing over at a distance, Marcus was training the Night Squad. Just yesterday, another young member had developed chi, becoming one of his retainer knights. Out of 12 members, half had become apprentice knights with primary chi. Once all of them developed chi, it would be time to set out to clear Thorn Ridge. Before this winter, we must take Thorn Ridge. List didn't disturb Marcus's teaching. He handed his gear to a retainer knight and rode back to the castle at a leisurely pace. Take a bath. Prepare for breakfast. Butler Carter stood to the side and reported, "My lord, Baker Reynard and Mrs. Abby have successfully created a new type of bread in town. Would you like to try it now?" "Oh? The bread is ready? Bring it quickly." The new bread did not resemble the meat floss bread he had envisioned, but was round like a bun. The surface was cracked, revealing a creamy filling oozing from within. "What kind of bread is this?" "It doesn't have a name yet, it's waiting for you to name it, my lord." Mrs. Abby said it's made with flour, eggs, and cream. Separated into inside and outside parts. The outer part is a bit more of a hassle to make, but the baked cracks are quite attractive, explained Carter, detailing the process of making the new bread. List had already picked one up and taken a bite. Instantly, the creamy taste mingled with the bread's aroma in his mouth, tantalizing his taste buds, far more delicious than plain white bread. "This taste, this appearance." List directly said, "Mr. Carter, tell Mrs. Abby and Reynard to call it pineapple bread." Pineapple bread, a very vivid name. "From now on, replace the white bread in my breakfast with pineapple bread, but there's no need to change my lunch and dinner. Contact Sherlock, let Thorn Caravan try to collaborate with Reynard and see if they can market pineapple bread in North Valley City." List instantly planned the sales strategy for pineapple bread. After some thought, he continued, "Also, tell Reynard and Mrs. Abby that as a reward for inventing the new bread, give each of them 10 silver coins, and tell them to continue to innovate. The more varieties of bread flavors, the better." He had initially wanted to award each person a gold coin. Having recently made money from selling black pearls, he felt flush with cash and generous. But a reward of a gold coin would be on a par with the rewards for discovering the elf bug and cultivating magic potions, which would be too extravagant. It was just bread to satisfy a craving, not worth too much of a reward. So he amended it to 10 silver coins. Carter left. He slowly savored the pineapple bread, very satisfied that he hadn't been overly generous. You never know how expensive household supplies are until you run a household. Even the Lord's house doesn't have endless supplies. Gradually, a wisp of smoke appeared before him, twisting and writhing, forming into a strand of serpent script. "Complete the task, reward, sunken ship treasure." A moment later, the text dispersed, and the smoke regathered to set forth a new mission. Mission: Captain Coster has been quite troubled lately. Since he began teaching the Night Squad in sailing, the instruction has proved challenging as the young knights look down on the knowledge of sailing. Please correct their attitudes. Reward: mutated thorn. So, the sunken ship treasure is finally within reach. The Night Squad unwilling to learn about sailing? It seems that the rewards from the task and the new mission might be linked. Probably, only Captain Coster could locate the sunken ship treasure. He shook the bell and called his butler, who hadn't gone far back. "My lord. Send someone to bring Captain Coster here, I have some questions for him." "Yes, my lord." About half an hour later, Coster hurried to the castle. "Apologies, Lord Landlord, I was diving near the shore and got delayed." "Diving?" "I have been training my aquatic abilities and underwater fighting skills. Even though I am not a knight, I still desire to be able to fight. How's the Night Squad's learning progress with you recently?" "This." Coster hesitated. "Speak your mind. Your retainer knights have a very unfriendly attitude toward the study of sailing. They are not even keen on learning to swim, let alone instructing them in sailing. They always have the saying knights rely on warhorses, not sailboats on their lips. Moreover, Mr. Marcus occupies much of the knight's time. List immediately understood. Although Marcus had been subdued by him and started to follow and show loyalty, understanding that the sea could also yield wealth, deep down he still esteemed the glory of knights and the charge of war horses, thinking that vessels were merely a means to transport them to lawn battles and there was no need to learn sailing. Thus, he passed his views to the retainer knights and even encroached on Coster's teaching time. Regarding Marcus, List sighed slightly. Changing a person's identity is simple, but changing a person's mindset is somewhat difficult. Fortunately, he could exercise the authority of a landlord. He immediately summoned Marcus and the whole knight squad to assemble at the entrance of the castle. List began to lecture them. Starting today, all of you will spend half of your time learning about sailing with Captain Coster. Within 3 days, you must learn how to swim. Those who can't will receive 50 lashes. A week later, I will quiz you on your sailing knowledge, 10 lashes for every question you fail. The young men wanted to speak but stopped themselves. List did not pay them any heed but called Marcus into the study. Teacher Marcus, you should know why I have summoned you. Marcus solemnly said, My lord, I do not believe that knights need to be distracted by learning to sail. Indeed, we need to travel by ship across the ocean to the mainland. Let common sailors handle the vessel while we knights concentrate on fighting. The Coral Island Knights have always operated in this manner. His words were sensible. Knights are part of the land forces, and List was asking them to serve as a navy. Naturally, they were unwilling. However, List had his own thoughts. How many of these Knight Squad members do you think can become Earth Knights? Or when will they become Earth Knights? I think, by the age of 20, some people should be able to become Earth Knights. Philip and Xavier possessed noteworthy talents, Marcus answered. Only 2. I have worked hard to train them, and I can only reap 2 Earth Knights. So, can they form a Knight Squad and head to the mainland battlefield? Ready to fight to the death for you, my lord. I appreciate the sentiment, but that would be a foolhardy act born out of impetuosity. Fresh Flower Town is still developing. I have purchased a large number of serfs. In the future, I will select vigorously, choosing suitably outstanding youngsters for training. But now, what I need are instructors with various basic skills, not experts in combat who are useless for anything else. What do you mean? Teacher Marcus, some members of this batch of the Knight Squad will become the backbone of the Knight Order, while others will steer ships in the future, transporting my knights to the mainland to compete for mines. Division of labor, each performing his own duty. Do you understand what I am saying now? List's expression was indifferent, but his eyes were stern. Marcus took a deep breath, knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and responded earnestly, Marcus has misunderstood your will, my lord, and passively resisted your arrangements for the Knight Squad. I await your punishment. Chapter 108, The highly poisonous purple thorns with a month's pay docked. List administered a simple punishment to Marcus. His main goal was to assist Coster in completing the smoke mission, so he required the members of the Knight Squad to learn to swim within 3 days. Swimming would definitely involve going into the sea, which could potentially lead to contact with the sunken ship treasure. He was very eager to find out what the sunken ship treasure contained. Was it filled with gold coins, or dazzling jewels? Or perhaps it hid a dragon egg? However, one wonders, do dragons really hatch from dragon eggs? The origins of dragons in the Knight's novels were diverse and conflicting. There has never been an accurate answer. He had asked the Earl, but even the Earl didn't know where dragons came from. It remained an unsolved mystery. The Knight Squad soon started their swimming lessons, but List did not go to inspect. It was not too late to come back once there was a clue about the sunken ship treasure. He was on his way to the thorn cordyceps shrubbery, where the reward for the new mission was the mutated thorn. He wanted to check if he could obtain the reward early. The previous rapid growth thorn was not a magic potion, but this time, the mutated thorn was very likely to be one. The thorns were as tall as half a person, and they covered a large area. But, disappointingly, after deploying the Eye of Magic Power, he did not detect any traces of magic power. No magic potion. Perhaps because the mission is not yet complete, so the magic potion has not successfully mutated? He summoned the smoke mission and found it was still incomplete. Which meant that the attitudes of the young men had yet to be corrected. Ideological education alone is not enough. It seems I must make a trip to the seaside to see exactly who is resisting the nautical teachings. He turned to Servant Thomas and said, You return to the castle and bring my whip, then come find me at the seaside. Yes, master. Ideological education by mere words is not very effective. One has to use the whip, so that they may unite spirit and flesh in excruciating pain and remember the lesson. Crack. Crack. With a dark expression, List whipped 2 young knights who feared the water ferociously. The inhabitants of the small coastal town on the island were actually afraid to get into the water. Faced with the choice of whip or seawater, the two young knights eventually chose the seawater. Under Coster's instruction, when they started to paddle with a doggy stroke, List summoned a smoke mission and finally saw a change. Complete the mission. Reward poisonous mutated fast-growing thorn. Mission. The newly planted dragon hollyhock seems to be ill adapted to the soil of Fresh Flower Town. Despite being well nourished, it cannot quickly absorb the nutrients. Its gentle magic power is trickling away, it may be dying soon. Please help it gather magic power. Reward, 1 elf bug. The dragon hollyhock was added to the smoke mission. List was sure that it was indeed gestating an elf bug, but the problem was severe. It is not adapting to the local soil and is unable to absorb sufficient nutrients. Its magic power is fading, which suggests that the elf bug is at risk of miscarriage. How can I help it gather magic power? It is not a Dowson that can release magic by being stimulated. He was stumped by this problem. At this moment, Coster, who was teaching the Night Squad how to swim, suddenly swam back from the sea and began shouting loudly, Lord Landlord, I have discovered a sunken ship. He hurried over to List. A sunken ship. It's the wreckage of a sunken ship, buried halfway in the sand, just a short distance ahead in the sea. A sunken ship. List's thoughts were reeled back in and quickly reacted, Captain Coster, salvage it. I need manpower to assist. I will have Galtai support you. How long will it take for you to bring it up? Please rest assured, the location of the sunken ship isn't very deep. When the tide goes out, it's only about 5 meters deep. At that time, I can dive and wrap up the wreck so the people on shore can pull the ship out of the mud directly. When will the tide go out today? It should be after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Get ready. The countdown for the sunken ship treasure had begun. A weight was lifted from his heart. Unable to salvage for the time being, List returned once more to the thorn cordyceps shrubbery. He was searching for the poisonous mutated fast-growing thorns, the reward for the smoke mission. Mutated and poisonous, does that mean these thorns are toxic? They can be referred to as rapid growth poison thorn. Still not a magic potion. Sort of disappointing. But List felt that perhaps the reward was much more than that. This seems to be a chain mission about the evolution of thorn bugs. It started with the reward of rapid growth thorn, and now a rapid growth poison thorn has appeared. This thicket of thorns is becoming more and more interesting. Returning to the shrubbery, he didn't use the Eye of Magic again. He had used the Eye of Magic to search for magic potions in the morning. Now, he wanted to find the toxic thorns. Faced with a large expanse of thorny shrubbery and not knowing what a rapid growth poison thorn looked like, he felt at a loss where to start. He could only mobilize his retainer knights, look for thorns that are out of the ordinary. Remember, do not touch them carelessly, they could be poisonous. The 6 retainer knights took the order and began searching in the thicket. List, along with his personal servant Thomas, also searched. This search took several hours. They searched the shrubbery 3 times back and forth, eating meals delivered by servants. Of course, List himself didn't search for long, as he had long since hidden in the shade of a nearby wild fruit tree, enjoying ice cream brought by a servant, watching others work. Finally, under the scorching sun in the afternoon, a serf sent to find the distinctive thorns discovered a particular thorn bush. This thorn bush blended into the thicket, not bearing the usual small spines on a green stem, but having a stem with purple stripes. The purple stripes lent it a touch of mystery, and each small spine was also purple, growing upon the purple stripes. Could this be the rapid growth poison thorn? List decided to test it. He had someone bring over a rabbit raised in the castle and then use the small spine on the purple stripe to cut open a wound on the rabbit. The spine broke off instantly, releasing a purple liquid that mixed with the rabbit's wound. A moment later, the rabbit convulsed and fell to the ground, dead. TSK, my lord, this thorn is highly toxic. The rabbit didn't last even a quarter of an hour. If it were a human who got scratched by such a spine, I am afraid they wouldn't survive either, remarked Blair, who had been responsible for recording the growth conditions of the thorn cordyceps shrubbery, in astonishment. List was satisfied with the experiment. Reward this serf with 10 silver coins. The serf left with many thanks. The other serfs also left with thanks, although they did not receive a reward. Each got a copper coin for their work. Earning a copper coin for less than 2 hours of easy labor was such fortunate work. Looking at this plant of rapid growth poison thorn, List had already thought of how to use it. Blair, I have a new task for you. At your command. Cultivate a batch of rapid growth poison thorn vigorously. In the future, I want to plant it along the paths of Thorn Ridge and decorate my castle with formidable hedges. Blair took the order, as you wish. Chapter 109, 5 Large drunk East Coast. The tide had receded, leaving the beach, soaked in seawater, with plenty of shells, starfish, crabs, and other seafood behind. Fishermen had already started to harvest the seafood. List sat on his lead dragon horse. He watched a large group of people busily working on the sandy beach with bare feet, connecting ropes and twisting almost all the ropes from the town into one thick cord. Captain Coster had dived to locate the sunken ship and tied the rope around the dragon bone of the wreck. After swimming back, he gestured to everyone, "Pull. It's ready to pull." Dozens of serfs, like the Volga River boat trackers, stepped heavily and instantly tensed the ropes tight. Under Teacher Galtai's command, they shouted and mustered their strength. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. The shouts came in waves. The rope tightened against their shoulders, relaxing and tightening with the rhythm of their bodies. They pressed their feet deeply into the sand with each step, leaving firm imprints. Among them were old men past their prime and young boys, all engaged in the same task. Their clothes ragged, skin darkened by the sun, hair plastered to their foreheads, sweat dropping steadily. They really resembled the Volga boat trackers. But they were not. Liszt had seen Rippon's famous painting Burlax on the Volga in his Chinese textbook. The boat trackers in the painting, who dragged ships along the river all year round, were depicted as numbed by life's hardships. Yet, the temporary workers from Fresh Flower Town had smiles on their faces, even under the scorching sun. Because for this job tracking the boats, each person could earn a copper coin. The generous and kind Lord Landlord had come from the Grand Tulip Castle to this place, bringing them plenty of food and the clinking of copper coins, and even silver coins and gold coins. Life had never felt so hopeful. 1, 2, 3. Work harder. Galtai shouted, "You lazy bunch, didn't you eat anything?" At sea, Captain Coster continually dived and resurfaced, calling out loudly, "Give it more strength, the body of the ship has been pulled out. A little more force, and we will have the bow out." A few cycles of the chant settled. Then Coster shouted, "Success! The sunken ship has been successfully pulled out from the mud and sand." With the ship now pulled out, the boat trackers worked with even greater ease, dragging the battered sunken ship effortlessly onto the beach. This ship, covered in green algae, was barely recognizable in its original form, with only one mast remaining, and even that was broken. The hull was riddled with holes, and crabs occasionally crawled out from inside. "My lord, the sunken ship has been hauled up!" Galtai exclaimed excitedly. Captain Coster also approached, an old-style schooner. By this form, it should be a 100-year-old vessel. "Lord Landlord, it must be a ship from the Duchy of Sapphire. 100 years ago, only the Grand Duchy had the capability to build schooners." Liszt rode around the wreck on horseback. 100-year-old shipwreck, then, is it a merchant ship? Or a warship? It should be a merchant vessel, the cabin is sealed for transporting goods. Well, what are we waiting for? Teacher Galtai, have people dismantle this 100-year-old merchant ship. I want to see what's left in its cargo hold. As you wish. Building a ship is hard, but dismantling it is swift. Moments later, the cabin was smashed open. Patrol members crawled inside and pulled out some fabric soaked and spoiled by seawater and debris of grains. It seemed to be a merchant ship that dealt in textiles and food, its fate unknown as it rested at sea's bottom. Can it be that sunken ship treasure is simply these few things? Liszt expressed disbelief. And sure enough, a patrol member suddenly cried out, "There are chests, here are several chests, intact and undamaged, the locks are still unopened. Hurry up and move the chest out. Give me a hammer, the chest is stuck in the ribs of the ship, and I have to break the wood to get it out." After some effort, a total of 5 large chests were dragged out of the sunken ship's hold and placed on the sand. Captain Coster circled the chests, sizing them up for a few moments before coming to a conclusion. "Lord Landlord, these seem to be made of redwood, solid and durable, and have obviously been treated for waterproofing. There must be valuables inside." Liszt smiled. "In that case, have them transported to my castle." "Right, everyone involved in the salvage operation will be paid double. Captain Coster who discovered the sunken ship, thus, he will be rewarded with a gold coin." He had not yet seen what was inside the chests. He started handing out rewards directly, aiming to encourage his subjects to discover and explore, to bring him more good things. At the same time, the gold coin was to encourage Captain Coster to recruit more sailor apprentices, to see if he could indeed build up a qualified crew. The 5 large chests, each as big as a desk, were neatly placed in the castle's hall. The locks appeared to be cast from brass and had rusted over time. Carter stood guard over the chests, preventing the servants from getting close. As a result, the maids and manservants could only crowd at the entrance of the hall, curiously eyeing the chests. "Debbie, what do you think is in there? Could it be mermaids? Maybe it's a siren, there are sirens at sea. The chest is quite old, even if there were mermaids or sirens inside, they would have turned to bones long ago. That might not be the case. I have heard that mermaids can live for hundreds of years. I bet it's all gold coins inside." "No, dragon coins." A whole chest full of dragon coins could buy the whole of Fresh Flower Town. Jim, use your brains to think about this. Even if you sold the entire Fresh Flower Town, including you and me, it wouldn't fetch a few dragon coins. A chest full of dragon coins could buy the whole of Coral Island. Carter turned around and scolded the chattering servants. Have you forgotten the etiquette of the nobility? Do your own jobs and pay no attention to what doesn't concern you, understood? Mrs. Morrison also came downstairs from the upper floor and cast a glance at the female servants, her gaze settling on Maisie. The cleanliness of the Lord's study is unacceptable. There are still crumbs in the corners. Maisie, this is your negligence. You need to clean it again. Yes, Mrs. Morrison. Maisie nodded in response and hurried to get her cleaning tools. After the reprimands from the two butlers, the servants dared not misbehave and went back to their respective posts. Only Carter and Morrison were left in the hall. Has the master not returned yet? The master went to the Dragon Kua field. The dragon hollyhocks there are not doing well. He is trying to find a solution. I have seen that dragon hollyhock, and indeed, it's not in good shape. Mr. Carter, do you think it can survive? I believe it can, Carter replied with a faint smile. Because the master will save it. The glory of knighthood watches over Fresh Flower Town and, even more, over the master. List did not know that his butler trusted him so much. At that moment, he was staring at the dragon hollyhock, which was nearly devoid of life, frowning, pondering how exactly to help it gather magic power. The mission says moisture-like magic power is being lost. Does it mean that the Dragon Kua needs more water attribute magic power? In our town, only Marcus and I possess attribute Chi, but it is fire attribute and wind attribute. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He thought of the black pearls. In his gemstone space, there were 14 water attribute black pearls. Perhaps I can grind the black pearls into powder and sprinkle it at the base of the Dragon Kua, allowing it to absorb the water attribute magic power itself. I am not sure if this is the right approach, but it's the only plausible method for now. Better to try and fail than to do nothing at all. He immediately took out a fist-sized black pearl, ground it into powder, and buried it at the base of the dragon hollyhock. Whether it lives or dies, let's leave it to the fate of the Dragon Kua. He mounted his horse and hurried back toward the castle, where 5 chests filled with treasures waited for him to open them. Chapter 011 Vanishing Alchemy. The chests varied in weight. The lock was very sturdy. But this could not stop List from using just one sword imbued with chi to cut through the copper lock of the lightest chest. The lock broke, and the chest opened. No one else was in the hall. Butler Carter had sent them all away, and he himself had stepped outside. There might be valuable treasures inside the chest. As a servant, he should not be concerned. Too many people, too much chatter. List was very pleased with Carter's actions. Even though he trusted Carter's loyalty, he couldn't trust that all servants were loyal. In case they saw treasures that weren't meant to be seen, and talked about them outside, that would invite trouble. Wealth should not be flaunted. This principle must be understood. This chest is very light, quite different from the others. What could it contain? Or is it empty? List reached out and slowly lifted the lid. Immediately, a blinding light nearly dazzled his eyes. The chest was filled with intensely reflective white metal ore, which scattered the light coming in through the window all over the place. He blinked. Getting used to the scattered light, he then took a closer look at the white metal ore in the chest. He took out a piece and weighed it in his hand. It hardly had any weight, but the feel of it was definitely metallic, cool and extremely hard. This is. He had never seen such a light metal before. In his knowledge, metals were generally very heavy. Of course, he also knew of one metal that was very light, lithium, lighter than water by half, able to float on the surface. But even lithium was heavier than the metal ore in his hand now. It felt as if he wasn't holding a piece of metal ore, but a piece of foam. He squeezed hard, but the metal ore did not budge. When he tried to cut it with a sword, he could not make a dent in it, only a faint scratch. It's definitely not foam, and it's not plastic. He looked at the ore in his hand, recalling the night novels he had read, the corners of his brows lifting slightly, gradually breaking into a smile. I think I have guessed what this metal is. It's as light as nothing, hard as iron. It's a magic metal, my thrill. In this world, metal was the same: gold, silver, copper, iron, aluminium, and so on. But there were also several special metals, which had an affinity for magic power, were very good conductors of magic, and were essential materials for making magic equipment. To date, there were 3 known types of magic metals: mithril, fine gold, and mountain copper. Mithril as light as nothing, fine gold indestructible, mountain copper unbreakable. These 3 kinds of magic metal also originated from dragons, and it was said that the Neverfall Empire had a mithril dragon. In the night novels, the Silver Knights who often appeared to follow the protagonist into battle were all equipped with a set of brilliant mithril magic armor that made them swift as the wind. Mithril is very valuable, more precious than gold, A chest full of mithril ore is worth at least 1 dragon coin. List couldn't help but lick his lips. The treasure's reputation was well deserved. He quickly used a space gem to store all the mithril ore, leaving behind an empty chest. Just this chest full of mithril ore could be considered a rich haul. However, he had no intention of selling it. He would keep it to craft equipment when he needed it in the future. Touching the crimson blood sword at his waist, he felt that it must contain a small amount of mithril. The magic conduction ability exceeded that of ordinary fine steel weapons. Even without a dragon gem embedded, a weapon alloyed with mithril was at least a magic weapon. Now, let's see what's inside the second chest. List lifted his sword and gently severed the rusty copper lock, lifting the lid. A foul odor assaulted him. He nearly retched. Inside were neatly stacked books, and the stench of the aged paper and binding was overpowering. Holding his breath, List saw the book on top, inscribed in handwritten serpent script, Rudolph's Alchemy Diary. An alchemy diary? His gaze flickered slightly. The alchemist probably belonged to the profession of legend, possibly equivalent to a chemist, or perhaps a Taoist alchemist. Legends said they could turn ordinary stones into gold through magical alchemy, and whoever mastered the mystery of alchemy could possess wealth to rival nations. In night novels, alchemists appeared quite frequently. It's just that many who claimed the title of alchemist in reality never showcased any real alchemical skills. They were merely swindlers, tricking others for food and drink. List, who had studied physics, didn't quite believe that the art of alchemy existed. Of course. In this different world, where magic existed, who knew if alchemy were real? Like now, he had just seen a diary boldly claiming the title of alchemy. Could it really contain records of alchemical techniques? Is this the rhythm of bestowing upon me the art of alchemy? Am I about to ascend to the peak of life so soon? List felt his heart rate begin to accelerate. The career of an alchemist shouldn't be much less than those top-tier existences such as dragon knights, dragon domain landlords, archmages, and dragon slayers, as having money meant one could do whatever they wanted. However, just as he was about to touch the book, the seemingly clear script in Rudolph's Alchemy Diary suddenly shattered and dispersed into powder. List's fingers passed right through the dust, grabbing at nothing. A string of curses almost escaped his thoughts. In the blink of an eye, the entire box of books turned to dust. A light touch was all it took for them to crumble, rendering any lettering unrecognizable and their forms forever lost. The wind blew in from the window, whisking away the powder along with a foul smell. Stunned for quite a while, List finally regained his composure, clutching his chest, almost vomiting blood. My alchemy. The thick leather-bound books had decayed with age. The diary that contained the secrets of alchemy had also turned to ashes. His heart was in agony. Even though he doubted the existence of alchemy, the slim possibility that it might be real had slipped through his fingers, and the sense of loss struck a heavy blow to his spirit. The chest that should have been filled with treasures of knowledge had turned into a pile of useless slag. A sigh escaped him. He forcibly suppressed his discomfort. Forget it, fortune comes to those who have it, and those who don't, it's not meant to be. Who knows if the diary really contained alchemy? It was an unexpected find anyway, and losing it won't shake my determination. A box of mithril ore is valuable enough. After comforting himself, he cautiously drew his sword and opened the third chest. Inside were books as well. Lying on top were the covers of 5 books. List learned his lesson and did not touch them directly, instead carefully memorizing the covers of each book. Beast Guide of the Steel Ridge Kingdom, Close Encounters with the Multi-Horned Magic Rhinoceros, Tales of the Glittering Gold Tower, The Colorful Mushrooms of the Red Monkey Forest, The Rainy Night Thriller at Fox Manor. The covers of these books were not written in serpent script by hand, but printed, clearly commercially published works. Glittering Gold Tower? Red Monkey Forest? Fox Manor? He had never heard of these places, but he could be sure that all 3 locations were within the Steel Ridge Kingdom. Only Steel Ridge and its vassal states used serpent script. Including the aforementioned Rudolph who wrote the Alchemy Diary, they must all be from the Steel Ridge Kingdom. He cautiously reached out to touch the books, hoping to turn a page. But it was still a failure. As soon as the books were touched, they immediately turned to powder and could not be preserved. What a shame, 2 boxes of books, a wealth of knowledge, all gone. List shook his head, turning his gaze to the last 2 chests. Are these 2 chests also filled with books? Chapter 0111, Gemstones, Crystals, and Magic Jade. The last 2 chests were not filled with books. To List's surprise, one chest contained a variety of jades, the other various crystals, jades and crystals. The value of these 2 chests will definitely not be lower than that of the mithril ores. He picked up a milky white jade. The regret of the vanished books was somewhat diminished. Jades and crystals can be considered types of gemstones. However, their origins are entirely different. Jade comes from the earth and, like saltpeter and sulfur, is a naturally formed mineral. Crystals, on the other hand, originate from dragons. They are associated mineral stones produced alongside a dragon's gemstones. Dragons can produce gemstones, and gemstones possess extraordinary magic power. But gem mines are rare, and more common are the associated crystal mines surrounding the gemstones. The topaz is accompanied by yellow crystals, the ruby by red crystals. Crystals also contain magic power, but compared to gemstones, the magic power in crystals is relatively sparse. Nobles like to carve drinking cups out of crystal, and in List's castle, there is a set of such crystal goblets used for entertaining distinguished guests. Crystals are also commonly used to make magic lighting fixtures which can brighten both day and night until the contained magic power is completely consumed. All reputable castles have crystal lamps. Crystals are also an ideal accessory for noble women, who can add quite a bit of grace to their demeanor with a crystal necklace. Jades originating from the earth, also known as magic jades, are stones that also have magic power. However, the magic power they contain has already highly integrated with the stone itself, making it difficult to utilize for creating magic items. But jade is the best food for elves. During the transplanting period for cordyceps, the elves relied on nibbling on jade to sustain life. When contracting elf bugs, jade is also used as bait, and using jade to make containers for elves to live in increases the probability of their evolution. Therefore, the value of jade is not cheaper than that of crystal. Opening the gemstone space, he put a chest full of jade and a chest full of crystals into it, shook the bell to summon the butler. "Mr. Carter, I have stored the treasures in the chests, most of which are severely damaged and ancient, with only some slight residues left. Have someone move and dispose of them." He had carefully examined the chests that contained books, and not a single legible word remained as the books were completely rotted. This is a disadvantage of parchment paper, which cannot be preserved for too long. List believes that the lack of historical records in the different world is definitely related to parchment paper. During its production process, the paper undergoes an acidification process to allow for smooth writing. But acid-prone substances are likely to undergo chemical reactions, making them difficult to preserve for a long time. That is how he understood it. Despite the regrets, overall, this sunken ship treasure has made me a fortune, which is great. List thought to himself. His mood gradually became more comfortable. So for that evening's dinner, he had the kitchen host a barbecue party. Galtai, Marcus, and others all attended. They knew that List had made a hefty gain that day, but wisely refrained from asking about the specifics of the treasure. For 3 consecutive days, List was monitoring the situation with the dragon hollyhocks. The transplanted wild dragon hollyhocks had already adapted to the new soil environment and began to show signs of life. Their green leaves were vibrant, those that were flowering continued to bloom, and those bearing fruit continued to fruit. Only the dragon hollyhock nurturing an elf bug remained in a deathly state, with its magic power intermittent, feeling as if it could die at any moment. Yet, it did not die, it just remained there, stiff and still. On the smoke mission, there had been no change, meaning that the mission had not been completed. The magic power of the Black Pearl should be sufficient. I can see traces of magic power emanating beneath the soil. I can't exert any more strength. Little dragon hollyhock insects, whether you can survive or not, it's up to your own will to live. This smoke mission could only involve waiting for the dragon hollyhock to die, marking the mission's failure, or for the dragon hollyhock to revive, signaling the mission's completion. List stood up. Looking towards the direction of the castle, a yellowish-gray horse was galloping toward the castle. "It's Marcus returning." He mounted his lead dragon horse and rode back to the castle, where he happened upon Marcus standing at the gateway. "Teacher Marcus, was your trip successful?" "All went well, my lord. Tomorrow, Crystal Craftsman Brad will arrive with the Fresh Flower Caravan's transport team to serve you in Fresh Flower Town for a month." "Well done, Teacher Marcus." List nodded. After obtaining a large quantity of crystals, the idea of crafting a telescope began to take shape in his mind. Glass was the most suitable material for telescopes, but glassmaking was rather complicated. List did not yet have the capability to produce glass, so he had to use crystal to make the lenses. Transparent white crystal, when polished to a smooth finish, made crafting of a telescope rather simple. In Coral City, there were craftsmen who specialized in making crystal ornaments, and while these craftsmen might not be able to create crystal lamps, grinding concave and convex lenses would certainly not be beyond their expertise. For the telescope's lenses, should they be concave or convex? List had forgotten some of the physics knowledge. He just remembered that a monocular telescope consisted of 2 lenses, and the distance one could see changed as they were extended or shortened. Hiring a crystal craftsman for a month should enable him to produce a quality telescope. Crystal craftsman Brad arrived as scheduled the next day. He was a middle-aged man with a bald head and 2 large mustaches, his voice booming. "Respectful Baron of Fresh Flower Town, Brad greets you." "Brad, Do you know why I hired you? Mr. Marcus mentioned that you wish for me to create several crystal artifacts for you. Right, I need you to make a batch of mirrors. List handed him several pieces of white crystal, which were deposits that often accompanied sapphires. As for which dragon produced the sapphires, List did not have this knowledge. Information about dragons was plentiful but often vague. Those nations possessing dragons tended always to shroud them in mystery. Is this white crystal? I can feel the magic power it contains. Brad was a freelance craftsman and also an apprentice knight. He possessed G. A craftsman who worked with gemstones and crystals had to possess G. List unfolded a sheet of thick paper. I need you to craft these pieces of white crystal into mirrors of this design, with an extremely smooth surface. Moreover, their thickness must be consistent throughout, without any variations, and the shape must remain circular. The mirrors come in two sizes, but their thickness can vary. The paper displayed diagrams of convex and concave lenses. Uncertain of what focal length of convex or concave lens would be suitable for assembling into a telescope, List simply decided to have the crystal craftsman produce several of them, and he would experiment with different combinations later on. As you wish, my lord. Then make yourself at home in Freshflower Town. If you can finish grinding the batch of mirrors ahead of schedule, you are free to leave earlier. The salary will still be the gold coin previously agreed upon. Crystal craftsmen belong to the higher end of the artisan spectrum, and they generally earned a good income. Earning 20 or 30 silver coins per month was quite normal. If List wanted to employ them, he had to offer a more substantial reward. In the days that followed, Brad meticulously began grinding the concave and convex lenses. Chapter 112, Respect for the Maid. The telescope was still being ground. The dragon hollyhock was still half dead. The fragrant coconut tree elf bug was still incubating. The thorn cordyceps shrubbery's rapid growth poison thorns were sprouting new shoots every day. Homes in various settlements were still being built sporadically, and houses were also under construction in the 4 districts of the town, with roadwork never ceasing. On the Dowson Avenue of the castle, construction persisted daily. Shooting arrows, practicing spears. Merging horse and man, charging into battle. List's life was fulfilling every day. Mrs. Abby's culinary skills evolved rapidly. Not only could she make pineapple buns, but she also learned to cook a few new dishes. The Thorn caravan traveled to and from North Valley City daily, procuring supplies needed for the castle. With gold coins, anything was attainable. Quietly nurturing. It's been almost half a year since I came to this world. I haven't done anything earth-shattering or made any radical developments. However, under my guidance, Freshflower Town has still entered a path of rapid development. Although the territory may still be barren, at the very least, it has taken on a new face. Once he had only Galtai and Marcus as aides by his side. Now Galtai served as the administrative officer, Marcus as the interim knight captain, Isaiah as the finance officer, Blair as the legal officer, and Carl Ironhammer as the defense officer. Old Geronti led the Freshflower caravan as its captain, with Abigail as his deputy, and Sherlock captained the Thorn caravan. Coster was the captain of the Freshflower vessel. A team had begun to take shape. The elf bugs grew from 4, the tulip bug, millet bug, alfalfa bug, and thorn bug, to 7 with the addition of tomato bug, little wheat bug, and peanut bug, and 2 more were awaiting birth, the fragrant coconut bug and the dragon kua bug. The number of horses in town, including those belonging to the newly arrived officials and their families, had grown from 15 at the start to 7 pregnant mares, the purchase of 2 foals, and 8 nags. There were also 12 carriages allocated to the caravans. The grass at the horse farm was no longer sufficient. It had become necessary to purchase fodder from outside. In addition, magic potion, smoked grass, fruit thief monkeys, seafood. The only slow development was the population, from the initial 1991 people to now 2074, an increase of just 83 people. However, by the end of September, 500 serfs would be transported here to add to the labor force. The greatest gains are actually all within me. List leaned back in his chair, leisurely sipping a cup of milk tea without any additives. Behind him stood a fruit tree outside the castle, a green apple tree with a low yield, small fruits, and a tart taste. At least it could provide a bit of green shade. He felt pleased. Perhaps Mrs. Morson's cooking skills had improved, or maybe the quality of the pregnant cow's milk had increased, but regardless, the milk tea was becoming tastier by the day. So much so that after drinking it, he could feel the nutrients in the milk tea making his body exceptionally comfortable and invigorating his spirit. It swept away the lethargy of the scorching summer days. Dowson is a good guard dog, Rock Spike is very powerful in attack, and Wanfu could probably be kept for meat. The space gem is the most priceless treasure. The value of the mithril mine, jade, crystal, and black pearl should be calculated in dragon coins. The crimson blood sword is a gemstone weapon, along with a drift bottle from the child of the Sunday. His personal wealth, if really assessed and measured, was probably unparalleled in Coral Island. I also learned the Chi secret technique, the Eye of Magic. Although I don't know why the bald vulture knight, Stefan, hid the Eye of Magic in a book, I should thank him. This assistive Chi secret technique far surpasses any other powerfully destructive Chi secret techniques. Dawson was frolicking all over the place. Woof woof. Thomas followed behind it, pulling on the leash, sweating profusely. Given Dawson's current strength, Thomas, just an ordinary person, really couldn't hold on to it. List shifted his gaze away from Dawson. He glanced at the small garden beside the castle. There, a maidservant was collecting the meat jerky that had been drying in the garden. Her black and white maid uniform was quite pleasing to the eye. Is that little Lily? List, who was somewhat distant, couldn't make out the maid's facial expression but could tell it was her from her figure. Little Lily, the kitchen maid, was the tallest among the maids in the castle, standing at probably 1.70 meters. He remembered the first time he saw little Lily. The 17-year-old girl was just a skinny, dry stick. Perhaps it was from eating and living well in the castle and the ensuing relaxation, but it was clear now that she had developed breasts and her buttocks were a bit perkier than before. The young lady has blossomed, indeed. The sight of a maid at work is truly a delight to the eyes. After reflecting on this, he redirected his gaze and began to circulate the G within his body. Just moments ago, there was some restlessness, as if wanting to express respect to the maid. His body was also developing rapidly. He had shot up in height, and he estimated that he must now be about 1.83 meters tall. Earth Knight Marcus was a standard 1.86 meters, and standing beside him, List was now almost the same height. The Earl was about 1.81 meters tall, and his late mother Melissa was said to be a tall beauty. Thus, List surmised that he might still grow taller, surpassing Marcus wouldn't be a problem, and maybe he could even reach 1.90 meters. The restlessness was hard to smooth over. List simply stood up, drew the crimson blood sword hanging at his waist, and began to practice the fire dragon drill. Time flew, and it was suddenly September. The Earl had returned from Blue Dragon Island and had summoned all his followers together at Tulip Castle. As the newly ennobled Baron of Fresh Flower Town, it was only natural for List to attend. The Coral Island faction was not particularly large. In total, there were 2 viscounts, 16 barons, 82 honored knights, in addition to 1 hereditary viscount, levies, and a few life barons. A life peerage is a non-hereditary title that allows for equivalent status and privileges without land and cannot be passed down. Some countries have established them, while others have not. In the Duchy of Sapphire, life peerages are generally granted to adult heirs of great families. They have come of age but their fathers are still alive, so it is not their turn to inherit. Some may even be over 40 years old without having inherited, which can be somewhat awkward. Hence, life peerages were introduced. Of course, some magicians, skilled craftsmen with contributions, and even merchants of considerable wealth might also be granted life peerages. The Grand Duke has already issued the Pioneer Mandate. After autumn, we will act in coordination with Steel Ridge Kingdom to attack the coastal regions of Eagle Kingdom. Levi's informed List with accurate news upon encountering him. Father has decided to accept the mandate and participate in this war. Are you going as well? List asked. Of course, I have to go. This is a test for me. I need to prove that I can carry on Father's will and be favored by the glory of knighthood, Levi's said, not nervous but excited. The Grand Duke has arranged for Father to cooperate with Marquis Roderick, and I will act as the liaison officer, coordinating the actions between the 2 knight orders. Marquis Roderick? List recalled that Lady Penelope had mentioned that Levi's was pursuing the man's daughter. What's the name of the Marquis's daughter? Levi's eyes shimmered with the light of spring. Loria Goldwheatear. Chapter 0113, The Role of the Black Pearl. The surnames of the great nobility are always very elegant. Even within Marquis families, the Longtaro family's surname Longtaro is a step below that of the Golden Wheatsheaf family's Golden Wheatsheaf in terms of class. This is also a display of heritage. The surname of the Golden Wheatsheaf family, just decades ago, was still Golden Wheat. This is a powerful family, and the reason their surname is not Barley or Little Wheat is that their family not only has a Little Wheat Greater Elf but also a Barley Greater Elf. Before the Grand Duchy of Sapphire was established, the Golden Wheat family had already risen by trading in grain. Later on, following the Sapphire family, they established a nation and became one of the earliest Marquis families in the Grand Duchy. However, much like the Papa family, which split into Small Papa and Big Papa, the Golden Wheat family also went through a division decades ago. The branch that had the Little Wheat Greater Elf, for their military achievements, was ennobled as Earls and changed their surname to Golden Wheat Grain. The branch that had the Barley Greater Elf inherited the title and changed their surname to Golden Wheatsheaf. Every change of the surname signifies the development of the family, the elevation of bloodlines, and the alteration of status. If one day, I also cultivate a tulip great elf, and rely on military achievements to be ennobled as an earl, then, following noble custom, perhaps the tulip family might change its name to Red Tulip, and I to Black Tulip. List Black Tulip. Sometimes, List would indulge in such idle fancies. Then, dear brother, may your wishes come true, List said with a smile as he wished his brother well after learning the daughter of the Marquis name. I will succeed. Unlike cousin Miebao, Loria and I have been in correspondence for half a year already. I know she has taken notice of me. What I need to do now is to outperform the other competitors with excellent deeds. Cousin Miebao is simply having a one-sided crush. The princess has many guests, Levi said, not forgetting to tease Miebao in the process. This cousin, well, he is beyond reproach in character, appearance, and family background, but he happens to be smitten with a flirtatious princess. List actually had a good impression of Miebao, so he did not join Levi's in teasing. By the way, brother, the black pearl I sold you last time, have you had it crafted into magic equipment? It has been successful. The magician carved special magic runes on it, and then it became an item capable of silencing the wind. Silencing the wind? The water attribute magic power within the black pearl can suppress the flow of wind, especially silencing wind system magic. I saw with my own eyes a wind blade released by a magician dissipate after coming within 5 meters of the black pearl. Though it's a bit large, when hung on a warhorse, it can defend effectively against stealth attacks by wind chi. He looked at List and continued, especially for someone like your Marcus, a knight with wind chi who loves to practice archery, vainly trying to use chi to control arrows for a fatal surprise attack. Now, when facing elite wind chi earth knights, I don't need to be anxious. It seems the black pearl is quite useful. I feel like I sold it too cheaply. 280 gold coins is not a small amount, it can only silence the wind after all. If it could silence all magic power, then it would truly be valuable. Levi's leaned in closer. Do you have any more black pearls? As far as I know, a pearl oyster can produce several pearls, and Tridacnus should be the same. You must still have black pearls. List responded with a question instead of an answer. It can silence the wind, with a range of up to 5 meters? That's right. Such capability sparked a flurry of thoughts in List's mind. What he sold to Levi's was a black pearl the size of a sea bowl, capable of enveloping a radius of 5 meters, silencing all wind. If replaced with 2 black pearls the size of a basketball, how much area could they silence? And what about that one the size of a basin? How much area could it silence? It was likely to cover a radius of dozens, if not hundreds, of meters. Such an ability might, on the battlefield, merely avoid the sneak attacks of wind chi. But if applied to sailing, just think about it, if the fresh flower vessel were equipped with a black pearl the size of a wash basin that silenced the wind around the entire ship, it would essentially never encounter a storm. Sailing the seas would then be like walking on flat ground, even if it couldn't calm the surges, silencing the wind would greatly reduce the threat. As for whether a ship could sail if the wind was silenced, aren't there hours? If a storm was encountered, just take out the black pearl, and when there's no storm, put it away again. There's always a way to solve the problem. In an instant, he made his decision. Black pearls as big as wash basins or basketballs absolutely cannot be sold. They are a must-have item for arming my own fleet in the future. So he replied with an indifferent tone, of course, I have some more. I originally planned to keep them as collectibles. Black pearls are not so easily obtained treasures. Sell me another one. You want another one? Yes, I plan to make it into a new piece of magic equipment and then give it to Loria. What do you think? Isn't that a thoughtful and sincere gesture? List casually said, women generally have no resistance to jewelry. I think it's a good idea. How much are you willing to spend? I have one black pearl about the same size as the one I sold you, as well as a few smaller ones. 280 gold coins. The price was the same as the previous black pearl, and Levi's quoted the same price. To silence all winds with such a function, you can't get it for 280 gold coins, List said unhurriedly, as it was now a seller's market. It was time to raise the price from the ground up. After some back and forth haggling, finally, another black pearl was sold by List at the price of 430 gold coins. List, your heart is as black as those merchants. Whether my heart is black or not is not important. What's important is that you can show Aurea your crimson heart, right? The Earl announced the pioneer mandate during the midday banquet. He then began to summon his followers to join him in the military campaign, a common occurrence, as every year or two, a pioneer mandate would be called. So in one afternoon, all the followers were rallied. Among them, the Earl himself would dispatch the most elite Coral Island Knights, consisting of 10 knight squads totaling 130 people, along with a temporarily assembled garrison knight order, 15 knight squads totaling 195 people. His followers would send out 26 elite or ordinary knight squads, totaling 342 people. Altogether, 667 knights were mixed into 4 knight orders. The Earl himself would lead the elite Corps Island Knights, while Levi's also acted as the liaison officer and led one of the mixed knight squads. Viscount Tricklegrass led another, and Jonas Rubble Viscount led the last one. Rest for 3 days, gather all knights in Coral City in 3 days, and set sail to Golden Island by ship, to act together with Marquis Roderick's Knight Order, the Earl announced in full military attire, hand on sword, his grey-green eyes seemingly glowing, his words resonating with authority. All the nobles participating in the war. Each of them covered their left chest with one hand and performed a knight's salute. "We follow you, my lord." List stood in the corner. He was not participating in the battle. Fresh Flower Town couldn't even muster a single knight squad. A regular knight squad indeed didn't need all members to be Earth Knights, but they at least had to possess Chi. Of the 12 young knights, 6 had not yet developed Chi. Chapter 114, The Conservation of Cordyceps. The Earl was very busy. List merely took a moment to greet him and offer his blessings before leaving Tulip Castle and returning to Fresh Flower Town. Before departing, the Earl solemnly said, "Fresh Flower Town is developing quite well. I have been paying attention. Train your knight squad. I hope that in next year's Pioneer Mandate, you and Levi's can fight side by side. I am looking forward to it as well." List responded with these words. Yet in his heart, he was noncommittal. Engaging in battle was out of the question. He would never partake in battle in this lifetime. Flattery wasn't his forte, only farming. Could he maintain his way of life? However, no one could predict the future. He would not be cooped up in Fresh Flower Town forever, remaining a countryside baron. Riding dragons was a major life goal, while owning his own small island was a minor one. To possess an island as a fief, he would at least need to climb to the rank of Viscount, which would require some effort. During the return journey, the lead dragon horse galloped. He zoned out slightly while on horseback. The excitement of the nobles at the Pioneer Mandate banquet had indeed infected him. The nobles might be parasites, but their thirst for glory was very pure. To fight, to charge, to risk their lives for wealth and honor. Will I really not go to war? But without warfare, how else can I advance in rank? Rebel? Without the power to slay a dragon, rebelling is tantamount to suicide. You can't treat the Sapphire family's Sapphire dragon as an ornament. That is a top-level power in this world, akin to a nuclear weapon. It is best not to test it. Earning merit on the battlefield is the most effective way to advance. A lord does not need to lead the charge. Let the knights do the fighting and killing. It is still possible to ensure one's safety. In the worst-case scenario, being captured and ransomed back is a bit embarrassing, but preserving one's life is most important. Perhaps I could follow the path of a typical noble's second son, and court a noble damsel? Some nobles who only had daughters, their ranks would certainly be inherited by the daughters, as the Grand Duchy recognizes baronesses. Such noble damsels are the best marriage prospects for second sons of nobles. Some noble damsels, pampered by their parents, would already have their own fiefdoms and become hereditary nobles, like Livera. They too would be prime marriage prospects for second sons of nobles. Unfortunately, in the Duchy of Sapphire, suitable noble damsels are after all in the minority. There are many noble damsels at the ranks of honored knights and barons, but noble damsels at the rank of viscounts, earls are very rare. The archipelago itself isn't very large, with only 7 marquises and a little over 20 earls. Besides, there was a very realistic problem. Noble damsels aspire to marry higher-ranking noble heirs, not just any minor nobility. I am handsome, my father is an earl, my grandfather is a marquis, and I have been granted a baron's fief. Amongst the second sons, I am probably a very competitive candidate. Let me think about which single viscount damsels in the Grand Duchy are suitable for marriage. After some thought, he couldn't come up with a single one. All nobles hope to have a son to inherit their rank. Nobles with only a daughter are very rare. The battlefield is too dangerous, and baronesses are too scarce. List then considered a third way to achieve rank, by making a significant contribution. If he could contribute the art of paper-making to the Sapphire Duke, maybe he could fish for an earl's, or even a marquis's rank. But ranks conferred for contributions are lifelong ranks without fiefs. This method is utterly unacceptable. The more he thought about it, the less feasible it seemed. He gave a self-deprecating laugh, feeling resignated. Rather than going through all this trouble, it would be better to hope for the Earl and Levi's too. Stop, I feel like such thoughts shouldn't arise. After all, they are dear blood relatives. After returning to Fresh Flower Town, List fell back into the leisurely rhythm of life. The Earl was too pressed for time with war duties and couldn't even hold his September 14th birthday party on Coral Island, So there was no need for List to worry about diplomacy, and he could devote himself to developing the town. The dragon hollyhock was still half dead, but as long as it hadn't died, it indicated that the elf bug had a will to survive. Hope remained. What brought him joy was the fragrant coconut tree, as Farmer Jiggs came to report that a fragrant coconut fruit had cracked open. Instead of coconut milk flowing out, a plump, milky white elf bug had crawled out. He brought jade powder and a jade box. List hurried to Oyster Village and personally climbed the several dozen meters high fragrant coconut tree to see the long-awaited fragrant coconut tree elf bug. It was very plump, fatter than any elf bug he had on hand, and also exceptionally white, as if it were faintly glowing. It appeared as though it had just bathed in milk. "Little guy, come on, my treat, have some jade powder." He sprinkled jade powder on the fragrant coconut fruit to tempt the elf bug. A newly born elf bug, acting on instinct, was quickly attracted by the magic power contained in the jade powder. It began to gobble up the jade powder in big bites. Next, all List needed to do was to smear his finger with jade powder and stretch it out to the mouth of the elf bug. A bite down. The contract was complete. The pleasure of a heart-to-heart connection closely linked him with the fragrant coconut tree elf bug, sharing joy and sorrow. Having put the fragrant coconut bug into the jade box, List rewarded the farmers who had been patiently taking care of the fragrant coconut bug, giving each person a silver coin. "Jiggs, you all must continue to take good care of this cordyceps, understand?" "Understood, Lord Landlord." Back at the castle, he handed the fragrant coconut bug over to Carter to be placed in the worm room. Carter was very happy but also expressed his concerns. "My lord, we now have 8 elf bugs, and the castle servants may not be able to take adequate care of each cordyceps. Do you think it is necessary to hire new servants to specifically care for the cordyceps?" This question reminded List. Indeed, no one in Freshflower Town would dare to defy him, let alone destroy his cordyceps. But it's always the unexpected that happens. If a commoner went mad and cut down the cordyceps, or if an animal accidentally ate the cordyceps, don't expect fences to stop everything. Your concern is very reasonable, but I don't plan to hire servants for watching the cordyceps. Instead, I plan to set up a formal team to guard them, he said. No sooner had he thought it than he acted, immediately calling Galtai, Marcus, and Carl Ironhammer. "My lord. Teacher Galtai, Teacher Marcus, Carl, I have called you here because I have more and more elf bugs, and the cordyceps are distributed all over the town. They need better protection. Do we need to assign more patrol members to frequently patrol the cordyceps, my lord? Merely patrolling is not enough. I need dedicated, long-term protection. Do you have any good ideas?" List had plans in mind, but he didn't reveal them. To hint but not divulge, this is the controlling path of those in high positions. Galtai thought for a moment and said, "Currently, the protection for cordyceps relies mainly on castle servants for care, local farmers for supervision, patrol team for inspection, and fences for isolation. Perhaps we can train more patrol members to specifically patrol the cordyceps." Marcus was more straightforward. The night squad could take over patrol duties. Last came Carl. "My lord, I think we can arrange for patrol members to stand guard around the cordyceps. Currently, we have 20 patrol members overseeing the town, which is not necessary. We can spare 8 patrol members to protect the cordyceps, ensuring they are guarded at all times." Carl's suggestion aligns more with my thoughts, but we don't need patrol members for the job. That's a waste of manpower. Select sturdy serfs from each village, arrange them to guard the cordyceps in shifts, and have the town administration pay their salary, 1 copper coin a day, he said after a pause. Then he continued, "In addition, Teacher Marcus, arrange for members of the night squad to teach the guarding serfs some basic combat skills." Chapter 0115, Thornchain Questrom had been very excited lately. He thought he would end up like Auden and Gray, unable to cultivate chi and ultimately abandoned by Mr. Marcus. Being abandoned and becoming a useless person without chi was a terrifying prospect. He, along with Carl, Auden, and Gray, all of serf origins, had been employed as retainer knights for Baron List. However, Carl had now become an apprentice knight and the defense officer of Freshflower Town, leading a patrol team of 20 men and basking in success. When meeting Carl, he would have to address him as Mr. Carl. The change in status brought immense pressure to him, a suffocating urgency as if the giant hand of fate was choking his throat, trying to strangle his hopes for progress. He was terrified of achieving nothing, so he practiced diligently not only during Marcus's lessons but also on his own, with reckless abandon. Eventually, he successfully cultivated chi, primary chi, and became an apprentice knight. His wish fulfilled, his earnest and hard practice bore fruit. Lord Landlord appointed him as the captain of the patrol team, assisting Carl in maintaining the town's security. His status was not equal to Carl's, but Ram was already very satisfied. his talent being not as outstanding as Carl's and having taken many more days to cultivate chi. He should rightly take a place beneath Carl. The patrol team originally had a captain, who was just an ordinary person and was very resentful about his arrival. However, Ram taught him how to behave with just a few easy punches. Strength, with just primary chi, I already possess the power that ordinary people cannot hope to match. How much more powerful could an Earth Knight be with intermediate chi? Before obtaining chi, his understanding of knights was not very clear. He only knew that knights were strong, but how strong they were and how marvelous chi was, he had no idea. Now that he had acquired chi, he fully understood the tremendous qualitative change chi brought to knights. Earth Knight. I have no hope of attaining intermediate chi in this lifetime. However, Lord Landlord has already given me a chance to change my fate, and I, Ram Beryl, will seize it. In the future, I will ensure my son starts practicing chi from a young age. He was not yet married, but already many girls in town had shown their affection for him. An apprentice knight was still very appealing. My son will become an Earth Knight like Mr. Marcus. Then, he will have the hope of reaching out to join the nobles. For a bright tomorrow. Ram diligently did his job every day, never shirking his patrol duties, and took great satisfaction in his role as the team captain. What Ram didn't know, however, was that his hard work had all been noticed by List. List did not like mundane affairs, dealing with the various day-to-day issues of the town was not his style. He did not wish to be a Hansen skilled at leading soldiers but rather a Yubang competent at leading generals. Thus, he appreciated subordinates who worked diligently. Ram was one such diligent subordinate. Ram, in light of your performance, I have a new mission for you. Please command, my lord. You and Carl have both become apprentice knights capable of handling responsibilities on your own, so I plan to establish the position of Worm Affairs Officer in Fresh Flower Town, under which there will be a bug guard team. Members will be selected from the strong labor force of each post. You will serve as the Worm Affairs Officer, and your task will be to lead the bug guard team in protecting the cordyceps. After much thought, List decided to establish the bug guard team as a separate entity. This team's basic template was roughly equivalent to a militia organization, an augmentation to the patrol team. With an increasing influx of people to Fresh Flower Town, it would be impossible to maintain security with just the patrol team. Thus, the bug guard team would become an integral part of the security forces. Patrol team police station. Bug guard team militia barracks. Night squad army. Such was the thought process of List, the successor of borrowing ideas. His notions always tended to fit this mold. Ram immediately knelt on one knee, performing the knight's salute. Ram wishes to follow your excellency's footsteps for life. His body trembled slightly, a sign of excitement, never having imagined that opportunities to change his fate would come one after another. Now, he officially stepped into the ranks of the officials. Being an official wasn't formally a social class, but assuming such a role indicated that one had entered the ranks of the nobility reserves. When he left the castle, he was still somewhat dazed, feeling as if his body was afloat. Serving your excellency is a moment deeply graced by knightly honor in my life, Ram. Perhaps it was Lee Citi's heartfelt care for the elf bugs that was sensed. Just 2 days after the establishment of the bug guard team, he saw the Dragon Kua cordyceps in the Dragon Kua field regaining a hint of vitality in their leaves, and the previous black spots had also dissipated a great deal. Has it pulled through? Lee Citi hastened to summon the long mist smoke mission. Without any surprise, the smoke serpent script had changed. Complete the task. Reward 1 Dragon Kua elf bug. Indeed, Dragon Hollyhocks nurture elf bugs. This is my 9th elf bug. Very good. Although I am unsure of what use the Dragon Hollyhocks are. The berries of the Dragon Hollyhock are edible, but only as a snack. Even with the boost from the Dragon Kua bug, it's unlikely for it to yield many berries. Better than nothing, at least it is an elf bug. Smoke twisted, issuing a new task. The long overdue heavy rain is about to visit Fresh Flower Town. The homes of the residents of the territory are mostly in disrepair, unable to withstand the torrential rain. As a lord, how can you sit idly? Please repair the territory's houses. Reward, mutated thorn. Another reward of mutated thorn? Pondered List. This is the 3rd task about thorns. It seems to be a chain of tasks. The previous formless dragon chain task rewarded a space gem. I wonder what good thing this series of tasks will reward? He had a vague guess. Thorn Miner Elf. Could it be the Thorn Miner Elf? Not being certain, Lee Citi still forcefully suppressed the notion, harboring no hope to avoid disappointment, and should it truly be awarded, it would be an immense surprise. For now, just strive to complete the task at hand. Repairing houses. It seems it's time for another all-hands-on-deck battle. He immediately convened all the officials of the town, arranging the housing repair work of the territory. This summer there has scarcely been any rainfall, which is unusual. I speculate that there might be strong storms coming in the next few days. Most houses in Fresh Flower Town are old wooden huts, which are very unsafe. The new houses are already under construction. As for those serfs, just let them fix their wooden huts themselves. Galtai couldn't help but look down on serfs. Blair appeared to be brown-nosing. The most in need of repair is the castle, where your excellency resides, should be even safer and more beautiful. The castle's repair work can wait until after the autumn harvest when the labor force is idle. Now, each of you assign the tasks, and make sure every damaged wooden hut is properly reinforced. All civilians, regardless of whether they are serfs or freemen, must accept the work arrangement. After a pause, List said, all civilians will receive no compensation and must work for free to repair their own huts. However, the materials for repairing the huts will be provided by the castle, as a benefit I bestow upon the residents. You are truly generous. I will arrange this immediately and ensure that all the wooden huts are repaired within a week. Chapter 116, Dismantling One's Own Wooden Hut. Clip-clop, clip-clop. Horse hooves crunched over the gravel path, the lead dragon horse arching its neck, its black mane fluttering in the wind. This main road had been under construction for over 2 months, with an average of 180 civilian workers maintaining it daily, each paid a copper coin a day. Meaning, this road cost 180 copper coins every day, amounting to over 10,000 copper coins, roughly 1 gold coin in 2 months. Sometimes, the cost of manpower is astonishingly cheap. Rocks brought in from various places were smashed into pieces the size of fingernails, neatly spread over the ground, mixed with the sands from the east coast, giving the whole road a clean and tidy appearance. Without cement, stepping on gravel and sand, one would invariably get them unknowingly into their shoes. It's a pity that Thornridge is just a hillock with plenty of small stones, they are too small to even cut into slabs. Otherwise, building the main road with stone slabs would be more beautiful, thought List with some regret. The town was truly barren, with its surrounding resources extremely scarce. He had now sold black pearls twice, his purse bulging with over 500 gold coins. But he couldn't immediately convert it into resources. Livestock couldn't be bought in large numbers due to the lack of pasture, too few hands for more construction, roads couldn't be repaired often due to a shortage of stone, and not enough tools to cultivate barren fields. Just like today, the whole town was busy refurbishing wooden houses. Thus, there were no workers for the road. Under the supervision of the patrol team and clerks, the commoners began inspecting their own wooden houses for soundness. Those with cracked beams were to report for replacement, those with holes in the roof were to report for patching, those with loose windows were to report to have them secured, and those with decaying corners were to report for repair. The commoners were very enthusiastic. Because Lord Landlord provided the repair materials. This made the commoners feel like they had gotten a great deal, and not reporting it would be a huge loss. Perhaps, I should start making bricks. If stone is insufficient, bricks will suffice, List mused as he witnessed the fervent renovation battle of wooden houses. Stonemasons and carpenters are the construction workers of the different world, commoners live in wooden houses, nobles in stone castles. In Fresh Flower Town, only List's castle was constructed with rock masonry and glued with glutinous rice. The value of glutinous rice was very precious, the elf born from glutinous rice was called Wall Elf. Its value lay not in its settability but its strong adhesive quality. Without cement, walls were bound either with mud or glutinous rice. Fortunately, the Tulip family had a glutinous rice miner elf, so the castles built by the Earl were extravagantly bonded with glutinous rice. Such castles, much stronger than those bonded with mud, could also be built very tall. Take List's castle, for instance. Removing its pointed rooftop, it could continue to be extended several floors higher. The turning process of brickmaking has almost no technical content. Once suitable clay is found, qualified bricks can be made. However, you need to build a brick kiln for firing bricks, and that requires coal, or at least charcoal. Without experimentation, it's hard to produce qualified bricks. List, who enjoyed reading and pondering in his free time, knew quite a lot. He understood the production of ice from saltpeter, clay brick firing, handmade papermaking, black gunpowder formulas, primitive concrete, distilling spirits, pancreas formulas, telescopes, glass firing, and even grenade making once black gunpowder was successfully mixed. Additionally, things like water wheels, plows, windmills, he could explain the basic principles after a bit of tinkering. But to turn knowledge into physical objects is no simple feat. The biggest constraints were materials and manpower. Ice making with saltpeter required saltpeter. Had he not found a miniature saltpeter mine, ice making would remain an idle boast. The same went for glass firing, which needed quartz sand and soda ash. Quartz sand likely required finding a quartz vein, which he remembered as somewhat translucent rock. But what exactly is soda ash? Is it soda? He remembered that a bit of alkali was needed when making porridge, and there might be a small amount of alkali in wood ash, but where could he obtain the pure soda for glass firing? Black gunpowder, besides saltpeter, also requires sulfur. Cement needs limestone. Strictly speaking, I seem to still not know what sulfur and limestone look like, right? List suddenly realized a very serious problem. He only knew saltpeter could produce ice, quartz could burn glass, limestone could make cement, and sulfur could make explosives. But what do limestone and sulfur look like? He only knew before that saltpeter was white, mentioned in many books, found in toilets and corners, and it was only after the smoke mission hinted about a miniature saltpeter mine that he was able to find saltpeter. If he were to look for a saltpeter mine himself, he feared he might go gray-haired without finding any. Limestone sounds like a common type of rock, maybe related to marble or granite. As for sulfur, should I try looking around a volcano crater? They say that volcano craters smell of sulfur. At this moment, List felt that the real him was far more ignorant than he imagined. This is somewhat embarrassing. But I am definitely sure where to find the soil for making bricks. Theoretically, brickmaking requires clay, the kind that can be fired into red bricks. But if one doesn't aim for very high quality, most soils can be used to make bricks, with any slightly sticky soil being quite decent material. There's plenty of such soil in Freshflower Town. Once the mission is completed, I will gather a bunch of serfs to make bricks for me. I want them to build houses for me. He intended to build greenhouses for flame mushrooms, toilet facilities, pens for pigs, horses, cattle, sheep, and factory buildings. Then, perhaps, a soccer field, a basketball court, and recruit a team of professional players to come over for matches. Still, I will need to take time to find quartz, limestone, and soda ash. The uses of cement and glass are very extensive. Then he suddenly thought, actually, I am a noble. Enjoying life should be what I am supposed to do. Why am I always thinking about inventing things and conducting research? He was once a liberal arts student. Not a science student. He studied information management at college. Life is so beautiful, I don't want to become a magician. As he rode his horse, lost in his thoughts. On a nearby street, a loud crash was heard as a wooden house unexpectedly collapsed. List raised his hand to block the sunlight, looking in that direction, a crowd buzzing with excitement. He then commanded the retainer knights, "What happened there? Go and ask." The retainer knight quickly brought over a patrol member who was supervising the scene. The patrol member knelt on the ground and answered List's question, "Lord Landlord, it was the loud-voiced Hunt who tore down his own wooden house." "He tore down his own wooden house?" "Yes, we saw Hunt with a stick, striking his own house forcefully, breaking several supporting pillars, and then the house collapsed, burying Hunt inside. However, he wasn't crushed to death but merely broke an arm." "Why did he tear down his own wooden house?" Hunt heard that Lord Landlord's castle would provide materials for house repairs, so he wanted to replace his wooden house." Chapter 0117 The torrential rain at the end of summer approaches insolent peasant. Upon hearing the report from the patrol member, the thought flashed across List's mind, it was as if someone had bumped right into the landlord's head, seeking to take advantage of the landlord himself. However, he didn't immediately take the patrol member's word for it. "Sean, go and question Hunt, whether it was he himself who dismantled his wooden hut," he ordered. "Yes, my lord." Retainer Knight Sean returned quickly, and along with him came Galtai. The answer was affirmative. Hunt, upon hearing that the materials for the repairs of wooden huts would be paid for by the castle, immediately boasted that he would replace every single piece of wood of his own hut. Then, in tragically misplaced enthusiasm, his hut collapsed. "Teacher Galtai, what do you think should be done?" List asked without anger on his face, only inquiring calmly. "The vile commoner should be beaten to death alive." Galtai responded loudly, "My lord, the freeman commoner Hunt harbors malicious greed, he even dares to covet what is sacred and inviolable to the castle. He should be punished severely. In my opinion, we should demote him to a serf and administer 100 lashes." There were quite a few civilians watching nearby. Hearing Galtai's words, they couldn't help but shrink their necks. Being demoted to a serf wasn't terrifying, but 100 lashes could kill a person. Some of the civilians had also tampered with their own wooden huts, trying to gain some advantage. Upon hearing this, their legs nearly buckled with fear. The sudden longing for greed faded in their hearts, as they stealthily stepped towards their homes, intending to stuff back the tampered wood. To be honest, 100 lashes seemed a bit harsh. The crime did not warrant death. Still, Hunt's actions had displeased List considerably. He worked hard to lead Freshflower Town towards prosperity, yet some people did not appreciate it and even sought to take advantage. This kind of attitude could not be encouraged, it had to be nipped in the bud. Considering that his arm was broken by the incident, let's keep a record of the lashes for now. Once he has recovered, We shall conduct the 50 lashes in 2 separate sessions, he decided. He glanced at the anxious civilians around him and told Galtai, make sure the publicity is done well, I don't want to discover a second person who commits a similar act. As you wish, my lord. A cruel smile appeared on Galtai's face. I will make these foolish commoners understand what is more important, a few pieces of wood, or their very lives. After such a commotion, List had no interest in continuing the inspection of the wooden hut maintenance. He turned his horse around and headed back to the castle. The Dragonkui cordyceps in the Dragonkui field were gradually recovering, and the magic power could now flow steadily through the cordyceps. Black spots and withered leaves were slowly regaining their green vitality. After inspecting the Dragonkui, List rode around the riding range for a while. Finally, he returned to rest under the green apple tree. Carter, carrying a set of keys and just out from locking the cellar, approached. His pace was slow, displaying the serene confidence of the elderly. His clothes were always impeccable, a bit worn but ironed to smooth perfection, not a thread loose nor excessively wrinkled. My lord, you do not seem to be in the best of spirits, he observed. It seems my mood is written all over my face. Is there anything I can help you with? Carter asked with a gentle smile, instantly imparting a sense of warmth. List motioned for Thomas to bring Carter a stool, then said, Mr. Carter, do you think I am a competent landlord? I have never doubted that for a moment. You have the bravery of the Tulip family, and the nobility of compassion, fairness, humility, and honor. You are always blessed with the glory of knighthood. Has there been any change in Freshflower Town in the past 6 months? The change is significant. I remember when I first came to Freshflower Town, the expressions on the faces of the townspeople were numb. Now, it's as if they have been reborn. I have seen many smiling faces here, more than in any other place. Everyone is grateful for your kindness, my lord. Not everyone. Liciti picked up an ice-cold fruit juice and took a sip. The cooling sensation spread from his throat to his belly and then throughout his body. Today, I met a commoner who wanted the castle to repair his new house for free. He demolished his old wooden house without the slightest consideration for the kindness I had bestowed upon him. You're not worth getting angry over such a commoner. The lowly commoners are different from the honorable nobles, they are always full of vices. All right, I will accept your reasoning. Liciti put aside the slight displeasure in his heart. In fact, Teacher Galtai's whip has already soothed my anger. Perhaps he hadn't even noticed it himself. He was increasingly adopting the standpoint of the nobility in considering matters. As a transmigrator, Liciti still couldn't defy the heavens and change the grand era. Little by little, he became part of it, betraying the ideas of communism and falling on the side of the exploitative class. He was not far from becoming a qualified native. But to this, he had his own rebuttal. My dream is to ride dragons, not to change the world. The great battle of repairing wooden houses lasted for a full 5 days. It couldn't continue any longer because on this day, the north wind howled, and dark clouds shrouded the sky. The alfalfa grass on the horse farm swayed with the wind, unable to stand upright even for a moment. The castle servants were busy installing wooden boards over the windows to keep out the wind and rain. If he had the money, Liciti could have used crystals to carve glass panels to install on the windows, just like in Tulip Castle. But he wasn't that extravagant. The box of crystals was reserved for making magic items in the future. For now, the castle windows relied on removable wooden boards for protection. In addition, each window had a curtain woven from straw, which could normally shield from sunlight and mosquitoes. But not now, as the strong winds outside would tear the curtains to shreds. Once the boards were installed, the already dim light in the castle grew even dimmer. Carter quickly had the servants light candles in the study, living room, and other rooms to restore brightness inside. Now that Liciti had a fairly sufficient amount of money, a few extra candles could be lit. They lit 5 or 6 in the study alone. Mr. Carter, don't worry about wasting them. I need my room to be bright enough. Reading in dim light is very harmful to the eyes. Liciti held a novel, idly flipping through it. He had already read all 182 books in the castle's library at least twice. Generally, a book had tens of thousands of words at most, and only a few thousand words at the least. He greatly admired the authors of these night novels for being able to weave complex and complete stories in just a few thousand words. And they had to include dragons, princesses, knight orders, kings, wars, feasts. Otherwise, no noble would buy their books. Nobles wouldn't buy books, and these down-on-their-luck nobles, who made up stories, would starve to death. Make no mistake, those who chose writing were mostly destitute nobles. Commoners couldn't write at all. My lord, looking at the weather now, there will be a heavy downpour today. A downpour would be good. The ponds in Freshflower Town are nearly dried up and desperately need replenishing with rainwater. Just hope it doesn't damage the crops and affect this season's tax revenue, Carter said, lifting a wooden board to peek at the gloomy sky outside, expressing his concerns. "Don't worry. The castle is not short on food, nor is the town. The East Coast is Fresh Flower Town's dining hall," Lee CT said nonchalantly. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze not focused on the night's novel in front of him. Instead, he was looking at a wisp of smoke that twisted into a line of serpent script: "Mission completed, reward, mutated fast-growing thorn species." Chapter 0118. Dirty things. In the sunken ship, the storm approached with fury, and as Fresh Flower Town was swayed by strong winds and sand filled the sky, there was a moment when suddenly the entire world fell silent. Then, large raindrops pattered against the spires of the castle, as if a bucket of water had been overturned, splashing everywhere upon hitting the ground. From the doghouse came the loud barking of Dawson. Downstairs, in one of the rooms, Wan Fu was also making a cluck, cluck noise. Outside and inside the castle, there were two different worlds. If one listened closely, List could hear the servants in the kitchen downstairs chatting together. With the storm hitting, there was nothing to do but to chat. Mr. Carter's footsteps meandered upstairs and downstairs. He was always on the move, checking every aspect of the castle. He ran into Mrs. Morrison, who was inspecting the maids' cleaning, and they seemed to exchange a few words, evaluating the performance of the male and female servants. The two butlers were conscientious and diligent. Yet the 15 servants did not always get along so pleasantly. Thomas's attitude towards the male servants was particularly nasty, but as he was List's personal manservant and held a high position, no one dared to say much. Not only did he often pick on the male servants and occasionally speak ill of them, but sometimes he was not so respectful to Carter either. Carter could not understand why List would tolerate someone as unpleasant as Thomas. Thomas ruined the familial harmony among the castle servants. But it can only be said, Carter and List had different statuses and thus looked at things from different perspectives. Carter tried to fill the castle with harmony and love. But List did not wish for that. If the servants united, it would make him, the master, uncomfortable. Just imagine, if a servant made a mistake and all the servants, being too friendly, helped to cover it up, they could easily fool List. Without Thomas, the shit-stirring stick, the servants would become increasingly indulgent. With Thomas keeping an eye out and picking faults, the servants would work with trembling fear. Superiors always have to plant a few confidants within the lower ranks. It's just common sense, something even school teachers know when they cultivate students adept at snitching. List chose not to eavesdrop on how the servants were chatting. His expression turned slightly stern. His thoughts wandered. Do phantoms really exist in this world? In his younger years, the bedtime stories passed down by word of mouth mentioned specters. It was said that these were souls that had left their earthly shells after death, without consciousness, aimlessly wandering. Almost no one had truly seen a phantom. He rummaged through all of the memories of his former self, and on Coral Island, he had never heard of anyone encountering a phantom. Among the 100-plus Nights novels he had recently read, a few mentioned phantoms, but mostly they were rare side characters with low frequency, just like vampires, werewolves, and mind zombies. Before, he would laugh it off when reading, it didn't seem important. Now, the reason he was thinking about phantoms again was due to the smoke mission which reminded him of them. Mission, an old, run-down sunken ship, weathered by the seaside winds and sun, but passing fishermen often feel a chill down their spine, as if something in the ship is watching them, keeping them from approaching. Please find out the reason. Reward, a piece of broken bone. The sunken ship hiding 5 treasure chests was not something List had people chop up for firewood. He felt that the sunken ship could barely be considered a tourist attraction, so he left it at Oyster Village to add to its historical depth. He even planned to one day have it well maintained when he found the time. But this sunken ship, it turned out, still held secrets. What could be inside a sunken ship? When the patrol team searched for the treasure before, they turned the whole ship inside out. Besides some fabrics, grain residues, and 5 chests, there wasn't anything else. Or is there something that's hard to see? He could easily let his mind wander. Ghosts, dirty things, sunken ships, ghost ships, and eventually to the specters of legend. Crack. Boom. A flash of light streaked past outside the castle, followed by a thunderous boom of lightning. The wind picked up again, accompanied by the sound of the pouring rain, isolating the castle from everything outside. Walking to the window, he lowered a plank of the shutter and watched the rain curtains that seemed to connect the sky and earth. List felt a sense of desolation as if he was isolated from the world. Loneliness welled up inside him as he abruptly realized he had been in this world for half a year, transitioning from a world of technological civilization to one of magic and chi. It was neither good nor bad. Back in his hometown, the standard of living had been higher, but he was just a miserable, overworked drone. Here, the living standard was relatively poor, but he was an all-powerful noble with chi to strengthen his body, making him immune to hundreds of ailments. Comparatively speaking, I prefer my life now, and I like the sight of maids bustling in front of me." The corners of his mouth lifted slightly in a smile. He was not overly concerned. Soon his thoughts returned to the smoke mission. If there really is a specter in the sunken ship, then it needs to be eradicated soon to prevent endangering the lives of the fishermen. The mission reward is a segment of broken bone, but what does that have to do with the specter? He really wanted to go to the sunken ship right now, find out the reason and complete the mission. But the rain outside was too heavy, making it hard to travel. He could only stay in the castle, bored and waiting. However, the wait lasted for 3 days. The relentless rain of varying intensity flooded the entire town. Fortunately, they had carried out maintenance on all the wooden houses beforehand, and the patrol team braving the rain had not found any collapsed houses. The cordyceps were also safe, even the most fragile dragon cordyceps, which remained intact due to proper protection. Nevertheless, the 3 days of heavy rain still claimed 2 lives. An elderly serf who went out to pick vegetables slipped and never got up again. Another was a mother of 3 who braved the rain to collect seashells on the beach. She fell ill after returning and died. Collecting seashells on the beach? Upon hearing Teacher Galtai's report, List was struck with a thought. Could it be related to the sunken ship? He immediately asked, "Teacher Galtai, has the body of the deceased woman been examined for anything unusual?" "Examining the body, I am sorry, sir, I did not examine the body. I thought it was just a serf who died of illness, which is quite common." Perhaps List was being too sensitive. But he still decided to personally inspect the dead woman's body. "Teacher Galtai, we must remain alert. Lately, some fishermen have reported that there is something seriously wrong with that sunken ship, like there's some kind of dirty thing there. I suspect that this woman's death might have something to do with the sunken ship." The sunken ship? Galtai was puzzled. He hadn't heard such news, but since List mentioned it, he couldn't ignore it. He believed that List had many informants in Freshflower Town, and nothing could escape List's attention. "Then, my lord, shall I arrange for it now? Do you want to go check the body together? Let's go together." Chapter 0119, The Cold Magic Power in the Dragonbone. A grand procession rode on horseback, splashing through puddles of water. Retainer knights and personal servants crowded around List, with officials like Galtai and Marcus closely following behind. Compared to the meager entourage of a few kittens at the beginning, now their presence commanded the air of being attended from front to back. Actually, there was no need for so many people to follow within the town. But Lee still preferred it this way. He really enjoyed the noble style. His entourage was still not as grand as that of the earls or even his brother Levi's, who were always followed by a knight squad, so he needed to work on growing his team. It would be best if he could bring along Dowson and Wanfu as well. Leading with one hand and lifting with the other. "My lord, the roads of Freshflower Town are better than those of Coral City," Isaiah praised sincerely. "In Coral City, every rainy day feels like a city of manure, with feces floating in the streets making one nauseous. Here, there isn't any feces, not even mud. The main roads were gravel, mostly free from mud. The paths between the hamlets were made of beach sand. There would be some mud, but not much." Galtai's timely, cheerful laughter complimented him. Without the Lord's wisdom, there would be no such wonderful environment in Freshflower Town. "Before, I couldn't appreciate the benefits of road construction, but now they are gradually unveiled before my eyes. I hope that in the future, every road will be built with gravel." Lee smiled. He didn't show any signs of pride. This was nothing. Wait until he introduced concrete, then there would be something truly astonishing. The sky hadn't cleared completely yet and there was still a light drizzle. He wore a large black cloak over his armor and rode a pure black dragon horse. At first glance, he appeared rather foreboding. If not for his handsome face and a few strands of light golden hair on his forehead adding liveliness, he could probably pass as a ring wraith from the Lord of the Rings. A while later, the party arrived at Barley Hamlet where the woman who died of illness was a serf of the village. Her body was still in her home. According to the funeral customs of the Duchy of Sapphire, after death, the body was to be buried directly into the ground. But due to the heavy rain these past few days, they couldn't bury her. The diseased woman's 3 children, 2 of whom were already adults, led by their stolid father, knelt on the ground to welcome Lee arrival. The purpose of his visit was explained by a retainer on his behalf. Lee only needed to approach the body and inspect it. Marcus and Galtai had examined the body first, but neither could see any problems with it. Then Lee personally conducted an inspection. Facing the dead was a first for him, and he was slightly nervous inside, but he controlled himself well and didn't reveal any emotions. Observing with the naked eye, he saw nothing unusual about the body, but when he used his eye of magic, a flash of black magic power passed over the body. Upon closer examination, the black magic power disappeared again. Lee chose to trust his eyes. He observed quietly and after about a minute, Another flash of black magic power flickered within the body and then vanished. "My lord, did you observe anything?" asked Marcus. "There's something wrong with the body. I felt signs of magic power on it. She didn't die from normal disease, but from some kind of filth." Galtai exclaimed in surprise, "Is there really such filth? What could it be? If it was from the sunken ship, could it be phantoms? There are legends of ghost ships on the sea. The sunken ship we found, it wouldn't be a ghost ship, would it? Whether it is or not, we will find out after checking. Right, about this body, what do you think should be done with it? To be safe, it should be burned." Here, there was no concept of the dead are the most important, nor any tomb-sweeping day for ancestor worship. After death, people were usually buried simply, especially the commoners. Once dead, wrapped in a straw mat, buried in a deep pit, there were no further concerns. Even some commoners were unwilling to dig a single pit, opting instead to throw the bodies of their loved ones into the mountains or water, which was entirely possible. So when Galtai proposed to cremate the bodies, the dull husband of the deceased woman had no objections. On the contrary, there was a vague sense of excitement. Because List had given the man a compensation of 10 silver coins through Galtai. The debris from the shipwreck had killed the woman, and ultimately, the blame lay with List himself, for it was he who forbade others from dealing with the shipwreck's remains. Though he was a landlord, he would face no punishment. The 10 silver coins were also a comfort to his own conscience. A moment later. A fire. The body burned to ashes in the flames. Watching the remnants after the burning, List breathed a sigh of relief upon not discovering any traces of dark magic power. It proved that even contamination could be cleansed with fire. After dealing with the body, the group hurriedly rushed to Oyster Village, arriving near the sunken ship. Before List could get close, Marcus called out to stop him. "My lord, the sunken ship is dangerous. You should stay away, and leave the inspection to us." Galtai also spoke with righteous indignation. "Indeed, my lord, you shouldn't put yourself in danger. Mr. Marcus is an elite Earth Knight, he can surely handle the sunken ship." As he spoke, he stood beside List with no intention of approaching the shipwreck. It seemed the shipwreck had been washed by heavy rain, as much of the seaweed and other attachments on its surface had been washed away, revealing the mottled wooden planks and the corroded metal brackets. This was not a large ship, it was much smaller than the fresh flower vessel and severely damaged, with the ship's cabin almost entirely visible from the outside. Marcus led the members of the night squad to surround the shipwreck, ready to enter the cabin for inspection. Suddenly, List said, "Teacher Marcus, there's no need to go to such trouble. This sunken ship definitely has issues. Just smash it, dismantle it, and inspect each plank to prevent any accidents." He did not intend to keep the contaminated shipwreck as a sightseeing spot anymore. Thus, violent dismantling was the safest and quickest method. Naturally, Marcus wouldn't refuse and immediately led his men to split open the shipwreck. The planks and iron frames were dismantled piece by piece and piled up on the beach. During this process, List intermittently employed the Eye of Magic. Just as 2 retainer knights were carrying a broken dragon bone, List suddenly saw a flicker of dark magic power at the break of the dragon bone. Magic power usually has color. For instance, fire attribute magic power is mostly red, and water attribute magic power is mostly blue, which becomes especially clear when it manifests as chi. However, this is not absolute, as some magic powers represent multiple mixed attributes and can have a variety of bizarre colors. Some that do not exhibit any specific attribute can also display various colors. Even archmages who have delved deep into the study of magic cannot unravel the essential mystery of magic power. What black magic power represents? List did not understand. But he knew that he had likely found the reason for the problems with the sunken ship. "Teacher Marcus, examine this dragon bone carefully. I can feel traces of magic power." With List's warning, Marcus quickly picked up the dragon bone, touched it with both hands, and observed and felt it closely. Moments later, Marcus's eyes shone with light. He felt the magic power too. "My lord, there is indeed a problem. I feel a cold magic power." List spoke with a deep tone. "Smash this dragon bone open. I want to see what's hiding inside it." Chapter 0120, a very plump specter. The ship's keel is a main load-bearing component at the bottom center of the ship, extending from bow to stern. Once they discovered the broken keel had issues, it was easy to identify the unusual aspect of the keel. Marcus found that the keel was not one solid piece, but had traces of being pieced together. Following the seams, they disassembled the keel and split it neatly into 2 halves. Inside the separated keel, embedded like in a casting mold, was a bone about a meter long, with one end fractured and the other end being the joined part. It was covered in dense carvings of magic runes. "What bone is this? There are magic runes on it, it must be the work of a magician. This is a piece of magic equipment. The bone is huge, could it be from a magical beast?" Do intermediate magical beasts have bones this big, or could it be from an advanced magical beast? Looking at the bone, Galtai and the others chattered away in confusion. List's pupils, deep like whirlpools, could see through his eye of magic that dense magic power was circulating within the bone. The magic power seemed to want to burst out, but it was firmly sealed by the magic runes on the bone, unable to break through. Only at a few slightly dimmed rune sites was a bit of magic power leaking out. Just then, Marcus reached to pry the bone out of the dragon bone. But as soon as his hand touched the bone, the magic runes suddenly lit up one by one, then with a swish, the lit runes quickly extinguished. A dark light burst forth from the bone, heading straight for Marcus's face. Marcus reacted quickly, tossing aside the dragon bone and rolling on the ground. His posture might not have been graceful, but he moved swiftly. As he rolled, he drew his sword and unleashed his chi in a counterattack against the dark light. Boom! The dark light was successfully blocked. In midair, it suddenly dissipated, forming a faintly glowing humanoid figure with only an upper body, its lower half fluttering like ragged cloth. Its facial features were unclear, but it could be seen as the shape of a woman, with breasts, very full. It had 2 hands hanging by its sides, with long, slender palms that even had dimly glowing nails, at least 10 centimeters long. "Protect the Lord!" Marcus roared loudly. The retainer knights, facing such a bizarre scene for the first time, were somewhat panicked, but still quickly formed a circle around List, each drawing their spears, tense as they watched the hovering humanoid form. Galtai stepped back 2 paces and swallowed, his voice trembling. What is this? A specter. List had been eagerly anticipating specters, and now that he saw a real one, he felt not the slightest bit nervous. Indeed, there was even a hint of excitement in him. He found this world growing more interesting by the moment. It was not just magic and chi, and not just dragons and elves, but also various mystical existences. Specters had now been verified as real, so might the vampires, werewolves, unicorns, and sirens depicted in Knight's novels also exist. What about giants and dwarves, who had also appeared in Knight's novels? Did they exist? And even those called elves, but are humanoid beings with intelligence like humans, do they exist? A specter? Galtai shrieked. Is it really a specter? Specters exist? Incredible, Marcus, you must be able to kill the specter, right? Marcus stood tensely opposite the specter. It wasn't exactly a standoff, since the specter, after its failed attack on Marcus and revealing itself, just floated in midair like this, stupidly motionless. If not for the slight fluctuation in its body and the faint glow it emitted, it really looked like a slide in a projector. I can't guarantee I can kill it. I have never seen a specter before. It has no body, just a bunch of light, Marcus said cautiously, his hands clutching the knight's sword. List, protected by the crowd, was still casting the eye of magic. He discovered that the magic power in that bone seemed unrelated to the specter. There wasn't much magic power in the specter's body. Because whether it was the eye of magic or the naked eye, what they saw of the specter was a dim shadowy figure composed of a half-body shape. He quickly recalled all the information about specters he knew. Specters didn't seem to be any vicious ghost or monster. In the Knight's novels with recorded encounters, the protagonist would deal with them easily, with no detailed battle descriptions. Even in bedtime stories, specters were just treated as a curious phenomenon, not as a harmful entity. Just as Marcus was growing impatient and about to attack the specter, a spark of inspiration came from nowhere. List suddenly thought that if a specter could parasitize inside a dragon bone, it was somewhat similar to the jinn in Aladdin's lamp. He then brushed against his chest inside the cloak, having already taken out an unknown metal drift bottle from the space ring. He tossed it to Marcus. "Teacher Marcus, try to see if you can trap the specter inside," he said. It was just a whimsical idea, somewhat fantastically inspired. But astonishingly, when the bottle came into Marcus's hands, the specter abruptly charged at Marcus, and before Marcus could swing his sword to intercept it, the specter had swiftly entered the metal bottle. List was somewhat stunned. He never imagined that he would actually capture the specter. It was simply inconceivable. But when Marcus walked over cautiously, holding the bottle, List quickly masked his surprise with a look of serene tranquility and handed the bottle cap to Marcus. Marcus quickly sealed the bottle cap on. Several threads of magic power flashed, the metal bottle and cap becoming one, leaving no visible seam. "Lord, your magic bottle," Marcus said respectfully, handing it over. He was finding it more and more difficult to fathom the landlord he followed, as if everything was in the latter's control. The specter from the sunken ship was captured without any complications. List took back the bottle and tucked it under his cloak, avoiding others' gazes, and directly sent the bottle into the gemstone space. He certainly didn't wish to be in close contact with the specter. It was better to send it to the static confines of the gemstone space and wait until he had verified the information about specters before conducting further research. But speaking of which, That specter, it's at least 3060, he mused. The metal bottle could only be opened by the bloodline of the Sun descendant. The only source of blood for now was from Old Tanner at the tanner shop. Old Phil the tanner and the servant Jesse had not yet formed a contract as father and son, but their interactions remained close, as good as if they were father and son. Since Old Phil was getting on in years, List only collected a small amount of his blood in a jade bottle, without asking for more. He also brought plenty of food for Old Phil as compensation. Jesse, take good care of Old Tanner. I have taken a bit of his blood, it's just for research, and I have no intention of harming him. The other servants can take over more of his work at the castle. I will have Mr. Carter make the arrangements. Most importantly, you must take good care of Old Tanner, he instructed. Yes, Master, Jesse nodded. Next to them, Old Tanner said, I am honored to be able to contribute to Lord Landlord. List smiled slightly. It's good you think so. In the future, he would come regularly to collect blood until he had enough to open the metal bottle an unlimited number of times. Chapter 0121, Dragonbone Stabilizer and Bloodline Fruit. The shipwreck incident was resolved satisfactorily. The smoke mission was consequently completed. Mission completed, the reward is a piece of a broken skeleton. Undoubtedly, the item awarded for this mission was the large bone found within the dragon bone, carved with magic runes. Naturally, the bone was part of List's collection, and its purpose was not yet clear. It could basically be determined that this bone was a piece of magic equipment. Placed within the dragon bone of ships, it likely related to sailing equipment. Thereafter, Captain Custer, the most knowledgeable about sailing in Freshflower Town, clarified List's confusion about the bone. Lord Landlord, this bone is indeed a piece of magic equipment. It's called a dragon bone stabilizer, and it can make the ship's dragon bone more stable, thus making the ship sturdier. But its most significant function is the deterrence of sea monsters. Dragon bone stabilizer? Deterrence of sea monsters. Captain Custer spoke fervently. Most dragon bone stabilizers are made of the skeletal remains of high-level dragonkin magical beasts because they contain the bloodline of dragons. When stimulated by magic power, it can produce a faint dragon might, thereby scaring away sea monsters. Lord Landlord, this dragon bone stabilizer was custom-made for the fresh flower vessel. The skeletal remains of a high-level dragonkin magical beast. In terms of hierarchical distribution, high-level dragonkin magical beasts are even rarer entities than greater elves. On the islands of the Duchy of Sapphire, such high-level dragonkin magical beasts are seldom found. In fact, even advanced magical beasts are scarce within the nation, and only a single intermediate magical beast, the purple sand crocodile, is currently present on Coral Island. This bone was extremely precious and had been carved with runes by a magician. List immediately infused his own chi into the dragon bone stabilizer, and the magic runes on it gradually lit up. Moments later, it had become a glowing bone staff. A faint, heart-throbbing pressure began to emanate from the staff. List had experienced this pressure before when facing the formless dragon. The dragon might made it hard for his chi to circulate. However, the dragon might from the staff was much weaker and did not affect his chi circulation. This was dragon might amplified by magic runes, and after all, dragonkin magical beasts are not true dragons, with a diluted bloodline. It's somewhat of a letdown. Such dragon might is somewhat weak in its influence. Not at all weak, Lord Landlord. I am covered in goosebumps, and I feel as if I am suffocating. Those sea monsters, regardless of size, would definitely flee as far as they could upon sensing the dragon might. That made sense. The majesty of a dragon wasn't just something humans understood, as the natural enemies of magical beasts and sea monsters, sensing the presence of a natural predator, they would invariably flee. This dragon bone stabilizer was a treasure. List handed the dragon bone stabilizer to the retainer knight to hold and told Captain Custer, I will keep it for now, and if the fresh flower vessel ever sets sail, I will decide then whether to install it on the ship. Captain Custer was somewhat disappointed but still bowed respectfully, as he dared not question the decision of the landlord. By the way, Captain Custer, since the sunken ship had a dragon bone stabilizer, why doesn't the fresh flower vessel have one? List suddenly thought of a question. The technology to craft dragon bone stabilizers has been lost with the fall of the Cohen Marquis family. I once saw a sea vessel pass down from the Cohen Marquis family, and that was when I learned what dragon bone stabilizers were. It was a unique magic equipment manufacturing technology mastered by the magicians of the Cohen Marquis family. The key to the dragon bone stabilizer's technology was probably in the magic runes carved on its surface. The Cohen Marquis were the founding marquises of the Duchy of Sapphire, among the first followers of the Sapphire Duke 100 years ago. However, the Cohen Marquis family later seemed to have become embroiled in a court coup, and afterward they were no more. This matter was not recorded officially, and over the span of more than 100 years, there weren't many left who cared for the Cohen Marquis. There were too many nobles lost to history. It is the living who are worth socializing with, whereas the dead are forgotten. The magicians who mastered the technology. They must have also become a speck of dust in history along with the Cohen Marquis. What a pity, the Dragon Bone Stabilizer has a huge impact on sailing. If we want to sail toward the Devil's Sea, the Dragon Bone Stabilizer could definitely play a significant auxiliary role. If we could find a dragon skeleton to make the stabilizer, I am afraid even the fiercest sea monster would turn tail and flee. It is said that the Devil's Sea has great storms and huge sea monsters, with no ships able to sail upon it. However, List was very curious about the Devil's Sea, or rather, about what lay beyond the sea. Sooner or later, I will hire a magician to research the Dragon Bone Stabilizer technique for me. To launch the great age of sea exploration. There are still many secrets left to unravel. Why would a specter be hiding inside a Dragon Bone Stabilizer? How did the specter kill that woman? Why would the specter enter a metal bottle, and whether it could continue to survive in the gemstone space? What state of existence it holds, who it was while alive, what it looked like, and why it boasts a magnificent 36D. All are questions. However, List did not continue to ponder at the moment. A new mission was waiting for him. Mission: after the torrential rain, Thornridge is more replete with magic power than ever before. A solitary magic potion plant is nurturing a fruit that can change the bloodline of a magical beast. Perhaps a new intermediate magical beast is about to be born, and a crisis is looming over Freshflower Town. Please solve the crisis. Reward: a bloodline fruit. The bloodline fruit is not a species of plant. It is a rather special existence among magic potions, an anomaly produced by an ordinary plant, but it cannot reproduce, even with the help of a corresponding elf. When the fruit gathers enough magic power and matures, it's the moment the plant dies. The fruit is called the bloodline fruit, a highly condensed embodiment of magic power, capable of stimulating the bloodline evolution of wild beasts and magical beasts. It's said that wild beasts can gather magic power and become magical beasts after eating the bloodline fruit. Low-level magical beasts that consume it in large amounts can evolve into higher-level beasts. The bloodline fruit cannot be cultivated and is extremely precious. Moreover, it's something one may encounter by chance but cannot seek out. After maturation and falling to the ground, the magic power begins to fade, and in about a few minutes, it will devolve into an ordinary fruit. Many nobles are searching for the bloodline fruit, to raise domesticated livestock-type magical beasts. The fire rabbit is a small magical beast that has been artificially bred using the bloodline fruit, specially raised for consumption. Of course, the magic power of the bloodline fruit is astonishing, and after consuming it, there have been quite a few wild beasts and magical beasts that died from being overnourished. Seeing this mission, List was anything but calm. I must obtain the bloodline fruit, otherwise, if an intermediate magical beast evolves in Thornridge, Freshflower Town will suffer. I don't want to live under the shadow of an intermediate magical beast at all times. An intermediate magical beast can contend with a human Sky Knight and, with thick skin and flesh, are generally not something a Sky Knight can deal with. The purple sand crocodile in the shallow waters to the south of Coral Island has been discovered for many years and is still living well. It's not that the Earl doesn't want to hunt it but that the risk is too great. If the Earl gets killed by the purple sand crocodile in retaliation, the loss would be more than the gain. It's better to leave the shallow water area for the purple sand crocodile to reproduce and thrive, and there's no need to take risks as long as they do not overstep the boundary. An Earl's family with extensive estates can afford to set aside an area to raise magical beasts. But List cannot afford this. Once an intermediate magical beast evolves in Thornridge, there will be no peace for Freshflower Town. Teacher Marcus, the Night Squad has been training for several months. It's time to start eradicating the magical beasts of Thornridge and eliminate all threats. Chapter 0122, Taking Dalsant to attack Thornridge as you wish. Marcus saluted solemnly, his eyes bright and spirited. Knights need the baptism of blood and fire to complete their essential transformation. The time has come for the members of the Night Squad to face their trial. Knights are born to fight. This was Marcus's belief. Now, he had convinced himself to lie low in Freshflower Town, waiting for the great battle to arise, to seize noble glory. But that didn't mean his ardor had cooled. Conquering Thornridge was a fixed plan, and he had always been looking forward to it. List, too, had not been idle. After bulking up his purse, he began stockpiling weapons. Now, he had accumulated a whole 15 sets of Knight's full-body armor and weapons. One set of Knight's equipment included a warhorse, a Knight's spear, a Knight's sword, a round Knight's shield, a full suit of armor, as well as horse armor, in addition to weapons like warhammers and flails. It wasn't about fine craftsmanship but about meeting the standards for the battlefield. To have one full set of equipment neatly arranged would cost as much as 5 gold coins. The warhammer and flail, as siege defense weapons, could be omitted from the purchase. However, extra Knight spears must be prepared. In battle, it's very easy for a knight to break his spear during a charge, and typically each knight needs to be equipped with 3 knight spears. A knight is indeed a great spender of gold. The cost of food to train the body, the expense of the equipment, and the upkeep of both the equipment and the warhorse all require money. A baron with a small town as his fief could only maintain a knight squad by diverting all his resources. The once impoverished Fresh Flower town simply couldn't afford a knight squad. But now, with the daily profits from the seafood business, List could finally cultivate his own knight squad. My lord, I heard you want to exterminate the beasts of Thorn Ridge. Carl Ironhammer is willing to lead the patrol team and join the clearing sequence. Carl, the town's defense officer, rushed to the castle upon hearing the news. Soon after, Rom Barrel, the Worm Affairs officer, also hurried to the castle. The Bug Guard team is mostly comprised of serfs, their fighting power is almost nil. But Rom is willing to serve as your retainer, my lord, and fight for you in Thorn Ridge. The combat abilities of Carl and Rom were similarly weak. List was very satisfied with this sentiment. Your loyalty and courage are comforting to me. However, the affairs of Fresh Flower Town need your attention. You don't have to join me in clearing out the beasts of Thorn Ridge. Just ensure the defense affairs of Fresh Flower Town are handled well. In case any beasts flee into our town, I will need you to stand and fight. As you wish. We swear to defend Fresh Flower Town to the death. Then Galtai, Blair, and Isaiah, one after another, came forward to pledge their loyalty and requested to join the battlefield. List encouraged them as well, but letting this group of unskilled fighters onto the battlefield would be more of a hindrance than a help. The mission was urgent, and List had prepared early. As soon as the sky cleared and the roads were still muddy, he planned to set off. With Thomas's assistance, he donned a black magical beast leather armor, equipped with his gemstone weapon Bloodsword, and stepped out of the castle. His boots tread upon the alfalfa of the paddock that still had some puddles, and with a whistle, the lead dragon horse grazing in the distance galloped over. Philip and Xavier, the 2 retainer knights, walked up one after the other, carrying List's gear. They didn't bring the knight's spear, only 2 knight's swords, and a round knight's shield, because the upcoming battle would be in the woods, and the long spear would not be suitable for charging. Of course, there were also bows and arrows. List's archery skills were second only to Marcus's. Sir, here is your smoked grass firestone package. Thomas handed over several small packets wrapped in thick paper, which contained dried smoked grass and flint. In an emergency, just rubbing the flint at the top of the packet would ignite the paper, releasing the stench of the smoked grass. It was believed this could save a life at a critical moment. Eliminating the possible crisis at Thorn Ridge was certainly important, but preserving one's life was even more so. However, the smoked grass firestone package was just a decoy. In his gemstone space, he had large bundles of smoked grass ready to be thrown at any moment, potentially burning to hold off the beast's killing intent. He slung his bow and arrows, mounted the horse. Suddenly, List saw Dowson beside the doghouse, wagging its tail at him. His eyes lit up. Dowson had become adept at releasing rock spikes and, strong and well-built, its combat capability was certainly not much inferior to an Earth Knight, making it an excellent assistant. Most importantly, it had been trained to be very obedient and was utterly loyal to him. Thomas, bring Dowson over here. Are you taking Dowson onto the battlefield? That's right. Thomas untied the rope, and Dowson dashed over to the side of the lead dragon horse in an instant. The lead dragon horse was very familiar with Dowson and showed no sign of tension. Dowson did not attack the lead dragon horse but simply wagged its tail non-stop. Dowson, follow me. List spurred his horse forward, and Dowson hurriedly followed, extremely obedient. Everything was ready. When he reached the intersection of the main road and the horse track, Marcus was already waiting with the knight squad, ready to set out. Galtai and others stood there as well, seeing off the knight squad as they departed for battle. Dowson was in no way daunted by the scene, mixing in with the group, calm and collected, closely following the lead dragon horse. My lord, Dowson has really distinguished itself, Marcus remarked appreciatively. That's why I have brought it to Thorn Ridge. In Thorn Ridge, it has a natural advantage and may be able to provide unexpected assistance. Indeed, for the sake of the fief, the castle, and for you, my lord, it too should make its contribution, said Marcus, placing his right hand over his chest and bowing to List. I am willing to charge into battle for my lord. The other retainer knights followed suit, saluting one by one. I am willing to charge into battle for my lord. List's expression turned serious. His sapphire eyes under the helmet swept over his knight squad, full of vim and vigor. Let us set out, to Thorn Ridge. The lead dragon horse strode forward mightily, and the rest of the horses followed suit, closely surrounding List in their midst. There was no dust. Only the splash of water. The knight squad moved along the waterlogged road, gradually drawing away amid the blessings of Galtai and others. Old Carter, the butler, with other servants, stood at the castle gate, gazing at the retreating backs of the knights. His face showed nervousness, relief, and anticipation. He placed his hands over his chest and called out loudly, "May the knight's glory watch over the master. The master will surely return laden with endless glory." "Yes, Mr. Carter, we all believe it to be true," Mrs. Morrison said gravely. In the nearby stables, one-eyed Barton muttered softly with a pipe in his mouth, "The master's knight squad has too mixed a collection of horses. They should keep a group of black horses to look more impressive. However, the master is truly of the Tulip family lineage. His radiance is undeniable. May the knight's glory shine upon him forever." The knight squad had already gone far. Galtai, Isaiah, and Blair walked together toward the town. "The threat of Thorn Ridge seems soon to be resolved," Galtai said lightly. Isaiah's face showed some worry. "Magical beasts aren't so easy to deal with, Galtai. Do you really think the Baron can take care of those beasts that are so good at hiding?" "I have a lot of faith because List is much more composed than you think. Don't see him as a mere 16-year-old. He is a competent landlord and a capable knight. I have seen his archery, it is already on par with Marcus. His side sword is a gemstone weapon gifted by Marquis Merlin." Blair said cheerily, "The Lord is a son of glory watched over by knightly radiance. Thornridge isn't a difficulty, just a whetstone to sharpen his blade." He looked back at the sandy path, now void of any figures, and spoke with a slightly frivolous tone, "When the Lord returns, it will be the time for the evening party's bonfire to be lit." Chapter 0123, Another fierce Earth Dog. List decided that he would spend the upcoming period amongst the thorns. He publicly declared that he was going to eradicate the magical beasts of Thorn Ridge, and indeed he prepared to do so, but his most essential goal was to snatch that bloodline fruit. An exhaustive search was indispensable. All game that can be hunted must be completely eradicated. Thorn Forest is destined to be cleared, and there's no need to keep the beasts. Marcus was the commander of the night squad. He scolded the retainer knights loudly. "Wayne, Evan, you two idiots who can't even muster G, are responsible for gathering the bodies of the beasts. Pile them up and hang them on trees, do you understand? We are going to take all this food with us when we return." This was a ruthless strategy. In List's plan, apart from the wild fruit trees, all other trees in Thornridge would be felled. Not only would the magical beasts be killed off, but all wild beasts as well. The area would later be transformed into farmland, stones would be extracted for road construction, and timber would be used for building houses and fueling fires. Environmental protection was non-existent. List's hand rested on the crimson blood sword hilt, and his pupils occasionally turned into spinning vortices as he used the Eye of Magic to locate the lurking positions of the magical beasts. This was his biggest reliance for eliminating the Thornridge beasts. Although Marcus did not know about the Eye of Magic, a mysterious G-secret technique that List possessed, he vaguely guessed that List had the ability to see through magic power. Being a landlord from the Tulip family with some secret methods was nothing out of the ordinary, thus he was equally confident. Dowson was probably the most fearless one. It was his first time visiting Thornridge, and the entire dog trembled with excitement, darting back and forth, thoroughly enjoying itself. "Dowson, be quiet," List gently called out. In the field of view of the Eye of Magic, Dowson was yellow, Marcus was cyan, and the other retainer knights were vague gray-white G, their G properties not yet displayed. Rustling sounds. A hare jumped out of the bush. Marcus did not move, but a retainer knight who had developed G charged forward on his horse, piercing lightly with his longsword, and thus impaled the hare. The motion was fluid and smooth, aided by G and the relentless practice of nightly drills. This 12-year-old retainer knight was already agile, far surpassing an adult. The longsword quivered, and the body of the hare was thrown to the back of the group. Wayne, who had not yet developed G, hurriedly caught the hare's body, pulled out a rope, bound the hare's feet together, and hung it behind the horse. There were already several small animals' carcasses hanging behind the horses, with the largest being a roe deer. In this way, the night squad swept through the morning without encountering a single magical beast, but they did hunt a large number of wild animals. Once a certain number was reached, the carcasses of the animals were bundled up and hung in the trees. This prevented most wild beasts from stealing the carcasses. The town was not short of food. Some of this game would be cured or smoked for the castle stores, some would be distributed to subordinates and their families as a way to win their hearts. The leftovers that couldn't be eaten would be sold at the seafood shop, a castle business aimed at providing seafood to the populace. The prices for the game were already set by List, just slightly more expensive than black bread. This allowed the residents of Fresh Flower Town to have a taste of the game from Thorn Ridge. It was a kind of welfare gifted by the landlord. List was a good man, or so he always considered himself. The serfs thought the same. Never had there been a landlord who treated their serfs so well. Lunch consisted of barbecuing game in the middle of Thorn Ridge, with the retainer knights bringing spices for the food. After cleaning, they sprinkled the spices, skewered the meat on sticks, and cooked it right there. The flames quickly roasted the meat, tender inside and crisply charred outside. The savory aroma spread, whetting appetites and successfully attracting nearby beasts, which then became targets for the retainer knights to practice their swordsmanship. Over the course of the morning, the knights' sword skills improved rapidly, with hands-on experience helping them grow quickly, becoming neither panicked nor clumsy. We will probably need 3 days to thoroughly search the southern part of Thorn Ridge. It's inevitable that some will slip through the net. Without food in the forest, they are likely to spill over to Fresh Flower Town, Marcus said while eating his roasted meat, contemplating the consequences of their military operations. List did not ask the retainer knights for help with roasting the meat. He roasted a deer thigh by himself, cutting slits in the meat with his dagger, sprinkling it with seasoning, and brushing on several more layers of oil. He cooked it over a high fire until the skin was golden brown, and the oil and seasonings had thoroughly penetrated the flesh. This skill, he had tested a few times in the castle, to great success. A noble might not enter the kitchen, but it was common to grill meat oneself in the wild since it was considered a refined pleasure. Before I set off, I had already instructed Teacher Galtai to tell the residents of Fresh Flower Town not to leave their homes unnecessarily in the near future and to go out in groups when they had to work. After this period passes and the lumberjack team cuts down all the wood in Thorn Ridge, Fresh Flower Town will be completely worry-free. With his dagger, he prodded the deer thigh. It felt like the meat was roasted enough. He blew on the golden skin and took a gentle bite as if into a crispy cookie. The skin was crunchy. The meat was tender and easy to tear apart, its aroma bursting hot on his tongue. It was so hot that List felt like spitting it out but couldn't bear to because it was too delicious. He ate the meat while exhaling. Delicious. In his heart, he praised himself fiercely. After nibbling half of the deer thigh, he remembered that he should be observing his surroundings for any lurking magical beasts. The moment he used the Eye of Magic, he immediately noticed a yellow magic power-formed fierce earth dog to the left front of the campfire. If Dowson hadn't been snuggled at his feet, he would have thought it was Dowson. Teacher Marcus, do you see that big tree trunk to the left? He mentioned to Marcus without any change of expression, putting down the deer thigh and reaching for his bow and arrows on his back. Marcus's brows lifted. I see it. Is there something afoot, my lord? In the bushes to the left of the trunk, there's a magical beast hiding. It could be a wind-blade wolf or a fierce earth dog. List hadn't been able to directly identify which magical beast it was. Marcus nodded. He became serious. He turned and made a few simple hand signals to the retainer knights nearby. This was a common battlefield communication method among knights, as they couldn't always rely on shouting. The signals meant to be on guard, that there was an enemy nearby in the direction he was pointing, and to pass the message around to each other. Without a sound, all the retainer knights got the signal. Each of them held their weapons and began to move slowly, surrounding the area of the bushes. Dowson seemed to sense the tense atmosphere, suddenly standing up with its fur slightly bristled. List reassured him in a soft voice, "Don't panic, Dowson, wait for my command." Only then did Dowson restrain its urge to charge, its dog eyes darting everywhere, sniffing the smells in the air. Before, it was only busy smelling the roasted meat. The net was set. List and Marcus exchanged glances, each raising their bow, with 2 arrows set to the string, aiming at the bushes. With a loud command, "Fire!" The 2 men instantly released the arrows from their bows, with 4 arrows shooting toward the bushes from different directions. Marcus, unaware of the exact location of the magical beast, had arrows that were slightly off, but List's were on target, aimed precisely at the head of the magical beast. Thwack! As expected. Only one of List's arrows hit, striking the magical beast's back, as it quickly reacted in a critical moment, twisting its body to dodge the dangerous attack. With that move, the magical beast jumped out of the bushes, an arrow sticking out of its back, not too deeply. It lunged directly at the nearest retainer knight. Still daring to counterattack. It's a fierce earth dog. Marcus raised his bow again, shooting first at the position where the fierce earth dog was charging to save the life of a retainer knight. List also raised his bow to shoot, while simultaneously giving a command, "Dowson, target the prey, cast magic." Chapter 0124, The End of the King of Thornridge. Fierce Earth Dog, the King of Thornridge, a powerful low-level magical beast. It is very likely related by blood to Dowson. Dowson's mother had died, but its father was probably the very same one before them. Despite the possibility of kinship, it did not stop Dowson from launching an attack under List's command. Magic power sprayed from its mouth, crossing the gap in space to accurately converge at the designated location, forming the Earth attribute magic, Rock Spike. Whoosh! The rock spike burst from the ground beneath the fierce earth dog's belly, nearly skewering it through. The fierce earth dog quickly sidestepped, dodging the rock spike with agility and continuing its evasion as it also avoided the 4 arrows shot at it. Then, It adjusted its stance and charged at the retainer knight once more. The retainer knight, having caught a moment to breathe, was ready to defend, propping up his round knight's shield in front of him. But he suddenly heard Lord Landlord's bellowing command in his ear, "Zachary, roll." His body involuntarily followed the voice's command, falling to one side and rolling twice on the muddy ground. In their night training sessions, Marcus had repeatedly ingrained the concept of Lord above all in their minds. As for the commands from Lord Landlord, there was absolute obedience. Therefore, Zachary didn't need to think with his brain, his body had developed a conditional reflex to act upon List's commands. This time, obeying the command saved his life. Where he had been just a moment before, a thick rock spike shot out from the ground. Had Zachary not moved, the rock spike would have pierced through his body, likely impaling him in a critical area. Cold sweat broke out in torrents. Zachary swallowed hard and felt even more grateful towards Lord Landlord for the life-saving warning. However, there wasn't much time for gratitude, as the fierce earth dog, missing its strike, charged at him again, seemingly fixated on biting and hunting him down to the death. "My lord, you shoot the arrows, I will charge." Seeing that the arrows could not hit the fierce earth dog, Marcus called out loudly. List had no objections to such a command. At that moment, he was fully embodying a qualified archer, understanding that dealing damage from the rear was the logical choice. Besides, he also had to command Dowson to cast spells and remind the retainer knights to dodge the rock spikes. The task was heavy. In the chaotic battlefield, there was an order. The fierce earth dog was indeed fierce, and the rock spikes appeared unpredictably, but under the observation of List's eye of magic, every move it made was revealed. Aside from scratching an unwary retainer knight, the other rock spikes had not achieved any success. About 10 minutes of skirmishing. The magic power of the fierce earth dog had plummeted to a low ebb, and based on Dowson's daily spellcasting experience, List understood that the fierce earth dog would have difficulty casting rock spike again in the short term. He abruptly drew his crimson blood sword, charge, finish it off. His steed, the Lee Dragon horse, lifted its head proudly, galloping furiously, rushing towards the fierce earth dog that was now surrounded and with no escape. Dowson also charged with him. It did not understand the concept of kindred cruelty. List's command was its code of conduct. 2 earth knights. 10 apprentice knights, plus 2 for chores. 14 men against a magical beast whose magic power was exhausted. The outcome was inevitable. All knights practiced coordinated attack patterns, secure in their positions, leading to Marcus taking the brunt of the assault head-on while List found an opportunity to strike. Heart of the Fire Dragon Drill. The Crimson Blood Sword, in combination with the ultimate mystery technique of the Fire Dragon Drill, was unmatched in momentum, fully enveloping the cornered fierce earth dog. Flames filled the sky, the manifestation of List's explosive chi. Howl. The fierce earth dog let out continuous pitiful wails. The King of Thorn Ridge, under the human's hunt, could only end in bitterness. It didn't take much effort, and it fell. List calmly sheathed his crimson blood sword, waiting for the flames to die down, to see the grim fate of the magical beast he had just killed by his own hand. But just when everyone relaxed a bit, before the flames could dissipate, a charred silhouette suddenly burst forth, breaking through the slackened encirclement. It was the fierce earth dog that was supposed to be killed by List's powerful move. It was covered in wounds, even giving off a faint scent of roasted meat, but it still had the ability to run. Pursue. How could List tolerate his prey running away just as it reached his mouth? The night squad didn't bother tidying up their barbecue setup, they all pursued. Dowson was particularly eager, leading the chase after the scorched fierce earth dog. "My lord, be careful, we might encounter other magical beasts." Marcus's mood was quite gloomy. "I didn't expect a fierce earth dog to be so tricky, feigning death and escaping. It was also my negligence. Without confirming the death of the magical beast, one must never let their guard down. They are cunning. Magical beasts are indeed cunning, but it won't survive. Its body is nearly burnt to a crisp." List's morale was still high, unaffected. On the battlefield, he did indeed fear death and instinctively hid behind others. But once he set his mind to something, he would give it his all to accomplish it. If he said he would hunt down a fierce earth dog, then he definitely wouldn't allow it any chance to catch its breath. With the eye of magic, he could already discern the timings of when magical beasts released magic, which meant he no longer faced any magic from magical beasts that could be fatal to him. A magical beast without magic is no different from a wild beast. Thorn Forest, there was nowhere in it List couldn't go. Moments later, the fleeing fierce earth dog finally stopped running. It stood in front of a plant, gasping for breath, with burnt wounds bleeding profusely. It turned to look at Dowson, who was closing in, and the many knights following behind, as if making a decision. Its gaze shifted to a golden, fist-sized fruit hanging on the plant's branches. The dog leaped towards the fruit, attempting to consume the golden treasure. However, a sharp whooshing sound came from behind. In the next instant, the fierce earth dog felt its body being propelled by a force, inadvertently leaping half a meter further forward. Its mouth grazed the golden fruit, missing its spite, and upon landing, pain engulfed its body, and it could no longer hold on. It died. A short distance behind it, List put down his bow and arrow, letting out a sigh of relief. What a tough creature, it really could run. Fortunately, I arrived just in time. Through the eye of magic, he had already spotted the magic-infused fruit, the bloodline fruit. Clearly, it had not yet matured and would be a waste if consumed by the fierce earth dog now. Next to the dead body of the fierce earth dog, Dowson crouched down, its dog eyes fixed intensely on the golden fruit as drool flowed like a waterfall. It too was drawn to the allure of the bloodline fruit. Dowson, stop drooling. List scolded, calling Dowson back from reaching towards the bloodline fruit. Woof, woof. Dowson immediately wagged its tail at List, constantly glancing at the golden fruit, clearly trying to please List in hopes of getting a taste of the bloodline fruit. Hold your horses, it's not ripe yet. List dismounted, scanned the surroundings to ensure there were no other magical beasts nearby, and then turned his attention back to the bloodline fruit. The plant was unidentified, likely belonging to some kind of fern. Bearing just one golden bloodline fruit, it appeared rather striking. The fruit was very beautiful, round and full. Not only was the color a dazzling golden hue, but there was also a translucent quality just beneath the skin. It didn't give off any fragrance, nor did it seem to radiate magic power outward. However, in the field of vision granted by the Eye of Magic, it contained a substantial amount of magic power within. It was almost at a solidity level. Is this a bloodline fruit? Marcus, who had just finished dealing with the fierce earth dog's body and checking the terrain around, approached List and immediately exclaimed in a low voice. Chapter 0125, The Turning Point of Dowson's Destiny. Marcus understood the value of the bloodline fruit. Nobles often were willing to spend thousands of gold coins for the location of a bloodline fruit. If it weren't for the risk of failure associated with the bloodline fruit, its value might have been measured in dragon coins. He was both excited and relieved. Thankfully, we started the campaign to clear out the Thorn Ridge beasts early. Otherwise, by the time the bloodline fruit was ripe for the picking, this fierce earth dog might have further evolved and become even harder to hunt down. It was for this very reason that List had initiated the early purge of Thorn Ridge. He reached out and touched the bloodline fruit, lamenting that it wasn't edible for humans. It seems like this bloodline fruit will soon mature. The fierce earth dog originally wanted to gamble on this chance, but now it belongs to me. My lord, treasures like these, once mature, will surely attract the magical beasts of Thorn Ridge. These beasts have acute senses, they must be lurking nearby, waiting for the bloodline fruit to ripen. Isn't that just perfect? List had a stroke of inspiration. We can use the bloodline fruit as bait, wait at ease, and set up traps around the area. I will lead the night squad to set the traps right away, Marcus said, exhilarated. Before entering Thorn Ridge, the night squad was well prepared, bringing plenty of ropes, shovels, and traps. The knights had also learned a lot from hunters. The knights' everyday work not only involved charging into the battlefield but also hunting magical beasts in the forest. Marcus was an expert. He had set numerous loops along the frequent routes of the magical beasts. Such loops wouldn't stop the beasts but could effectively hinder their movements when triggered unexpectedly. The success of the hunt still relied on him and List's offensive capabilities. By the time all traps were set, it was already evening. During this time, List was by the side of the bloodline fruit the whole time, waiting for it to mature. He was also contemplating whether to feed the bloodline fruit to Dowson or the lead dragon horses. Dowson was a low-level magical beast that might evolve into an intermediate magical beast after eating it. Of course, it might also fail to evolve, but dying an explosive death was unlikely. Lead dragon horses were dragon breed beasts that might evolve into low-level dragon breed magical beasts after eating the fruit. Here too, there was a possibility of evolution failure, even a risk of exploding to death. Better to give it to Dowson. Lead dragon horses are extraordinarily rare dragon breed beasts charged with the responsibility of proliferating their species. They cannot afford any loss, List decided after careful consideration. As for Wan Fu in the castle, he was outright ignored. The sun set in the west. The campfire was lit once again. List took the front leg of the fierce earth dog from a retainer, skewered it on a stick, and prepared to roast it for his dinner. His physical strength grew day by day, and his chi climbed ever higher. At the stage of an Earth Knight, his progress was incredibly rapid, incomparable to that of a common Earth Knight. The reason was simple: he ate well. While talent is key to training, the essence of it is the absorption and utilization of nutrients. If every meal was magical beast meat, even a pig could become a magic power pig. Without enough to eat, even those with exceptional talent could not cultivate the chi. Woof woof. Dowson barked at him, drooling, coveting the magical beast meat in his hands. List patted Dowson's big head. You can't eat this. It might be your father's meat, or if not your father's, then perhaps your uncle's or maybe your brother's. Anyway, it's likely related to you. Fratricide was already cruel enough, but cannibalism was beyond the pale ethically. So Dowson only got a roasted hare. Then he drooled as he watched List tucking into the fierce earth dog's leg while nibbling on the skinny rabbit. Don't be envious, your delicacy is right here, List pointed at the bloodline fruit, a significant opportunity for Dowson. Look, the magic power is almost tangible. It's about to mature, probably tonight. Dowson, conserve your strength. I hope that after tonight, you can become an intermediate magical beast. An intermediate magical beast was a match for a Sky Knight. Moreover, a well-trained magical beast was imperative on the battlefield. Owning an intermediate magical beast was like having a Sky Knight as a retainer, one without ambition. Poised for glory on the battlefield, the owner of a middle-level magical beast only needed to await a rise in rank. Can Dowson evolve? List wondered internally. He was unsure. There were all sorts of powerful magical beasts in the world, but on Coral Island, the magical beasts were mostly low-level ones, with only a single purple sand crocodile. The fierce earth dog was known as the King of Thorn Ridge, but it was still essentially a low-level magical beast. Whether it was an opportunity to rewrite its bloodline or simply a waste of a bloodline fruit on a failed evolution was hard to predict. My lord, would you like to rest for a while? Marcus asked, returning from his patrol. No need, staying up occasionally is not a big deal. Time passed. The night grew deeper. Apart from the occasional crackling of the campfire, Thorn Ridge was left with only the sound of the wind and the unnamed chirring of insects, punctuated by the occasional calls of small animals. Dowson had already sprawled at the foot of List, snoring evenly. List leaned against the trunk, his spirit still fairly vigorous, watching the bloodline fruit. After a long time, his gaze suddenly sparkled with vitality, and his spirit lifted. It's about to ripen, I can feel it. The magic power is about to dissipate from the bloodline fruit. It's reached the critical point. He kicked Dowson, waking him up. He also called out to Marcus, Teacher Marcus, the bloodline fruit is ripening. Have the knights stay alert, and be careful of possible magical beasts. Is it ripening? Marcus's expression was serious as he quickly alerted the knight squad to get ready. Just at that moment, the bloodline fruit suddenly fell, spreading an overpowering fragrance swiftly. It had ripened. List quickly picked up the bloodline fruit and stuffed it into Dowson's mouth. Eat it quickly, Dowson, eat it. The bloodline fruit only lasted for a few minutes. Wasting a moment would mean losing some of its magic power, reducing its effect significantly. Dowson understood this was something good. His mouth opened, and he gulped down the bloodline fruit in one swallow. Meanwhile, List, who was utilizing the Eye of Magic, had already noticed several shadows of magic power rapidly approaching. Marcus, we are under attack. Magical beasts, to the east, southwest, and northwest. Crack. Crack. The traps were the first to act, entangling two of the magical beasts. Marcus charged forward, leading the way toward the beast to the east, a familiar one, the fierce earth dog. It turned out that the fierce earth dogs of Thorn Ridge weren't limited to just Dowson's family. A burst of wind attribute Chi furiously unleashed, and the fierce earth dog, whose hind legs were caught in ropes, was struck before it could react. It immediately retaliated with rock spike, forcing Marcus to dodge in a frenzy, unable to kill the fierce earth dog for the moment. The magical beast from the southwest was also caught in the ropes. Several retainer knights roared as they attacked. List drew his crimson blood sword and glanced at this beast, a boar-shaped one. In Thorn Ridge, there's only one kind of boar-shaped magical beast, the Thunderfang boar that once attacked Fresh Flower Town in the winter. It was a thunder magic beast, its teeth capable of releasing thunder magic, lightning flash. Boom. Without hesitation, the Thunderfang boar unleashed lightning flash, lighting up the woods with a bolt of lightning. Dodge. Get close. Raise shields. Plant swords. Release Chi. List issued 5 commands in one breath. The retainer knights reflexively retreated, gathered together, raised their shields, and planted their long swords in the ground, releasing their Chi, which clung to their round shields. Boom. The lightning struck the round shields like a whip, instantly sending 2 retainer knights flying. Ah! Ah! 2 screams of agony. Chapter 0126, The Formidable Elite Earth Knight. The screams were heart-wrenching. But after the 2 retainer knights landed, they managed to struggle to their feet, evidently without serious harm. Their good response had neutralized the powerful magic. They had all practiced resisting routines for the magical beasts they might encounter at Thorn Ridge. The Thunderfang boar was one of them. Falling back was to wait for the exhaustion of lightning flash. Thunder magic was the most draining, its force weakened with distance, and the Thunderfang boar would also have a rather long preparation time when releasing Lightning Flash. Moving closer was to disperse the Lightning Flash's attack on a single target. Raising shields was to enlarge the area affected by the lightning, protecting the body. Planting the sword was to channel the force of the thunder magic directly into the ground. Releasing chi was to use it to neutralize the remaining force of the thunder magic involved. Indeed, 2 retainer knights had been sent flying, but managing to have a group of apprentice knights successfully neutralize a powerful magic strike was a successful strategy. All units, obey orders, hit and run attack. Tie down the Thunderfang boar, wait for my combined strike. Marcus finally spared a moment of attention from the fierce Earth Dog's rock spike attack and hurriedly issued commands to the retainer knights. He was the commander of the battlefield, tasked with overseeing the entire situation. My lord, there's another magical beast. Leave this one to me. List's voice was cold. He had the Eye of Magic, which made him safer than the others. It's just a serpent-type beast. The Crimson Blood Sword was imbued with fire attribute chi, flame slowly igniting. He had already charged toward the serpent-like monster to the northwest. Thornridge had no record of such a serpent-type monster, but regardless of the record, List had to face it. Dowson could no longer be relied on. After consuming the bloodline fruit, it had become listless on the ground, seemingly caught in deep sleep. Fire Dragon Stab. With the Eye of Magic locking on the target, List did not hesitate to launch his attack. The Crimson Blood Sword turned into a bloody arrow, aimed straight at the serpent-like monster's vital spot. That spot was clearly where the magic converged, visible to his Eye of Magic. Strike a snake at its vital spot, it was the snake's weakest area, and a solid hit meant certain death. The serpent-type beast appeared to sense the fatal threat, as its thick body, wide as a bowl, twisted, dodging the attack while opening its mouth to spew magic power. List leaped into the air, dodging the magic attack. At the spot where he had jumped, a dark whirlpool formed, quickly corroding the dry grass and dead leaves on the ground to sludge. Dark magic whirlpool. It turns out to be a shadow snake. He quickly identified the species of the serpent-like monster he was hunting. It was a shadow snake. The shadow snake was a dark attribute magical beast. It tended to live in swamps or dark, damp woodlands, capable of releasing the spell Dark Magic Whirlpool. The dark attribute's magic power inherently carried a corrosive effect. Once hit by the Dark Magic Whirlpool, it could instantly corrode a human's body to nothingness. This was a very malicious creature, but its body was quite frail. If it were Marcus, he might well have been caught off guard, legs severed by the shadow snake, left to be devoured by it. But it was facing List now, dodging the magic with ease, and the remaining time was a matter of how to kill it cruelly. Heart of the Fire Dragon Drill. He started with a powerful move, a rain of fire raining down on the shadow snake, which coiled into a ball, not even getting the chance to cast spells. A lion still uses its full strength to fight a rabbit. List never believed in conserving energy in a fight. His style was either to stay back and attack or to go the front line and bombard fiercely. Splash. The flames ignited the scales of the shadow snake. Scorched by the burn, the shadow snake kept rolling in agony, trying to extinguish the flames. Whether it was the heat of the flames affecting its judgment, the snake released magic wildly. A small area was hit with 3 dark magic whirlpools in quick succession, all of them missing List by a wide margin. Facing such an irrational shadow snake, List let out a relieved smile, raised the Crimson Blood Sword high, and aimed for the vital 7 inches of the snake before bringing it down with a mighty swing. Crack. With one strike, the shadow snake was cleaved in 2. The lower half writhed in madness, while the upper half could not twist and turned, its mouth still opening and closing. No more magic could be released. All that was left for it was death. Huh. List exhaled a heavy breath, momentarily at a loss. Once considered useless, he had now easily killed a magical beast. While the shadow snake wasn't very strong, it was still a low-level magical beast with strength comparable to that of an Earth Knight. Yet in his presence, it only had the chance to be beaten, not lasting more than 10 moves before being cut in 2. It seems I have grown this strong, almost like an elite Earth Knight. Indeed, with the Eye of Magic to see through illusions and the Crimson Blood Sword to enhance his power, it was clear that List had become stronger. His reflections were brief, for in the next moment, not waiting for the bifurcated shadow snake to stop squirming, he mounted his horse with the Crimson Blood Sword in hand, charging towards the Thunderfang boar. Some magical beasts required fighting on foot, and others were better dealt with on horseback. The Thunderfang boar, massive and thick-skinned, required the power of a war horse to hunt. Charge. Rider and steed became one, chi bursting forth, the Crimson Blood Sword slicing through the air with a piercing whine. As he charged into the fray, the Thunderfang boar was about to release magic, only to be sent flying by List's inferno slash, blood scattering on the spot, and its magic thwarted and kept at bay. The thick-skinned Thunderfang boar was not seriously harmed, however, and started to charge at List with grunts of defiance. But after only 2 steps, it was sent flying once again, this time by Marcus, who had just dispatched the fierce earth dog, charging in unison with the horse despite his injured left leg, blood flowing freely from a gash caused by a rock spike. However, this did not hinder his mounted charge. "Sir, let's combine our attacks. I will take the left, you take the right, 1 round of charging each. Follow my command and don't let it cast any magic." "All right." After a brief exchange, List initiated another round of charging, knocking the Thunderfang boar off its feet once again. Before the boar could rise, Marcus charged again, knocking the still unsteady beast back to the ground. 2 elite Earth Knights, alternating rounds of attack. As their teamwork grew more seasoned, the Thunderfang boar lost its chance to stand up again. It couldn't release its lightning flash, and so it could only bellow in frustration as more and more gashes were cut into its flesh, quickly soaked with its own blood, then stained black by the mire on the ground. The retainer knights, exhausted by the Thunderfang boar's antics, lit torches one by one, surrounding the battlefield to prevent the boar from breaking through and escaping. Watching the 2 Earth Knights toy with the Thunderfang boar, their blood surged with excitement, wishing it were they who were in the fray, tormenting the beast. After at least a dozen charges back and forth, Marcus's warhorse was too tired to lift its feet any longer, and the lead dragon horse was also heaving with heavy breaths. It was then that the Thunderfang boar finally ceased its plaintive grunts, lying on the ground, breathing in far more than it could breathe out. "It's finally dead." List breathed heavily. The Thunderfang boar was not much of a threat to Earth Knights. It moved clumsily and unleashed its magic slowly, making it easy to dodge. But its hide was too thick, and they could only wear it down softly and slowly till its death. Marcus's face was pale, his left leg bleeding quite a bit, sapping his strength, but he still managed to shout first, "Everyone, don't just stand there, clean up the battlefield, we're preparing to leave." After saying this, he dismounted, ready to tend to his wound. However, List suddenly spoke in an urgent tone, "Teacher Marcus, we're in trouble. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 7 beasts, converging on us." Chapter 127, Dowson's Big Battle Against the Windblade Wolf. It was the Windblade Wolves. These cunning creatures didn't came to snatch the bloodline fruit right away, but showed up after a big battle, hoping to benefit from the fisherman's fortune. The previous 3 magical beasts had already kept the team in disarray. Now facing 7 all at once, and at night with their conditions not being ideal, it was very difficult to defeat this group of Windblade Wolves. "Sir, we should retreat." Marcus directly took out the smoked grass firestone package he had distributed. "Fighting at night is very disadvantageous for us, traps won't stop the pack of wolves, and my left leg is injured, preventing me from unleashing my full strength. Let's light the smoked grass now. I will use multi-arrow to cover your retreat, and we will retreat toward the main road." List was decisive. "Okay. When it's time to act, do it with zeal. When it's time to run, do it just as decisively." The flint had not yet struck. A piercing wolf howl shattered the eardrums. "Awoo, awoo, awoo." List turned his head and saw Dowson, who had been lying on the ground unconscious, had at some point stood up, thrown back its head, and was howling at the sky. Its body seemed to inflate like a balloon, muscles bulging under its fur, eyes bloodshot, and teeth becoming even more ferocious and sharp. He quickly employed the Eye of Magic. List saw that Dowson's earthy magic power was rising like flames, giving the impression of a fiery fierce beast. Dowson, hearing List's call, turned its head, showing a moment of confusion in its eyes. The next moment, a familiar scene flashed by, and List's sword echoed in its ears, "Attack the prey." Instinctively following the direction of List's finger, it charged out. There were 2 Windblade Wolves. Seeing Dowson coming, they hastily retreated, but by then, Dowson's speed had become so fast, it caught up with the Windblade Wolves in just 2 steps, and opened its mouth to release magic. A larger rock spike shot out from the ground, impaling one of the Windblade Wolves, its belly completely torn open, with intestines and blood spilling out. "Woo-woo." The Windblade Wolf howled in agony. The other 6 Windblade Wolves charged over, pouncing toward Dowson, starting a battle without any prelude. The Windblade Wolves' windblades flew chaotically, slicing through branches and trunks, and tearing furrows in the ground. Dowson's rock spikes fired precisely with each shot, leaving marks on the Windblade Wolves. It was like a tiger rendering a flock of sheep, unrivaled in ferocity, with the Windblade Wolves trying to bite Dowson, only to be swatted away. Even when bitten, it was only superficial, as its muscles, inflated like balloons, allowed it to effectively avoid the Windblade Wolves' sharp teeth. Then it would turn around and bite back, and the Windblade Wolves couldn't stand it, yelping and jumping away. Blood splattered, magic flew. The battle between wolf and dog was extremely fierce. Has Dowson evolved? Marcus asked, his hand trembling slightly while holding the smoked grass firestone package. The scene was indeed spectacular, a fierce earth dog taking on 6 windblade wolves by itself. List's breathing was slightly hurried. He had seen the look in Dowson's eyes just now, as if it didn't recognize him anymore. There even seemed to be a bloodthirsty hostility lurking, the innate instincts of a wild beast, and he had no doubt that Dowson might attack him at any moment. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he didn't panic, and his mind remained clear. He quickly gave the order to attack, redirecting Dowson's attention. As he expected, Dowson's response to his order was a conditioned reflex, subconsciously charging out, attacking the windblade wolves. What he hadn't expected was for Dowson to take on 6 alone without falling behind in the least. I don't know, its magic power is very violent, maybe it's evolution, maybe it's not evolution. Either way, it needs to vent," said List, his tone calm but with an undertone of indifference. "Teacher Marcus, Dowson seems to be influenced by the bloodline fruit, becoming wildly beastly. Be prepared to take it down. If Dowson really becomes unrecognizable and attacks him later, he will not hesitate?" Marcus nodded heavily, drawing his bow and arrow, and while retreating to the vicinity of the intact traps, he paid close attention to the scene of the fierce battle between the dog and the wolves. Understood. The retainer knights stood in formation, protecting List in the center, quietly waiting. The battle did not last long. The wildly peerless Dowson found an opportunity, impaling a windblade wolf with a rock spike, breaching the perimeter of the wolf pack, and then began his slaughter. He violently grabbed a windblade wolf, and before it could twist its body to flee, another rock spike emerged, piercing through the wolf. It was far more proficient in using magic than the windblade wolves, and the rock spike was already a spell suited for stealth attacks, having been trained by List for a long time. One by one, the windblade wolves were cruelly impaled by it. And the frenzied aura on its body gradually subsided, and when it was about to kill the last windblade wolf, it ran out of magic power and failed to release another rock spike. It watched helplessly as the windblade wolf escaped disaster and fled into the distance without looking back. For a moment, it gasped for air, forgetting to give chase. But the next moment, 4 sharp arrows flew, pinning the severely wounded windblade wolf to the ground. It was List and Marcus acting together, catching one that slipped through. After shooting the fleeing windblade wolf, the 2 of them bent their bows to notch another arrow, taking aim at Dowson. They did not shoot. List gently called out to the panting Dowson, "Dowson, sit." Dowson paused, its bloodthirsty eyes flickering, as if it no longer understood List's command or recognized who List was. It just gasped for air, staring at List and the others, without any movement. List maintained his archery stance. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. Having raised it for nearly half a year, even though it wasn't as a pet, he had grown fond of it. He didn't want to turn into strangers and then have to kill Dowson by his own hand, a loss that wasn't just a bloodline fruit, but so much more. Time ticked by slowly. List's mood also darkened bit by bit. However, at that moment, Dowson slowly sat down and barked at him twice with a woof woof. In an instant, his spirits lifted, and List laughed out loud, beckoning, "Dowson, come back." Dowson immediately wagged its tail, limping over to him. Dismounting, he touched Dowson's fur, and Dowson cooperatively stuck out its tongue, licking List's palm. Its eyes had lost their bloodthirsty crimson and returned to their usual liveliness and vibrancy. Marcus smiled and turned to shout, "Clean up the battlefield, collect the prey, let's head back." The retainer knights were relieved from the tension of the battle, chatting and laughing as they picked up the bodies of the magical beasts, packing and hanging them on the horses. After this battle, it's likely that no magical beasts will be left on the southern side of Thorn Ridge. Thorn Ridge had been divided into 2 disconnected sections by the main road, with a fence constructed, completely separating the north from the south. "How's the leg injury?" List inquired. While bandaging, Marcus replied, "It's just a superficial wound, the bones are fine." "Sir, has Dowson evolved? Has it become an intermediate magical beast?" "I don't know, it looks bigger than before." Chapter 0128 Glory belongs to Lord Landlord. Dowson had indeed grown a bit larger, mainly because his muscles had developed quite a bit, and it seemed as if they were inflated by the magic power of the bloodline fruits, giving a somewhat swollen appearance. "Teacher Marcus, have you ever seen an intermediate magical beast?" "No. Me neither." Intermediate magical beasts were not something just anyone could encounter, just like how Coral Island only had one Sky Knight, the Earl, and only one intermediate magical beast, the purple sand crocodile. These weren't crocodiles kept in zoos that one could visit with a ticket purchase. The magic of intermediate magical beasts wasn't limited to just one single type. According to the records of Tulip Castle, the purple sand crocodile was a water attribute magical beast, which had released 3 types of magic during a skirmish with the Night Order. These were Water Arrow Barrage, water waves shield, and the extremely powerful waterfall, capable of summoning waves over 10 meters high on dry land which could even crush an Earth Knight to death. Therefore, List couldn't be sure whether Dowson had evolved into an intermediate magical beast or not. At least from the current state of affairs, Dowson hadn't undergone much change, and even in a berserk state, it had no overwhelming advantage over the pack of Windblade wolves. The dense and numerous wounds on its body were proof of that. Regardless, the bloodline fruits should bring about some changes to Dowson. Subtly and gradually, they will make it stronger. List reassured himself in his heart, trying not to worry too much. The Night Squad had been cleaning up for quite a while and still hadn't managed to deal with the corpses of the magical beasts. Mainly because the Thunderfang boar was simply too large, estimated to weigh as much as a full-grown hippopotamus, close to 3 tons. No horse, no matter how strong, could carry the Thunderfang boar. There were also 2 fierce earth dogs, 7 Windblade wolves, and 1 shadow snake. Today's haul was immense. Let's send some of the magical beast corpses back first, then bring the caravan's wagons. This thorn forest still has many more animal carcasses to be collected, Marcus thought aloud. List had no objections to this, as mundane matters like these he couldn't be bothered to contemplate. Right now, he only wanted to return to the castle, take a good bath, and then get some sleep. On the way back, he summoned the smoke mission. Complete the mission, reward 1 bloodline fruit. Mission: you have initiated an attack, determined to eradicate Thorn Ridge, to create a peaceful new environment for Fresh Flower Town. So gather your determination and slaughter all magical beasts in Thorn Ridge. Reward: traces of the Lee Dragon Horse Herd. The new mission gave List a burst of energy. The reward was actually the traces of the Lee Dragon Horse Herd, an existence he had always suspected might not be a solitary one. Logically, there shouldn't be horses on the island, but who could guarantee that there really was no horse herd? After all, this was a world full of magic power. Unexpectedly, the smoke mission provided a direct clue. There were indeed Lee Dragon horse herds. This was a dragon breed horse, its value goes without saying. I was planning to rest after clearing out the southern Thorn Ridge and finding the bloodline fruit. Now it seems I can't rest. I must press on and finish the extermination work, to welcome my Lee Dragon horse herd. The moon had long since set. The stars in the sky twinkled brightly. Under the starlight, List and his night squad, bearing a full harvest, returned to the castle. Lamps were lit in the castle, and the butler, old Carter, had been waiting all along, not knowing when the lord of the castle would return. Following List's instructions before leaving, there was no need to wait if he wasn't back by nightfall. Yet he still rose from bed from time to time, going to the window to look outside. Then, he saw the torches. The master is back. Carter felt an inexplicable relief, then quickly dressed and knocked on Mrs. Morson's door. Mrs. Morson, the master is back. Wake the maids and prepare the bathwater for the master. Have the kitchen rush to prepare a late-night meal. The squad has already reached Dowson Avenue. All right, Mr. Carter, I will get up right now, Mrs. Morson responded. Carter quickly roused the servants one by one, and then continuously lit lamps, awakening the entire castle from darkness. His lordship loved light. He always said not to worry about wasting candles. Now that they had money. Lights in the castle rapidly brightened. The returning master on horseback felt exceptionally at ease. List couldn't help but think of a song Stars Light Up, illuminating my doorstep, guiding lost children to find their way home. It didn't seem quite fitting, so he thought of another short poem. The steady cadence of my horse's hooves is a beautiful mistake. I am not a homecomer, but a passerby. Alright. Neither was very fitting. Unable to find the right words to describe his feelings at the moment, he was simply excited. When he reached the castle gate, the servants were already lined up, waiting to greet him. Knightly honor favors us. Lord, seeing you return safely brings me peace of mind, Carter said. No need for concern, Mr. Carter, it was just a hunt in the forest, and there were no dangers, List replied with a light smile. Tom, take my retainer knights and drive out the merchant's wagon. Later we will head back to Thornridge to haul all the game we have hunted. You will be busy tonight. As you wish, Lord, I will take care of it now, Tom responded. Carter, seeing the night squad return with the carcasses of the game, understood that it would be a sleepless night. Serving his lordship is our honor. Has Mrs. Abby prepared the late-night snack? The kitchen has started working. I have had Mrs. Abby prepare portions for the entire night squad. Good, when we return, we must drink heartily and celebrate today's bountiful harvest, List said without dismounting his horse. Thomas, lead Dowson over there, it's injured and needs to be bandaged. Your wish is my command, Lord, Thomas replied. Gazing at the game that had been unloaded, List went on, Mr. Carter, inform Teacher Galtai that he can come and divide this batch of game. Reserve a portion for the castle, distribute another portion to the families of officials and retainer knights. with the rest to be supplied to the seafood shop at the price of seafood. The game being discussed was just beasts. As for magical beasts, they definitely couldn't be handled the same way. List wasn't that generous yet. Except when hosting banquets, when he would allow his subordinates to enjoy a little extra, the meat of magical beasts was exclusively for him. After 2 trips, all of today's spoils had finally been brought back, piled in front of the castle like a small hill. The great hall on the first floor was bustling with activity. It was a rare moment, transcending the noble hierarchy, where the landlord and retainers sat together at the same table. Tonight's late-night snack was comparable to a holiday feast. List had the kitchen prepare an entire shadow snake into steaks, and each official and retainer received a large piece of steak. Meat from a magical beast, rich in magic power, was a great tonic that they normally couldn't afford. Seizing this opportunity, everyone devoured their share, wishing they could even lick the plates clean. Outside in the castle, Dowson also received a large piece of steak. Nightly honor watches over Fresh Flower Town, it watches over Lord Landlord, with courage and wisdom going hand in hand. I propose, let us raise a glass together, to List, who was favored by knightly honor, glory be to Lord Landlord. Teacher Valtai, holding a glass filled with juniper wine, took charge of the banquet's atmosphere. Fostering interaction and enhancing the mood were among his specialties. The others lifted their glasses and shouted in unison, glory be to Lord Landlord. Sitting at the head of the table, List's face was not the formulaic noble smile, but one of excited joy, savoring the atmosphere. He lifted his glass and declared loudly, the glory is mine, and I am with all of you. Chapter 0129 Rapid Growth Spiky Thorn. Though they aimed to conquer all of Thornridge in one fell swoop, they still rested for 2 days, mainly because the members of the night squad had some minor injuries, including Marcus, whose leg had sustained a graze. Having chi, they recovered from minor injuries very quickly. 2 days were enough to relieve the fatigue in their bodies and let the wounds scab over. List, unharmed, woke from a night's sleep feeling reinvigorated and adjusted to optimal condition. He was in high spirits, racing his horse across the training field and rigorously practicing Fire Dragon Drill, Flaming Wave, and Multi-Arrow. This combat experience had granted him ample experience. He felt that the chi within him had surged significantly. Originally a tender noble, a newbie among the Earth Knights, he now solidified his foundation and took a great stride toward becoming an elite Earth Knight. Compared to Marcus, he was almost on par. The experience was still lacking, and so was the amount of chi, but with the Eye of Magic and the Crimson Blood Sword, the outcome of the real fight was uncertain. I think in a one-on-one duel with Marcus, it should be an even split, he estimated. Turning to look at Dowson who, with glossy fur, was frantically running around the training field seemingly bursting with endless energy, he started to strategize. With Dowson's help, Marcus is definitely no match for me. In fact, I believe that Dowson alone could be an even match for Marcus. It wasn't yet clear whether the bloodline fruit had caused any evolutionary changes in Dowson. Regarding this knowledge, there was still too little. But there was no question that the amount of Dowson's magic had increased tremendously. It used to be able to cast Rock Spike only about 10 to 20 times a day, but now could cast it from morning till dusk. While it might not reach 50 times, 35 times was absolutely within reach. Because of this, the progress on Dowson Avenue's road construction had greatly accelerated. Dowson, cast the magic. Whoosh! A rock spike rose from the ground, 1.5 times larger than the ones Dowson used to cast. The amount of rock produced in a day was equivalent to 3 to 4 days' yield in the past, making it resemble a mini rock young dragon. According to a knight's novel called Mercenary World, dragons in their youth looked somewhat like dogs. Overall, Dowson, having gotten a taste of blood, had more than doubled in strength, but it was still far from reaching the power of an intermediate magical beast. Its recovery ability, however, had increased dramatically, and the wounds on its body were about to heal completely. Looking at Dowson's current performance, it wasn't a waste of the bloodline fruit after all. At least, it's much better than if the evolution had failed. About this cleanup, he was satisfied. The shadow snake's hide was excellent lining material for leather armor. There were some signs of fire damage, but overall, it was relatively intact and could at least sell for 10 gold coins. As for the 2 fierce earth dogs, one was entirely charred and could only be kept for Liz to eat, the other had its fur largely slashed by Marcus, so it couldn't fetch a high price. The internal organs could be sold to magicians, but mostly they were kept for personal consumption since the castle wasn't in urgent need of the money. The 2 large tusks of the Thunderfang boar were excellent forging materials, especially suitable for creating magic equipment, with one tusk worth at least 5 gold coins. The hide was also great for making leather armor and could sell for around 10 gold coins. The meat and bones could either be kept for consumption or sold. Selling them for 7 or 8 gold coins wouldn't be difficult. With a massive physique and tough hide, the Thunderfang boar was valuable all over. The other prizes were the 7 Windblade wolves. Since they were hunted by Dowson, the wounds were small and the fur was mostly intact, making it feasible to sell each for over 10 gold coins without issue. If estimated, this batch of magical beasts could bring Lee CT at least 130 gold coins. The southern Thorn Ridge has probably been cleared out, but there are likely still many magical beasts in the northern Thorn Ridge. We can harvest another 100 or more gold coins. Clearing out Thorn Ridge not only yields magical beast meat and materials to exchange for gold coins but also sharpens the Night Squad and reduces the threat to the town. It's a profitable deal. The math was sound, but the magical beasts were a one-time bounty. Once killed, they were gone. The Thorn Forest of Thorn Ridge would also disappear. He had already ordered Galtai to reorganize the Lumberjack team to make Thorn Ridge a thing of the past. In addition, Blair was preparing to form a tree planting team to plant 2 types of thorns, Rapid Growth Poison Thorn and Rapid Growth Spiky Thorn, around the periphery of Thorn Ridge. The Rapid Growth Thorn species grew incredibly fast. With enough moisture and fertilizer, they could grow more than 10 centimeters overnight. The Rapid Growth Poison Thorn, after cultivation, already covered several acres. Its roots could be dug up at any time for transplantation elsewhere. The Rapid Growth Spiky Thorn had been discovered not long ago as a reward from the Smoke Mission, a spiny, fast-growing, mutant thorn variety whose branches were covered in dense clusters of large and small spikes, quite terrifying. These 2 types of thorns, used as hedging, posed little threat to humans, as a few shovelfuls could clear a path. But wild beasts and magical beasts would surely despair. Actually, now that the tall trees of the Thorn Forest have been chopped down, and magical beasts can no longer inhabit it, we don't need thorns for defense. However, to let others know that Thorn Ridge is Fresh Flower Town's territory, I will still plant a circle of thorns. During the fief distribution, the Earl declared Fresh Flower Town to be Lee CT's territory. But the official boundaries of Fresh Flower Town were not clearly defined, and likewise, Thorn Ridge had previously been an independent hazardous area unclaimed by any other town. After Lee CT took over Thorn Ridge, it became de facto territory of Fresh Flower Town, an exploitation of loopholes that was perfectly legitimate. The area of Thorn Ridge, added together, is at least the size of Fresh Flower Town. This means my territory will double in size and at least half of that land can be cultivated into farmland. Concerning his somewhat bandit-like actions, Lee CT felt not a hint of shame, but rather quite pleased with himself. If he did this after Levi's inherited the earldom, he might face a backlash. Nobles value their land highly, and not even brothers are allowed to take advantage of it. But currently, the Earl was his father. A son capitalizing on loopholes and going to great lengths to secure Thorn Ridge, taking a little advantage was hardly a matter for censure. All things considered, his father was unlikely to squabble with his son over what was originally useless land. Taking a sip of fresh coconut milk, Lee CT counted the days on his fingers. Today is September 14th. The Earl's birthday is on September 19th. He has already led the Coral Island Knights to charge into battle on the mainland, so there won't be a birthday party. By the end of this month, the tool-up fleet should be back, and the 500 serfs I purchased will arrive. He planned to spend a week to completely turn over Thorn Ridge, exterminating all the magical beasts. The trees would all be cut down within a month, and once the serfs arrived, he would swiftly cultivate the land into farmland, managing to plant a crop of winter wheat before winter set in. 500 serfs are not enough. After selling the magical beast materials, I will pull out some gold coins from the seafood business, amass 600 gold coins, and buy an additional 2,500 serfs. Previously, 500 serfs, including 100 craftsmen, cost 120 gold coins. By that ratio, 600 gold coins could buy exactly 2,000 ordinary serfs and 500 craftsmen. I wonder if I can get a discount on serfs with this pioneer mandate. Once Frank, Levi's confidant, returns, I need to have a good talk with him. Wars always bring countless refugees. Maybe I could even buy some knights who can't pay their ransoms and directly establish my own real knight squad. Chapter 0130, A strange scream. 2 days flew by, and the knight squad set forth once again, heading towards Thorn Ridge up in the north. The successful annihilation of the southern Thorn Ridge sent the team's morale soaring, and a hint of ferocity now tinged the tender faces of the retainer knights. However, the main force of the extermination team was neither the retainer knights nor Marcus or List. It was Dowson. It had become belligerent and full of vigor, almost tireless. From a tiny squirrel to the low-level magical beast, the ice tree frog, none were spared from its ravages. Especially toward the ice tree frog, a low-level magical beast with an affinity for ice, which perched on tree branches and cast the magic ice blade at Dowson in a wild bombardment. But Dowson even taught itself to climb trees. Despite the ice tree frog's frantic leaping, it was still pounced on by Dowson, killed in just a few bites without even using rock spike. The king of Thornridge's imposing manner was already taking shape. Dowson, even if not an intermediate magical beast, is not far from it. Sir, its combat power is growing stronger, and I feel that it is still growing and getting stronger. Marcus watched as Dowson carried the ice tree frog in its mouth, wagging its tail excitedly, and cheerfully placed its trophy next to the lead dragon horse. He couldn't help but express his sincere admiration. Keeping a fighting magical beast that was also loyal and brave proved immensely practical. List, delighted, tossed out a fried meat strip as a reward for Dowson. Dowson was quite picky with its mouth, not eating raw food, it preferred fried delicacies the most. At first, I thought the bloodline fruit had failed, unable to change its bloodline, and it was still a fierce earth dog. But now, we can't jump to conclusions so easily. Teacher Marcus, have you noticed that after 2 days in Thornridge, Dowson's size has grown even bigger? Indeed, it has grown quite a bit. Now Dowson is as big as an adult tiger. An adult fierce earth dog could at most match the size of a leopard, but now Dowson had reached the size of a tiger and was still growing. List waved his hand, and Dowson bounded out again, continuing its hunting endeavors. No matter what, Dowson is only half a year old, not yet mature, but it's already this strong. Once it matures, I am afraid there won't be any opponents below the rank of intermediate magical beast. The growth rate of magical beasts was generally fast, but Dowson's was clearly faster. Back in the castle, List had never skimped on providing well for it, serving up plenty of fish and meat. Compared to ordinary magical beasts that survived on raw food in the forest, Dowson had always consumed cooked meals, making nutrient utilization much higher. In less than 3 months, it could cast magic, and within half a year, it could struggle against adult magical beasts. After consuming the bloodline fruit, its body and magical powers exploded, easily subduing low-level magical beasts. Once Dowson matured, among the magical beasts of Coral Island, except for the purple sand crocodile, there would likely be none that could rival Dowson. While they were speaking, Dowson encountered another magical beast. It was a massive thunderfang boar, with 4 smaller thunderfang boars trailing behind it. It was very possible that it was family to the one encountered in southern Thornridge. Confronted with Dowson, the big boar was quite ferocious, but Dowson was far craftier than imagined, skillfully circling around and biting the little boars to death. It did not confront the big boar head-on. Only when the big boar's magic, lightning flash, was cast so much that its magic power was depleted did Dowson begin to throw rock spike, teasing the big boar. Finally, seizing the opportunity, it knocked down the thunderfang boar, finished it off with a rock spike through the boar's neck, and sent the whole boar family packing. Marcus held his bow and arrows without much chance to use them. The timing of magic release was just right. Dowson's wisdom is high, and sir, your training has been very effective. List was equally idle, it really is smart. Magical beasts rely on instinct, but it relies on its brain. He was increasingly pleased with Dowson. With Dowson around, the extermination tasks were as easy as leisure activities. Marcus didn't let the retainer knights sit idle. When they encountered a lone windblade wolf, he summoned Dowson back and then allowed List to arrange for the retainer knights to surround and attack the windblade wolf. This is an old and weakening windblade wolf, it has started to shed, likely having been expelled from its pack. I will leave this one to you. Ultimately, with 3 retainer knights injured, 10 retainer knights worked together to corner and kill the windblade wolf. The prey was hung up on the tree. The team continued to delve deeper. As the sea was soon in sight, it meant that the northern part of Thornridge was about to be cleared, with not much to show for it. Just 5 thunderfang boars, 1 big and 4 small, a single ice tree frog, and a single windblade wolf, barely 6 magical beasts in total. Plenty of wild beasts had been hunted, but List had no interest in those. Having grown accustomed to the meat of magical beasts, he considered the meat of wild beasts to be of inferior quality. It's a pity, the thorn forest is about to disappear, leaving Fresh Flower Town with no environment for magical beasts to dwell in. If we want to eat magical beast meat in the future, we will have to go out and buy it. The clearing of Thornridge would supply enough magical beast meat for about half a year's consumption. After that would be over, he would need to spend quite a sum to buy magical beast meat for consumption. Marcus saw the brighter side. Once Thornridge is turned into farmlands, the castle's tax revenue will increase substantially, and the landlord will naturally be able to buy magical beast meat with gold coins. Moreover, by the time, the sale of black tulip and flame mushroom magic potions will also bring in a considerable income. Fresh Flower Town will become more and more prosperous. Still, we need to open up more sources of income. In the future, we will need to do more than just feed ourselves, we will also have to train a knight squad. The success in hunting magical beasts made List's ambition grow. I hope that by the next Pioneer Mandate, my knights can bring me true glory. A landlord needs more land. Marcus's eyes shone brightly. I am at your service, my lord. Woof woof. Dowson suddenly barked, interrupting the landlord and knight's pleasant anticipation. List took advantage of the situation to utilize his eye of magic, scanning the surroundings. Then, he spotted signs of magic power. A magical beast was lurking not far away. I didn't expect to find a magical beast so close to the sea. Dowson, attack. On command, Dowson dashed out like an arrow, charging straight at the magical beast. Clearly, he had sensed the presence of the magical beast even before List had. List and the others followed at a leisurely pace. They could hear Dowson's intermittent barking and another dog's yelping. It seems there's still a fierce earth dog. Marcus deduced from the sound that the magical beast was a fierce earth dog. That's normal. For fierce earth dogs to reproduce on Thorn Ridge, there can't be just 2 or 3 of them. In fact, I think it's possible there are more that slipped through the net. Thorn Ridge must have more than one shadow snake, more than one ice tree frog, and there might even be wind falcons nearby. After a pause, List added, of course, I can't be certain. 18 years ago, when Fresh Flower Town wasn't yet built, this place was all forest, cleared once by the Coral Island Knights. Shadow snakes and ice tree frogs might be from that time. After all, magical beasts can live for quite a few years. Magical beasts live longer than ordinary wild animals. Theoretically, they could still be alive today. Fierce earth dogs, windblade wolves, and thunderfang boars had all found mates to continue their species. Shadow snakes and ice tree frogs were likely to become extinct, but their bloodlines might persist, as they could breed with wild animals. There's not necessarily reproductive isolation between magical beasts and the wild animals of their kind. Magical beasts forcing themselves on wild animals and producing magical beast offspring is a common occurrence. List's mount, the fire dragon horse, is the offspring of a blazing steed and an ordinary horse. The proliferation of species always ebbs and flows. Sometimes they evolve, sometimes they regress. Magical beasts won't always stay magical beasts. Suddenly, List felt something was amiss. He couldn't hear Dowson's barking anymore, only the painful howls of the other fierce earth dog. But there was something strange about the howls. While they were certainly piteous, the breath behind them remained strong and sustained, not like the cries that would be expected from a creature being hunted by Dowson. Chapter 013, The Bound Birthing Machine. As List approached on horseback, he witnessed a rather shocking scene. Dowson was actually riding on the fierce earth dog, which prompted List to grimace disdainfully. He turned his head and asked, Teacher Marcus, Dowson should only be about half a year old, right? When we found Dowson, it hadn't even opened its eyes yet. It was definitely newly born not long ago. Thus, Dowson won't be that large. It definitely isn't a year old yet, at most 7 months. A 7-month-old dog can do this kind of thing? Marcus rarely smiled and said, My lord, dogs are definitely different from humans. For Dowson's age, it is indeed a bit early, but it's not uncommon. It can only be said that Dowson has developed well, and with the stimulation of the bloodline fruit, it should have reached full maturity. List had raised dogs back in his hometown, but that was when he was a child. Besides, no one really cared about the rural mutts. Hearing Marcus's explanation, he also let go of his surprise. Standing not too far away, he enjoyed an action-packed show. My lord, should we take this opportunity to shoot this female tyrant earthhound dead? Marcus picked up his bow and arrow, eager to try. At this moment the female tyrant earthhound was a living target. Don't. List immediately stopped him. Teacher Marcus, figure out a way to capture this female tyrant earthhound alive and keep it in the castle. Now it seems that Dowson has come of age and can reproduce. Perhaps I can obtain a group of fierce earth dogs. But the female tyrant earthhound is already wild and dangerous. Then tie it up, secure it with iron chains, declare the surrounding 20 meters as a forbidden zone and build a rock wall around it. After it gives birth to a batch of puppies, then take the puppies away. In any case, fierce earth dogs are not abundant on Coral Island, and Dowson ultimately needs a female dog. That's one way to do it. Marcus nodded, then turned around and told the retainer knights, bring out the net. Jim, York, take the tree on the left. Philip, Sean, take the one on the right. Xavier, Tracy, take the one at the back. When the fierce earth dog tries to escape, immediately net it. The knights immediately approached cautiously and climbed up the trees, each holding one end of the net, ready to cast it. About 20 minutes later, the two fierce earth dogs naturally separated. The female tyrant earthhound turned to flee at once, but Marcus, who was prepared, immediately ordered, ready the net. The knights immediately threw the ropes in their hands, and a large net enveloped the female tyrant earthhound. It was fast, but not faster than the knights who were prepared. It was directly covered by the large net. In a panic, it released magic, with rock spikes piercing the ground one after another, but these rock spikes only pushed the net up and couldn't pierce through it. It struggled to run but got increasingly tangled in the net until it was tightly bound and unable to move. Rock spikes protruded everywhere until, exhausted of its magic power, it couldn't break free. Woof woof. Dowson simply watched from the side, neither pouncing to attack nor walking away. It only barked at the female tyrant Earthhound from time to time, with unclear intent. It should have run out of magic power. Go down and tie it up, first muzzle it, Marcus tested a few times, concluding. Very soon, the female tyrant Earthhound was tied up securely, especially its mouth. Even if it regained magic power, it couldn't easily use magic. Woo-woo. The female tyrant Earthhound, with its mouth and limbs bound, kept growling angrily, but its fate was already sealed, to become Dowson's toy, a breeding machine for fierce earth dogs. Woof woof. Dowson wagged its tail, circling and barking around the female tyrant Earthhound, seemingly comforting it. That must be the last magical beast, right? List silently summoned the smoke mission, using it to judge the situation, as it was the most direct manifestation. However, the smoke serpent script showed no change. Mission: you have launched an attack, determined to eradicate Thorn Ridge to create a peaceful new environment for Fresh Flower Town. So keep up the momentum and slaughter all the magical beasts of Thorn Ridge. Reward: Lee Dragon Horse Herds Tracts. He frowned slightly. Are there more magical beasts? Having thoroughly combed through Thorn Ridge, with the help of the Eye of Magic, he reasoned he should have found any magical beasts within his field of vision. It seemed that some magical beasts had managed to evade the purge while his Eye of Magic was recovering. My lord, we're nearing the seashore, should we go back? Marcus asked. List pondered for a moment, then said, no rush, keep going forward, let's take a look at the seashore. I heard from Coaster that there is a deepwater port nearby, which is perfect to check out. We can start planning sooner and get a dock built for Fresh Flower Town, as you wish. The team continued its journey. Dowson, enticed by beauty, lost interest in hunting, and circled the bound fierce earth dog for the entire trip. Fortunately, the journey was smooth, with only a few wild beasts seen before they reached the seashore. After walking along a difficult rocky path by the sea, they arrived at the location Coster had mentioned. It was a hundreds of meters wide rocky beach, with rocky mountains on both the left and right. Only the middle part was laden with rocks of various sizes, which could be cleared out to create a flat area with a little effort. Coster had not lied. A large port could not be built here, but there was no problem constructing a medium or small-sized dock. After walking around among the rocks, List immediately had a plan in mind. On our way back, we will head straight towards the cow farm, find a flat path first, instruct the lumberjack team to start clearing trees from this spot as soon as possible, and open up the road to this place. The stones near the dock could be hauled back for road paving. Here will be the starting point for Fresh Flower Town's future, he gestured around the rocky beach. Chapter 132, a great step in exploring the universe. Because the task had not been completed yet, List returned to the castle to regroup for a day before continuing his journey with Dowson and the retainer knights toward Thorn Ridge. He was determined to hunt down the last of the escaped prey completely. The female tyrant Earthhound was still tied up. To wear down its ferocity, List, synthesizing everyone's opinions, decided to starve it for 3 to 5 days so it couldn't use magic to harm people. Meanwhile, the Thorn Caravan had been arranged to order cages from North Valley City. Its fate was destined to be spent in a cage for the latter half of its life. Perhaps one day, when it became accustomed to its new life and was content to follow Dowson, it might regain its freedom. Dowson should be able to handle it. After all, he was almost an intermediate magical beast. List was very confident in this regard. The fierce earth dog might not be a gregarious magical beast, but submission to a stronger being was a consistent trait in magical beasts, especially given that they were a pair, one male, and one female. Woof woof. Dowson, who was chasing his tail in the distance, felt a bit dizzy. Still so young? Now that she has become your wife, it's time to give her a name. She is a tyrant Earthhound, and she is your wife, so let's call her Earth Matron. List took naming seriously. Dowson, do you approve of this name? If you do, bark twice. Woof woof. Dowson, still chasing after his tail, indicated approval. Entering Thorn Ridge once again. Dowson, without Earth Matron to draw attention, regained his majestic presence as the king of Thorn Ridge and continued on his way, constantly seeking out animals to hunt. All were solitary beasts, the ones that had slipped through the net during the previous hunt. What a pity. Another 3 days passed. List had not found any magical beast and felt that his Eye of Magic had become proficient enough to cast it seamlessly, maintaining it for 24 hours a day. Yet, he still saw no signs of magic, as if the magical beasts had hidden underground to hibernate. But the time was late summer and early autumn, hibernation was not possible. So, Where are the escaped fishes hiding? List, riding on a dragon horse, looked towards the bustling lumberjack team cutting down trees not far away and felt somewhat perplexed. Without completing the task, the clues he wanted pertaining to the dragon horse herd wouldn't surface. Probably the clues were hidden within the thorn forest, but even after sweeping the area twice there were no leads. There were only hopes pinned on completing the mission. If they couldn't be found, they simply couldn't be found. Eventually, List could only give the order, "Teacher Marcus, you lead the retainer knights to continue training in Thorn Ridge, protect the lumberjack team well, and if you encounter any magical beasts that can be fought, fight, if not, flee." "Yes, my lord." The smoke mission was a troublesome problem. It dampened the spirits. However, in these few days, there was some good news. The crystal craftsman successfully polished the concave and convex lenses needed, a total of 20 pieces. List experimented with random combinations and found that a convex lens paired with a concave lens could make a telescope, as could two convex lenses, though the latter resulted in an inverted image. He naturally chose to combine the convex and concave lenses and instructed the blacksmith at the smithy and the carpenter at the carpenter's shop to jointly craft the telescope tube. The tube was about 1 meter long, and after the lenses were fitted, the magnification was not very high, but List was very satisfied and named it the List telescope. At night, he aimed the telescope at the moon in the sky. After fine-tuning the distance between the lenses, the unevenly dark areas on the moon were instantly captured in his eyes. However, what struck List as odd was that the moon he saw was surrounded by a faint halo. List, with superficial knowledge of astronomy, quickly recognized it. The atmosphere. This moon actually has an atmosphere. If it has an atmosphere, could it be inhabited by intelligent life? He suddenly thought. This world had all sorts of wondrous myths about the moon. Some legends say that the royal family of the Neverfall Empire came from the moon. Some say the Elf King resides on the moon. Others claim the moon is a homeland of dragons. Even more legends suggest that at the summit of Mount Milajaoding, the central mountain range of the continent, there is a magic teleportation array that leads to the moon. Whoever could reach the top of Mount Milajaoding and activate the magic teleportation array would master the endless wealth on the moon. This legend is somewhat like the myth of Ching flying to the moon. Everyone knows it's not true, but they still yearn for it deep down. Magic teleportation array, said to be a colossal magic researched by ancient magicians that could traverse time and space, it had long been lost to history, only remaining in legends. Mount Milajaoding is the highest mountain range on the continent, unscalable by mortals at tens of thousands of meters high. Even riding a dragon, one could not reach the highest peak. The endless storms at the mountainside, more frightening than the strongest wind system magic, could shred both man and dragon into pieces. As for the name Milajaoding, it is translated from a foreign language, to be exact, from an ancient language called Moon language. The language of the Moon Empire from long ago is no longer used by any nation. Still, many countries have incorporated or even directly adopted certain words from the Moon language. The term Milajaoding, when translated, means Night of the Moonlight. Some interpret Mount Milajaoding to signify the night that guards the Moon Empire. Others contrive it to mean the night guarding the magic teleportation array that connects to the moon. Regardless, Mount Milajaoding can lead to the moon is a legend known by everyone. So, are these legends true or false? To judge this different world by Earth's common sense is no longer appropriate. Whether the moon really has people is uncertain. List, who was once a steadfast atheist, had become an agnostic. This world had no worship of gods but was filled with all sorts of bizarre legends, which was very conducive to the development of agnosticism. Despite not fully understanding the moon's content. During that evening's banquet, List still loudly announced, the invention of the List telescope is a significant step for mankind in exploring the universe. It will lift the veil of the cosmos and reveal it to the eyes of us all. He was excited about his discovery and wanted to share the joy with the people. However, when his subordinates eagerly took turns to view the moon through the telescope, their feedback was somewhat disappointing. Galtai muttered while looking at the moon, "Is this the moon? It does seem quite beautiful. Is it a round cake? Why are there no dragons or the Elf King?" Blair said softly while observing the moon, "The moon's light is too dim, much weaker than the sunlight. Some places seem almost extinguished." What he referred to as extinguished were the areas with heavier shadows on the moon, perhaps like the plains or the seas on Earth's moon. The List telescope's magnification was still not enough, managing only to enlarge by 30+ times, hence their observation of the moon was not clear, especially with the atmospheric layer in the way. Isaiah did not look at the moon, he wanted to see the stars, but under the moon's backdrop, barely any stars were shining. After viewing the moon, Marcus remained calm. "My lord, why are we looking at the moon?" "Ignorant natives." List's originally excited mood had completely dissipated, leaving him with a sense of loneliness as though he was the only sober person among a crowd of drunkards. Fortunately, He was skilled at adjusting his attitude, and his noble demeanor quickly returned him to tranquility. With a polite smile, he said, "It can not only observe the moon but also distant objects. With this telescope, distant scenes can be captured as if they are before your very eyes, and you can use it to observe magical beasts." Marcus's eyes suddenly sparkled. "Indeed. My lord, you truly are the glorious son of glory favored by the Knights' honor. The List telescope, indeed, is a great invention." Chapter 0133 Good afternoon J. Our tidal List telescope comes in two types, long and short tube. The long tube is used for observing the moon, with magnification reaching over 30 times. The short tube is the portable telescope that he intended to create for the night squad, which can be extended with a maximum magnification of around 15 times. 20 concave and convex lenses could only assemble one long tube and 3 short tubes, with the remaining lenses failing to meet the standard. He tossed the lenses to Carter. "Mr. Carter, have a look and see which pair of lenses can magnify the image. You can use it to read books when the time comes." Carter was old and his eyesight was somewhat poor. Giving him a magnifying glass, wouldn't that be delightful? One long tube was kept in the castle, 3 short tubes, of which List carried one with him, Marcus's night squad received one, and Carl's patrol team got one. With that, the distribution was complete. List had originally planned to retain the crystal craftsman Brad with a high salary, but the latter refused without hesitation. Fresh Flower Town was indeed booming, but compared to Coral City, the difference was still vast and could not attract these freeman artisans of good social standing. The same was true for Isaiah's family. Isaiah's family had visited Fresh Flower Town to see him, but when Isaiah urged them to stay, they refused without hesitation. His son even bluntly said, "What a joke, there isn't even a brothel here." Galtai's family also visited Fresh Flower Town, stayed for 2 days, and then left. Being nobles, their children and grandchildren were living a decent life and had no desire to reside in the countryside. His wife did plan to settle in Fresh Flower Town, but Galtai refused, with a lofty reason that Fresh Flower Town was too barren and he did not want his wife to suffer. In reality, he was afraid she might discover the existence of Freya. Freya's belly was already swelling. "Lord Landlord, I heard that you have invented a telescope that can see great distances?" Captain Coster, upon hearing the news, hurriedly came to the castle. "I wonder if the Fresh Flower vessel could be equipped with a telescope. We need excellent visibility at sea, and a telescope would be of great help to us." A very reasonable request. List was somewhat torn. The telescope suitable for navigation was probably this one long tubeless telescope in the castle, but this was his equipment for exploring the universe. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Captain Coster, you go back and train your sailor apprentices first. The lumberjack team will soon clear the path to the dock, and Fresh Flower Town's own dock is about to be established. You can familiarize yourself with the surroundings of the dock first. As for the telescope, there will be one." Sending Coster away, List, with a bit of heartache, took out a crystal and handed it to Thomas. "When the Fresh Flower Town transport team returns, give it to the person in charge. Tell him to ask Brad the crystal craftsman to carve 2 sets of 3 and 17 lenses." Lenses number 3 and 17 were the types used to assemble the long tube. To List, the matter of the telescope was more like a playful hobby. After figuring it out and playing with it for a while, he actually lost interest in telescopes. He could not discern any secrets of the universe's movement from constantly observing the moon and stars. So, he took Dowson out to inspect the work of the lumberjack team, taking it as an opportunity to relax. North of the dairy farm, a vast area of thorn bushes, this was a region covered by thorn cordyceps. In addition to the regular thorns, the predominant type was the rapid growth variety, including the rapid growth poison thorn and rapid growth spiky thorn. Whether the thorn bug chain task would have a follow-up was uncertain. The thorny bush stretched northeast to where the lumberjack team was working. The site was bustling with activity. Smoke billowed. Countless serfs were sweating as they cut down large trees. Some wielded axes to chop through trunks, others sawed off branches with saws, some hacked at leaves with machetes, and still, others piled up the trunks and branches, then carried away the leaves to burn on the spot. The burning of piles of debris served not only to intimidate wild beasts and magical beasts but also to accumulate ash for future use as compost when cultivating wasteland. Clerks and patrol members constantly weaved through the serfs, frequently scolding and cursing them in order to urge them to work diligently. Galtai, Isaiah, Blair, and Carl each commanded a large group of serfs, maintaining order at the site. Marcus, leading the night squad, patrolled the perimeter seriously. Upon seeing List's arrival, Galtai hurried over. "Lord Landlord, good afternoon." "Good afternoon, Teacher Galtai," List greeted. "A quarter of the town's population must be here chopping trees. How long do you think it will take to clear all the trees in Thorn Ridge?" "If we had enough tools, we would only need 20 days, no, Perhaps only 2 weeks. But we're short on tools, Lord Landlord. Many people are sharing one axe, one saw, one machete. It's terribly inefficient. Even though the serfs are enthusiastic in responding to your call, they're still not able to work to their full potential. I have already instructed the Fresh Flower Caravan to purchase tools from various cities. Ironware is too expensive, bone utensils too fragile. I hope my father can plunder a batch of iron ore, otherwise, Coral Island's lack of iron will remain unresolved. Without metal, without gemstones, even the number of elves was sparse. One of the reasons nobles were keen on contending for the mainland, rather than peacefully staying on their islands, was oftentimes out of necessity. If they had the foresight of a prophet, perhaps they would develop technology to make up for this shortfall, but they didn't, so plundering resources from the mainland to compensate was their only solution. Why had the Eagle Kingdom been repeatedly harassed by the Sapphire Kingdom? Because they had the White Moa Iron Dragon, capable of producing a large amount of iron ore. Iron is perhaps the most utilitarian metal of all. As such, as soon as the Steel Ridge Kingdom called for warfare, the Sapphire Duke instantly issued the Pioneer Mandate, and the nobles swarmed forth, burn everything, kill everything, loot everything. Occasionally, List would think, why do I always feel that the Duchy of Sapphire is like the pirates of a different world? They took advantage of having established a nation overseas, with a developed fleet, to brazenly attack kingdoms on the mainland, seizing and fleeing. They repeated this script yearly, quite contentedly. Although not very technical, it still succeeded each year, and the Earl had been to the mainland countless times. Bit by bit, they accumulated such a substantial heritage for Coral Island. Lord Landlord, because of the lumbering job, the construction of the town and the roadworks have temporarily ceased. Autumn harvest is approaching, and we may be short on workers in Barley Hamlet and Little Wheat Village. Once we determine the harvesting date, we can assign workers to go back. There's no hurry. List suddenly thought of something and glanced at Galtai. Teacher Galtai, how long have you been with me in Fresh Flower Town? Galtai was startled, then replied, Lord Landlord, you were bestowed the Baron of Fresh Flower Town on March 9th. We set off the next day, and we arrived in Fresh Flower Town that same afternoon. Today is September 23rd, which means it has been 6 months and 2 weeks. 6.5 months, time flies. But today's Fresh Flower Town is absolutely not the same as it was 6 months ago. It radiates vigorous vitality everywhere. That's right, I am very satisfied with the development of Fresh Flower Town. List, riding his lead dragon horse, walked slowly through the world unfolding before him, now a part of him. The change in thinking pleases me the most, Teacher Galtai. 6 months ago, you used to clamor for alcohol all day, now you know to finish work before drinking, even delaying your drink for work. Galtai gave an embarrassed smile. As one grows older, a person tends to slack off. Fortunately, I came to Fresh Flower Town, where I found the confidence and drive of my youth once again. I am glad to see these changes in you. List looked into the distance and said, in a few days, a group of 500 serfs will arrive, and I need you to prepare a placement plan. It's not just a matter of arranging for the serfs individually but requires an overall coordination, a blueprint for the future of Fresh Flower Town, as an advisor. Upon hearing the word advisor, Galtai's pupils suddenly widened. Chapter 134, The New Consultant of Fresh Flower Town. The Duchy of Sapphire follows the system of the Steel Ridge Kingdom. Knights are led by the Knight Commander, while officials are headed by consultants. As List's family tutor, Galtai, after the implementation of the feudal system, was designated by the Earl to accompany List to Fresh Flower Town. What he sought was the position of consultant. After all, no matter how nicely one puts it, a family tutor can't change the fact that he is part of the servitude. Marcus was the same, also a family tutor, yet still a retainer knight in status, belonging to the servant hierarchy. Even Galtai himself was a noble, although the lowest level honored knight, while he was not even a noble, just one of the better off among the commoners. Lord, are you going to appoint me as the consultant of Fresh Flower Town? Galtai was still a bit incredulous. Having been there for half a year, List had never mentioned the role of a consultant, and he had almost given up hope. Unexpectedly, fortune fell from the sky, and without warning, he was appointed as a consultant. What's the matter, Teacher Galtai, do you not wish to take up the position? Willing, of course, I am willing, how could I not be, haha. Galtai was invigorated, his face abloom with joy. I am always ready to serve you, my lord. I will take part hands-on in governing Fresh Flower Town and will definitely live up to the responsibilities of a consultant without any slack. List said, I have been observing your recent work attitude. You are my family tutor, and I trust you. Fresh Flower Town is my only fief, and it is also the foundation for my quest for honor. Its importance goes without saying, and I hope you will take it seriously. Galtai put away his bright smile, placed his left hand over his chest, and performed a solemn knight's salute. As you wish. Fresh Flower Town is in your hands now, my consultant. I am honored to serve you, my lord. There was no grand appointment ceremony. Fresh Flower Town was just a small rural town, and thus simply and plainly, a consultant, akin to the head of the town, was chosen. Strictly speaking, a consultant was only slightly more prestigious than an administrative officer, and Galtai's actual power had not increased much. Consultants could appoint town officials, which might sound powerful, but the castle was just next door, and no official's appointment could possibly avoid List's notice. However, his income had greatly increased. His former salary of 10 copper coins a day had risen to 20. His income increased, and he could buy lots more fine wine or some furniture for his little family with Freya. Congratulations, Consultant Galtai. Isaiah and the others congratulated Galtai one after another. Galtai was full of pride, his laughter incessant, for Baron List, for the favor of Knight's honor, and for the future of us all. Let us together build Fresh Flower Town into a more prosperous and wealthy place. A man revived by good news has a spirited glow. Galtai, now a consultant, threw himself into his work with boundless enthusiasm for the next 2 days. In addition to managing specific affairs, he did not forget List's instructions and made a comprehensive plan for the future of Fresh Flower Town. For this, he made a request during the evening banquet. My lord, I am planning to conduct another census of the town. No, it should be called a town's resources survey. First, we should calculate the acreage of farmland, properly plan the agricultural structure of Fresh Flower Town, so that, when the 500 serfs arrive, we can quickly arrange for them to farm. Secondly, we will investigate the trade situation of the caravans and organize craftspeople to run their shops rationally. Waving his little fork, he spoke passionately without concern for a noble etiquette. The caravans passing through our town are growing in number. The Fresh Flower Caravan and the Thorn Caravan can sell our town's produce outwards. Our business district will soon flourish, bringing a great many gold coins to the castle. That's a good line of thinking, Consultant Galtai. Make this plan more detailed and then submit it to me for review. Yes, my lord. Outside the town office, Coster was pacing back and forth, occasionally greeted by passing civilians whom he responded to one by one. Now, Coster was a town celebrity, not because he had been the first captain of Fresh Flower Town's first vessel, the Fresh Flower vessel, but because of his tireless quest for knowledge. He had tried to recruit nearly every young son of the households. Young man, you have got spirit, come learn to sail with me. Even the young bachelors were approached. There are more men than women in Fresh Flower Town. You won't find a wife here. Better to learn to sail with me. There's a world full of women out there. One voyage, and you could land a hard-working, big-bottomed woman to bear you many sons. Most people just sneered at Coster's recruiting efforts. The continental mindset brought by the nobles had given the narrow-minded civilians a natural fear and ignorance of the sea. So, after countless rejections, Coster had managed to recruit only 10 bachelors and 12 young men to learn sailing with him, becoming sailor apprentices. And this was free education. If he charged tuition, probably no one would come, and he would have to subsidize their lunches from time to time. If it hadn't been for the Lord Landlord's fixed payment for the teaching night squad salaries, he wouldn't have been able to recruit even one apprentice. His yearning for the sea stopped Coster from feeling discouraged. He remained enthusiastic, training these sailor apprentices of various ages. But for the past couple of days, not a single sailor apprentice had turned up. Coster was becoming frustrated. Clip clop clip clop. The sound of horseshoes on the gravel road rang clearly. He immediately went to meet him. The town's consultant was back, Consultant Galtai. Ah, Captain Coster, what can I do for you? Galtai looked travel-worn, his face turned somewhat purple from the sun's exposure. My apprentices have all gone to chop wood, Consultant Galtai. They need to study sailing, not to be diverted to irrelevant tasks like chopping wood. Sorry, Coster, but chopping wood is not irrelevant. It's an order directly from the Lord Landlord, vital for the future development of Fresh Flower Town. Your sailing business, it can wait a few days, especially since you don't need to set out to sea. Consider it a vacation for yourself. I wish I had time for one. Galtai didn't take Coster seriously, wanting only to send him away. The town has enough trouble farming, let alone having spare time for sailing. However, he underestimated Coster's determination. Once Coster mentioned that the Lord Landlord hopes to develop the sailing business, he stuck to Galtai relentlessly, following him everywhere, even if Galtai went home. Pressured, Galtai finally agreed to a compromise. I can let you take back the 12 young sailor apprentices to continue their training with you, but the adult apprentices must chop wood. Agreed. Coster responded eagerly, satisfied to have secured the 12 young apprentices. One more thing, the youngsters will help at the chopping site, earning 2 copper coins every 2 days. You will have to cover this loss. Oh my, I don't have the money. Would you have the youngsters earn nothing then? Their parents will have a word with you about that, Coster. The sailing business is for the glory of the Lord Landlord. Should the town stand by and watch? The town should pay for this. After a fresh bout of stubborn haggling, Galtai finally promised that during the wood-cutting campaign, the apprentices' lost wages would be subsidized by the town. Only then did Coster board the fresh flower vessel contentedly. Facing the 12 apprentices, he called out loudly, "At high tide, the fresh flower vessel will sail towards the docks of our future. For the next few days, we will spend our time around the docks." Chapter 0135, Coster's carrot and stick approach ready. Already. Tack with the wind. Tighten the braces. Keep downwind, heading downwind. Prepare to lower the sails. Or row on the port side. Raise the fore and aft sail. The waves gently undulated across the sea as the fresh flower vessel slowly sailed with the current, intermittently stopping, circling, or turning. Captain Coster's voice, with the effect of a loudspeaker, continuously rang out over the entire ship, issuing various commands. 12 sailors busied themselves in a frenzy, controlling the large ship. Considering the size and tonnage of the fresh flower vessel, 12 sailors were simply not enough to operate it. The full complement was 30 sailors. The tasks meant for 30 people were being carried out by merely 12 youths, all novices at that, so the pressure was imaginable. Consequently, the ship's voyage was intermittent, never able to smoothly head towards the target. But regardless, under the command and instruction of Coster, the fresh flower vessel still managed to sail north, bumpily along the coastline, towards the dock area. Half a day later, the instructional voyage successfully reached its destination. This was a rocky beach. The fresh flower vessel moored briefly in the bay for a lunch break, while also taking the opportunity to train the sailors in swimming lessons. The coast is not as people say, with sea monsters eating humans. This is not the habitat of sea monsters. Sea monsters live in the deep sea, and coastal voyages hardly ever encounter them. Of course, with bad luck, even sunbathing on the shore could end with a sea monster crawling over to devour you. Coster tried to dispel the sailor apprentices' fear of deep waters, but his rhetoric was clearly inadequate, making them even more afraid to enter the water. Swimming at the beach could cause them half a day's nervousness, let alone this deep-water bay. "Captain, we already know how to swim," a sailor apprentice said softly in defense. "Is deep water the same as shallow water?" "Absolutely not. You need to overcome your fear of the azure seawater. It could save your lives at a critical moment." "How is that possible?" "We are on the ship. We would definitely not run into the water for no reason." "Idiots." While sailing on the ocean, sea waves often sweep sailors overboard into the sea. If you can't swim, you won't even have the time to wait for rescue. "But, Captain, I am just here to be a sailor apprentice. I have no plans to go out to sea." "You have no such plans, then why are you learning to sail? Do you think I, Coster, am easy to fool?" Coster suddenly became furious, pointing at the sailor apprentice's nose and bellowing, "I am appointed by Lord Landlord as the captain of the fresh flower vessel, and in the future, I will sail out to trade for the Lord Landlord. You are the first batch of sailors. You might fool me, but do you dare fool the Lord Landlord?" The sailor apprentices nodded timidly in agreement. They felt as though they had boarded a pirate ship. Coster also gave up on trying to persuade them with kind words, and instead threatened them directly. "I have been given full authority by the Lord Landlord to be responsible for all maritime affairs, and the Lord Advisor of Fresh Flower Town must cooperate with me. Remember, anyone who dares to evade or disobey my commands, I will hand you over to Lord Carl's patrol team." Hearing the name of the patrol team, the youths became even more frightened. The Lord Landlord was indeed noble and untouchable, but it was said he was the embodiment of kindness, so they were not afraid, only awestruck. However, the patrol team had an illustrious reputation for fierceness. List always wanted to build the patrol team to be a police station with the motto "Police and Citizens as One Family," but it was hopeless. The existence of physical punishments like flogging ensured that fear was inevitable. Carl was meticulous in enforcing the regulations, repaying the Lord Landlord's trust by lashing at any commoner who made a mistake. No mercy was shown with the whip. Thus, mention of the patrol team made people change color with fear. Seeing the expressions on the boys' faces, Coster was quite pleased. Having swung the big stick, he now began to dangle the carrot. "Don't be afraid of the sea. The sea and the land are the same. We can farm on land, so we can sail on the sea. Going out to sea is the best decision you have ever made. Beyond the sea lies endless wealth, and women with huge chests and even bigger butts." "Really? Are there really women with big butts?" A boy overcame his fear and swallowed hard. "Of course. I once visited an island that had just ended a war, where women stood in lines, and everyone could take their pick. I chose a woman with the biggest butt," Coster said, reminiscing. "And then what, Captain?" "Then? Yeah, Captain, what happened next with that big-bottomed woman? Later, Coster licked his lips. I gave her 3 copper coins when in fact, 2 would have been enough for a comfortable night. But I gave her 1 extra copper coin. Those towering peaks provided an unparalleled experience. I swear they could bury your head inside and suffocate you. Coster gestured a large circle with his hands. A very large circle. So large that it left the boys speechless. Gulp. Gulp. The boys swallowed hard, one after another. All right, break's over. Time for lessons, lads. If you want a woman with surging waves, then learn well following my instructions. Once you become qualified sailors, you too can spend 2 copper coins for a marvelous night. Now, jump into the water, swim. The boys suddenly overcame their fear. They rushed into the sea, crying out excitedly. Coster took a wooden flask out of his bosom, uncorked it, and savored a sip. He knew what these boys wanted. After all, he would have been young once too. After a sip of liquor, he returned to the captain's quarters and carefully took out a 1-meter-long cylinder from the chest. This was the telescope that Lord Landlord had sent via a servant yesterday, fitting out the fresh flower vessel with his very own telescope. It was this telescope that informed him of Lord Landlord's view on sailing. He craves the sea more than any noble. Coster felt his future was bright. A noble who longed for the sea would undoubtedly support his voyage. It was also for this reason that he had the confidence to go to the administration office and nag Lord Advisor Galtai relentlessly to reap benefits. Cradling the telescope, he walked onto the deck. The swaying deck was, to him, steadier than land. He lifted the telescope to his eyes and began to look into the distance, where everything afar seemed to suddenly appear before him. It was an amazing transformation, incredibly astonishing. Only such an exalted noble as Lord Landlord could craft such a miraculous item. He observed the distant sea surface for a while, the thick smoke from Thorn Ridge, a few seabirds walking on the rocky beach, and then the sheer cliffs of the Rocky Mountains on the shore. Suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly as he noticed what appeared to be a cave on a cliff face washed by the sea at the Rocky Mountains. A cave? The cliffs here aren't high, could they have caves? Is that a rock cave? I seem to have seen a seabird flying out just now. Could there be sea swallows? Sea swallows are a type of gull that builds nests on seaside cliffs, and their eggs are highly sought after by nobles. To the extent that some nobles would specifically send serfs to risk their lives to collect sea swallow eggs. Sea swallow eggs are an indispensable delicacy on the noble's table. If I discover a collective nesting place for sea swallows and offer it to Lord Landlord, he will surely be delighted, then reward me handsomely. He felt the excitement growing. With that, I will have the money to attract more sailor apprentices. Chapter 0136, simultaneously releasing 2 rock spikes for the sake of the sea swallow eggs. After Captain Coster and the other young men completed their swimming lessons, they immediately set sail, steering the fresh flower vessel unsteadily towards the cave. As they approached the cave, which was not far away, they could clearly see its appearance. It was not very big, as the mountain ridge was not high, and the flat entrance of the cave resembled a large mouth. The inside wasn't deep either. They could see clearly into the cave with just a glance. Especially since Captain Coster was using a telescope, his view was even clearer. Oh, my God. There are bones. He saw several decaying human skeletons lying inside, as well as various tattered items, and even the wreckage of a small boat. Drop anchor. Launch the canoe. He shouted, preparing to disembark in the canoe to get a closer look at what exactly was inside the cave. The castle. The nearby Dragon Kua fields. List was inspecting his dragon hollyhocks. It's about to be born, Mr. Carter, my 9th elf bug, he said, caressing the soon-to-bloom large flower bud, using the eye of magic to see clearly. A pale blue magic power was converging from all around the dragon hollyhock's branches and leaves towards the special flower bud, nurturing the Dragon Kua elf bug. It is indeed a night's glory that watches over us. We all thought it wouldn't survive, but it has stubbornly held on. My lord, Mr. Galtai says you are the son of glory, and I firmly believe that. It's your glory that has shone upon the Dragon Kua elf bug. Perhaps, I am indeed very lucky. The title of Son of Glory, like descend of the star of literature from his hometown on Earth, was a descriptive honorific. Lys didn't know if he was the son of glory or the son of something else, but the smoke mission had brought him luck far beyond the average person, which probably qualified as the night's glory that watches over us. He didn't dwell on this point. He simply ordered, make sure to check on it often, and notify me immediately once the Dragon Kua bug is born. Rest assured, aside from nighttime, a manservant from the castle will come check on the Dragon Kua every hour, Carter replied. That reminds me, is it time to water the earth matron? It was nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon when we set off. Now it indeed is time for watering, Carter responded. Then let's head back. Returning to the castle, List led Dalson along with the servants to begin the watering. The fierce earth dog, named Earth Matron, now had a specially made iron cage located about 500 meters from the castle. Centered on the cage, a foundation was being dug 20 meters around, with plans to build a 3-meter-high wall. The top of the wall would have inclined shields installed to prevent Earth Matron from escaping. However, the Earth Matron hadn't eaten for 3 days. List waited to be present to oversee the situation, instructing the servants to give it a little water to prevent it from dying of thirst. Whoa! Seeing someone approach, the Earth Matron lying on the ground weakly got up, glaring fiercely at List and his party. Its violent temper was clearly unmitigated. Woof woof. Dowson sprinted over, circling the iron cage and wagging his tail enthusiastically, barking at the Earth Matron. Earth Matron, however, had no affection for Dowson, turning its head to glare at Dowson and continuing to emit low, threatening growls. Hasn't the feeding device arrived yet? List glanced at the cage and asked Thomas, who was following behind. The posts aren't even in place yet, the work is too slow. The feeding device was a special contraption designed for the Earth Matron's feedings. After all, the Earth Matron was not like Dowson, it could become violent and injure someone at any moment. To prevent this, they kept it caged. But it still needed to be fed, they couldn't really let it starve. Hence, they designed a set feeding device, which allowed them to feed the Earth Matron from outside the wall using a system of ropes that slid food into the cage. At the same time, the cage was movable. Once there was a significant accumulation of feces, they would drag the cage, along with the Earth Matron away. After cleaning the ground, they would pull it back into place. It sounds complicated. But in reality, it's quite simple, just a basic application of a few ropes. In order to design his future army of fierce earth dogs, List put in a lot of effort. It doesn't have any magic power left. The fact is, even magical beasts can't gather magic power when they are starving, thought List. A magical beast's magic power is half produced by its body and half absorbed from the outside. But when starving, not only can the body not produce magic power, it also lacks the strength to absorb it from the surroundings, rendering it completely useless, thus highlighting the importance of nutrition for training. Thomas, give it water. Yes, master, said Thomas, carefully carrying the bucket of water to the side of the fierce earth dog's iron cage, his movements shaky even though he had done this a few times before. Woo-woo. The Earth Matron roared at him with increased volume in its deep growl. Thomas's hands trembled violently, spilling half of the water he scooped up. When he tried to pour the water into the cage, the Earth Matron stuck its head out again, and all the water ended up spilling. He lowered his head and hurriedly apologized. I am sorry, master. Keep feeding it. The Earth Matron can no longer cast magic, it's now equivalent to a wild dog. Remember that, said List. Yes, master. The second time, with preparation, Thomas finally managed to pour the water into the basin. After the Earth Matron roared for a while and saw that it couldn't scare Thomas, it began to drink. After the Earth Matron finished drinking, Dowson was already anxiously circling outside. It had acquired a taste for it. List cleared his throat and said, Thomas, bring over that iron cage. 2 cages were prepared, one for the Earth Matron to live in, and one to hold Dowson. In fear of the Earth Matron escaping, the cages would be connected together before opening their doors. Since the process had been done once the day before, Dowson cooperated and crawled into the smaller cage, which Thomas and other servants pushed to the front of the larger cage's door. The iron door of the cage was pulled out, and the 2 cages were connected. Dowson quickly darted in and pounced on the Earth Matron, starting to violently thrust. The Earth Matron, having starved for 3 days, was truly unable to resist. Half an hour later, it was all over. The Earth Matron lay in the cage, its dog eyes half closed, dully looking at the sky divided into sections by the bars, clouds drifting freely in the distance. On the other hand, Dowson was full of energy, carefree and frolicking in the horse field, getting it on every day, utterly blissful. Its body grew stronger, a strength that could be felt every day. The muscles were no longer as swollen as they were at first, slowly reverting to the normal physique of a fierce earth dog, a slightly overweight streamlined form. But its current body length and height had clearly surpassed that of a grown tiger. Its magic power was also on the rise, now able to cast rock spike 45 times a day. List became increasingly convinced that Dowson might indeed have a chance to evolve into an intermediate magical beast. Thus, he improved its diet, almost exclusively feeding it magical beast meat. This was akin to feeding Dowson gold coins, as its daily intake surpassed that of 7 lists combined. A diet costing at least 1 gold coin per day. Dowson, you must not let me down, List murmured to himself, then gave an order. Dowson, cast magic. Woof. As it ran, Dowson let out an instinctive bark and simultaneously cast magic. PFFT. PFFT. 2 rock spikes shot up from the ground in front of it. 2 rock spikes released at the same time? Surprised by the sight, List noted that simultaneously casting 2 spells was equivalent to a brand new type of magic. Only intermediate magical beasts are capable of casting multiple spells. Before List could snap out of his surprise, Butler Carter's voice came from behind him. "Master, Captain Coster requests to see you. He says he has found a treasure in a cave near the docks." Chapter 137, The Galloper Island is covered by the rat treasure? List got excited as soon as he heard it. He immediately called over Coster, who was waiting in the castle. "What kind of treasure is it?" "Lord Landlord, it's a sailing route to an island. During the trial voyage of the fresh flower vessel, I discovered a cave not far from the dock, which contained human skeletons. Upon examination, it was found that they were horse traders who had become trapped in the cave and died. Before their deaths, they left the location of their horse trading. It's on that island." "Horse traders?" List quickly associated this with the smoke mission, the tracks of the Lee Dragon horse herd. He abandoned his plans to continue researching the new magic cast by Dawson and immediately said, "Take me to the cave, I want to investigate personally." As he prepared to depart, he took the opportunity to summon the smoke mission and discovered that it had undergone changes. Mission completed. Reward, tracks of the Lee Dragon horse herd. Mission, the magical beasts have been completely exterminated. Fresh Flower Town has never been safer. As a landlord, it is time to make a big move for Fresh Flower Town to achieve leapfrog development. What does it matter if the environment is destroyed? Please level the thorn forest. Reward, mutated thorn variant. The magical beasts were completely exterminated. The thorn bug chain mission also resumed. List felt that today was truly a day of celebration, only lacking magpies chattering on the branches. And soon enough, he understood how the mission was completed. Retainer Knight Sean, bringing a dead shadow snake to the castle. The shadow snake had killed 3 serfs. The lumberjack site was in chaos for a while, but under the suppression of Teacher Marcus, Consultant Jaourtai and other nobles, the serfs were put back to work in lumbering. Sean reported the scene at that time. The burning bonfires did not scare the shadow snake away. It attacked 3 serfs in succession and was ultimately killed by Marcus with a bow and arrow. Afterwards, the serfs were thrown into panic, and although they were suppressed, their work efficiency inevitably wavered. Sean, tell Teacher Marcus to continue to strengthen the protection of the lumberjack team. Although the magical beasts had been exterminated, List could not clearly tell others, so he could only continue to reinforce protection. Also, tell Consultant Jaourtai to give 10 silver coins to each family of the deceased serfs. At that moment, silver coins were the best way to console them and the best way to encourage the serfs to work hard. They were more persuasive than any threat or words of encouragement. "Yes, my lord." Sean took the order and left. List put on his magical beast leather helmet and armor, accompanied by his personal servant Thomas and Rom Barrel, who had been notified to come as a retainer. After all, the landlord could not go out without retainers. "Lord Landlord, actually you can also reach the cave by land, but it requires crossing over mountains and climbing a steep cliff. Taking the fresh flower vessel is the most convenient option," Coster said as he bowed to List, starting to command the launch of the fresh flower vessel. Raising the anchor, rowing, hoisting the sails. Changing direction, they sailed slowly on the sea. With the experience of a previous voyage, the young sailors performed quite well. They greatly increased their previous travel speed, reaching the vicinity of the cave in about 20 minutes. They put down a canoe, and Coster led List and the others into the cave. The cave was very damp, almost level with the rising tide of the sea surface, so it was occasionally pushed in by the seawater. But deeper inside, it was dry. It was now the afternoon, with the sun already behind the mountains, so the light no longer shone inside, making the cave seem somewhat dark. Thomas lit the prepared wax candle lanterns early, adding brightness to the cave. "Lord Landlord, here's the wreckage of a small boat. Looking at its design, it seems to be a tender carried by a large ship. Washed repeatedly by the seawater, only a little bit of the wood is left," Coster said, as he turned the boat wreck over, and the wreck fell apart, scattering the wood chips on the ground. Then, he walked to a few skeletons, 3 sets of human skeletons in total. "I have checked them, and they are relatively intact, without losing too many bones. They had weapons with them, bone swords. The bones are very hard, but not in the shape of a knight's sword, so they should be a group of rats." Knights, as the name implies, were mounted warriors. Knights were the main force in warfare, a component of the army. Wars between landlords were essentially charges between knights. However, not all who practiced Chi chose to become a knight. Knighthood was a product of the nobility system, and there were still some who chose to remain outside this system. These people were smugglers, outcasts, members of a despicable class. They did not obey the rule of the landlords, did not engage in production, were free and loose, and took part in professions that went against the nobility system: thieving, robbery, smuggling, pimping, or accepting employment for assassination, slave trading, and so on. These people were naturally referred to as rats. But they called themselves rangers. Rats, huh? List wasn't particularly moved. He was no stranger to rats, as he often had to work with them when he and Levi's were involved in slave trading. The nobility reviled and belittled these people as rats, but that didn't stop them from cooperating with rats. After all, there were many dirty deeds that nobles couldn't undertake personally, so they needed the rats to do it for them. The pirates that roamed the Duchy of Sapphire were also considered rats, essentially disguised nobles. Or one could say, rats were just another skin of the nobles. Ordinary people couldn't afford the nutrition needed to practice Qi, only nobles could breed rats. List believed that the Tulip family also had their own rats. Being the second son of an earl, he simply wasn't privy to that information. Is there anything else preserved that shows their identity? List picked up a bone sword and asked. This bone sword should have been forged from the skeleton of a magical beast, with a more curved shape, vastly different from the long, straight knight's sword, and was more suitable for close-quarter combat. Due to long-term natural corrosion, the bone sword no longer had any traces of magic power. Their clothes and bundles have all rotted away. The moisture here is too great, nothing could be preserved. Only these serpent scripts etched into the cave walls have survived. Coster pointed to the walls of the cave and said. Thomas brought the candle lantern up close. Illuminated the serpent script on the cave wall. The script was blurred, divided into two major segments, with only parts recognizable. I am heavily injured, close to death, sweet. As a traitor. A mole, the green light. Attempted to scuttle. They took away the galloper, but he underestimated me. I killed him. Can't make it out of here. Cliffs are too steep, the horse. The message on its back, you might still come in time. Galloper. Island. Nautical chart. My family, tell Mori, I love her. Casper of the Iron. The represents the individual serpent characters that are unclear, while the indicates entire segments of the script that are legible. With some guessing and deduction, one could barely make out the content of these two passages. After pondering momentarily, List understood the gist. There was a mole among the horse merchants, seemingly called Sweet, who scuttled a large ship intending to take the gallopers. Casper turned the tables and killed him, but Casper got severely injured, and before dying, he sent the horse away with a tied message on its back. Then he left a nautical chart. Considering the rewards from the smoke mission, List realized, clearly, these rats discovered the island where the Lee Dragon horse herd lived. They must have been rats working for the Tulip family. My Lee Dragon horse is that galloper sent away by Casper. With this realization, his gaze couldn't help but turn to the nautical chart next to the serpent script. The carvings on the nautical chart were very deep. Obviously, Casper had applied a great deal of force while inscribing it. Even as the serpent script nearby was nearly eroded beyond recognition, the nautical chart remained clear. Chapter 138, Black Horse Island Fiefdom Conquest. Understood the significance of the treasure. List suppressed his excitement and asked calmly, Captain Coster, can you understand this nautical chart? Lord Landlord, this nautical chart is a standard one and there are no overly complicated contents. It seems that the rat himself was not proficient in navigation, so I can fully understand the routes on the chart, Coster said confidently. The twisted, abstract, and bizarre symbols on the nautical chart pose no challenge to him. So, is the island where the galloper horses live far from Coral Island? Judging from the nautical chart, the island is about 130 kilometers north of Coral Island. With the fresh flower vessel's speed of 5 knots, it would take approximately 14 hours to reach Galloper Island, barring currents and storms, Coster calculated, using his fingers before replying. List's math was not bad. From Coster's explanation, List estimated roughly that 1 knot was less than 2 kilometers per hour, making the fresh flower vessel's speed about 9 kilometers per hour. That's even slower than the speed of riding a bicycle. He vaguely remembered that the narrowest point of the Taiwan Strait was only 135 kilometers wide. This meant that the distance between Coral Island and Galloper Island was the width of the Taiwan Strait. Captain Coster, when can the fresh flower vessel set sail for Galloper Island? Lord Landlord, if it's just about setting sail, the sailor apprentices are already competent enough, as Galloper Island isn't that far and falls within the coastal navigation range. However, the sailors lack experience and would be helpless in the event of a storm, which makes the likelihood of an accident quite high. How soon can we set sail if we train intensively? If Lord Landlord allows me to recruit 30 sailor apprentices and we train every day without fail, within a month, I can make the fresh flower vessel sail to Galloper Island. List made a quick decision. I will have Consultant Galtai fully support you. In 1 month, we head for Galloper Island. Give the island a name, call it Black Horse Island. Coster was excited. I am honored to serve you, Lord Landlord. Make a copy of this nautical chart, then erase the drawings on the cave walls. After completing these tasks, the fresh flower vessel returned home. Nighttime. The castle's evening banquet summarized the day's work. It had become routine. List was not a stingy landlord and didn't mind his subordinates freeloading in the castle. It was also a method of winning people over. My lord, if the clue left by the rat is real, we must take control of Black Horse Island as soon as possible to prevent other powers from occupying it. Then we must quickly earn military achievements, obtain a fief, and mark Black Horse Island as your territory. Horse resources are more important than any resource. Marcus spoke seriously. Considering the Duchy of Sapphire had many deserted islands, meritorious landlords could choose their own deserted islands as fiefs. Without being granted a fief, all the deserted islands in the Sea of Azure Waves theoretically belong to the Sapphire Duke. They could choose to operate them in secret, which was an unspoken rule. However, once the Duke designated a deserted island as a fief for a certain landlord, they were obligated to vacate it immediately. But such secret operations of deserted islands were rare. Firstly, nobles didn't lack land for farming, what they lacked were elves and metals. Secondly, it was very difficult to ensure that the management of a deserted island would remain a secret. Once operated to a certain extent, the Duke might forcibly grant the island as a fief. In principle, all produce from the island would become the property of another landlord. Therefore, the secret operation of a deserted island was more trouble than it was worth. For example, ever since the Tulip family obtained Coral Island, they had been cultivating it for 20 years, and still, a third of the land remained uncultivated. In Fresh Flower Town, before List's arrival, much of the land was wasteland, uncultivated. Up to the present, many places were still wasteland, not to mention Thornridge awaited development. The information must be kept secret, everyone who knows must be severely warned, else Black Horse Island will surely be taken by other lords. Galtai spoke just as seriously. He and Marcus were very clear about the importance of war horses to nobles, especially the Lee Dragon horse breed with its exceptional bloodline, which played a crucial role in enhancing a knight's power on the battlefield. It could be directly said. During a charge on the battlefield, an elite Earth Knight on a nag might not necessarily defeat a common Earth Knight mounted on a Lee Dragon horse. Then, the information is limited to those present, as well as Captain Coster, Rom, and my servant Thomas, List said agreeably. When the sailor training is complete, they and their families will move directly to live on Black Horse Island. Of course, first we need to see what the conditions on Black Horse Island are like. Galtai spoke optimistically. Black Horse Island, able to breed such godly steeds as the Lee Dragon horse, must be a flat, green island. I think its area is definitely large, maybe even enough to accommodate an earl. List cut off a piece of magical beast meat, swallowed it, and seemed to mention in passing, no matter its size, it is destined to be my island. Consultant Galtai, you must actively cooperate with Coaster in training the sailors, meeting their needs as much as possible. I understand. Preparations to secretly approach the Lee Dragon horse herd of Black Horse Island began. The work of the lumberjack team remained flamboyant, with hundreds of people collectively felling trees, and despite the limitations of their tools, meaning individual efficiency might not be high, overall progress was swift. In just 5 short days, about a third of the trees at Thornridge to the north were cut down. A large area of thorn forest around the docks had been completely cleared, with only a few wild fruit trees remaining. To complete the new smoke mission, it would take roughly half a month more, and there was no use in hurrying. Since Galtai became a consultant, his enthusiasm for work soared, taking initiative so much that List often found himself with nothing to do. As a result, training Wanfu became his current research topic. Wanfu's feathers grew increasingly stiff, and its inner magic power more abundant. If it weren't for the chain tied to its legs, it might have already been learning to fly. Old Geronti, is there really not a single falconer to be found on the vast Coral Island? Lord Landlord, I have had the people of the Fresh Flower Caravan inquire in every city and even small towns, and indeed, no artisans skilled in falconry have been found, replied old Geronti, the captain of the Fresh Flower Caravan, who had came to the castle to report. Keep looking. Yes, Lord Landlord. After sending off old Geronti, List rubbed his forehead. Although Wanfu's caw-caw was annoying, it was still a magical beast raised from a young age, and it would be a pity to just keep it around to slaughter for meat. But he did not dwell on Wanfu for long. The Dragon Kua manservant, who took care of the Dragon Kua, reported good news upon returning. Master, the Dragon Kua elf bug has been born. Rushing to the Dragon Kua field, List saw the pitch-black, glossy Dragon Kua bug, which resembled a black gemstone, very interesting. With just a simple lure of jade powder, the Dragon Kua bug bit onto List's finger, completing the contract. His 9th elf bug finally settled in the castle. Yet the good news did not stop there. As he returned to the castle, A knight who had rushed from Coral City brought him important news. The Coral Island caravan had returned, and Levi's family tutor, Frank, was asking him to come to Coral City to receive 500 serfs. Chapter 139, 500 serfs arrived. The arrival of the serfs invigorated the small town officials, as there was currently a shortage of labor. List had made preparations to head to Coral City to take charge of these 500 serfs. Although the weather was still somewhat hot at the end of summer and the beginning of autumn, the sun was no longer so scorching, and wearing the noble's flak middle-abbey could still be tolerated. He no longer needed to ride a horse. The castle had just purchased a brand new four-wheeled carriage. The servants carefully adorned it, attaching a flag on top embroidered with a purple-black tulip. The tulip family had their own flag, a bright red tulip. It represented the kind of tulip that had birthed their first tulip bug, but sadly, despite evolving into a little minor elf, it had died of old age. The current tulip great elf was bred from a magic tulip. Now that List had been infifed, he was no longer a formal member of the tulip family, so the red tulip flag was no longer suitable for use. So, he had chosen the black tulip as his own flag. The flags of the caravans of the fresh flower and thorn merchants bore the black tulip. On Coral Island, this was probably already familiar to everyone. Seeing a black tulip flag meant it was List, the third son of the Earl's family, the Baron of Fresh Flower Town, who had recently garnered much attention. Black Tulip. That was the name of this brand new carriage. The coachman driving the carriage was One-Eyed Barton. There weren't many horses, so his workload was light. He took the opportunity to drive the carriage, which also allowed him to visit Coral City and see the world. My lord, following your instructions, I've selected the healthiest dragon hollyhock plant, dug it out with the soil, and placed it in a pot. Look, it has green fruits and ripe black ones, and it continues to flower. The lady will surely like it. Very good, water it and put it in the carriage, List signaled. The dragon kua bug originated from Lady Penelope's dragon hollyhocks, so to show some appreciation, List prepared a new pot of dragon hollyhocks for the old lady. It was an act of reciprocity. It was also an opportunity to show off his abilities, given that the old lady always found fault with him for being too handsome. My lord, are you taking Dowson with you? Take Dowson around for a spin, it's now my loyal guard, and the Earth Knights are no match for it anymore, List said proudly. He was very satisfied with Dowson. The bloodline fruits weren't wasted, it could now release several rock spikes at the same time. At its most, it had managed to release 6 rock spikes at once. After synthesizing the opinions of Marcus, Galtai, and others, everyone agreed that Dowson was now an intermediate magical beast. It might be weaker compared to those capable of crushing the Coral Island Knights like the purple sand crocodile, making Dowson somewhat of a rookie. But an intermediate magical beast was still an intermediate magical beast. It had transcended the shackles of a low-level magical beast, able to cast 2 spells rock spike and multiple stone spikes. Moreover, it had room to grow. After all, it was only 7 months old. It might comprehend more magic as it continued to grow. With Dowson, he could virtually do as he pleased on Coral Island. Carter, observing the majestic and robust Dowson, teased, taking it away is good, so it doesn't keep hovering around the Earth Matron. Mr. Marcus said the Earth Matron is almost due to be pregnant, and they shouldn't mate anymore. Indeed, Dowson is presently growing, so it shouldn't exhaust itself, List said seriously. Additionally, concerning the Earth Matron, from now on, she must be provided with ample nutrition. If it's confirmed she isn't pregnant, we will cut off the supply and wear down her ferocity, as necessary. Having starved for so many days, eating only occasionally, and still being overpowered by Dowson made for a rather difficult existence for the Earth Matron, her fierceness was gradually being eroded. When List and others approached, it no longer chose to roar but was left only with fear. No matter how smart a magical beast is, it is still ultimately a kind of wild beast. The tactic of boiling a frog in warm water was entirely capable of instilling fear in the Earth Matron towards List and others. Even if it regained its strength in the future, it would not dare to rebel against them, just like circus lions, whipped by their trainers from a young age. They don't dare to escape, nor to rebel, completely lacking the demeanor of a king of beasts. Given the Earth Matron's swift compliance, List was struck with many inspirations. Gradually, he started to form a vague plan, which he intended to implement on Wanfu. This wind falcon that kept getting fatter with each meal was about time to experience some hardships. He dressed himself and the carriage was prepared. Galtai also arrived with Isaiah, Blair, and Rom Barrel, along with a few clerks. They came to join in the reception of the serfs. At the same time, Marcus arrived. My lord, don't you need the Knight Squad to follow? No need, Teacher Marcus, the work of the lumberjack team is equally important. A brief farewell. The caravan set off. Even with the robust physique of an Earth Knight, List still found riding in a carriage far more comfortable than on horseback. All the windows were open, and the breeze blew through as they swayed and jostled on the journey, nearly lulling him to sleep. During the trip, Dowson also tried to get into the carriage for some comfort, but List kicked him out resolutely. A dog that doesn't run alongside the carriage wills but wants a ride, where's the sense in that? The main reason, however, was that Dowson was simply too big. Once inside the carriage, List would have no room to stretch his legs. Moreover, the dog's weight was close to 800 pounds, which left the two nags pulling the carriage panting heavily once he boarded. Leaving the road of Thorn Ridge, they entered the ubiquitous dirt roads of Coral Island. The dust was immense. Dowson, running behind the caravan for a while, turned into a dust shaker, prompting List to hurriedly put on a mask and draw the curtains of the windows. At around 10 in the morning, the caravan smoothly arrived at Coral City. Consultant Galtai, you go with Blair and Isaiah to discuss the handover with Mr. Frank. I'll go visit my grandmother first. As you wish, my lord. They then parted ways, with the carriage continuing towards the independent small castle beside Coral City. When the servants of the castle saw the black tulip banner fluttering on the carriage, they knew who had arrived, and the butler quickly led the servants to greet them at the door. Master List, I am so pleased to see you. And my grandmother? The old lady is inside the castle, chatting with Miss Livira. Earlier today, Miss Livira arrived at the castle to keep the old lady company. My sister is here too? List wasn't surprised. Because he had already noticed a carriage parked at the entrance to the castle, bearing a flag with a special design. That was Livira's carriage. The design on the flag, which she had created herself, supposedly an abstract combination of a hot spring, birds, tulips, and a baroness, was lost on List. As he entered the castle, he spoke to the manservant Tom, take good care of Dowson, and don't let it injure anyone indiscriminately. Understood, my lord. Tom, holding Dowson's leash, seemed a bit tense. It was Thomas's job to look after Dowson before. Today, Thomas had to stay close to List, so the task fell to him. His strength was not enough to restrain Dowson, he could only barely manage. Fortunately, Dowson was well trained and obedient. If List commanded it not to wander, it would not. Look, who has come? When they saw Lady Penelope, there was no need for List to greet her first, as the old lady had already called out, Livira, I told you, this boy must have some private dealings with that boy Levi's. The caravan has just returned, and he couldn't wait to get here. Chapter 140, Sherry of Bullhorn Academy. Grandmother, you have a pair of eyes that can see through everything, List said with a smile. The dealings between him and Levi's were not particularly secretive, and it wasn't difficult for those who wanted to know to find out about them. At least the Earl was definitely aware of their slave trade plan, and as he wished, he could find out about anything happening on Coral Island anytime. Livira, watching the increasingly extraordinary List, was very dissatisfied. List, the fresh flower caravan seafood business has reached my Falcon Town. Then congratulations, sister, the residents of Falcon Town can enjoy delicious seafood now, he replied. I will organize the serfs to harvest seafood themselves. Although you and Levi's have monopolized the seafood market, other landlords will also organize their serfs to harvest seafood. Your good business won't last long. List, sitting in his chair, didn't mind Livira's childish provocation. Seaside towns, of course, can harvest their own seafood since they have the right to do so. But Coral Island is so large, and not every small town is beside the sea, nor does every stretch of beach have abundant seafood. In fact, the fresh flower caravan no longer had to work hard to catch seafood. They simply cooperated with the landlords of the coastal towns, allowing these landlords to catch the seafood, and then the fresh flower caravan would buy it and sell it to the cities. Each small town's specialty seafood was different, and the fresh flower caravan held the most complete variety of seafood, enabling them to buy at low prices and sell at high ones. As the nobles and commoners of Coral Island gradually grew accustomed to having seafood on their tables, revenue had risen from the initial estimate of 3 gold coins a day to 4 coins a day. After paying Levi's his share and covering the caravan's expenses, more than 3 gold coins a day were pure profit. With the seafood market, List was able to join the ranks of Coral Island's wealthy. This was a profit that made people envious. Livira was green with envy but understood that List had confidence he had already satisfied Levi's. On Coral Island, the two most influential people were the Earl and Levi's. The Earl was Levi's father and obviously would not compete with his son's property, and Levi's, having received shares, had issued seafood permits. Now, no one could take away List's lucrative business. She had no choice but to awkwardly change the subject. You came over early in the morning, what for? I came to bring grandmother flowers, List said with a slight smile, then turned to his personal servant Thomas, go bring the potted plant from the carriage. Yes, master. Soon, a potted dragon hollyhock was brought in by Thomas. Ah, it's dragon hollyhock, Lady Penelope realized. This is the dragon hollyhock I gave you. Have you taken good care of it? That's not right, it's not the same plant I gave you. Did that dragon hollyhock die? What a pity, it still couldn't escape wilting. Grandmother, don't be sad. That dragon hollyhock is still alive and well, and moreover, very healthy, much healthier than the average dragon hollyhock, he responded. What do you mean? Lady Penelope beckoned her servant to place the dragon hollyhock on the balcony. Stop beating around the bush, List, just speak plainly. Talking in this convoluted way reminds me of Melissa. I have convinced myself that you have your father's shadow, despite having Melissa's face. Lady Penelope, the depth of her grudge against Melissa, was still profound. List had no memories of his mother nor knew the tone of her voice when she was alive, but he could guess that his way of speaking appeared somewhat mysterious and maybe even a bit distant. This was unavoidable since, after all, he was not the original List and couldn't invest too much emotion. So, he continued to smile, the dragon hollyhock you gave me wasn't sick, it was just nurturing an elf bug. Now, the dragon kua bug has been born. At the news of the elf bug, both Lady Penelope and Livira were taken aback. Lady Penelope was sincerely pleased, having forgotten her annoyance at List's manner of speech. She heaped praise upon her grandson. The glory of the knights favors you, List, you are the luckiest of the Tulip family. Take good care of the dragon kua elf bug, receive it as a gift from me. I am deeply moved by grandmother's gift, and I will prepare a thoughtful present for you on your birthday this year, List expressed. Seeing that Livira was about to speak, List, who had no interest in the adolescent girl, had already stood up. Grandmother, I've arranged to meet with Mr. Frank, so I won't stay here any longer. I hope to have lunch in the castle at noon. Go on, lucky boy, I'll have the kitchen make your favorite pan-fried egg pancakes, she said. Mr. Frank. Baron List, you look even more mature now, but still as handsome as before, said Frank, whose hairline was already close to the center of his head and had an unsightly red nose. My Sherry, just back from Bullhorn Academy, has been talking non-stop about wanting to see Brother List. Sherry is back? It took List a moment to recall that Sherry was Frank's younger daughter. In his childhood memories, Sherry was his little follower, only a year younger than him, which meant they could play together. But then List went to the Night Academy, and Sherry was sent by Frank to Bullhorn Academy, and they had not met since. As for Bullhorn Academy, it is located on Ironhoof Island. Ironhoof Island is the fief of the Marquis of Bull, a member of the Sapphire lineage. His ancestor was the Sapphire Duke's favorite youngest son, who, having just come of age, was made the Earl of Bull. After the establishment of the kingdom, the island was directly granted as a fief, and he was promoted to Marquis. The Bull Marquis family built the Bullhorn Academy, originally to train maids for the court. Gradually, nobles big and small sent their daughters to Bullhorn Academy to learn. Noble ladies with a Bullhorn Academy education were highly sought after for noble marriages. These ladies were deemed cultivated for studying etiquette, needlework, household management, music, and reading and writing at the academy. Of course, not all noble ladies went to Bullhorn Academy, Livir being one of them. He couldn't be sure if it was just an illusion. List always felt that Frank couldn't help but bring up Sherry every 3 sentences, as if he were trying to sell her to him. Perhaps, I have now become the most sought-after eligible young noble on the island, he thought to himself, but he had no thoughts about Sherry at all. In his memories, Sherry was a little chubby girl. After Frank had pushed the agenda for a while and saw that List did not respond enthusiastically, he gradually returned to the main topic. Your officials and servants are taking inventory, he said. 500 serfs were gathered in small groups on a plot of land not far from the harbor. Most of them looked sickly. It was unclear whether they were ill or simply seasick. Galtai and others, along with the clerks, were counting the number of serfs and calculating the ratio of men to women, as well as the number of craftsmen. After a rough tally, they quickly returned to List's side. My lord, a total of 476 serfs. Frank casually explained, serfs are transported from far away, and it is inevitable that some get sick or fail to acclimate during the journey. The fleet initially purchased 510 serfs, and we lost a total of 34 people. He sighed inwardly. List nodded in acknowledgement. He was well aware that the trade of serfs inevitably involved death. Teacher Galtai, have the Fresh Flower Caravan cooperate to move these serfs to Fresh Flower Town for settlement as soon as possible, he instructed. Chapter 141, The Magician of Coral City. 476 serfs, about 2/3 of whom were females, along with quite a few infants and children. The elderly also made up a considerable portion, while there were very few able-bodied men. On the serf trade market, able-bodied men were regarded as excellent laborers, and their price was much higher compared to the elderly, children, and women. To another landlord, the quality of these serfs would be considered very poor. Aside from skilled artisans being valuable, women and children were a burden, and the artisans were all elderly, which was very uneconomical. But List did not have any complaints in his heart. Women could marry the bachelors of the territory and help mitigate the gender imbalance in Fresh Flower Town. With proper nurturing, children and infants could become future knight candidates, and old artisans possessed exquisite skills and could completely train a large number of apprentices. Of course, able-bodied men were equally important to Fresh Flower Town, whether for farming or for constructing roads and docks, as they required strong labor. Therefore, on the surface, List still had to voice a complaint. Mr. Frank, the quality of these serfs is not very good. Women were specifically requested by me, so having more is not a problem, but there are too many children, and the artisans are all older folks. Isn't this somewhat deceiving me? Oh, Baron List, I wouldn't dare deceive the blood of the Tulip family, Frank said with a smile. This batch of serfs was assembled by the fleet from various serf markets. The able-bodied laborers were bought up by others early on. You know, without war, there aren't high-quality serfs. So, now, with the fleet setting sail once again, we should be able to purchase high-quality serfs, right? The Steel Ridge Kingdom has already gone to war with the Eagle Kingdom, and my father and the others have already entered the battlefield. Frank's eyes flickered. You want to continue the serf trade? Oh yes, the seafood market has brought you a large amount of gold coins. You are very aware of the profits from the seafood market, aren't you, Mr. Frank? List did not play poor, especially since the other party had always been helping Levi's to collect dividends. I will put together a sum of gold coins as soon as possible, hoping the fleet can bring me another batch of serfs. There should not be a problem. The Tulip fleet always conducts business when setting sail. Now that the war has started, the serf trade is an even better deal. So, how many serfs are you planning to buy? 1,000, including 200 skilled artisans. 1,000 serfs, according to the price, would need 240 gold coins. The serf trade was difficult before, and I could accept the higher prices, but now during the war, if serfs are still so expensive, I cannot accept that, Mr. Frank. War or not, the serf trade is always filled with risks. After some haggling back and forth, they finally agreed on the price of 210 gold coins. After taking out the gold coins he had saved by cutting expenses, and also shifting funds from the trade convoys, and handing them to Frank, List's smile was not so amiable anymore. Facing another period of frugality, the feeling of an empty purse was uncomfortable, especially after getting used to spending money lavishly. List declined Frank's invitation to have lunch together under the pretense that little Sherry really wants to see you. Instead, he had his lunch at Lady Penelope's castle. Lady Marie from Tulip Castle had also sent servants to invite him, but he did not go as he was not well acquainted with Lady Marie. Livira stayed there too, and at the dining table, she kept asking List, "Your fierce earth dog has grown so big, how many gold coins to part with it? Just say the price." What an international joke. Although Dowson had not unleashed any magic, and others were unaware of its abilities, one could tell by its form that it was extraordinary. It could not be measured in gold coins. List responded coolly, "Dear sister, Dowson opened its eyes to see me as the first person, it recognizes no one but me. Even if you use dragon coins, you can't win its affection, so give up on this foolish thought." Hearing foolish, Livira's face darkened. "You're becoming more and more arrogant now, daring to disregard even your sister's words." List, with a knife in his left hand and a fork in his right, leisurely sliced his steak. "I am merely stating a fact. Please remain rational." Lady Penelope seemed to appreciate the dominant change in List and, against her usual stance, spoke in his favor. "Livira, please eat like a lady and stop trying to take what's in List's hands. If you want something, you can certainly choose a suitable husband from among so many excellent nobles to fulfill all your desires. Grandmother, you don't love me at all now. You have all grown up, my girl, and you lads as well. Your grandmother is getting senile and only hopes that you three siblings will get along harmoniously, and by the way, take care of little Lydon, letting the Tulip family's bloodline flourish and develop." The lunch was far from harmonious. After the meal, Livira, fuming with anger, drew her sword and blocked List's path. "Like a warrior, fight me. I want to prove that you are still that cowardly, List." Before List could respond, Dowson, who had been lying lazily to one side, suddenly broke free from Tom's grasp and charged towards Livira. It moved with the momentum of a tiger descending a mountain, roaring deeply and stirring up a whirlwind. In that moment, Livira's face was instantly drenched in cold sweat. She felt enveloped by a strong intent to kill. It was the kind of deadly threat one feels when facing an irresistible force, a threat to one's life, like when she was 7 and whipped a fiery horse, which then charged at her, mouth open to bite, except now she was a distinguished Earth Knight, but just as helpless to resist. Come back, Dowson. With a calm command from List, the charging Dowson abruptly halted and no longer lunged forward. However, the fierce glint in the eyes of the beast still flickered menacingly, its gaze fixed on Livia with a viciousness that suggested it might pounce and devour at any moment. It is a magical beast from Thorn Ridge. Even though it acknowledges me as its master, its ferocity isn't so easily subdued. I apologize for frightening you. I have other matters to attend to. I have made an appointment. Dear sister, we shall talk another time, he said, with a faint smile. Then, leading Dowson, he left the castle. Livia's face turned ashen, and she stood rooted to the spot, no longer attempting to verbally assert herself. The attack from Dowson that she had just witnessed had truly frightened her. After all, she was but a flower raised in a greenhouse. On the balcony of the castle, Lady Penelope, watering her new dragon hollyhock, undoubtedly witnessed the whole scene unfold at the castle gates. She simply muttered, "That's more like it. Girls should act like girls, boys like boys." Melissa and Marie, these two simpletons, certainly don't lack the ability to bear children. List did not deceive Livia. He indeed had an appointment, or rather, needed to find someone. He went directly to a small town near Coral City, and as he saw the dilapidated state of the town, his brow furrowed slightly. "Rom, is this the place?" "Yes, my lord, this is the place, Moss Town." "I have been to this small town before," replied Rom Beryl. "Whose fiefdom is this town?" "It was once the fiefdom of a baron, who later went bankrupt. It was reclaimed by the Earl and has not been assigned since." "It is indeed here. I have found the white-tipped, two-story building that Galtai mentioned." List gestured with his hand. "Let's go. It's time to meet this magician, sir." Chapter 142, Eye of Truth and Exploring the World. "Who are you looking for?" The wooden door of the small building opened, and a teenager dressed in black with hair like a bird's nest and deep-set eyes poked his head out. He looked at the group of people in front of him, plus a huge dog, and asked cautiously, "Does Mr. Grandini live here?" Thomas stepped forward, maintaining proper etiquette, and asked gently, "Our master, the son of Coral Island's Count and the Baron of Freshflower Town, Listulip, wishes to meet with him to inquire about some matters of magic." "Ah, wait a moment." The youth was startled for a second, then shut the door abruptly. After a moment, the door swung open entirely, and the emaciated, shriveled figure of the youth appeared. "The teacher invites the Baron inside, the others, please wait outside." List nodded. "You all stay outside." "Sir." Rom wanted to say something. List gestured to him. On Coral Island, even the secretive magicians had to give face to the Tulip family. Entering the small building, a strange smell drilled into his nostrils, not a stench of life, but more like the odor emitted from some chemical substances. This made him frown involuntarily. The room was quite gloomy, with various cluttered equipment visible, some metallic vessels, others made of jade and crystal. There were numerous bottles and jars, and even a wax candle burning in an iron kettle, within which a green liquid was boiling. The strange smell was probably emanating from there. The room was incredibly messy, even the pathways were barely wide enough to walk. "The teacher is upstairs, he is waiting for you." The youth seemed somewhat dull, and while he looked at List with the nervousness of meeting a stranger, he lacked the fear and reverence for nobility. Perhaps following a magician for too long had caused him to lose his awe of nobility, a significant reason magicians were unpopular. This group of individuals who believed in knowledge dismissed the authority of nobility, convinced that knowledge was the only truth in the world, not the brute force revered by the nobles. The stairs creaked and groaned, but as they ascended, the light grew brighter. Then List saw the magician, Grandini Truth, a man with a hooked nose, blue eyes, and brown hair, around 40 years old, his figure shrouded in a large cloak. He was sitting in a chair, engrossed in a book. Upon seeing List, he closed the book and placed it amidst the clutter on his desk. List had a keen eye and saw that the cover read Alchemical Speculations on Iron, dedicated to His Excellency Grand Magician Dambaba Truth, with a drawing beneath it. It was a triangle with an eye inside. "Baron List, compared to your brother, Viscount Levi's, you more closely resemble a graceful nobleman." Grandini stood, taller than List, his frame just as thin beneath his cloak. His voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. "Mr. Grandini, you have met my brother?" "Of course, I have had a few collaborations with Viscount Levi's." "Please make yourself comfortable, I don't stand on ceremony here with the pretentious niceties of nobility." List found a relatively clean stool. "Noble etiquette isn't pretense, it's cultivation." Grandini mocked. "Cultivation, is it about learning how to cannibalize others more elegantly? If that's how you must understand it, it's not wrong." List felt some resentment towards Grandini's attitude, having grown accustomed to the reverence that came with nobility, but he had to admit there was some truth in the other words. The world was indeed dog-eat-dog, your surroundings here aren't very pleasant. "Of course, It can't be compared with a castle. I am but a humble magician, with all my energy and resources dedicated to exploring the truth of the world. Exploring the truth of the world, that's the rallying cry of magicians. All magicians discard their worldly surnames and uniformly adopt the surname Truth. As for that triangle and eye on the book, it's called the Eye of Truth. The magicians discovered that the triangle is the most stable form of deconstruction and that the world is also composed of triangles, matter, spirit, and magic power. And they are the eye within the triangle, endlessly exploring every truth. May I ask how to cast a spell? There is no difference between magic and Qi. As a knight, why care about magic or Qi? They are both ways of harnessing magic power. Alright, let's change the subject. How many magicians are there on Coral Island? List asked casually. He had come to visit the magician that day out of slight purpose but more out of curiosity. You would get a clearer answer from Levi's than from me. I can only tell you that within Coral City, there are only 3 magicians that I have been in contact with. Don't magicians often gather for meetings and exchanges? The path to exploring the world is one of solitude. Magic power is the embodiment of truth. Only by listening quietly can you understand the knowledge it wants to tell you. List continued to ask a few more questions. Until he annoyed Grandini. Baron List, did you visit me just to ask these ignorant questions? If so, please leave immediately. Do not waste my time is dedicated to the great truth, not to chatting with you. Of course it's not just to ask questions, I also want to find you for a collaboration. Speak quickly if you have something to say. If it weren't for the prior insight into Grandini's temperament from Galtai, List felt that this disrespectful fellow should be dragged out and fed to Dowson, although, of course, Dowson might not eat him, as it preferred cooked food, or maybe needing a roast first with a sprinkle of cumin on top. You have helped the Tulip Castle, or other nobles, craft magic equipment before, haven't you? You want me to help you craft magic equipment? Grandini became slightly interested, calming down a bit in his tone. My skills are definitely impeccable. Even your father has asked me to repair a few pieces of magic equipment. List was straightforward. He took out a fist-sized black pearl he had prepared and placed it on the table. Do you recognize this? A black pearl? You actually have one of these things? Have you seen a black pearl before? Of course, Levi's had also brought a black pearl before. Crafting magic equipment, it must be a specialty product of your Tulip family. It is more abundant and gentle in magic power than the white pearls from Blue Dragon Island, and it's a good path to wealth. So the black pearl magic equipment in Levi's hand was also crafted by you. Since that's the case, I am not going to beat around the bush. This kind of black pearl, if larger in size and with more abundant magic power, could you craft it into magic equipment capable of suppressing storms at sea? How large? List, playing it coy, gestured the size of a basketball. How about a black pearl this big? Grandini furrowed his brow in concentration, pondered for a moment, and said, I need to see the actual object to determine whether I can craft equipment powerful enough to suppress storms. But I believe that as long as the quality meets the standard, the crafting process isn't a problem. I am a magician, with 20 years of experience in practicing magic runes and formations. Within the magic practice hierarchy, a magic apprentice is equivalent to an apprentice knight, a magician to an earth knight, a grand magician to a sky knight, and an archmage to a dragon knight. Grandini Truth is a magician. Chapter 143, Strong Desire for Knowledge. The item is in my castle, after all, it's a valuable item. If you accept the cooperation, you can go to Fresh Flower Town, List said, still not trusting the magician. He himself did not have enough strength, and merely relying on the prestige of the Tulip family might not be enough to deter the other party. If the other party ran off with the black pearl, there would be nowhere to find them. However, Grandini shook his head. Do you think that making a piece of magic equipment is an easy task? If your black pearl is really big enough and of high quality, it will need more materials to be forged into suitable magic equipment. In a countryside place like Fresh Flower Town, you can't even buy the raw materials. I have 2 caravans, whatever materials are needed, they can be delivered promptly, List said, unperturbed by others looking down on Fresh Flower Town as the countryside. He had the heart of a fierce tiger and naturally maintained a calm demeanor. Moreover, Mr. Grandini, won't you listen to what kind of compensation I can offer? Oh, what compensation are you willing to give? Viscount Levi's has you make black pearl magic equipment. How much is he paying you? Give me a true figure. I can always go and ask Mr. Frank. Fine then, nobles are really cunning. I can't fool you. Viscount Levi's is paying 3 gold coins, that's just the artisanal fee. He provided all the raw materials himself. But his black pearl is only this big. If you have a much larger black pearl, the price won't be so cheap. In fact, I don't have gold coins. No gold coins? Grandini glared. Baron List, are you mocking me? List said evenly, but I have a black pearl, don't I? Grandini's eyes quickly lit up. Oh, so you are planning to use this black pearl to pay for the services? You think too highly. Do you know how much a black pearl is worth? This black pearl is worth at least 200 gold coins. With that amount, I could hire a grand magician to make magic equipment for me, List said, spinning the black pearl in his hand. Of course, if you want to earn it, it's not that hard. Clearly, the black pearl was attractive to Grandini. He licked his lips. State your terms. First, help me make the black pearl that suppresses storms, providing the raw materials yourself. Second, teach me magic, provide me with knowledge and books. Third, I have some crystals, you help me make them into crystal lamps. The remaining value of this black pearl can be considered my sponsorship for your pursuit of the truth. To List, the black pearl itself wasn't of high value. In Coral Island, aside from Levi's, nobody would likely be a fool enough to buy it. You want to learn magic? Grandini was surprised. That's not typical for your nobility. Moreover, magic and chi are mutually exclusive. Are you willing to give up your noble status to become a magician? Chi refines the magic power within oneself, while magic draws on the magic power around oneself. Despite both being magic power, in cultivation, they repel each other. There have been nobles who considered practicing magic, but it is difficult to succeed. This is like how magic requires the mind to remain rational and clear at all times, yet chi demands a state of passionate fervor. Cultivating both magic and martial arts could lead to a split personality. List spoke. I simply wish to understand the principles behind the casting of magic. As a soul with the scientific literacy of the 21st century, it was only natural that he possessed a strong desire to learn about this different world filled with magic power. He had already encountered and begun to practice chi. His understanding of chi was quite profound, yet he knew nothing about magic. Getting close to a magician, understanding magic, was something he had always wanted to do. With the territory development now on the right track and having a certain ability to protect himself, he could pursue understanding more information about the outside world at his own volition. It seems you are a noble with a strong curiosity. Well, I will take this black pearl, Grandini said after a moment of thought, agreeing to the terms. I hope you have a pleasant time in Fresh Flower Town for the next while. Oh, by the way, in Fresh Flower Town, I have houses for you to stay in, and you can transport the necessary materials and equipment to Fresh Flower Town through the Fresh Flower Caravan. I don't plan to stay in the countryside for long. Once the magic equipment is made and you understand what magic is, I will return. Moss Town is only a quarter-hour's journey from Coral City, and the city's prosperity makes it hard to leave. He walked to the window and looked in the direction of Coral City. In his eyes, the city piled with waste was a symbol of prosperity. With a glance from the corner of his eye, he saw a line of people waiting outside the small building and the huge Dowson. Is that your pet? A fierce earth dog magical beast? Why is it so big? I don't remember fierce earth dogs ever growing that large. Because it eats well. Magician Grandini Truth needed time to prepare before he could rush to Fresh Flower Town. List led his people back in advance. Meanwhile, in Coral City, near Tulip Castle, within a two-story small building with a garden, Frank had just finished his nap. He came downstairs to the living room and sat down on a chair. A servant immediately brought him tea. He was a noble, an honored knight, with his own fief, a small village. Compared to bankrupt and fallen nobles like Altai, his fief was relatively prosperous, bringing him nearly 10 gold coins in surplus each year, plus his salary as a tutor for the Levi's family. Life was quite delightful. Has the lady and the young miss not returned from walking in the flower fields? They have returned. They are taking a cool break in the little garden. After a short while, his wife and daughter returned to the house. Frank, have you woken up? The middle-aged woman dressed in the currently fashionable hoop skirt asked. Despite the heavy makeup, she couldn't conceal the fact that she was aging. Do you still have to work for Tulip Castle this afternoon? Sherry wants you to accompany her back to the manor. She left her clothes in a wardrobe. Frank looked at his daughter. I remember you brought many outfits, and you bought some on Ironhoof Island as well. Aren't they enough? But I forgot to bring a black long dress. I really like it, Daddy. Sherry swayed her slender waist. Let the servant go back and fetch it. I don't have time, my dear. Frank spread his hands, addressing both his daughter and explaining to his wife, Levi's is still on the battlefield. I am responsible for all his properties, and the Earl has given him partial authority to govern Coral Island, which also falls under my responsibility. I understand, now is a great opportunity for you to make a name for yourself, but I hope you can make some time to pay more attention to Sherry. She is already 15. 15 meant the age to start socializing. Noble girls were expected to marry around the age of 16 or 17. Frank looked at his increasingly beautiful daughter and felt very satisfied. Of course, I know. Sherry is already a big girl. In fact, This morning, I was worrying about her future. There are not many suitable nobles for Sherry on Coral Island, and I want her to have the best happiness. His wife's interest piqued immediately. What did you worry about? Have you found someone for her? Sherry also gazed expectantly at her father. As a noble young lady, socializing was a skill she had to learn. Discussion of marriage was never something to be shy about. At Bullhorn Academy, how to choose a suitable noble and get married had already become a public course. Chapter 144, Ivan's Numbing Journey List. Frank pronounced the name, Baron of Freshflower Town, the third child of the Earl. Sherry, you must remember him. As a child you always used to play following him around. Is it Brother List? Of course, I remember. Sherry blinked, and a somewhat childish but handsome face emerged hazily in her mind. List had been very handsome since he was young. However, she had left Coral Island to study at Bullhorn Academy for several years. Due to inconvenient shipping, she didn't even return home during festivals, and her memories of List had gradually faded. At that time, she wasn't of the age to be infatuated with the opposite sex, so naturally, she didn't retain a clear memory of any particular playmate. What do you think of List? Frank inquired. Sherry shook her head. Father, I have only met List when he was 12, a mere child. Now that he's an adult, I have no idea what he's turned into. Indeed, we should find an opportunity for you two to meet. At this moment, Frank's wife asked, it seems that List isn't much valued by the Earl, his fief is even the most remote Freshflower Town. Indeed, List isn't highly regarded by the Earl. The Earl, relying on his own determination, established Coral Island and wishes for his children to be bold and forward-thinking, Frank said. But regardless, he is of the Tulip family's bloodline, and to receive his fief upon reaching adulthood is not a treatment commonly enjoyed by the secondary sons of nobility. It's just the Earl's kindness, and he is a diligent father. Even Livera has been granted a baronial fief, his wife said enviously. Livera had significant influence among the noble ladies of Coral Island, a hereditary baroness, a rarity in the entire Duchy of Sapphire. The reason the Earl doesn't value List much is that List's talents aren't outstanding, and he has a soft nature. But from my recent interactions, List has transformed, carrying an authority with his gentleness, and he is becoming increasingly mature. The Earl even went to Freshflower Town to celebrate the outing festival, and that is a sign. A sign of what? What else could it be but a sign that a son has regained his father's trust? The Earl is still in his prime, and naturally, he hopes to attain more knightly glory with his sons. Really? But he hasn't been on the battlefield while Levi's has already been there. It's just a matter of time. He carries the blood of both the Tulip and Longtaro families. Frank felt his wife was narrow-minded like a minor country noble, so he simply spoke directly to his daughter, Sherry. List has been preparing his own night squad and has purchased a batch of armed night squad equipment from the Tulip Castle. No praise has more convincing power than action itself. A country lord who owns a night squad is, of course, extraordinary. Sherry's eyes brightened. Father, Mother, when can I meet Brother List? I feel that I have my own discerning eyes. Our Sherry is smart and beautiful, of course, you have your own discerning eyes. Father will soon find you an opportunity. Footsteps faltered. Exhausted and hungry, Ivan wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked with a numb gaze at the equally numb companions beside him. Their clothes were filthy and reeked, their hair tangled into knots, and the dust on their faces could not hide the pale and jaundiced skin. The group was indistinguishable by age or gender, even the cries of babies were feeble and weak. Hurry up, if you don't want to be whipped, keep your spirits up and keep up with the group. The clerk, holding a whip, shouted loudly. Every now and then, he snapped the whip in the air, producing a sharp crack. Ivan shuddered, his head, slightly dizzy, suddenly cleared, and his heavy steps quickened. Just a moment ago, one of his companions had been whipped by the clerk, tearing their clothes and leaving them crying out in pain. Crack. Another crack of the whip. Ivan lowered his head, gritting his teeth, trying to hasten his pace. He was terrified of the whip. On the ship, a companion from the same small town who slept in a corner, had been beaten to death by the first mate with that very whip. The dying whales had caused him to have nightmares for several nights in a row. In dreams, it was a nightmare. In reality, it was also a nightmare. He missed the days of toiling in the fields on the island, where although he might go hungry, and nights with whips would lash serfs who couldn't pay their taxes. But most of the time, he could move freely and chat with others. He could even go to the town, just to catch a glimpse of the beautiful baker's wife. However, one day, everything changed. He heard the cries of knights shouting and killing, followed by a group of blood-stained knights, who came to his village and drove them out. Some people didn't want to go and were killed, those who didn't want to be killed had no choice but to follow them. It was this day that he left his homeland, starting his endless, bumpy nightmare. He was taken to a market where everyone sold was a serf just like him. Locked in cages, eating a bit of spoiled black bread, dazed and confused. Serfs were taken away continuously, and new ones were constantly brought in. Then, he was taken away too. He followed a group of strangers onto a big ship, not understanding the language spoken there, and not daring to speak with others. To his surprise, there was someone on the ship who recognized him, from the same town. "It's the Sapphire people," his companion told him. He instantly thought of the legend of the barbarians. Every year, barbarians from the seas would come to the Eagle Kingdom to raid and plunder. They all came from the Duchy of Sapphire across the sea. "The people on the ship are Sapphire people. We have been sold to barbarians. The ones who captured us are mercenaries. They're even worse than rats," his companion said bitterly. "I swear. One day, I will come back, find these mercenaries, and kill them all." Ivan didn't respond. His companion's words terrified him. He had been farming since he was young and had never killed even a chicken. He did not have chickens, only nobles killed serfs. Serfs would never dare to kill anyone. Unfortunately, not long after his companion had sworn his oath, he was beaten to death with a whip. With no one else to talk to, Ivan continued living the nightmare from which he could not awaken. He had never been on a ship before, and the seasickness was almost fatal. After several days like this, today, he finally set foot on land, arriving at a completely foreign place. He couldn't understand a word spoken here. He didn't even know where he was being driven to. He was confused about tomorrow, not knowing what he was holding on for, not even knowing what holding on meant. He just followed wherever the whip drove him, never thinking about death, nor understanding what joy in life was. His legs had gone numb for what felt like the umpteenth time. He heard the clerk waving his whip again, shouting something. He couldn't understand, but the line slowly came to a halt. When the others stopped, so did he, finally able to give his legs a moment of rest. He saw that others began to sit down. He followed suit and sat down. Nobody spoke. On the ship, all were forbidden from communicating, and he had grown accustomed to silence. He lifted his head, his gaze falling on a female serf not far ahead who was preparing to nurse her child, lifting her tattered clothing to reveal her shriveled breast and placing it in the baby's mouth. The baby sucked vigorously, unsure if it could draw even a drop of milk. If this had been in the past, Ivan would certainly have salivated and greedily peeked at the woman's breasts. He was still young and had never touched a woman's hand, let alone those swollen breasts. But in this moment, there was no allure to be found in breasts, and he had not the slightest urge to think about such things. His stomach was so empty his intestines felt like they were knotting up. The sun moved overhead. It was noon. Chapter 145, Teaching of 3 Serpent Script Vocabulary. Ivan sat on the ground and soon lay down like others, trying to rest as much as possible to regain a little strength. He didn't know where he was going or how much longer the journey would be. Clatter, clatter. The sound of carriage wheels turning came through. Ivan didn't get up, just slowly turned his head with the least amount of effort to look in the direction of the sound. He saw a line of carriages with flags fluttering on them. The flags were blue with embroidered purple-black flowers. He recognized these banners as symbols of nobility. Of course, he didn't know to which noble the flag belonged. As he watched the caravan without any particular thought, the familiar sound of whips cracked again. His body sprang up as if fitted with springs, and he instinctively rose from the ground and stood up. Not just him, but everyone did the same, stumbling to their feet. The clerk was brandishing his whip and shouting something loudly. Ivan couldn't understand. But he quickly did, as someone shouted in the wind language of the Eagle Kingdom, "Line up everyone. Follow the clerk's commands and form a line behind each carriage. No talking, no moving around, stand properly." Ivan began to panic. He didn't know how to line up and had never done so. Seeing others move, he moved too. Then he got a kick on his behind from one of the clerks, who was cursing incomprehensibly at him. It seemed that the clerk had noticed the bewilderment on his face. The clerk dragged him over and shoved him behind a serf, all the while cursing. Then he went to pull over another serf. The disorganized group soon formed 6 awkward lines under the clerk's direction. The sapphire person who spoke the wind language walked to the front of the lines, had a brief conversation with a few who seemed to be nobles, then addressed the many serfs. "You will be fed twice a day, traveling from afar to Coral Island, soon heading to your future home, Fresh Flower Town." Like the others, Ivan numbly watched the speaker, showing little reaction. The speaker continued, "The Lord of Fresh Flower Town is the great bloodline of the Tulip family, Baron List, and he will be your master from now on. Remember your future home, Fresh Flower Town, remember your future master, List Tulip, a great descendant of the Tulip family." The last few sentences were shouted with vigor and authority. However, the serfs below remained calm. The speaker didn't care at all. He waved his arms and his grizzled hair tousled in the wind. "Remember, from now on, you need to speak the serpent script of the Duchy of Sapphire. Of course, you are just a bunch of serfs, and no one cares if you can speak serpent script. But you need to remember these 3 terms: Fresh Flower Town, Tulip, and Lord Landlord. Now, follow me and recite these 3 words. He shouted, pronounce these words correctly, and you will enjoy a wonderful lunch. Understand? Lunch, in a flash, stirred the silent and numb line into action. The starved serfs could not resist the temptation of lunch. They had been fed only twice a day on the ship, once in the morning and once in the afternoon, the rest of the time spent lying still. A bold serf, trembling, responded, understood, my lord. Good, now start following me. Fresh Flower Town. Fresh Flower Town. Louder, Fresh Flower Town. Fresh Flower Town. Ivan felt he was too hungry to speak, but for the approaching lunch, he still mustered the scant strength left in his body to shout along with the others, Fresh Flower Town. The phrase wasn't hard to pronounce. It was easy to learn. After shouting it a few times, he even felt a bit excited, having learned a foreign language. Very good, it seems you have mastered the term Fresh Flower Town. Now follow me. Tulip. Tulip. It's tulip, idiot. Don't curl your own tongue, say it again, tulip. Tulip. Louder, tulip. Tulip. Although it's not standard, remember it. Here, everything on this land belongs to the tulip family. Your lord is the bloodline of the tulip family. Instructed the person who could speak the wind language. Next, you need to understand how to express your loyalty when you see your lord. You must first kneel. A few serfs, upon hearing the instruction to kneel, immediately knelt down. The other serfs followed suit and knelt as well. In an instant, all 6 teams were kneeling. The speaker was taken aback. He was no list and didn't dare to have the serfs kneel before him, so he quickly stepped aside. Idiots, I didn't tell you to kneel now. Never mind. Kneel to the black tulip banner on the carriage as if you were in the presence of Lord Landlord. Now, follow me and say, Lord Landlord. Lord Landlord. Ivan knelt on the ground, joining the crowd and shouting, trying his best to straighten his tongue. After a few repeats, the person speaking wind language ran to a group that looked like nobles nearby and spoke in serpent script. Mr. Galtai, is this manner of teaching acceptable? Wearing flak, Abiy's attire, Galtai nodded. The teaching before today's lunch ends here. Let the serfs fill their stomachs first. Fresh Flower Town isn't so poor that they can't afford a meal. Old Geronti, you have worked hard. We will still need your translation for making arrangements for the serfs. Old Geronti smiled. Serving Lord Landlord is Old Geronti's honor and pleasure. Then I will tell them it's time to eat. Then, addressing the serfs who were still kneeling on the ground, you may rise now. Continue to stand in your teams. We will now start distributing lunch, one by one, everyone gets a share. No snatching is allowed. Otherwise, the clerk's whip won't be merciful. Upon hearing Old Geronti's words, the fluttering hearts of the serfs swiftly turned to surprise. They really had lunch. And then, as the carts opened, one by one, they received types of food they had never seen before, served on bread plates, handed to them. There were no cutlery like knives or forks, only food and bread plates. Ivan received his portion. He recognized the bread plate. He often used bread plates and after some time, he would cook them so he could continue eating. On the bread plate, there was a half piece of dark bread and then a lot of large, small, round, flat things. He couldn't help reaching out to touch them, they were very hard. Yet he didn't know how to eat it. Fortunately, he always did what others did. He saw others eat the dark bread, and some had already opened those things and eaten the soft content inside. So, holding his bread plate, he sat on the ground, first biting fiercely into the dark bread. Then following others' lead, he also opened that thing, which was quite easy to do because it already had cracks. A simple tug with his hands and it split apart. A strange, alluring scent quickly reached his nose. After swallowing the bread, Ivan, seeing several others eat, finally mustered the courage to take a bite. It was very soft, almost melting in his mouth. He didn't know what it was, but it tasted pretty good, so he stopped fussing and focused on eating his portion. Maybe it was because he had been hungry for so long that in just a short while, he had already eaten all the food. When the last shelled item went down, it was almost the first time in his life he felt what full meant. Just at that moment, Old Geronti's shout reached Ivan's ears once more. It looks like you have all eaten your fill. You're a bunch of lucky fellows, remember this feeling. From today on, in Fresh Flower Town, as long as you work hard for our great Lord Landlord, you will eat like this every day, eat until you're full. Ah! Ivan heard someone nearby gasp in astonishment. He, too, felt shocked, to eat like this every day, to eat until full. His mind buzzed blank, with only one thought left, Fresh Flower Town, food. Chapter 146, Offering Loyalty to the Landlord. The second day after returning to the castle, The 476 serfs who had camped out in the wilderness overnight finally made their way to Fresh Flower Town. Having had a few full meals, the serfs' complexions were still poor, but at least there was a significant improvement in their spirits. In the afternoon, as the sun began to set in the west, all the serfs lined up on the main thoroughfare of Fresh Flower Town, silently waiting. List, riding on the back of a dragon horse and escorted by the night squad, arrived in front of the lines. Thomas, leading Dawson, followed suit, now making a point of taking Dawson with him when going out, a bit of a man depending on his dog for status. Lord, the quality of these serfs is very poor, Marcus remarked with a frown after scanning them. True, there are very few able-bodied serfs, but there are many children who can be well-trained to become potential knights in the future, List replied simply. During this conversation, Galtai had already come forward. Lord, the serfs have finally made it to Fresh Flower Town, and not a single one is missing. Well done. The losses at sea are unavoidable, but on Coral Island, I do not wish to see any further loss. So, Lord, shall we now start arranging for them to kneel before you and pledge their loyalty? Yes, that's fine. When serfs meet their landlord, they need to pledge loyalty, which is a form of servitude. Old Geronti, having received instructions from Galtai, turned towards the serfs and shouted in wind language, Lowly serfs, before you stands the great bloodline of the Tulip family, the landlord of Fresh Flower Town. Now, kneel before Lord Landlord, and pledge your loyalty. In an instant, the serfs knelt to the ground, and in a newly learned, awkward serpent script, they called out, Lord Landlord. It was not very orderly, but their voices were loud. The cries of nearly 500 people, even if they were just a group of ragged, varying heights, malnourished, and weak serfs, still carried a kind of overwhelming momentum. Such scenes had become routine for List. In Fresh Flower Town, kneeling and shouting to him happened every day. So, he merely looked over this group of serfs with a smile on his face, all of whom buried their heads deeply in the ground, not daring to look directly at their future master. A moment later, List, having prepared his lines, spoke up, I accept your loyalty. From now on, you are part of Fresh Flower Town. Work hard for me, and you will receive my protection and a stable life. He then glanced at old Geronti, the interpreter. Old Geronti got the message and translated, Lord Landlord has accepted your loyalty. Lord Landlord tells you that from now on you are part of Fresh Flower Town. Work hard for Lord Landlord, and you will receive his protection and can live a stable life in Fresh Flower Town. Do you all understand? Understood. Yes. Thank you, Lord Landlord. I will work hard. The serfs responded sporadically. Many people still did not know what to say and were just kneeling. Seeing this, List said, Old Geronti, let them stand up. And so, the brief serf reception ceremony came to an end. List did not linger and returned directly to the castle. Marcus continued to lead the night squad back to Thorn Forest to guard the lumberjack team. Galtai and other officials began to get busy, as they had to arrange the living and working conditions of these 476 serfs in a short time. Fortunately, the town and the various settlements already had many wooden houses built. The commercial district, workshop area, and residential area, not yet completed, also have many wooden houses that can provide temporary shelter. There is certainly no shortage of food, with bread and vegetables perhaps in short supply, but seafood is abundant. If that's not enough, a few more trips out to sea by fishermen from Oyster Village will be sufficient. We need to complete the distribution of serfs as quickly as possible. The autumn harvest is fast approaching, Galtai said loudly. The resource survey is not yet complete. There are too many women, children, and elderly among the serfs. The original arrangement plan is no longer appropriate, we need to make adjustments, Isaiah replied. Blair looked at the serfs squeezing into the wooden houses to prepare for the night and said with a chuckle, let's set aside the small children and nursing women for now. The other able-bodied serfs could all be sent to Thorn Ridge. Let them transport timber or stones and be responsible for road repair. Galtai interjected, that's an irresponsible distribution plan. I mean, let's not make arrangements for now until the resource survey is complete. Then we can make comprehensive plans, Blair clarified. That is a solution. It is indeed difficult to make arrangements in a short period, and we can't just feed them for nothing. It's better to send them to the lumberjack team, Galtai conceded. During dinner, Galtai relayed Blair's suggestion to List. In response, List agreed and added, try to arrange easy tasks for the artisans. Among the serfs who are physically weak or sick, do not assign any work to them. Let them rest and recover. He valued the artisans the most among this batch of serfs. The skills of artisans are the technology of this world and an indispensable part of a prosperous domain. Suddenly thinking of something, he said, stay up a bit late tonight and compile a list of the artisans, especially what skills they possess. I will have the castle servants assist with recording. I want to see it first thing tomorrow morning. In today's Fresh Flower Town, List's word was law. By the next morning, after he had walked the dog and got up, a thick list on parchment paper was already laid out on the dining table. After a bath and changing into comfortable clothes, he then sat down at the table to enjoy breakfast. It was time for Carter to instruct the male servant to bring breakfast. A cup of creamy fresh milk, a pineapple bun and a milk-flavored bread, a fried egg, a large piece of fried magical beast meat, a vegetable salad, and several pieces of fruit. This was his standard breakfast. Worth at least a dozen or more silver coins, especially the magical beast meat, which was quite valuable. But after all, he had recently come into money. As a hidden rich man on Coral Island, he was not willing to skimp on himself. He had never been one for frugality. If he could enjoy a life, he would make sure to do so. He took a big gulp from the glass of milk. The milk produced by the castle itself tastes better. I think the climate and environment in Fresh Flower Town are definitely suitable for raising dairy cows. He licked the milk froth from the corner of his lips and made his judgment. Sherlock has already bought 3 calves. Currently, the pasture is occupied by horses, and there is no room to raise more dairy cows, my lord, a servant informed him. List affirmed with conviction, once Thornridge is developed, the dairy cattle farm will definitely be expanded, at least doubled. I want to raise more dairy cows. Because of the increasingly delicious milk tea, he had specifically looked into the dairy cattle farm and found no reason that could account for the improved milk production quality of the cows. It certainly wasn't the earlier speculation that the cows had entered gestation. Compared to the milk from other cows outside, one could clearly taste the difference in quality. The milk from the dairy cattle farm in Fresh Flower Town was not only creamy but also more refreshing. List later surmised that it could be due to the new variety of forage, corn grass. But after feeding them separately, it turned out to be unrelated to corn grass. Therefore, he concluded that the climate of Fresh Flower Town was suitable for breeding dairy cows. He bit into a pineapple bun. List then turned his attention to the thick parchment on the table, casually flipping it open to examine the information about the artisans. Chapter 147, a major work in sociology. Anyone engaged in technical civilian work other than farming was called a craftsman. Craftsmen, relying on their own skills, ran their own shops and could be called artisans. Therefore, most artisans were freemen while most craftsmen were serfs. In List's understanding, these people, if given time to develop and manage their businesses independently, would become the bourgeoisie. However, based on his knowledge of different world society, craftsmen evolving into capitalists was temporarily impossible, as nobles wouldn't allow it. If one were to refer to medieval Europe on Earth, with the progression of the Industrial Revolution, artisans who mastered the means of production either accumulated these means and evolved into capitalists or lost them and became workers. Here, craftsmen had existed for a very long time, and they were still craftsmen. No capitalists had emerged, nor had there been a large workforce. No matter how they developed, they were vassals of the nobility. The absolute difference in individual strength provided by chi cultivation allowed noble knights to firmly hold all the power without fear of being overthrown by a new class. Of course, between different kingdoms and cities, the development of the class of craftsmen varied to some extent. There was no fixed hierarchy. List summarized it simply. Craftsmen could roughly be divided into 4 grades: family, master, craftsman, and worker. Master technician, master. The craftsmen at this level generally lived in big cities. They were high-status freemen and had reached the level of minor nobility. Examples include architects, shipbuilders, carriage makers, goldsmiths, jewelry masters, casting masters, and drillers, who were top craftsmen in their respective trades. Architects were responsible for building castles, large buildings, and mage towers. Shipbuilders specialized in designing and building ships. Carriage makers produced carriages, minecarts, and chariots. Goldsmiths crafted gold coins, silver coins, copper coins, and even dragon coins. Jewelry masters designed precious jewelry and carved crystals, jade, and even gemstones. Casting masters could manufacture various fine equipment, and drillers were able to dig mines. In Coral Island, only architects, shipbuilders, carriage makers, and casting masters existed. There were no goldsmiths, jewelry masters, or drillers. Craftsmen. This level of craftsmen constituted the backbone of the craftsperson community. They were the most basic layer in big cities, permeating various industries, and formed the foundation of a city or territory's prosperity. Most of them were freemen, free to either run shops or sell their skills. Stonemasons, carpenters, blacksmiths, tanners, and tailors were the most basic 5 occupations of craftsmen, as well as the most numerous. Stonemasons built structures, carpenters made furniture, blacksmiths forged tools, tanners tanned hides, and tailors made clothes. In addition, bone craftsmen, paper craftsmen, thick paper, locksmiths, shoemakers, coopers, crystal craftsmen, jewel craftsmen, gem craftsmen, jade craftsmen, soap makers, brewers, bakers, barbers, chefs, confectioners, spice makers, and salt makers were all at the craftsman level. Worker. These craftsmen also formed the backbone of the craftsperson community but were predominantly found in large numbers within a landlord's estate. Most of them were serfs and virtually indistinguishable from farming peasants, only engaged in slightly technical work. Embroiderers, weavers, dyers, salt workers, confectioners, millers, miners, sailors, ship workers, and laborers, among others, were all workers. Additionally, individuals like innkeepers, small merchants, grocery shop owners, horse merchants didn't possess craftsmanship skills, but they were in charge of the distribution of craftsmanship with a status generally equivalent to that of a craftsman, which is to say, ordinary freeman. At last, family, grandmaster. This level is basically not considered a craftsman, but should be called an artist. Novelists, minstrels, pianists, painters, court musicians, sculptors, singers, and so on, most of them belong to the noble class. Without inheritable titles, they develop their own artistic cells and move among the nobility, enjoying a high-quality lifestyle. If one has to further define it, magicians who make magic equipment and iron knights who forge various weapons would also be considered craftsmen. But they are either outside the system or are nobles themselves. Not a single technician, few craftsmen, mostly just workers. I feel like the money spent is somewhat lacking. Looking at the list on thick parchment in his hand, Lee C.T. couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. He had wanted craftsmen, but among the serfs he bought, there were mostly workers. Clearly, these craftsmen were leftovers picked by others, or rather, Levi's subordinates were only willing to buy cheap craftsmen. Among the serf trades, a craftsman's price was clearly a bit higher than that of a worker, not to mention a technician. No one would sell technicians, craftsmen, workers, and peasants for the same price. In any case, having a group of skilled workers can barely add a few industries to Fresh Flower Town. I can make my own sugar, soap, textiles, even sun-dry salt from seawater, or make paper using traditional methods, or develop other industries, Lee C.T. comforted himself. It's not just consolation, skilled workers are still valuable. He asked Thomas to bring a quill, ink, and blank thick parchment, and he began to write and draw. He planned to consider which industries these craftsmen could develop, how many workshops could be added to the town's workshop district. However, while writing, he moved from the development of handicraft industry to the study of social systems. If I wanted to, I could become a sociologist. He categorized the entire social system of the different world. Social upper layer, noble landlords. Upper middle layer, magicians pursuing truth, officials and knights without titles, and indispensable artists. Middle layer, technicians with irreplaceable skills, knights turned mercenaries in their downfall. Lower middle layer, servants in castles, craftsmen with productive technologies, merchants handling the circulation of goods, workers serving as laborers, rats scurrying in the shadows. Social lower layer serfs who plant fields, beggars who can't even become serfs. Very clear, crystal clear. He bit into a big chunk of magical beast meat, chewed, and swallowed. If I could elaborate further, the responsibilities that each social layer bears in society, and the mobility between layers, I could probably write a magnum opus on sociology, and get it published. This was just an idea. He hadn't fallen so low as to need to write books for a living. That was something for destitute noble offspring. Moreover, works of sociology would not sell well. You have to write knights' novels. To slay dragons, to make a pact with the elf king. The best start would be a down-and-out prince, accompanied by a little minor elf, casting adrift at sea for a romantic night with a siren, followed by a few days of dalliances in a marquee manner with a noblewoman, before single-handedly defeating an evil dragon, or riding a dragon, with the little minor elf breaking through to become the elf king. Ultimately, the hero saves the beauty and marries a beautiful princess recognized by the unicorn. With these elements in place, it would essentially be a best-selling knight's novel, which those fond of fantasies would be very willing to pay for. After finishing breakfast, Lee C.T. collected the thick parchment he had written on, and glanced out the window at the now high sun. When Granny arrives, maybe I can discuss sociology with him. Chapter 148, Fresh Flower Town Resource Survey. Granny Truth's letter was delivered to the castle by the Fresh Flower caravan. He postponed his arrival time. There was a shortage of materials for making the Black Pearl magic equipment, which required some time to prepare. Approximately in mid-October, he would head to Fresh Flower Town. Wasting my time, I should have chosen another magician to visit. List wasn't very pleased when he saw the letter. He felt that the magician wasn't giving him due respect. Preparing the materials took over a week, which implied a low efficiency and lack of dedication, bordering on perfunctory. However, the magicians he had access to were few. Such creatures always lived reclusively, leading a semi-hermetic life, seldom making contact with ordinary people. If List weren't a member of the Tulip family, perhaps Granny wouldn't have agreed to meet him. The nobles probably wouldn't let a magician settle in their city anyway, for they were prone to causing explosions every now and then, which was frightening. He threw away the letter. List no longer cared when Granny would arrive. Now in Fresh Flower Town, the resource survey and the logging campaign were underway simultaneously. Even though Galtai devoted himself as an advisor, there was still an overwhelming amount of work causing trouble for List. He had his own troubles too. Standing in front of the castle window, he frowned at Wanfu, who was shackled by the legs. Garrulous. Garrulous. Wanfu kept making noise, continuously flapping his fully feathered wings. With eyes turning into vortexes, List unleashed the Eye of Magic. To him, Wanfu appeared as a fat bird made of green magic power. Wanfu has reached the stage where it needs to release magic power. In a few days, it might not need my guidance to cast magic. Eating too well is also a burden. Should I reduce its food? This bird eats as much in one meal as a servant does in 3. Wanfu wasn't large, curled up, it was about the size of a dog. But being a magical beast, its appetite far exceeded that of ordinary birds. To keep feeding it like this is just not cost-effective. Without finding a falconer, Wanfu will always be a wild magical beast, whose main use is to be killed for meat or selling materials for gold coins. Shaking his head, List decided not to kill it for the time being. Having taken care of it for so long, they had grown familiar with each other. No matter how he teased it, Wanfu wouldn't bite him, only dodge. It didn't like to be touched by anyone. There's still some friendship between us. The life in Fresh Flower Town was busy and orderly. The resource survey presided over by Galtai was soon completed. The data was summarized and sent to the castle, sparking spirited discussions at the dinner party. According to the Lord's instructions, a portion of the serfs in the town who work in agriculture will be transformed into specialized workers. The farming serfs will get interest-free loans from the castle. The loans will not pass through the serfs' hands but will be delivered to them in the form of farming tools, along with guidance for scientific farming. Galtai read passionately from his lengthy dissertation. The resource survey was his performance project, naturally filled with enthusiasm. The current resource survey results for Fresh Flower Town are as follows: Peanut Hamlet. Peanut Hamlet? Peanut fields covering 100 acres, including 1 peanut elf bug, corn grass fields covering 20 acres, about 500 acres of uncultivated wasteland, mostly overgrown with weeds, a residential area covering 20 acres. Mushroom Hamlet mushroom sheds covering 80 acres, a mixture of mushroom and flame mushroom sheds covering 30 acres, about 800 acres of uncultivated wasteland, mostly overgrown with shrubs, a residential area covering 30 acres. Barley Hamlet barley fields covering 50 acres, oat fields covering 50 acres, rye fields covering 150 acres, corn grass fields covering 30 acres, millet fields covering 50 acres, including 1 millet elf bug, about 500 acres of uncultivated wasteland, mostly overgrown with weeds, a seaside beach covering 1,800 acres, with some fragrant coconut trees, a residential area covering 50 acres. Little Wheat Village little wheat fields covering 500 acres, including 1 little wheat elf bug, a pig farm with 12 large fat pigs, about 300 acres of uncultivated wasteland, mostly overgrown with weeds, a residential area covering 50 acres. Tomato Hamlet? Tomato fields covering 80 acres, including 1 tomato elf bug, vegetable fields covering 20 acres, about 40 acres of uncultivated wasteland, mostly overgrown with weeds, a residential area covering 60 acres. Oyster Village a seaside beach covering 4,600 acres, with some fragrant coconut trees and 1 fragrant coconut tree elf bug, a fruit thief monkey training ground, housing 7 fruit thief monkeys, of which 3 females are pregnant, a residential area covering 30 acres. Dairy farm alfalfa grassland covering 150 acres, housing 11 dairy cows, of which 3 females are pregnant, thorn forest covering 180 acres, including 1 thorn elf bug, about 300 acres of uncultivated wasteland, mostly overgrown with shrubs, a seaside beach covering 1,700 acres, with some fragrant coconut trees, a residential area covering 15 acres. Fresh flower farm tulip fields covering 200 acres, including 15 acres of Streedens tulips, 10 acres of William I tulips, 20 acres of black tulips, the rest being wasteland, about 500 acres of uncultivated wasteland, mostly overgrown with shrubs and weeds, a residential area covering 20 acres. The town a commercial district covering 40 acres, a workshop district covering 80 acres, a surf residential area covering 150 acres, a freeman residential area covering 120 acres, a noble residential area covering 80 acres, a government building covering 10 acres. Most are planned areas, with the current housing footprint being very small. The castle? Alfalfa grassland covering 120 acres, including one alfalfa elf bug, housing 22 horses, of which 7 mares are pregnant. Dragon Coo field covering 5 acres, including one Dragon Coo elf bug. The castle itself covering 20 acres, about 400 acres of uncultivated wasteland, mostly overgrown with shrubs and weeds. The entire town's cultivable land is roughly 5,165 acres, with about 8,100 acres of seaside beach, and approximately 775 acres occupied by buildings, including small rivers, ponds, roads, totaling about 15,000 acres of land. As for the standard of this acre, list was also unclear, lacking a comparison. If his body had traveled through time, with himself as a reference, it would have been easy to understand the local system of measurements. Unfortunately, he traveled through souls, unclear whether now, compared to his past self, he was a giant or a dwarf. But it no longer mattered, as he had gotten used to the units of measurement here. Fresh Flower Town roughly covers 15,000 acres and Thornridge about 13,000 acres, total that's 28,000 acres, which is the size of my territory. I also need to count the nearly 5,000 acres of beach revealed at low tide. Then, I have 33,000 acres of land. A small town of 33,000 acres was already one of the larger towns on Coral Island. He had even taken the time to draw a detailed topographical map of Fresh Flower Town. The map might not be completely accurate, but the basic framework should be correct. There were mountains, and water, with clear roads. His gaze traveled across the map, quickly moving to the north side of Thorn Ridge. From here on out, it's all low shrubs, and further out, large tracts of uncultivated land that nobody has developed. Should I include this piece of land as well? After some thought, he decided against it. Swallowing Thorn Ridge was greedy enough, it was better to make a fortune quietly. Being too greedy and grabbing more land might backfire, possibly displeasing the Erland Levis. Right now, the wasteland of Fresh Flower Town hasn't been fully cultivated. I should develop low-key and steadily. I have the smoke mission, there's no need to take risks. The old saying still applies, amass provisions, build high walls, and proclaim kingship at a slow pace. I am 16 this year, I will set a small goal for myself. By the age of 20, I want to own an island of my own. In his mind surfaced the information about Black Horse Island. This nurturing ground for the Lee Dragon horse herd hadn't yet been uncovered, but its allure had already left List enchanted. Chapter 149, silently approaching the Chi bottleneck task completed, reward, mutated quick-growing thorn species. The slowly shifting smoke before List's eyes brought him a sense of satisfaction. Starting with the extermination of magical beasts to the middle of October, after nearly a month of cutting, the lumberjack team had finally chopped down every tree on Thorn Ridge. The once lush but not overly dense woods had turned into bare, undulating slopes of soil. If there were environmental organizations here, they would undoubtedly lodge a serious protest against List, accusing him of destroying vegetation and causing soil erosion, crimes against humanity, but unfortunately, this was List's territory, and he could do whatever he wanted. Besides, with Coral Island lush and thriving, what did a few trees matter? In a world with elves, there was no fear of land desertification. Moreover, there was no industrial development here, whether on the islands or the continent, no matter how poor the soil, at least 70% of the land was covered by forests. At least 95% was covered by vegetation, whether it be farmland or weeds, there was never a shortage of plants. Therefore, List never paid attention to environmental protection. Mutated wood? What does that mean? It was the reward for the thorn bug chain quest. Previous rewards had been for thorn mutations with spikes or poison. Both spikes and poison were easy to understand. But now the wood aspect was a bit baffling. Does wood? Could it be about the quality of the timber? His sharp mind quickly rotated. Trees differ from each other. Some are suited for making furniture and are exorbitantly priced, while some are not even good enough for paper production. Does mutated quick-growing thorn species mean that the wood properties of the thorns have changed? Ordinary thorns were useful for nothing more than hedges. They could neither bloom nor bear fruit, and were not particularly hard, quite a useless feature. I can't figure it out by thinking alone, I need to see the actual item and research this rapid growth wood thorns to determine its value. List named the new thorn variety in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the smoke before him also transformed into a new chapter. Task: the commercial district of Fresh Flower Town is gradually prospering, but the workshop area has been idle for a long time and lacks enough workshops to support it. Craftsmen should not waste their talents on cutting trees and farming. Please build 3 new workshops to increase town prosperity. Reward: Bottleneck of chi. List's eyes widened. He saw the odd reward of bottleneck of chi. But in his heart, there was no surprise, only excitement. My first task's reward was the sublimation of chi, which enabled me to break through from apprentice knight to earth knight smoothly. This time, it's the bottleneck of chi. Does this mean I am about to become an elite earth knight? It must be. Knights are categorized as apprentice knights, earth knights, sky knights, and dragon knights, according to the levels of chi: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and dragon chi. Within earth knights, one can roughly divide them into two stages: common earth knights and elite earth knights. Those who have just broken through to earth knight are common earth knights. During this time, if you continue to train, the total amount of chi in your body will slowly increase. List was in this stage, feeling the growth of his chi every day. When the total amount of chi reaches its peak and stops increasing, it signifies reaching the level of an elite earth knight. At this stage, it is very difficult to increase the total amount of chi through mere cultivation alone. Many knights are confined to this stage, unable to advance further, only continuously developing their technical use of chi. As they age, around their 50s, their physical functions will start to decline, the total amount of chi will gradually decrease, and they will regress from elite earth knights back to common earth knights. Now in his 40s, Marcus was still at the peak of his physical abilities. In another decade or so, he would likely begin to decline, and his strength would greatly reduce. This was the urgent reason he yearned for distinction on the battlefield. Honors needed to be gained early so that he could enjoy them when old. Half of the elite earth knights shared Marcus' mindset. Honors. Yet, there were some elite earth knights who were not in a rush to achieve distinction. Instead, they preferred to continue enhancing their own strength, such as Levi's and Levera. However, relying solely on cultivation was no longer very effective. At this time, a copious amount of magic potions was needed to stimulate the body's functions and continue to increase the amount of chi until the quantitative change led to a qualitative leap, breaking through to become a Sky Knight. One Sky Knight could easily handle 100 Earth Knights. If they had good mounts to cooperate with them, they became killing machines on the battlefield, constantly collecting honors. After completing this task, will I officially step into the phase of an elite Earth Knight? List still found it hard to believe. Originally, I thought it would take at least 3 to 5 years of cultivation to enter the ranks of the elite Earth Knights. Unexpectedly, in just over half a year, I have completed this process. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. It was as if he could see himself radiating with the light of a genius from top to bottom. To construct 3 new workshops in the workshop district is too simple. Currently, there are 6 workshops in the district: a smithy, tanner's shop, mill, carpenter's shop, tailor shop, and locksmith store. According to the current number of craftsman serfs, I can build a soap-making workshop, a brewing workshop, and a cooperage. The soap-making workshop had a soap maker, Bunnier, who had drifted from Little Papa Island. He could not only make scented soaps but also undertook the task of making lye soap arranged by List. Though he hadn't finalized the ultimate lye soap formula, he had produced a barely usable lye soap. A soap-making workshop would be his reward, and after all, it would earn money for List. The brewing workshop had among the artisans who had drifted from Little Papa Island a brewer named Frank Dreggs who could make fruit wines. There were also 2 purchased serfs who knew how to brew rice wine and beer, respectively. Now, List had a good relationship with the heir of the hops family, Aubrey Lycra, whom he contacted frequently through letters and could obtain hops at a relatively low price for his own beer brewing. Not aiming to make a profit, a brewing workshop could barely sustain itself if it produced for its own consumption. As for the cooperage, among the purchased artisan serfs, there were several coopers, a common skill combining woodworking and blacksmithing. Barrels were indispensable in daily life, so there would be no problem with sales once the cooperage was built. Even without the task, he had plans to construct a cooperage. The only question is, does a cooperage count as a workshop? It should be considered a handicraft workshop, right? List pondered in uncertainty, not clear on whether establishments like cooperages and tailor shops should be classified as shops or workshops. If it doesn't count, I will just build an additional workshop, which will need to be built sooner or later. Maybe a peanut processing workshop. Boiled peanuts, 5-spiced peanuts, fried peanuts, salt and pepper peanuts, sauce-flavored peanuts, peanut butter. I will produce whatever can be produced. Fresh Flower Town shouldn't be directly selling raw agricultural products. The value of raw agricultural products was too low. At the very least, they needed to undergo initial processing before being sold. Thinking of this, he immediately summoned Galtai, who was growing visibly busier day by day. Consultant Galtai, I need to see results in the development of the workshop district. Arrange to start construction on the soap-making workshop, brewing workshop, cooperage, and peanut processing workshop immediately, with direct investment from the castle. Chapter 150, The thorn of ironwood quality. As for the current stage, the workshops and stores in Freshflower Town, aside from the few primitive ones opened by Freeman, essentially all had to be established by List himself. He didn't mind monopolizing all the industries in Freshflower Town since this was his own territory. When he said to build a workshop could be built. However, Galtai had doubts. Lord, the soap-making workshop can be handed over to Bunnier, the brewing workshop has Frank, boarding, and Huntra, and there are many coopers for the cooperage. But what about the peanut processing workshop? What is it for, and who should it be handed to? It's about taking the harvested peanuts and processing them simply. They can be sold cooked with the shells, roasted, or as shelled peanuts, can be made into peanut butter, and perhaps new and unique peanut recipes can be developed. The goal is to turn ordinary peanuts into delicious peanuts, just like turning ordinary bread into pineapple buns, List explained. Who will make these delicious peanuts? Among the serfs we bought, aren't there some who have served as chefs in other castles? My castle doesn't need that many chefs for now, so let these people research how to make tasty peanuts. Remember this, Consultant Galtai. Please go on, Galtai said. The agricultural products from Freshflower Town are priced very low and don't have much trading value. But after our initial processing, they can be sold at a good price, and we can even purchase agricultural products from outside to process. I hope Freshflower Town can become a center for processing agricultural products, List said. There was no word in Serpent script equivalent to initial processing. List could use Serpent script to create a word with a similar meaning, then provide a brief explanation. Galtai understood. So, it's like Tulip Castle rarely sells whole magic tulips, but instead processes them into finished magic potions for sale, right? You have understood correctly. Then I will go and arrange this now. After Galtai left, List soon departed from the castle as well. He hurried to the thorn cordyceps shrubbery to look for the rapid growth wood thorns. Standing amidst the shrubbery and looking around, apart from this patch of shrubs, only bare slopes could be seen in the distance. In the shrubbery, rapid growth poison thorns and rapid growth spiky thorns were artificially separated, each occupying a large area. Lord Landlord. The two bug guard members guarding the thorn cordyceps hurriedly came forward to greet him. They were serfs from the dairy farm selected by Rom due to their robust physique to be bug guard members and received a decent part-time salary. List asked, since you have been stationed at this shrubbery, have you noticed any unusual thorns? He had specifically instructed Rom to tell the bug guard members here to pay close attention to the growth of the thorns and to immediately report any special ones they found. The members hesitated. Lord Landlord, I am not sure if they are unusual thorns or not. Oh, what's the situation? There is a patch of thorns. They have become very thick, one member said. Very thick? Show me, List instructed. The bug guard member quickly led List to a patch of thick thorns. The thorns here, with their color and spikes, were just ordinary, but each one was about twice as thick as a regular thorn. This was a distinct difference, yet the bug guard member didn't realize it was worth reporting, simply a pig-brained oversight. Of course. List understood that the intelligence of common people was indeed limited. He said, cut down this thorn. The bug guards were not equipped with iron tools, only relatively cheap bone weapons. They hastily pulled out their bone knives and swung them ferociously at the thorns. These small shrubs weren't difficult to cut down, especially since they were still in their juvenile phase. The bug guard members, full of confidence, believed they could sever the thorns with a single strike, showing their bravery in front of Lord Landlord. However, to their embarrassment, when the bone knives struck the trunk of the thorn shrub, they produced a crisp clang and were repelled, leaving behind only a shallow mark. The two bug guard members grew a bit panicked, swinging their bone knives again with great force. But each chop only left shallow marks on the trunk of the thorn shrub, and after a dozen or so strikes, they hadn't managed to create a split as wide as a thumb. Instead, the edges of their bone knives were already chipping away. On the verge of breaking. Stop, Thomas, hand them my knight's sword to cut with. List's eyes shone with understanding. He had probably figured out the nature of the mutation that the rapid growth wood thorns had undergone. Receiving the knight's sword. The bug guard members continued chopping, still unable to sever the thorns quickly, but thankfully the knight's sword was crafted from fine steel and was extremely sturdy. Relying on constant chopping and grinding, they finally managed to sever a thorn as thick as a wrist. They then chopped off its smaller branches, turning it into a bare thorn rod. Panting heavily, they handed it over to List. Holding the thorn rod in his hands, List could feel its weight. It's heavy, very solid, and the texture is extremely hard. If I am not mistaken, its wood has likely mutated in the direction of ironwood. Ironwood, as the name implies, is wood as hard as steel. On Earth, many kinds of wood are called ironwood, such as iron birch, mangrove, and phoebe, which are harder than steel, sink in water, aren't affected by insects, and can't even be pierced by nails. Many ships, vehicles, special buildings, and even aerospace parts are made from ironwood. The current rapid growth wood thorns hadn't reached the standard of ironwood yet. But their rapid growth characteristic determined their value. Even if they didn't meet the ironwood standard, they were still far superior to regular wood and better than steel. Given this quality, rapid growth wood thorns are practically steel that grows on its own. There were trees with ironwood qualities in Thorn Ridge, such as rockwood, stonewood, and others, but they were rare and grew slowly. It took hundreds of years for them to mature, and cutting one meant one less left. Rapid growth wood thorns could mature in a short time. Their value was so great that even List found it hard to imagine. Compared to the previous poison and spiky mutations, these are nothing. This is the true treasure among thorns. My thorn bug, well done, you will get an extra treat tonight. Feast on the jade powder. The chain task's reward from the thorn bug's influence had led to such a mutation. He felt increasingly certain that there was a chance for the thorn bug to evolve into a thorn miner elf. I have decided. Emotions stirred, he could no longer contain his thoughts. I will plant all 180 acres of shrubbery directly affected by the thorn cordyceps with rapid growth wood thorns. The ordinary rapid growth thorns, rapid growth poison thorns, and rapid growth spiky thorns should either be relocated or cut down directly. They shouldn't take up the influence of the thorn cordyceps. The Lee Dragon horse raced, returning to the castle like the wind. He planned to immediately call Isaiah, the newly appointed administrative officer, to replan the thorn cordyceps shrubbery. However, as the wind cooled his mind, he immediately realized a key problem. The thorn bug is still accumulating power for its evolution, and the chain tasks aren't over yet. The rapid growth thorns could still mutate. Now, if he cut down the ordinary rapid growth thorns, it would be hard to generate new mutations. No, I can't cut down all the ordinary rapid growth thorns. Ironwood can wait. There's no rush. Right now, the most important thing is to let the thorn bug continue to develop, to let the rapid growth thorns continue to mutate. However, the name rapid growth wood thorns needs to be changed. Let's call them rapid growth iron thorns instead. Chapter 151, The Thorn Bug's Fat Pupa Stage. The discovery of rapid growth iron thorns was as significant to Fresh Flower Town as a catalyst to a chemical reaction, or an athlete taking a stimulant. Although they would still have to wait for the thorn bug chain mission to be fully completed before they could start planting on a large scale, it didn't hinder him from bringing the trunks of the rapid growth iron thorns back, and during the dinner, he gathered the officials of the town to study and discuss its uses. If it can grow to 2 meters high, it can be used to build houses. It's much harder than the fir wood we use, and I bet that houses built with it would be safe and sound in a storm. Blair, you're not considering everything. Wood has to not only be firm but also waterproof, termite resistant, and rot resistant. I don't think I am missing anything. Look how compact its wood is. It's nearly the same as the rockwood cut by the lumberjack team, and rockwood never gets bugs, Blair countered. Speaking of rockwood, which is a tree known as rock tree that likes to grow in rock crevices. Rockwood is precious. A 200-year-old rock tree can fetch a price of 50 silver coins. They only found fewer than 10 rock trees when they cleared Thorn Ridge, of which only 3 were 200 years old, the rest were younger. Another type of wood of the same nature as rockwood is stonewood, which is also extremely rare. Galtai came up with an idea. Let's sink it in water. If it sinks, it means it's almost like rockwood. If it doesn't, then it's not as good. Right, let's try it. So the servant brought over a basin of water. After some effort, they took a section of the trunk and threw it into the basin, and the trunk sank straight to the bottom. Seeing this, Blair said proudly, "Look, everyone, I never tell a lie, rapid growth iron thorns are as excellent as rockwood." The usually quiet Marcus also spoke up. Its texture is sturdy and the trunk is straight. It's suitable for making knight spear shafts, and also for arrow shafts. It should be more suitable than birch wood. Ordinary knight spears shafts and arrow shafts are all made of birch wood. Coral Island's Birch City specializes in planting birch trees and producing birch wood for weaponry. The Tulip family even has a little minor elf of the birch tree. If it is really better than birch wood, we can supply Tulip Castle with it. I am sure the Earl would like better spear shafts and arrow shafts. Especially since it can grow rapidly, this advantage is incredible. A rock tree only grows to the thickness of a palm in 200 years, and this one is just a young sprout and it's already as thick as a wrist. I seem to see a bush of gold coins. Haha, it's a tree that bears gold coins. Who would have thought the most useless thorns would turn out to be the most useful wood? The banquet was filled with laughter and good spirits, all expressing anticipation for the morrow of the rapid growth iron thorns. After List and others had finished their discussion, they raised their glasses, full of high spirits. We can't be sure it's a money tree yet, but you can keep an eye on it and study it. to unearth its full value completely. If it really is a money tree, we will have to plant it on a large scale. It would be best to plant rapid growth iron thorns everywhere on Thorn Ridge where the land can't be cultivated. Everyone raised their glasses and responded loudly, "As you wish, my lord." After dinner, List, slightly inebriated, walked around the castle's estate and played with Dowson for a while before planning to return to the study to read. He was preparing to learn a new foreign language, Wind language, the language of the Eagle Kingdom. Old Geronti, a well-traveled man who knows both Serpent script and Wind language, is the only one in Fresh Flower Town for now. Therefore, he temporarily handed the management of the Fresh Flower Caravan to Abigail. He himself returned to Fresh Flower Town to serve as a translator, coordinating the officials in managing the new 476 serfs, and also undertaking to teach Wind language. Mastering a foreign language is indeed somewhat useful. However, old Geronti was too busy with tasks to teach individually, so he contributed a notebook from his early years of learning Wind language to List. In this notebook, there were records of rather everyday Wind language and how to pronounce them using Serpent script. Learning is tedious, and although interesting at first glance, after 2 days, his patience wore thin. While passing by the worm room, he simply went in to tease his elf bugs. All 9 elf bugs were kept in one large box. It was like raising silkworms, except these worms were colorful and competed in beauty. He reached in and touched each one. Elf bugs had smooth exteriors which felt nice to the touch. Some were lethargic, not moving at all, while others were energetic, roaming about, including the thorn bug. The gray-white thorn bug was not exactly eye-catching, originally the least conspicuous among the group of elf bugs. But now, he always felt that this thorn bug stood out from the rest. The effect of alcohol made his brain react a bit slow. After pausing, he suddenly jerked awake. It's gotten fat, the thorn bug has gotten fat. It's obviously larger than the other elf bugs. This is a signal of evolution. Tulip Castle bred over 100 elf bugs. He often played with elf bugs as a child, even witnessing firsthand 2 of them break through into little minor elves. The biggest change in elf bugs before their breakthrough was getting fat, a phenomenon usually referred to as the fat pupa stage. Little minor elves, unlike butterflies, do not undergo metamorphosis by cocooning, they simply get fat directly. During the process of getting fat, elf bugs slowly decay and age. If unlucky, they simply die of old age and turn to dust. If lucky, one day, the little minor elf will break through its exterior and emerge, spreading its wings to fly. It's the fat pupa stage. List was now fully sober, his entire body overtaken by tense emotions that mingled with a hesitant excitement. The fat pupa stage was indeed a signal of evolution but also a signal of death. Elf bugs wouldn't last long at this stage, at most, 1 to 2 months. Failure meant death, there was no third option. Only 1 or 2 months left. This little time might not even be enough to complete the thorn bug's chain tasks. I must help it. The plump thorn bug scuttled around the box non-stop. From time to time, it would lift its head and gaze at List with eyes like black sesame seeds, expressing affection. At the same time, List could feel a restlessness in its emotions, perhaps a longing and impulsion for evolution. Counting them up, it had already affected 4 types of mutated thorns. No detailed documentation explained the impact of elf bugs on plants, but List was convinced it definitely had to do with the elf bug's moods. The thorns had been extremely violent lately, continuously mutating. How am I to help it? Provide it with nutrition, fertilize the cordyceps every day? Expand the area of the thorn bushes? These seem like common methods. They may be effective for evolution but not determinative. The chance of evolving mostly comes down to luck. Adequate nutrition, to a large extent, is capable of breeding elf bugs, but it cannot ensure their breakthrough. After much thought, it seemed that only the smoke mission might truly help the thorn bug. I must complete the thorn bug's chain tasks as soon as possible, starting with the bottleneck of G task at hand. Starting tomorrow, I will personally supervise the construction of the workshop. His mind was made up. List let go of his tension and smiled as he watched his elf bugs, especially the thorn bug. The decisive moment that would determine fate had arrived. Little guy, you need to work hard. As if sensing List's encouragement, the thorn bug propped up half its body, locking eyes with List with its sesame seed eyes, full of emotion. It was brimming with confidence. Chapter 152, The Conscience represented by Mung Bean Soup. My lord, why are you in such a hurry to have the 4 workshops built? I want to see results sooner. On the empty lot of the workshop area, List led Dowson while inspecting the construction of the workshops. Consultant Galtai, who was in charge of the construction, was somewhat baffled. Just this morning, List issued a new order demanding that the 4 workshops be completely built within 5 days. Because of this, he had to gather even more serfs to participate in the construction. The whole construction site was bustling with activity. It was now autumn, and the temperature was gradually becoming less hot than in the summer, but they were still sweating profusely while working. Tell the workers building the workshops that if they finish within 5 days, their salary will be doubled, and if they finish within 4 days, their salary will be tripled, List said, unconcerned by a few more copper coins. He cared only about whether he could complete the task ahead of schedule. "Oh Lord, the serfs will go mad," exclaimed Galtai, before spreading his hands, "but it's impossible to build the workshops in 4 days. Workshops aren't wooden huts, they need skilled people to construct them." List indifferently said, "Then make them more crudely. As long as they can produce, that's enough. I don't expect the workshops to bring me much income, as long as they can assure the supply to the castle, that would be considered good. One must not overestimate the skills of the serfs. But neither should one underestimate their pursuit of money. When they are driven, they can work night and day to cobble together the 4 workshops. The quality might not be guaranteed, but List was not pursuing quality at the moment, only speed. Even if the workshops turned out to be defective, it didn't matter. The goal was just to complete the task. Compared to the evolution of the thorn bugs, these were secondary concerns. Galtai didn't understand List's thinking, but he was just a consultant. All the power of the land was bestowed by List, so he could only accept. "I will properly motivate these serfs. I dare not guarantee 4 days, but within 5 days, there will definitely be 4 workshops appearing in the workshop area. Complete this task, Consultant Galtai, and I will reward you with a few bottles of juniper wine, a cellar-aged vintage purchased directly from Tulip Castle." "Oh Lord, cellar-aged juniper wine, that is utterly tantalizing. I haven't had juniper wine from Tulip Castle cellar in years. Haha, I will supervise the construction of the workshops day and night for the next few days. Please rest assured, my lord." He straightened out the attitudes of the officials and workers. Only then did List lead Dowson back the way they came. Halfway there, he directly mounted Dowson's back, using it as a mount. Dowson had been rapidly growing recently, already weighing over a ton. Tigers, in front of Dowson, could only be considered slightly larger cats. The explosive power contained within its body could tear tigers and leopards apart. Even without using magic, it could stand at the top of Coral Island's food chain. At first, List riding it made it somewhat unwilling, but after a beating, it obediently served as a mount. Carrying a person hardly affected its movements upon reaching Dowson Avenue. List gave the command, "Dowson, multiple stone spikes." Dowson opened its mouth wide, let out a roar, and then, on the sections of the road that had been planned but not yet constructed, 7 thick stone spikes burst forth with a PFFT sound. "Good boy." Patting Dowson's large head, List was very satisfied and continued with the commands, "Keep it up, Dowson, multiple stone spikes. PFFT, PFFT." Another 6 stone spikes broke through the ground. "Well done, little guy. Come on, stone spikes. PFFT." With just a single rock spike thrusting out, Dowson had already grasped the difference between a rock spike and multiple stone spikes. A piece of jerky as a reward. List rubbed Dowson's chubby neck and continued the training. "Dowson, bigger, make it bigger, rock spike. PFFT." A rock spike emerged. "Bigger, rock spike. PFFT." Another rock spike appeared. "Not good enough, Dowson, no jerky reward. Bigger, only then comes the jerky, understand?" List teased Dowson by waving the jerky in front of it, but didn't let it eat, making clear that its performance wasn't up to par. He trained it bit by bit like this. Only when the rock spike became thicker did List stuff the jerky into its mouth, repeating the command, "Bigger, rock spike," to indicate that only a larger rock spike would earn a reward. Dowson was smart, but since they didn't speak the same language, he could only use conditioning to make it understand various commands. Such training was repetitive and tedious. But when Dowson mastered a new command, List felt a great sense of accomplishment because his ultimate goal was to train Dowson to cast a greater variety of magic. Dowson is definitely an intermediate magical beast, but it still falls short of a purple sand crocodile. As a postnatal evolved intermediate magical beast, its aptitude is certainly inferior to that of innate ones. How to compensate depends on how I, as its master, train it and use techniques to offset its lack of natural talent. He reveled in personally training a powerful intermediate magical beast. However, the roadwork team following behind wasn't as thrilled. As Dowson's magic power soared and it produced a large number of rock spikes, the team's workload greatly increased. Hammers pounded continuously, smashing the rock spikes to pieces and spreading them out on Dowson Avenue, an incredibly strenuous task, since List demanded that each piece of rock shouldn't be bigger than a wine bottle cap. The serfs responsible for breaking the rock had to hammer constantly, even reducing the stones to dust. Only in this way could the road they built be smooth. Seeing the sweaty, Dust-covered serfs of the roadwork team, List felt somewhat sentimental. He had it far too easy compared to them. Reincarnation was a skill, and evidently, he had done it quite well. Have Mrs. Abby prepare some mung bean soup and send it to the serfs of the roadwork team, a bowl for each, List instructed as Butler Carter approached. Your mercy will astonish them. As long as they work hard for me, I am never stingy with rewards and benefits. In Fresh Flower Town, I want everyone to be able to earn their living through work, have enough to eat, stay warm, and live healthily even when winter comes, List proclaimed with high-sounding words, his vision ahead of the times. Merely exploiting serfs is a very low-level form of exploitation. Motivating the serfs' productivity is what truly maximizes the exploitation of laborers to gain more surplus value. He was a man who had read through Karl Marx's Das Kapital. As for the conscience of a capitalist, hadn't he already given them mung bean soup? What more could they want? So many people building one road, the wages paid on time, and only 12 hours of work a day, that was already quite kind. Any other landlord might make the serfs learn from Zusun, not spending a copper coin, picking up rocks to build the road themselves. Riding on Dowson. List continued training, depleting all of Dowson's magic power to create a large batch of rock spikes to be used as materials for the road. Only then did he leave the construction site, heading straight to where the Earth Matron was imprisoned, as a reward for Dowson. Chapter 153, The Earth Matron Who Refused to Mate After List Left. The serfs, busy with their work, began to whisper amongst themselves. Lord Landlord's pet is so formidable, I don't even dare to look at it. When it roars, my whole body trembles, one serf said in amazement as they watched the fierce Earth Dog's retreating figure. Of course, the fierce Earth Dog is the king of Thorn Ridge, only the great Lord Landlord could tame it. Yes, Lord Landlord is a noble graced with the glory of a knight, with a single sword he can subdue any magical beast. This winter, we no longer have to fear the magical beasts eating people. Thorn Ridge, who would have thought we would chop down all the trees there? It's a pity my family isn't large enough, and I don't have enough tools, otherwise I would definitely reclaim 10 more acres of wasteland. The officials in town said, the more you farm, the more grain you get to keep. My son is reaching the marrying age next year, I need to prepare enough food and a house for him, otherwise, he won't be able to get a wife. Hey, Old Brown, has your son found a girl willing to be with him? Of course, I asked Captain Granter of the Fresh Flower Caravan, and he promised he would find a girl who speaks wind language for my son, right, with a big butt. It's the new serfs Lord Landlord recently purchased. I heard they come from the Eagle Kingdom, is that right? Only the Eagle Kingdom speaks wind language, but here in Coral Island, Lord Landlord will have them speak serpent script. By the way, Old Brown, why don't you find one? Among the newly purchased serfs, there are several older women who would be a perfect match for you, to help you with housework and farming. Old Brown smiled bashfully, hey, I am on the lookout. Those women from the continent can't speak serpent script. If Old Brown marries one, the two would only be able to gesture. As long as they can lie in bed, it doesn't matter if they can't talk, as long as they can perform the motions, haha. Old Brown's good days are coming. Praise Lord Landlord. Praise Lord Landlord, life in Fresh Flower Town is getting better and better. The serfs had a simple way of thinking, life was better than before, all thanks to Lord Landlord, so they must praise Lord Landlord and farm more, work harder for him. Walls, iron cage. After losing her freedom, the life of the Earth Matron was confined to this small piece of land. From initial resistance to gradual acceptance, now the times when Dowson came to visit were her happiest and most exciting moments. Even faintly, she had started to like these peaceful days, her days filled with eating and sleeping, occasionally getting up to mate, enjoying Dowson's fierce thrusts. Woof woof. The sound of Dowson's bark, drawing nearer from afar. The Earth Matron lying on the ground sleeping immediately got up and went to the edge of the cage, responding with a bark, woof woof. Moments later, the gate to the enclosure opened, and the two fierce Earth dogs saw each other. List was still riding on Dowson's back, leisurely approaching the cage, now entering Earth Matron's magic release range. However, Earth Matron did not release any magic, she almost forgot about Rock Spike. Her conditioning was simple. Release magic, food is taken away. After a few days, the Earth Matron was left with the impression that each time she released her magic, she would go hungry. If she didn't release magic, food would appear. So, it no longer released its magic. The instincts of the beast told it that eating was far more important than magic. However, it was only because List relied on the Chi secret technique, Eye of Magic, that he dared to approach so casually. The castle servants who fed the Earth Matron did not dare to come in. They moved the cage, allowing Dowson to enter the iron cage for a rendezvous with the Earth Matron. What should have been a smooth mating process encountered a problem. The Earth Matron could accept Dowson's affection but firmly resisted, forbidding Dowson's request to mate. What is this? List had a flash of insight. Could it be that the Earth Matron is pregnant? A pregnant female would resist mating, of course, a female not in heat would do the same. However, the Earth Matron was supposed to be in heat, and it hadn't been resisting mating before. Anyway, since the Earth Matron was resisting, it meant that it either was no longer in heat or was already pregnant and no longer suitable for forced mating. Previously, Dowson mated with it every day but failed to impregnate it, because the Earth Matron wasn't in heat. Heat involves the ovulation of animals. Without eggs, how could it become pregnant? Dowson, come out. List knocked on the cage. Dowson didn't want to come out and only after several urges did it reluctantly step out. It seems I need to go to Coral City to buy some female large wolves to bring back, otherwise, Dowson's vigorous energy won't have any outlet, which is not a good thing. Continuously holding back without proper diversion is not conducive to healthy development. I just don't know if Dowson can produce offspring with the large wolves. The thought was quite exciting. Perhaps they could breed a batch of magical beast bloodline wolf dogs, similar to the quality of the fire dragon horse. Dowson is an intermediate magical beast, its bloodline is stronger. The mixed breed magical beast pups will certainly be strong, and if selectively bred and reared over time, they might become an excellent breed of hunting dogs or work dogs. If it's really possible, then I will build a dog farm to cultivate an army of wolf dogs. He was lost in wonderful speculation. A servant rushed in to report, "My lord, the magician from Coral City has arrived at the castle with a fresh flower caravan." Go back. List turned around, riding the Dowson who looked back 3 steps at a time, returning to the castle. The people from the fresh flower caravan were busy unloading goods and moving them into the castle's cellar, while another carriage parked on Dowson Avenue. A tall, thin man in a black cloak stood in front of the carriage, gazing at the nearby town. Beside him was a thin little boy also clad in a cloak. This was none other than the magician Grandini Truth and his magic apprentice. "Mr. Grandini, welcome to Fresh Flower Town." Despite List's dissatisfaction with the belated arrival of the magician, his face still wore the standardized noble smile. Grandini flipped back his cloak, revealing disheveled brown hair. "The roads of Fresh Flower Town are quite good, actually paved with stones. I thought they would be muddy." Baron List, constructing stone roads costs quite a few gold coins. Even if a noble needs to maintain appearances, why waste it on a road? As he spoke, his gaze was fixed on Dowson. Now Dowson, wherever it went, became the focus of attention. Its massive body and formidable presence had an astonishing effect. TSK, such a fine fierce earth dog, majestic and extraordinary, truly fitting of the title King of Thorn Ridge. It's far superior to low-level magical beasts. Possessing it is your good fortune. No, following me is its good fortune. List extended his hand to gesture. "Let's talk inside the castle. Mr. Carter has already prepared teas and drinks." Grandini did not move, his eyes still intently looking at Dowson. "Baron List, I wonder if I might have the honor to study this fierce earth dog? Perhaps I could pay to buy it from you. You should know, the value of a magical beast lies in the magic equipment it can produce." List's smile turned cold. "Hey, you're thinking too much." Chapter 154, Correct Your Work Attitude. I want to buy Dowson. I want to turn Dowson into magic equipment. List felt he should release Dowson's leash, then let it teach Granny how to be a decent person, for an intermediate magical beast was not something a magician could simply touch. In the castle living room, host and guest sat down respectively. Perhaps it was the prestige brought by the hermit title, or maybe because magic possessed a certain allure, but magicians held quite a high status in society, belonging to the upper middle class, with the privilege of entering the second floor of the castle. "Is this the famous ice cream from Tulip Castle I have heard so much about, invented by you?" Granny was instantly drawn to the ice cream with its varied colors as the servant brought it over. Ice cream is a luxury food. Making a small amount of ice cream requires a significant amount of ice, which ordinary people simply couldn't afford. Granny had only heard of it, never tasted it. "Try it." Outside of Fresh Flower Town, only Tulip Castle, Falcon Town, Beer Castle, and Shattered Stone Castle offer this frozen delight, List said. He had sold the recipe to 4 people, Levi's, Levira, Aubrey Lycra, and Brandon Brokenstone. Other nobles wanted to buy it but were too reluctant to spend the money. Taking a cup, Granny tasted it. "Is this ice from nature, not made by magic? Interesting. How is it made?" "The ice cream recipe is quite valuable." "I don't need the recipe for the ice cream. What I want to know is where does the ice come from?" "Baron List, don't tell me your castle is so small that it has an ice cellar underneath." Creating ice with saltpeter was not a secret worth keeping. But the tone of Granny's inquiry made List uncomfortable, so he responded indifferently, "Mr. Granny, I invited you to Fresh Flower Town to craft equipment and teach me related knowledge about magic, not for me to teach you. I hope you can adjust your attitude. Granny scooped another mouthful of ice cream, oblivious. Seeking the truth is our magician's nature. It is still hot weather, even ice system magic is hard to cast, let alone making ice by natural means. This is a significant discovery, and I hope you can teach me. Teaching knowledge costs money. How many gold coins? Judging by Granny's demeanor, he was indeed willing to pay in gold coins for the information on the saltpeter ice-making process. List's eyes gleamed with a new idea. I am not short of gold coins. If you want to know how I make ice, it's simple. Work diligently for me during this period, and after completing the work, I will naturally teach you the principles of ice making. Granny frowned. I hate working with unresolved questions. Therefore, under the premise of ensuring quality, complete the work as soon as possible, and you will be rid of your doubts sooner, said List bluntly. He had already figured out how to deal with magicians. There was no need to be considerate, just scold them directly. Here in Fresh Flower Town, magicians couldn't stir up trouble. Alright, let's talk about the work. Which black pearl do you need me to craft into magic equipment? Thomas, go fetch my black pearl from the study, it's in the cabinet. Just moments ago, he had entered the study, taken out the basketball-sized black pearl from the gemstone space, and placed it in the cabinet, to mislead any observers. Thomas quickly brought the black pearl over. He placed it on the table. This black pearl wasn't a regular spherical shape, it was rather lopsided and didn't look very appealing. But that was List's aesthetic. To Granny, who had never seen a larger black pearl, it was perfect, incredible, incredible. A black pearl itself is incredible, but to actually have one so large. He caressed the black pearl with his hand, abundant water system magic power, as if placing me upon the great sea. It must have been born in the deep ocean. Oh, it also has this historic heaviness to it. I feel like it has existed for hundreds of years. Do you think it can be made into magic equipment for suppressing storms? Of course, it's even more outstanding than I imagined, a top-quality material for making magic equipment. However, the materials I brought are probably not enough. I need to purchase more. You're leaving now? No, there's no need to leave. I will write a letter and have Charlie go buy it. It's just that some auxiliary materials are lacking. The core materials are not in short supply. Charlie was that skinny magic apprentice. Granny was efficient at work, immediately asking for paper and pen to start writing a letter. He addressed it to a fellow magician, asking him to help purchase materials, and then handed the letter to Charlie to be taken to Coral City by the Fresh Flower Caravan when they set off. The fellow magician lived near Coral City. Baron List, I need a separate workspace to create a piece of magic equipment, especially with such a prime material. It will take a long time. There are many newly built houses in town. You can pick one, said List as he rose to his feet. I will take you to the town now to choose your room. Granny did not bring a horse, and astonishingly, he could not ride one. So a manservant had to take him by horse. Upon reaching the town, Granny's eyes never stopped scanning. He saw large plots of planned land, including drainage ditches, curbs, and green strips. Although not built yet, the areas were already parceled out. Some houses had been torn down, replaced by neat rows of new ones. There weren't many pedestrians. At this time, most people not busy with farming were at the docks, moving rocks. Only in the workshop area were crowds of serfs bustling about. There's no manure? He looked for a long time before expressing his surprise. Defecating in public is prohibited in Fresh Flower Town. There are toilets here, and all residents must use the facilities, answered Galtai, who had just arrived. Mr. Granny, long time no see. I hope you like Fresh Flower Town. The environment here is even more beautiful than that of Coral City. I must admit, the streets are clean, but in terms of prosperity, this place is too remote compared to Coral City. It depends on how you define it. Brothels, gambling houses, and taverns, none exist in Fresh Flower Town. Life is more peaceful. After all, Fresh Flower Town is just a small settlement, shrugged Galtai. Once accustomed to its tranquility, you will definitely fall in love with it, although admittedly, nights with nothing to do can indeed be hard to bear. Freya was already over 4 months pregnant, and they couldn't do that, so Galtai's nightlife was limited to his hand. List could not help but admonish, take good care of Freya, consultant Galtai. If he didn't remind him, who knows, this guy might start flirting with some town girl again. Galtai chuckled, of course. After walking around the small town, Granny did not choose any of the houses here. My work requires quiet, Baron List. The noise of construction in the town is too disturbing, not suitable. Please provide me with a more secluded house. He enjoyed bustling cities, but his work required silence, hence he lived hidden away in the dilapidated moss town. In that case, Consultant Galtai, in one of the new houses in Little Wheat Village, pick out a separate house for Granny to serve as his residence and studio, said List. As you wish, replied Granny. Chapter 155, The Incarnation of the Mundane Truth. All the materials and items were moved into the new house, and thus Mr. Grandini settled down in Fresh Flower Town. The noon banquet was held in the castle by List to entertain Grandini, where nobles and would-be noble classes gathered in numbers, yet the atmosphere of the banquet was somewhat mediocre. The magician wasn't as unsociable as imagined. Of course, he couldn't be described as witty and humorous either. Often, it was Galtai and others entertaining themselves, with Grandini merely eating and drinking, more like a self-absorbed creature. The materials for crafting a black pearl were not yet sufficient. Therefore, after the banquet ended, starting from the afternoon, Grandini's work mainly focused on teaching. Although he also had the task of crafting crystal lamps, he needed the cooperation of a crystal craftsman, as the magician wasn't skilled in carving crystals. The Fresh Flower caravan had already gone to invite the crystal craftsman Brad, who would probably arrive the day after tomorrow, if he wasn't too busy. Magic, just like G, is a form of magic power. Grandini started without any fuss. The world is triangular, matter is one corner, spirit another, and magic power the third. This is our magician's understanding of the nature of the world, and the source of magic. Specifically, as it relates to ourselves, the caster is matter, the power from meditation is spirit, and the combination of matter, spirit, and magic power creates magic. What about knights, then? As I said, magic and chi are alike. Magic power, the releaser, and spiritual power create various chi manuscripts. The difference between magicians and knights is that knights regard themselves as the triangle, while magicians integrate themselves into the larger triangle of the world. As he spoke, he asked, "Do you understand?" List nodded as if he really got it. A triangle, huh? The most stable structure. In fact, he didn't understand at all. What large triangle, small triangle? Then, Grandini continued to talk about his triangle theory, like how Taoism believes the universe is divided into the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and Buddhism generalizes that matter is composed of earth, water, fire, and wind. Magicians believe the world is divided into spirit, matter, and magic power. A very broad cognition, its correctness unknown, and the content extremely dull. Grandini wasn't a good teacher either, and his speech was even more tedious. An afternoon of repeating the same triangle theory nearly put List to sleep several times. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and interrupted, "Mr. Grandini, I have already understood the triangle theory, you can skip it. What I want to know now is how magic is released and why magic power is divided into different properties like water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, ice and darkness. Also, I would like to witness real magic." Grandini frowned. Being interrupted during a long lecture was very disappointing. Luckily he still knew that List was his patron, so he raised his left hand, his fingers slightly spread, and quickly rubbed together a fireball. The fireball appeared out of thin air, from a tiny flame to a fist-sized fireball. With a fierce push of his hand, the fireball shot out of the castle window and exploded in midair not too far away. Fireball technique, the most basic of the fire system magic. "Do it again," said List, narrowing his eyes, bringing forth the eye of magic power. He wanted to observe closely. He had observed a magical beast releasing magic, where magic power condensed in its body and was expelled from its mouth, naturally forming magic. Grandini nodded. Raising his hand, he once again created a fireball. List watched very clearly this time. Grandini had only a small amount of magic power inside him, chaotic and colorless. The moment he cast the fireball technique, the magic power in his palm quickly turned red, becoming fire attribute magic power. Then, speckles of red magic power in the air were attracted by the magic power in his palm, coalescing into a ball and forming the fireball. Pop! The fireball exploded outside the castle. In the vision of the eye of magic power, that fiery attribute magic power dissipated with a roar as if it never existed. He had a rough idea of the process of casting magic. However, he still didn't understand why magic could gather into a fireball, as the eye of magic couldn't observe the force that caused the magic power to condense. Perhaps, as Grandini had said, it was the power of the spirit. Like him, a single thought could drive the chi within his body to circulate according to his will. Why it followed his thoughts was a mystery. At this moment, Grandini continued to manipulate the magic. Meditate, to build a bridge between your spirit and the magic power. His voice was somewhat ethereal, his gaze fixed on the palm of his hand, his whole being immersed in a certain state. Magic power is a third existence outside of the material and spiritual realms. It has emotions. Feel them, befriend them, and they will serve you. Gradually, a gray-brown substance, which was magic power materialized as soil, began to appear in his palm. The soil sphere slowly grew larger, and his voice continued to drift. Meditation is an essential step in building the bridge. Only when your spirit is in a state of calm can you touch the existence of magic power. It is everywhere, jumping for joy. Once you find them and make friends with them, you can obtain magic, and then, understand the world. Finally, the soil sphere expanded to the size of a fist and then gradually solidified, turning into a rock with distinct edges and corners. Grandini didn't stop, continuing to cast magic, compressing and solidifying the rock over and over again until it emitted a cracking sound, and only then did he stop. With a flick, the rock completely shattered. But unlike the fireball from before, the shattered rock didn't disappear, it remained as debris. Flying rock technique, an earth system magic, as low level as the fireball technique. However, I can't master it very well. I specialize in water system and fire system magic, and I have a slight understanding of wind and earth systems, but am not proficient. Lightning, ice, darkness then? I have not delved into these 4 systems of magic and cannot cast them. But I have heard that magicians can master and cast magic of every type. If I can get closer to truth and become a grand magician, maybe I will have enough energy to study lightning, ice, and darkness magic. But right now, I am far from the truth, and my spirit is not broad enough to be proficient in both water and fire systems is already pushing it. What is an archmage like? I don't know. You don't know? Grandini lifted his head, his hooked nose tilting upward. Archmages are incarnations of truth walking in the secular world, beings that magicians look up to. Baron List, why do you think I would understand archmages? Even you, do you understand what a dragon knight is? Faced with such a question, List couldn't argue. He had always thought that dragon knights were simply knights who rode on dragons. However, the advanced chi of a sky knight was just one level below dragon chi, the legendary chi shared with dragons. As for what dragon chi was, not even his noble relatives and friends, like Marquis Merlin, a veteran sky knight, knew what it was. All the noble knights dreamed of becoming dragon knights. But knights who possessed dragons were lofty beings, out of reach for the common man. Even the king who had dragons, such as the Sapphire Duke, likely had no idea what being a dragon knight felt like. The first Sapphire Duke was a dragon knight, but the current Sapphire Duke was merely the dragon's partner and caretaker. No chance for dragon riding. Alright, let's change the subject. Why did the rock condensed from magic power continue to exist? He asked a question that had puzzled him for a long time. Chapter 156, Chronicles of the Dragon Lance. You mean these residues? Granny poured the rock fragments in his hand onto the table. They're just ordinary stone residues, devoid of any magic power. So, why is that? Why don't the rocks formed by the agglomeration of magic power disappear? Granny stirred the fragments on the table with his hand. Your question is too broad, just like questioning how dragons can produce gemstones and metals, and why elves can cultivate plants. It concerns the essence of the world. I can only tell you my understanding. Please do. Spirit, material, magic power, they form a triangle. Of course, you have told me many times. It's not immutable, or rather, spirit and material can have a dual influence on magic power. Spirit can influence magic power into becoming material, and material can also affect magic power to generate spirit. Casters, with their own spirit, create magic, forming material. Material combined with magic power, in turn, forms. He paused before continuing. Dragons, elves, that's how I believe they came to be. List glanced at Granny, somewhat surprised by this fresh idea. Dragons and elves originating from the combination of magic power with material. Before List could voice his doubts, Granny explained on his own, this is just speculation, Baron List, not based on a foundation of truth, so it's best forgotten after hearing it. I will not admit that this set of ideas originated from me. Magicians pursue truth and despise lies. He nodded. List did not dwell on it and changed the subject. I have seen the elf bug's reproductive process many times, yet I know nothing of a dragon's breeding. Do you know? I don't know about dragon breeding, I am just a magician, I have never even seen a dragon. Granny's tone carried a hint of regret. However, I can recommend you a book, Dragonlance Chronicles, Dragons of Autumn Twilight by the Great Archmage, Owe Them Truth. It has a detailed introduction to dragons. Do you have the book with you? No, in fact, I don't own the book. I only browsed through it when I was young, serving as a magic apprentice under my teacher. It was part of my teacher's collection, and in his quest for truth and greater knowledge, he has traveled to the mainland. I haven't seen him for many years. Without the book, List could only ask Granny to narrate its contents to him. Speaking a few words for money, Granny naturally wouldn't refuse and immediately recounted what he remembered. Young dragons before the age of 100 are the easiest to capture. It is said that most dragon knights cultivate a bond during the dragon's youth, enabling dragon riding. From 100 to 800 years old, adult dragons reach their peak period for producing gems and mineral deposits, with dragon blood, dung, saliva, breath, scales, and might, all capable of infecting the surroundings and forming mineral deposits. After 800 years come the elderly dragons. Most elderly dragons leave their dwellings during this time to head for the Valley of Dragons, a mythical place. Some say the Valley of Dragons is in the Devil's Sea, others say it's in the Whirlpool Sea, and there are those who say it's on Mount Milajiaoding, but no one has seen it. It's a legendary place. Dragons bury themselves in the Valley of Dragons. They do not die but rather become one with the world, to be reborn as dragons after countless years. Dragons are categorized into 3 types. Elemental dragons, gemstone dragons, metal dragons. Metal dragons can infect metal ores like gold, silver, copper, iron, aluminum. Dragonlance history. Dragons of Autumn Twilight records 23 types of metal dragons. Brass dragons, bronze dragons, purple copper dragons, white copper dragons, white maw iron dragons, malleable cast iron dragons, gray iron dragons, white heart iron dragons, black heart iron dragons, golden dragons, platinum dragons, silver dragons, mercury dragons. These are roughly the types of metal dragons I remember. Gemstone dragons can infect gemstone mines and are broadly categorized into blue, red, yellow, and green. Like the sapphire dragon, ruby dragon, and others such as the azure sapphire dragon, crimson gem dragon, light green emerald dragon, etc. The gemstones produced by the gemstone dragons possess extraordinary magical powers and are even more valuable than those of the metal dragons. However, their production is not as high as that of the metal dragons. Most of the elemental dragons are evil dragons, embodiments of the elements themselves. A fire dragon can infect a volcano, a water dragon can infect a swamp, a wind dragon can conjure storms, an earth dragon can raise mountains, and so on. Archmage Truth once battled a wind dragon, his blood drenched the entire plain. Now that place is called Windhole Valley, located in the Neverfall Empire, where fierce winds blow endlessly throughout the year. Countless magicians who specialize in the wind system aspire to visit Windhole Valley, to feel the magic power engraved by the wind dragon. List was brimming with interest. How many years ago did this happen? Based on the era in which Archmage Truth lived, it should have been about 4,000 years ago. At that time, the Neverfall Empire didn't even exist. The Neverfall Empire has a history of only 3,000 years. For 4,000 years, the magic power of the wind dragon in Windhole Valley has not dissipated? Yes, that's the power of dragons. They possess the ability to change the world. Unfortunately, even archmages find it difficult to peer into such mysteries. Granny shook his head, his regret apparent. List was equally astonished. He had read many night novels that described dragons, all of which seemed to be made up, portraying dragons as nearly divine creators, yet with intelligence comparable to that of a small dog. The records left by archmages are very credible, and the magic power of the wind dragon has indeed not dissipated in 4,000 years. This revelation left him dazzled and eager to rush to Windhole Valley immediately to observe with his own eye of magic, to discern what was different about the wind dragon's magical power. After a moment, his eyes flickered slightly as he casually asked, "Mr. Granny, in the night novels I have read, some authors have mentioned a category of dragons beyond the elemental, metal, and gemstone ones, known as sacred dragons? I have heard of sacred dragons too, but Dragonlance history, Dragons of Autumn Twilight makes no mention of them. That's just nonsense spun by novelists. I don't like reading night novels, they're all made up, they defy truth and are lies," Granny said with disdain when it came to night novels. "Can you tell me about sacred dragons? I have only read about one kind in a book, the formless dragon." "Those authors invented 5 kinds of sacred dragons," said Granny. His disdain didn't prevent him from being well informed. "The immortal dragon, which represents life, grants one eternal life, very fake. The twilight dragon, which represents time, can stop time, I don't see the use of that. The jade dragon, representing dreams, can enter into dreams. I have seen jade, it's a kind of gemstone, what does that have to do with dragons?" He continued his disdainful remarks. List, however, listened very earnestly. "The formless dragon, representing space, can produce space rings, akin to a ring that can hold many things, a concept as ridiculous as my cup holding an elephant, and lastly, the smoke dragon, representing destiny. According to the night novels I have read, it's described as a wisp of smoke. I find that imaginative." After he finished talking about the 5 sacred dragons, Granny concluded with scorn, "No one has ever seen a sacred dragon with their own eyes, and no country possesses such dragons. They are just figments of the imagination by those who have never seen a dragon, dreamt up in their dreams at night. There's nothing more to discuss, let's continue talking about magic." "Of course," responded List absent-mindedly. However, inside his head, A gigantic wave had already surged. The smoke dragon, representing destiny. A wisp of smoke. The smoke mission. Chapter 157, The Fate Choice of the Smoke Dragon 7 months ago. List awoke from the darkness, comprehended his situation, and accepted the memories of his predecessor, knowing the latter could see the smoke from a very young age. But back then, the smoke was too faint to see clearly. It wasn't until he had transmigrated and merged with his body that he could truly see what the smoke was made of. It turned out to be a text-form task. When he first saw the content clearly, he was really startled. If you could call it a golden finger, the smoke formed serpent script, not Chinese characters. If you said it wasn't a golden finger, both the language style and the task content were familiar to Earth style. He could only convince himself that before a transmigrator did anything, the golden finger acted first. Then he accepted the existence of the smoke mission, guessing that behind the faint outline, there must be some schemer or conspiracy. However, this time, upon hearing Mr. Grandini describe the 5 sacred dragons, he found there was one representing fate, the smoke dragon. It brought him a tremendous shock. Perhaps, this golden finger of mine, this smoke mission, is not some kind of conspiracy? There was no indication that the smoke mission had any ulterior motive or was driving him towards some sort of layout. From beginning to end, the smoke mission simply issued some simple tasks, and then rewarded him with things that already existed but were extremely easy to miss. This manner of awarding, upon reflection, it had a strong flavor of destiny. Whether it was a brush past or an embrace, both are different trajectories of fate. Ordinary people cannot change the trajectory of fate, or rather, their fate's trajectory is unknown, chaotic. But with the help of the smoke mission, List's destiny's trajectory included an added element of choice. Granny continued to prattle beside him, expounding endlessly on matters of magic. List was already lost in his thoughts, entering his own inner world. He lowered his head, looking at his own body, representing fate. A puff of smoke. Could it be that residing in my body is a smoke dragon? Because of the smoke dragon's infection, I have been granted the right to choose my fate? Unlike Granny's denial of the sacred dragons. He believed in the definite existence of sacred dragons. The formless dragon had eaten 2 cows in front of him and left behind a space gem, an undeniable fact. If the formless dragon existed, why couldn't the smoke dragon exist? The immortal dragon, twilight dragon, jade dragon, they definitely all existed. They might be transcendental beyond belief, but dragons and elves were already incredible creatures. No matter how inconceivable, what of it? This was a world completely different from Earth, a remarkable world filled with magic. His thoughts continued to soar. He tried to find traces of the existence of the smoke dragon. If it were to be said that the smoke dragon resides in my body, it's not impossible, since I often see the smoke mission. But the smoke could only form serpent script, it never formed the shape of a dragon, nor has it ever communicated with me. It's very likely I haven't actually obtained it, but rather am just influenced by it. Ordinary animals can be infected by dragons to become dragon seed animals. Although there have never been any dragon seed humans, it's possible that my predecessor, as a child, was accidentally infected by the smoke dragon and became a smoke seed person. Thinking this way, he didn't know whether to feel fortunate or regretful. Fortunate because others rarely encounter dragons, while he had come into contact with 2, each leaving behind precious gifts, the smoke of fate control and a unique gemstone space. Regretful because the close encounters with the 2 dragons didn't make him a dragon knight, nor did it earn him the friendship of the dragons. Baron List. Baron List. Granny's calling voice brought List back from his reverie. What? I was introducing magic, were you even listening attentively? Mr. Grandini was quite displeased. Learning magic requires maintaining focus, and on the path to pursuing truth, despite the loneliness and dullness, only the joy of acquiring knowledge can fill your soul from emptiness to fulfillment. Sorry, I just wanted to understand a bit about magic, not to learn it. List suppressed his cluttered thoughts and squeezed out a formulaic smile. Without a nap, I am a bit sluggish. How about we end today's lesson here and continue tomorrow? Thomas, please show Mr. Grandini around, let him have a look at Fresh Flower Town. Certainly, my lord. Thomas extended his hand with perfect gentlemanly grace. This way, please, Mr. Grandini. Grandini glanced at List and showed a look of disdain. Truth is becoming more and more distant from you. Having said that, he strode out of the castle. After Grandini left, List stayed alone in the study, looking out the window, lost in thought amid Wanfu's caw-calls. Smoke dragon. Smoke mission. Destiny. Many thoughts flickered back and forth. The smoke in front of him twisted and changed forms, but the text remained constant. Mission. The commercial district of Fresh Flower Town is gradually prospering, but the workshop district has been unoccupied for a long time, still lacking sufficient workshops to support it, and craftsmen should not waste their talents on chopping wood and tilling the fields. Please build 3 new workshops to increase the town's prosperity. Reward, a breakthrough in chi. No matter how hard he tried to focus his attention, attempting to communicate with the smoke dragon behind the smoke, the content of the serpent script remained unchanged. He could not communicate with the smoke dragon that may or may not exist within him. He also could not change the smoke mission. The so-called choice of destiny was merely an additional option. It was like a scenic area building a road. You can choose to build a straight path from the front gate to the back gate. The smoke mission, on the other hand, would hint at where there are attractions, allowing you to take a detour to include them. But if you want to build a toilet or a parking lot, sorry, there's no function for that. So now, there are 4 possibilities for the things happening to me. First, as a child, he had close contact with a smoke dragon, was influenced by it, and became a person of the smoke dragon seed, possessing some ability to choose his destiny. Second, the smoke dragon is snoozing somewhere in his body, and the scattered wisps of smoke form the smoke mission, allowing List to steal a part of destiny. Third, the smoke dragon might just be a young dragon, weak in power, hiding away and biding its time to grow. Fourth, he might be overthinking, and the smoke mission has nothing to do with the smoke dragon, it's just a transmigrator's golden finger privilege. The first, second, third, and fourth possibilities are all viable, but there is too little information to determine which one is more likely. He tried hard to recall the memories of his childhood, trying to find a node, a moment of close contact with the smoke dragon. There was a high probability that he had come into contact with the smoke dragon. Since having memories, the places my predecessor visited were not many. Red Crab Island was one, where he only moved around the vicinity of Long Taro Castle, the rest was on Coral Island. He visited every city on Coral Island, every year going on vacation with the Earl, staying a few days in the castle's guest houses in various cities. There were no waves, just an ordinary noble second son's life, always plain and insipid. Half an hour later, he gave up on recalling. He also gave up on contemplation. Well, what comes will come. If I am fated with the smoke dragon, someday we shall meet face to face. Do what I must, and let destiny decide the rest. If it truly represents destiny's smoke dragon, I believe it is meant to be. He stretched himself. The thoughts about the smoke dragon, he buried deep within his heart. Chapter 158, Release of Meditation Model Rune. For the following 2 or 3 days, List's schedule was packed. In the morning, he would cultivate his chi, train Dowson, and supervise the workshop. In the afternoon, he focused on studying magic, particularly the spells mastered by the magician Granny. This magician was proficient in fire and water system magic, had a slight understanding of wind and earth system magic, and knew nothing of the magic of lightning, ice, darkness, and the like. The difficulty of cultivating magic is far greater than that of cultivating chi. The steps of casting magic are meditation, model, runes, and release. Meditation is to summon spiritual power to connect with magic power. The model is to mobilize the connected magic power and form a bridge between the internal and external magic power. Runes are used to repair the model and strengthen the channels for magic power's ingress and egress. Release, when the bridge is complete and the channels are secure, with spiritual power as the guide, magic can be cast. Each spell has a fixed model and runes, and it takes time to master them. For example, I can instantly cast the fireball technique and water arrow spell because I have cast them thousands of times, imprinting the details of the magic in my body and brain, and can naturally release them. But for the earth system's flying rock technique and the wind system's wind blade spell, I must spend time constantly adjusting the model and supplementing the runes to cast them smoothly. There are many spells I have mastered that require secrecy. I can only show you the fireball technique, water arrow spell, flying rock technique, and wind blade spell. Every magician is also a casting master of magic equipment. Actually, the principle is very simple. Making magic equipment is just carving a casting model. The core material can be seen as a rough casting model, while supplementary materials are the runes that fill in the model. Additionally, materials from magical beasts are a good source of runes. That fierce earth dog of yours is quite extraordinary. I bet that if you slaughtered it and added it to a black pearl, I could even create a piece of magic equipment that rivals a little elf weapon. Granny said this with a gleam in his eyes. Little elf weapons, more precious than gemstone weapons. As the name implies, little elf weapons are forged with the blood of little minor elves. Their blood, imbued in the weapon, can endow it with miraculous magic power. Although all the kingdoms have enacted laws to prohibit the slaughter of minor elves, the use of minor elves in forging weapons is a persistent issue. After all, some minor elves are of little use in agricultural production. Don't bring up little elf weapons anymore, List commented with deep loathing, finding elves to be beautiful beings that shouldn't be treated this way. Furthermore, don't even think about Dowson. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind letting Dowson have some intimate contact with you. Granny sneered at List, his eyes filled with contempt. He probably thought List was a hypocrite, as many nobles spoke against elf slaughter but secretly used the useless minor elves to forge elf weapons, not just little elf soldiers, but also greater elf warriors and even dragon elf weapons. He licked his lips. So, you're saying you're willing to let me study that fierce earth dog, Dowson? Granny, I advise you not to think like that. Dowson is very dangerous. Magical beasts are all dangerous. It's especially dangerous, List warned lightly, and after work was done, if the other party was still not dissuaded, he would not mind letting Dowson loose for a while. Let's talk about that black pearl. I want you to design a control device during the manufacturing process, allowing it to be switched on and off freely. If the black pearl was always suppressing the storm, clearly, relying on paddles alone wouldn't be enough for long-distance voyaging. When there are no severe storms, the effects of the black pearl would be sealed. Then, when a storm came, it would be unsealed. Granny thought for a moment. No problem, that's easy. I already have a complete idea on how to make an exquisite piece of magic equipment, and in fact, I can hardly wait. Add another Dowson to it, and the black pearl will be even more outstanding. He circled back to the topic. List picked up the cold drink on the table, ignoring him. Granny waited momentarily, then seeing the awkward silence, added, I saw a walled area near the castle, there is a fierce earth dog inside. Using it should suffice. Impossible. Then, what about this magical beast that's chirping away, the wind falcon, right? It could be worth a try. Wanfu? List was about to refuse when he suddenly paused. Wanfu was a mystery when it came to training, he had even thought of using hunger as a means to train it. But after all, it was a bird, and if let loose, it would immediately fly away. The falconer was nowhere to be found, and if Wanfu stayed in the castle, it would only be good for display, and perhaps for meat before it learned the wind blade spell. Do you know any falconers? You want to tame it? This wind falcon was picked up from an egg, it recognizes people, but lacks training. It can't even cast magic. It's best to slaughter it. Its materials as a wind system magical beast make for better rune assisting agents in supporting the black pearl, suppressing storms. I want to know if you recognize a falconer. Granny was silent for a moment before slowly nodding. I do know one, but I still suggest that you slaughter it to use as auxiliary material for the black pearl. Under List's persistent questioning, he finally revealed the name of the falconer, Elkerson True, another magician residing in Coral City. Knowing the existence of the falconer, List was eager to invite him over, so he forced the reluctant Granny to write an invitation letter, since the two magicians knew each other. Wanfu's fate has taken a turn. He was in high spirits. What remained was to see when Elkerson True would arrive. When the letter was sent out, the crystal craftsman Brad happened to come to Fresh Flower Town to work with Granny on carving crystal lamps. It was also that very night, the fourth night of the workshop's construction, that Galtai rode his horse at a gallop to the castle to report to List. Sir, the workshop has been completely finished. Very good, finished in 4 days, exceeding expectations. Consultant Galtai, as I said, triple the wages of the serfs who worked on it. As you wish. Do you need to inspect the workshop personally? No need. List didn't have time to inspect it, he had already started calling for the smoke mission. Complete the task, reward, the bottleneck of chi. Task, no matter how many candles are lit, the flickering flames can hurt the eyes. Since you are already accustomed to staying up late, take care of yourself and find a new stable light source. Please install 10 crystal lamps in the castle. Reward, mutated thorn. Task complete, a new task appeared, the anticipated chain mission. Another mutated thorn. It seems I was very prescient not to cut down the rapid growth thorn bug. List's mouth curved into a smile. Every time he completed a thorn bug chain mission, it increased the chances of the thorn bug's evolution into a little elf. 10 crystal lamps, a task purely of benefits. I need to urge Granny and Brad later to hurry up and finish making the crystal lamps. Suddenly, his attention shifted, focusing on himself. The bottleneck of chi, when will it come? I don't seem to have reached the bottleneck, the chi inside me is still slowly growing. After feeling it for a moment, he called for Butler Carter. Mr. Carter, for tonight's late-night snack, ask Mrs. Abby to fry up an extra batch of magical beast meat steaks. I am feeling a bit hungry. Have a big meal, get a good night's sleep, and quietly await the arrival of the bottleneck. Chapter 159, Elite Earth Night List. I don't know if it was because I ate too much magical beast meat at once. I felt stuffed. Tossing and turning at night, I just couldn't fall asleep. In the separate room at the corner of the second floor, the occasional gagging sound from Wanfu added to my irritability. Normally, I couldn't say that I fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow, but usually, I would fall asleep after turning over once. Tonight, however, I was unusually excited. It's only been a little over half a year, but I am about to reach a chi bottleneck. It somehow feels too fast. I was pondering why I could shorten the cultivation time. In terms of the total amount of chi in my body, I am now definitely no less than Marcus. I eat well and have a noble lineage. There's no reason I should be worse than Marcus, who comes from commoner stock. Chi cultivation is related to nutrition, but noble families, with their continuously optimized genetics, are indeed stronger than commoners in many aspects. As a child, List was very much favored by the Earl because of his appearance, at least until the age of 10. Even with a stepmother, he never lacked for anything in his upbringing. After turning 10, the Earl grew gradually disappointed with him, and my treatment might have suffered a bit, but I was never mistreated. Therefore, I laid a very solid physical foundation from a young age. I just lacked a bit of insight and, before adulthood, didn't manage to break through primary chi. But when I had my transmigration, body and soul merged, and I achieved breakthrough in one fell swoop, becoming an Earth Knight. Just over half a year more, and I was set to advance to an elite Earth Knight. Putting it that way, it seems quite natural. Good foundation, high aptitude, good nutrition, faster cultivation speed is normal. But I always had the feeling that my cultivation progress was too fast. There must be something I was overlooking. Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind: could it be because of the smoke dragon's influence that I am affected? But I quickly dismissed that idea. That shouldn't be the case. My predecessor had the smoke mission since he was young, and his cultivation wasn't notably fast. He didn't even manage to become an Earth Knight. So, what other factors could be promoting it? Magical beast meat? I have been eating a lot of magical beast meat, especially lately. Every meal seems to involve it. If I weren't young with a fast metabolism, I would probably be so overnourished that I would have nosebleeds. Levi's diet is certainly no worse than mine, and he only joined the elite ranks at the age of 20, 2 years ago. Levi's diet is also good, always scrounging meals and drinks in the castle, and yet she still hasn't become an elite. On the other hand, Lidun, that little guy, is only 12 this year, and Lady Marie has been boasting everywhere that her son is about to break through as an Earth Knight. If that's true, his talent is stronger than Levi's and might just fall a bit short of mine. No wonder half of Tulip Castle's resources are slanted towards him. My train of thought became a little erratic, with all kinds of things about Tulip Castle floating through my mind. When I had first transmigrated, I wish I would never have to deal with Tulip Castle again to avoid awkward encounters. As time went on, and I became more integrated into the identity of List, the position of Tulip Castle in my heart subtly changed. I began to care about the matters of Tulip Castle, seeing myself as a member of the Tulip family. Or perhaps, deep down, I harbored the ambition of taking charge of Tulip Castle. Growing and developing my own farm was joyful, but it couldn't compare to inheriting family property. Perhaps Lidun is the one the Earl pins his hopes on the most now. For his sake, he doesn't hesitate to divide the resources intended for Levi's cultivation, giving half to Lidun. Otherwise, no matter how influential Lady Marie's pillow talk might be, it wouldn't sway him. This Earl, forged on battlefields, is not the type to be easily cowed. The foundation of the Tulip family's earldom was built by Lee William with spear and sword. He is in his prime, his chi as a Sky Knight at its peak, and he certainly harbors ambitions of advancing even further. He never misses the Grand Duke's pioneer mandate every year. List recalled his interactions with Lee William. The latter's vast chi gave a sharp and unmatched impression. The Earl's chi is of the water attribute, and generally, water attribute chi gives off a gentle and accommodating feeling, but his was sharp. There's no doubt that personality plays a part. List, with his fire attribute chi, should be impetuous and fervent, but he comes off as mild and soothing as a spring breeze. This is the influence of his personality. He doesn't even want to go to the battlefield, only preferring to shrink back in Fresh Flower Town, farming, and still farming. How fierce can he get? He didn't like Marcus and Lidun, this mother and son pair, and neither did he, so he quickly stopped thinking about them. He thought of his sister, Levira, the somewhat Chunabu 19-year-old spinster whose talent wasn't weak, and who had made a breakthrough to become an Earth Knight before adulthood. Yet, several years had passed, and she still hadn't become elite. This is related to the physical constitution of women, as the cultivation of female knights is generally weaker than that of male knights. It is said that the world has yet to see a female dragon knight. Levira and Lidun don't have comparative characteristics. Based on Levi's situation, my advancement to the elite sequence this time will certainly startle everyone. He prides himself on being a genius, an elite at 20, but what is that before me, a 16-year-old elite? In the Duchy of Sapphire, that's hardly common. He didn't think the bottleneck in chi was artificially elevated by the smoke mission, the rewards were merely a catalyst, and touching the bottleneck of chi was achieved through his own accumulation. Aside from being a genius, there must be other influencing factors. Lying in bed, he turned from side to side. He pondered deeply into the night. Then a spark of inspiration struck him. Could it be the milk? 3 cups of milk in the morning, noon, and evening, and another cup for supper, 4 cups of milk a day, plus various dairy products, such abundant nutrition. He had previously thought it was the delightful climate of Fresh Flower Town that made the milk from the cows so delicious, but clearly, that was wishful thinking. Even if the climate were agreeable, the milk wouldn't undergo an ongoing improvement in taste. After all, these were not cows in their first lactation. The dairy farm had been raising cows for over a decade. If the quality of milk were high, it should have been discovered long ago. Granny's mention of the smoke dragon earlier that day had given him much to think about. The formless dragon caused havoc at the dairy farm. Could its dragon might have somehow affected the cows? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. The continuous improvement in the taste of the milk indicates something, that the lineage of these cows is changing, and they are quite possibly already dragon breed cows. Milk flower, milk yellow, and milk black were all pregnant, and the improvement in the taste of their milk indicated an enhancement in their bloodlines. Perhaps as regular cows, they have limited aptitude and can't transform into dragon breed cows, but it's very likely that their unborn calves will inherit the blood of the dragon and become true dragon breed cows. He simply sat up. His heart was tumultuous. Dragon breed cows sounded incredibly rare and of immense value. Starting tomorrow, I must focus on the dairy farm and provide the cows with rich pastures, especially the 3 pregnant ones. They must be well taken care of, to ensure the smooth delivery of their calves. There was no chance of sleep now. He forced himself to calm down and began to cultivate chi. Chi was continuously generated in the cells of his limbs and torso, converging in his meridians. Maintaining this cultivation, he trained all the way until the next morning. When the sun rose and the first ray of sunlight streamed in, List suddenly opened his eyes, and at that moment, he felt the fullness within his body and the surging chi in his meridians. He was both mentally exhausted and exhilarated. I have touched the bottleneck of chi, and now, I have indeed become an elite Earth Knight. Chapter 160, Preparing to become a medicine jar. The sun rose in the east. Chained Dawson paced back and forth, tugging at its chain, waiting for List to take it for a walk. At the castle's dining table, List perused Grandini Truth's collection of books while enjoying breakfast. The meal was as lavish as ever, but he was particularly savoring the milk. Whether it was psychological or if he could truly taste a difference, what was once simply delicious milk now revealed an extraordinary quality. It's no surprise it's from dragon breed cows. Mr. Carter, have someone informed Consultant Galtai that I would like him to come to the castle after 9 o'clock. Yes, my lord. Also, tell Mrs. Morrison that from now on, every morning, I want 2 cups of milk and 2 cups of milk tea in the evening. As you wish. Having emptied his cup of milk in one gulp, Carter took the cup to find Mrs. Morrison to brew another. List closed the 16 minor skills of enhancing fireball he was reading and leaned back in his chair, planning his next moves. He planned to join the elite ranks. Just by consuming meat and milk, it was unlikely that his chi would improve significantly. At this point, magic potions were needed to expand the body's cellular capacity for generating chi, steadily increasing his total amount of chi. When he reached the threshold of his body's capacity to store chi, an abrupt increase could trigger a qualitative change, allowing for a breakthrough. Starting today, I am going to become a potion guzzler. List did not know how Sky Knights became Dragon Knights, but he was clear about how Earth Knights became Sky Knights. His father was a Sky Knight and had shared his breakthrough experience with his sons and daughters without reservation. It boils down to consuming potions. The black tulips from the first 3 years all have to be handed over to Levi's to take care of, which is a tricky matter. However, the flame mushroom, I can keep it for my own use. Flame mushrooms possess the fire attribute magic power, making them excellent ingredients for magic potions that enhance fire attribute chi. He thought of Grandini. Grandini is proficient in fire system magic. I could ask him to make the magic potions. Magic potions here refer to both plant magic potions and the refined magic potions. Most plant magic potions have chaotic attributes and can aid in enhancing various attributes of chi. A few plants, like the flame mushroom, have clear attributes that can be used to create targeted magic potions, and their enhancement effects are much better than those of the chaotic magic potions. One is general purpose, the other specializes. Their value is not easy to compare. But to List, the flame mushroom-derived magic potion was the most suitable potion for him. Magicians certainly knew how to make magic potions. Magic equipment and magic potions were the 2 crafts that allowed magicians to enter the upper echelons of society. Otherwise, magicians alone, not subjected to the power constraints of the nobles, would have long been suppressed by the knights in this world. Whether in numbers or in strength, knights hold an absolute advantage. Archmages are said to stand at the pinnacle of power just like dragon knights and can go head-to-head with a dragon. but they stand no chance against a dragon knight. The synergy between a dragon and its knight isn't simply additive, it's a qualitative leap. Therefore, knights are mainstream, while magicians are fringe. List's thoughts drifted, but he quickly refocused and continued his musings. Although Grandini has a stubborn personality and is a bit slow, he's still within the range of normal intelligence. Perhaps I could persuade him to settle in Freshflower Town. He likes Coral City, probably because of the brothels there. I could find him a wife. Magicians are typically single, giving up worldly constraints in their pursuit of truth. But magicians are also human, and solving problems on their own doesn't hold the same appeal as discussing them with others. No matter what, I need to make money. Only with money can I buy more magic potions. He felt a tinge of regret for giving the entire Black Tulip share for the first 3 years to Levi's. At that time, he thought it would be at least 3 years before he would reach the bottleneck of his chi. Otherwise, the self-production and self-sale of magic potions would save me a sum of money. There are too many expenses. Once we run out of magical beast meat, if we want to maintain the training speed, we will have to buy more from outside, which is a huge expenditure. Whether it's the cost of magic potions or magical beast meat, it's difficult for a typical small-town landlord to sustain. Even with the seafood business, List cannot guarantee that he can keep up. There's no way to tighten the belt any further, the only solution left is to think of ways to increase revenue. Workshops must be built in large numbers, aiming to turn Freshflower Town into a center for agricultural product processing. Black Horse Island also needs to be conquered as soon as possible. The trading business of Lee Dragon horses will definitely bring in a large amount of gold coins. At the same time, the construction of the Knight Squad must be accelerated. A territory without the protection of knights is not in a healthy state. Luckily, I have dragon breed milk cows to provide me with rich nutrition and alleviate the food pressure. A few cups of dragon breed cow milk a day are at least equivalent to the nutritional intake of magical beast meat. Of course. The premise is that they really are dragon breed cows. After walking the dog, Galtai had already came to the castle. Without a doubt, he had received another task from List to improve the milk cow farm, a task highlighting List's occasional unorthodox approach, something Galtai had grown accustomed to. As you wish, the cows on the dairy farm will definitely enjoy the same treatment as your Lee dragons. Having sent Galtai on his way, List rode his horse with his retainers straight to Little Wheat Village to inspect the work progress of Granny and Brad and urge them to complete their tasks as soon as possible. 12 retainer knights, roaring as they followed behind him, formidable as dragons. After the lumberjack team had leveled Thorn Ridge, the tasks of Marcus and the retainer knights ended, with the retainer knights returning to List's side to guard the landlord. As for Marcus, he had been tasked with training the children brought by the serfs. Currently in Freshflower Town, among the local and purchased serfs, there are 354 children aged 3 to 10. Marcus needed to sort them into groups based on gender, age, physique, intelligence, and so on. List would then arrange for suitable instructors to train these kids. To ensure future loyalty to him, they must become Earth Knights, and training must start from childhood. Lord Landlord. The patrol members guarding outside Granny and Brad's house immediately saluted upon seeing List. Magic apprentice Charlie opened the door and instinctively shrank back. Baron, do you wish to come in? The once ill-mannered Charlie now held a heightened reverence for List, simply because List had scared him with Dowson, making him wet his pants. Since then, Charlie didn't dare show any disrespect in List's presence. Is your teacher working? Yes, the teacher is currently crafting the second crystal lamp. Once inside the house, List quickly spotted the busy Granny and Brad. Brad was already carving the 5th crystal while Granny had just finished a lamp. He urged, speed up the progress, Mr. Granny, Brad, I am fed up with the flickering candlelight and urgently need the crystal lamps. Chapter 161 Apple Table Meeting. He took the finished crystal lamp with him. Once back in the castle, List ordered his servants to install the crystal lamp in his study. The lamp, made of white crystal, emitted a soft white light, reminiscent of natural light, although not as intense as sunlight. Just one crystal lamp was as bright as 10 candles. It's about as bright as a 50-watt incandescent lamp, which is still not strong enough. It would be better to install 2 more. 3 crystal lamps in a room is the most suitable level of brightness, any more is glaring, any less too dim. These crystal lamps could remain lit for several years on end. They could also be designed to be switched on and off at any time, but that would require high-level craftsmanship, which is not cost-effective. The value of crystal is indeed high, but the price is not unacceptably so. With hundreds of crystal lamps illuminating Tulip Castle from morning till night, it is a beacon of light that never falls into darkness. Many nobles like to use crystal for their tableware. After being infifed, List also received a set of exquisite crystal tableware. Although its magic power had been exhausted, It still highlighted his class when entertaining honored guests. I need to also install a crystal lamp in the bedroom, then put on a lampshade. That way, I won't need to turn off the lamp, just closing the lampshade will be like turning off the light. He was accustomed to sleeping in the dark, he couldn't sleep with the light on. He directed the servants to adjust the position of the crystal lamp. Making a quick calculation in his head, he estimated that at Granny's pace, it would take another 3 to 5 days to make 10 crystal lamps. 10 lamps could at most sustain 5 rooms, but he had no intention of adding more. Taking out so much crystal at once would be a bit ostentatious. Better to keep a low profile. After all, 3 lamps for the study, 2 for the living room, 2 for the dining room, 2 for the bedroom, and 1 for the bathroom should be sufficient for his use. Master, Mr. Marcus has arrived and is waiting for you in the living room, Carter approached to inform him. Did Teacher Marcus mention what it is about? He has came to report on the night training of the serf children. List pondered for a moment, then said, have someone notify Carl Ironhammer and Rom Barrel to come here. Also, summon my 12 retainer knights, I want to hold a meeting. He went downstairs and met with Marcus. My lord, Marcus offers his greetings to you. Good day, List, while letting Thomas adjust his necktie, replied, Teacher Marcus, let's talk under the apple tree. I have also invited others to join us in a meeting to discuss night training. The apple tree was a wild fruit tree not far from the front of the castle. There were stone benches and a wooden table beneath the tree where List often read books or contemplated. Regrettably, during this season, the apples had already ripened and fallen. Thus, he momentarily could not emulate Newton, getting hit by a falling apple and then contemplating and formulating the epoch-making law of universal gravitation. Next year, once apples grew on the tree again, he would definitely ponder astronomy, physics, magic and chi under it. Apples are wonderful, 3 apples can change the world. List sat down and smiled, gesturing towards the apple tree. Marcus was puzzled. Apples are indeed tasty, but how can they change the world? Do you know how humanity came to be? We are the rulers of nature, born alongside this continent, my lord. Alright, watching Marcus answer seriously, List suddenly found it boring. This Earth Knight was not one to exhibit humor. So, he cut to the chase. There is a legend that the first 2 people ate an apple and created the humans of today. Marcus asked, then why is it that 3 apples changed the world? Temptation in the Garden of Eden, gravity, the iPhone. List regretted starting this topic and had to blather. Later, someone ate an apple and cultivated chi, someone else ate an apple and created magic. Of course, these are just legends I have read in night novels. Those authors have quite the imagination. Those magicians? They can't change the world belongs to the knights. A moment of blathering followed. Carl and Rom had already arrived, and the retainer knights had formed a circle under the apple tree. Looking at Marcus, Carl, and Rom sitting upright and the retainer knights standing straight, List suddenly thought of King Arthur and his round table meetings. This fictional ancient British king liked to have meetings with his knights around a round table, and Europeans wrote many stories about King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. The Japanese also produced many works about King Arthur. If one day in the future I were crowned king, would this table under the apple tree come to be known by posterity as the Apple Table Conference? Would Marcus, Carl, Rom, and this group of elders be called the Apple Table Knights? Or perhaps just the Apple Knights? His thoughts were fleeting. He spoke earnestly, Teacher Marcus, has the sorting of the serf children finished? Yes, my lord, out of 354 children, 26 were excluded due to deformities or an inability to train, leaving 328, 169 boys and 159 girls. Following your instruction, I have separated the girls into one group and divided the boys into passing and failing groups. The girls group will be trained by Rom, List decided on the spot. The purpose of the training is to keep them physically fit, making it easier to assign them jobs in the future. If there are any exceptionally talented individuals who can develop chi, we will make special arrangements. Rom immediately stood up to take the order. As you wish, I will rigorously train this group of girls. Training women to develop chi was not the mainstream, at least most landowners choosing knights would opt for boys. However, it wasn't fixed. There were also quite a few landlords who trained female knights. List's sister, Livira, trained a group of girls to form a women's knight squad, although she also trained many more boys. List's training of girls wasn't about forming a knight squad. It was because he wished for women to also increase their strength to undertake hard labor in the future, or rather, to take on farming entirely, freeing up the male labor force. Men could work in workshops, or do more physically demanding jobs like building roads, bridges, and ships. An even more crucial point was that with a stronger female constitution, the difficulties of childbirth would lessen and the baby survival rate would greatly improve. Besides, there was another reason. If a few outstanding female knights emerged, they could be taken on as retainer knights, and if they were fair and beautiful, they could be adjusted to serve as personal guards, which would be delightful. The failing group will be trained by Carl. List put aside his private thoughts and continued, the training of the failing group, like the girls' group, is about building physical strength, preferably to cultivate chi. In the future, among this group, those with chi can join the patrol team or the bug guard team, while those without it can build roads and bridges. Carl stood to accept the command, as you wish. Lastly, I will entrust the passing group to Teacher Marcus for training. They are the candidates for the future Landsguard Knights. Philip, Xavier, you retainer knights will take turns assisting Teacher Marcus to train the passing group. I think the passing group should be further divided into smaller groups by age to train separately. Marcus nodded. We can divide them into one group for those under 6 years old, mainly focusing on etiquette and basics, one group for those between 6 and 8 years old, mainly cultivating chi and loyalty, and one group for those over 8, primarily training courage and mounted charges. Chapter 162, Falconer Elkerson. As the meeting progressed, the number of participants gradually increased, with Galtai, Isaiah, Blair, as well as Old Geronti and Coaster joining in. The content ranged from training surf children to future planning for Fresh Flower Town, all of which were included. By the time the sun was at its zenith at noon, the Apple Table meeting concluded successfully. The meeting resolved to establish the Night Academy of Fresh Flower Town, because the territory was only a small town, so the academy kept a low profile. The academy was merely an informal appellation rather than a permanent institution. Everyone involved in training knights would also serve as an instructor and receive a salary of 2 copper coins per day. The first batch of 8 instructors was as follows. Etiquette Instructor, Galtai Mast, responsible for training surf children in loyalty to their landlord. Night Squad Instructor, Marcus Wheel, responsible for training the potential candidates of the Night Squad, that is, the surf children who passed. Patrol Team Instructor, Carl Ironhammer, responsible for training the potential candidates of the patrol team, that is, the surf children who did not pass. Bug Guard Team Instructor, Rom Barrel, responsible for training the potential candidates of the Bug Guard team, that is, the girls' group of surf children. Administrative Instructor, Isaiah Moss, responsible for teaching surf children administrative skills. Serpent Script Instructor, Blair Steel Nail, responsible for teaching surf children how to read and write Serpent Script. Wind Language Instructor, Grant Hair Short Bench, responsible for teaching surf children how to read and write Wind language. Marine Affairs Instructor, Coster Hoofprint, responsible for teaching surf children nautical knowledge. The meeting also readjusted the duties and salary regulations of Fresh Flower Town's provisional officials. Among them, consultants received 20 copper coins per day, affairs officers received 10 copper coins per day, and assistant affairs officers received 5 copper coins per day. The list is as follows. Consultant and Diplomatic of Fresh Flower Town, Galtai Mast, overseeing all affairs of Fresh Flower Town, including diplomatic affairs. Administrative Officer and Legal Officer, Isaiah Moss, responsible for the administrative affairs and legal matters of Fresh Flower Town. Assistant to the Administrative Officer, Odnin Soul. Finance Officer, Blair Steel Nail, responsible for the financial affairs of Fresh Flower Town. Assistant to the Finance Officer, Grey Scythe. Defense Officer, Carl Ironhammer, responsible for patrol team affairs. Worm Affairs Officer, Rom Barrel, responsible for Bug Guard team affairs. Marine Affairs Officer, Coster Hoofprint, responsible for nautical affairs. It was anticipated that separate legal officers, in charge of legal penalties, and diplomats, in charge of external affairs, would be appointed, but there were no suitable officials for the positions at that time. Whether it was Old Geronti or Captain Coster, they were acting in official capacities whilst still being serfs. They needed to accumulate enough merit for List to release them from serfdom and convert them into formal officials. Therefore, their remuneration was granted according to serf standards, much lower than that of formal officials. Even so, both were so excited that they prostrated themselves on the ground, kissing the tips of List's leather shoes. For them, this was an opportunity given by List to rewrite their destiny and a window bestowed upon them towards nobility. As long as the future landlord continuously achieved glory, they as following officials would naturally receive rewards. Even if they could not, their descendants would have a higher starting point to strive for noble glory. The glory of knighthood watches over Fresh Flower Town, over Lord Landlord, and over each and every one of us. Galtai was very excited at the luncheon. The more prosperous Fresh Flower Town became, the more it highlighted his importance as a consultant and his power. He was not worried about facing challengers that would shake his status since only nobles could serve as consultants, and in Fresh Flower Town, there was no other noble besides List. At least for a few years, this pattern was unlikely to change. The excited Galtai, almost getting drunk on beer, flattered effusively. Under the leadership of Baron List, the prosperity of Fresh Flower Town is just around the corner. Let us raise a toast to the Baron. A toast to the Lord. As for Jaourtai's bootlicking, List was naturally immune and remained unaffected. Fresh Flower Town had already passed the difficult initial stage and was now in a phase of high-speed development. With the help of the smoke mission, his vision was beyond the likes of Jaourtai. After the noon banquet, the officials returned to their posts. List asked Captain Coster to stay behind. Captain Coster, how is the sailor training progressing? It's about to be completed. I have already started trial sailing. Just waiting for a big storm at sea to test the sailors' adaptability, and then we will be ready to set sail for Black Horse Island. Coster replied excitedly. I need not repeat the importance of Black Horse Island, make sure to keep the training confidential. Lord Landlord, rest assured, I haven't spoken a word about Black Horse Island in front of the sailors. Well done, keep up the good work. Yes, Lord Landlord. The sun was setting in the west. Time flew by, and an afternoon passed just like that. List had just returned from inspecting the thorn cordyceps shrubbery, when he happened to meet his servant Tom, who was looking for him. Sir, the Fresh Flower Caravan Transport Team has brought back a magician named Mr. Elkson Truth. He's waiting for you at the castle. I know. This magician was a falconer invited by Mr. Granny Truth. When List arrived at the entrance to the castle, he just so happened to see the other party wearing the distinctive black magic cloak, completely enveloping his body. Truth be told, List had always been curious why magicians liked to wear black cloaks. He had worn a black cloak too, but he also had red, gray, and blue ones. Baron List, Mr. Elkson Truth pays his respects to you, Elkerson, showing more courtesy than Granny, bowed slightly. List returned the courtesy. Mr. Elkson, welcome to Fresh Flower Town. The town is beautiful, quiet and peaceful. I am delighted to be here to work. By the way, where is Mr. Granny Truth? I received his invitation letter. He is making crystal lamps. Once inside the castle, the servants brought tea, and List went straight to the point. I heard you are a falconer, and I especially asked Mr. Granny to invite you to help me train a magical beast, the Wind Falcon. It's time for its trial flight, but it still doesn't know how to release the magic wind blade. Elkson replied calmly, first of all, I must clarify that I have never trained falcon-type magical beasts, only ordinary falcons. It's hard to guarantee whether I can train the Wind Falcon. Just do what you can to train it. If it really doesn't work out, it's not a problem. Mr. Granny happens to want to use the materials of the magical beast to make a piece of magic equipment for me. List laughed. If the training is successful, I will provide you with 2 gold coins as payment. Even if it fails, there will still be a gold coin as payment. You are very generous. Elkson was satisfied with the offer. I will do my utmost. Compared to magicians like Granny who are stubborn, rigid-minded and fail to grasp the situation, Elkson was an excellent conversationalist. Ample knowledge, an interesting demeanor, a tone tinged with respect, and a strong, iron-like cadence made List feel favorable towards him. The refined iron cadence popular in high society was certainly more pleasing to the ear than the clumsy local speech of Coral Island. It's not that one fears unfamiliar goods, but rather fears comparing goods and finding them wanting. As they talked, List began to regret. He should have directly invited Elkson earlier, instead of spending a fist-sized black pearl to invite Granny. Chapter 0163, The Cruel Eagle Torture Training Such a Beautiful Creature. The eagle is a majestic flyer, and the falcon is the same. Even eagles and falcons raised from birth yearn for freedom, rather than being a loyal dog. Mr. Elkson admired the wind falcon perched on the windowsill, clucking his tongue in amazement. Outside the castle, Dowson, tethered by a chain, suddenly sneezed for some reason. Do you mean to say that eagles and falcons can't be commanded? List furrowed his brow. His idea was to train the wind falcon to be as loyal and obedient as Dowson. They can become close to the person who feeds them, but there's no way to force them to recognize a master except by subjugation. Taming an eagle or falcon essentially involves applying constant external force to force it to change its natural habits as a bird of prey. How do you change it, and how do you train it? Endurance. Endurance? Yes, enduring is the most important step in subduing the proud nature of eagles and falcons. By preventing them from sleeping and keeping them hungry, you can completely shatter their spirit and change their habits. Only then will they hunt prey in the design manner and not flee after being set free. Mr. Elkson, with many years of falconry experience, expounded on this in front of List. He explained all details including the tools used for training, the steps involved, as well as different approaches for various eagles and falcons. Later, he planned to take 40 days to summarize the training methods for the wind falcon, aiming to break its spirit completely and turn it into a puppet on strings for the falconer, thereby achieving total subjugation. After hearing this, List felt an inexplicable discomfort, especially concerning the methods used for taming. Enduring, to prevent the eagle or falcon from sleeping and thus break its spirit, starving, by wrapping twine around meat, causing the eagle or falcon to eat and then clean its stomach, followed by the removal of the twine to maintain a state of hunger, restrain, placing a hood over the bird's eyes so it wouldn't dare escape even when untethered, hobble, tying strings to its legs so it couldn't extend its legs to hunt. The entire training process was nothing but an endless torture for the bird of prey. He couldn't help but ask, Mr. Elkson, is an eagle or falcon trained this way still an eagle or falcon? The ever-talkative Mr. Elkson paused abruptly, then laughed and said, Baron List, an eagle or falcon is just a wild beast. When humans tame wild beasts, they either eat them, ride them, or use them for farming, treating them all as tools. Falconry is merely a more complex way of using a tool. Isn't there a relatively more humane method? List did not consider himself to be of the tender-hearted sort, as he had treated the Earth Matron quite cruelly. But Wanfu was different from the Earth Matron. Wanfu had been cared for bit by him and was not just any magical beast. Besides, it was also a reward from the smoke mission, with a not-so-common cachet. I am sorry, my lord, said Mr. Elkson calmly, I understand your thoughts. Indeed, the means of falconry can be cruel, but compared to the rewards, what is a little cruelty? The wind falcon is merely a magical beast. If you do not tame it, it will eventually rebel and escape, only causing you trouble. Thinking about it, after a moment, List tucked away that shred of kindness in his heart and replied, Fine, from tomorrow on, Wanfu will be in your hands for training. I will need your cooperation as well, ideally 5 hours a day, to train with me. Only by doing so can it truly submit to you. Wanfu was still chirping away on the windowsill, completely unaware that its fate was about to plummet. List took a deep breath, suddenly changing his mind. Mr. Elkson, how about we wait another 2 days? Help me make the crystal lamps first. Mr. Grandini alone will have a hard time finishing the crystal lamps quickly. He half wanted Wanfu to enjoy 2 more days, and half wanted to accelerate the progress on the Thornbug chain mission. If you truly need it, I would be happy to serve you. In the evening, Mr. Elkson met with Mr. Grandini. He greeted him warmly, Grandini, I am delighted to see you again. It's been half a year since our last meeting. I have wanted to visit Moss Town several times, but kept being delayed by other matters. Mr. Grandini, however, was cold-faced. If Baron List didn't need a falconer, I wouldn't have bothered writing to you. It seems you have quite a prejudice against me, which is truly regrettable. Baron List hopes that we can work together to finish making all the crystal lamps as soon as possible. Work together with you? You must be joking. Baron List, who had been letting the 2 magicians introduce themselves, saw that things were about to become unpleasant, so he said, Mr. Grandini, rest assured that you will not be shorted on your compensation. I simply hope to accelerate the production of the crystal lamps, for the Black Pearl magic equipment needs to be made as soon as possible. I don't think working with him will speed up the progress. Not every magician knows how to make magic equipment. Mr. Elkson maintained his smile, Lord Grandini, I acknowledge your craftsmanship is excellent, but please do not belittle me. Even if my skill is not as good, we are only making crystal lamps after all, and it's very common for 2 people to collaborate on such a project. Besides, Baron List has said that he will pay my salary separately, so it won't take away from your business. Seeing that Mr. Grandini was about to speak again, Baron List said impatiently, Enough, this matter is settled. Now, let's begin the banquet to welcome Mr. Elkson, with hopes that he will enjoy his upcoming days in Freshflower Town. Mr. Elkson, still smiling, bowed in thanks, thank you for your hospitality. I have taken a stroll around Freshflower Town and have already fallen in love with its beautiful landscape and people, as well as its thriving atmosphere. Look at that. The way he spoke made even Baron List blush. He had assumed all magicians were like Mr. Grandini, but now he knew that there were indeed magicians with the elegance of nobles. When the banquet began, town officials joined in. The atmosphere became even livelier, with Mr. Elkson's wit, humor, and erudition quickly winning everyone's favor. Mr. Grandini, however, kept a cold face throughout the entire event, focusing solely on his own eating and drinking, and not fitting in with the festivities. In the following 2 days, with Mr. Elkson's involvement, the making of the crystal lamps indeed sped up, and by the morning of the 3rd day, they successfully finished making 10 crystal lamps. All of the crystal lamps had been installed in the castle. Mr. Grandini, next, let's quickly forge the Black Pearl magic equipment, said Baron List, who was in fact already regretting choosing to have him make the magic equipment. Still, maintaining a basic level of integrity was necessary, so he did not show any significant emotional change towards Mr. Grandini. Mr. Grandini, with his usual indifferent expression and a hint of pride in his eyes, said, "What do you plan to name it?" "It's certainly going to be an exquisite piece of magic equipment. It deserves a name that reflects its character, so as not to waste my magic equipment crafting skill. Calming Sea Pearl, I have already thought of it." "Calming Sea Pearl?" Mr. Grandini, after pondering for a moment, replied without courtesy, "It's a mediocre name. How about Eye of the Storm instead? It has a stronger presence and fits its role better than Calming Sea Pearl." "Eye of the Storm? Calming Sea Pearl?" Deep down, Baron List had to admit that the name Mr. Grandini came up with was indeed more impressive than his own, but he was displeased with Mr. Grandini's attitude. "It will be called Calming Sea Pearl, no, Calming Sea Divine Pearl." Chapter 0164, The Key to the Evolution of the Thorn Bug. Having dispatched the clueless granny, List closed the door and, in the brightly lit study, he waved his hand, summoning forth the smoke mission. Complete the task. Reward, Magic Potion Variable Rapid Growth Variety of Thorn. Magic Potion. Seeing these two serpent script characters, List's pupils dilated instantly. The long-desired mutation was now a reality, for indeed, a magic potion had been cultivated from the thorns. Not cutting down the ordinary rapid growth thorns in the beginning was truly a wise choice. No matter how practical the rapid growth iron thorns were, they couldn't compare to the importance of a magic potion. Especially now, as he had entered the Elite Earth Knight sequence, it was precisely the time he needed a magic potion. It was like a timely rain, pouring refreshingly through his heart, utterly exhilarating. The smoke slowly transformed in front of his eyes, forming new serpent script, mission. A chain outbreak of 5 varieties of mutant thorns is the thorn elf bug expressing its desire for evolution, launching a firm attack against fate. As its contracted master, you should lend a hand. Please provide new varieties of thorns for the thorn bug. Reward, a little minor elf. At this point, List's pupils dilated once again. A thorn bug chain mission, finally at the last link. My first little minor elf will be a thorn minor elf. I originally thought it the least likely to evolve successfully, but unexpectedly, it's the first to evolve. The new thorn variety isn't available in Fresh Flower Town. It seems I need to go outside to find it. With that thought, he did not hesitate for a moment. He directly called over his retainer knights, Philip and Xavier, the 2 apprentice knights who had been the first to cultivate Chi and the most likely to break through to become Earth Knights. List was focusing on training them. "Philip, Xavier, I have a task for you." The young faces, now tan dark, no longer held a wooden expression but rather a resolute one. "We are at your service, my lord." "Philip, make a trip to Coral City. Tell Captain Abigan to mobilize all the routes of the caravan to look for thorns, not ordinary thorns, but unusual varieties within them." Philip promptly replied, "Understood." "Xavier, accompany the thorn caravan on a trip, the same mission, to find unusual thorn varieties. Also, when leaving, stop by and call for Teacher Marcus." "As you wish." Xavier quickly brought Marcus, who had been training the surf boys, over. "My lord, you called for me? Come with me." List led Marcus straight to the worm room on the 2nd floor, pointing out the increasingly plump thorn bug. "Teacher Marcus, you are the person I trust the most. Take a look at these elf bugs. Do you notice anything?" Marcus seldom saw elf bugs. But that did not mean he was unfamiliar with elf bugs. As someone who aspired to be a noble, he had made it a point to inquire about matters related to elf bugs. Therefore, when he saw the thorn bug, he was stunned. "My lord, this thorn bug. Has it entered the fat pupa stage? The emergence of 4 consecutive varieties of mutant thorns has made my thorn bug no ordinary bug. It has a strong desire to evolve. I can already feel its urgent craving to evolve. So, I want to help it. I need you to make a trip to Tulip Castle, as well as to the Beer Castle and Shattered Stone Castle." "My lord, what's the task you are entrusting me with?" "Get in touch with them to inquire about thorn bugs. I suspect all 3 places have thorn bugs. Tulip Castle alone has 2 more. If they also have control over unusual varieties of thorns, negotiate for me. I want to bring my thorn bug to assimilate these thorn varieties." Thomas nodded in agreement, then furrowed his brows and asked, "My lord, do you think the thorn bug could possibly break through to become a little minor elf?" "Why not? Maybe the odds are low, but nothing is absolute. Even if there's only the slightest possibility, I will not give up. I need a thorn minor elf to care for my rapid growth iron thorns, understand?" "Understood. I will set off at once. I will write 3 letters for you to take with you." Marcus set off with the 3 letters. List wasn't idle either. After greeting Dowson and Delkerson, who was preparing to train Wonfu, he set off toward the thorn shrubbery. He was searching for a new variant of magic potion rapid growth thorn, which he called rapid growth magic thorn. Rapid growth thorn, rapid growth poison thorn, rapid growth spiky thorn, rapid growth iron thorns, rapid growth magic thorn. The benefits brought by the thorn bug were already rich and were now on the verge of a breakthrough. The future profits that thorns could bring would be even richer. Riding on the back of a dragon horse, he suddenly thought of a very serious question. Now that I have a little minor elf, I can probably choose to change my surname, right? Some nobles would change their surname for their elves. Usually, they would change their surname after acquiring a greater elf, to declare their family's glory. But since greater elves were rare, many smaller nobles followed suit. Upon acquiring a little minor elf, they would change their surname. After all, greater elves lived 200 years and little minor elves lived 100 years, both of which could prolong the glory of a family for several generations. The Tulip family began in the era of the Earl. The Tulip Lesser Spirit evolved into the Tulip Great Elf, and the surname changed from Tile to Tulip. The Lycra family of Beer Castle had a Lycra minor elf and directly changed their surname to Lycra. The Shattered Stone family from Shattered Stone Castle also had a little minor elf but did not change their surname. Perhaps they harbored ambitions to wait for a greater elf before changing the surname, or perhaps they were too modest to use a little minor elf as their surname. In any case, I can now change my surname to Thorn. List Thorn. It doesn't sound as noble as List Tulip. Never mind, I won't change it. I will continue to bear the surname Tulip and maintain some distance from Tulip Castle so that I can still benefit from the Earl in the future. He arrived at the thorn cordyceps shrubbery. Bug Guard members came forward to salute. He simply used the Eye of Magic to observe the thorns. The thorn cordyceps were the most conspicuous with their abundant magic power. Moments later, List discovered a new trace of magic power in a corner of the shrubbery and determined the location of the rapid growth magic thorn. The rapid growth magic thorn was not conspicuous. On the contrary, compared to the surrounding rapid growth thorns, it was even smaller. This smallness was not because it was in the seedling phase but rather because the entire plant had a dwarfed appearance. Judging by its form, it had definitely grown for more than a month, with branches fully spread out, but the height only reached the lower leg. The chaotic, attributeless magic power is like that of the black tulip, not bad at all. With this, I have a new magic potion available to use. Most importantly, this is a rapid growth variant of the magic potion, practically a gold coin production line. He touched the rapid growth magic thorn. Its thorns were very small and rather blunt, posing virtually no harm. Beside it was a rapid growth spiky thorn, whose thorns glinted coldly, as if ready to kill at any moment. I need to protect this rapid growth magic thorn. Clear out all the other varieties of thorns, from top to root, to make room for its growth. Having confirmed the plan for cultivating the rapid growth magic thorn, he faced another concern. The rapid growth magic thorn needs thorn bugs to increase production, as does the rapid growth iron thorns. How should I allocate them? One can't have both the fish and the bear's paw. His only hope was for the thorn bug to break through into a thorn minor elf soon and affect a larger range of thorns. Standing up, he looked across over 100 acres of thorn cordyceps shrubbery, envisioning an endless supply of magic potions and high-quality wood. The Sea of Thorns is a bit exaggerated, the Land of Thorns is a bit mundane, the Forest of Thorns lacks creativity. I might as well call this shrubbery the Thorn Garden. I will tend to it as I would a garden. Chapter 0165, Flame Mushroom Magic Potion Collaboration. Oh, my god. When Galtai received the notification and hurried to the Thorn Garden, he immediately opened his mouth wide and exaggeratedly described, I can't believe this is real, magic medicine thorns. I thought Fresh Flower Town was the place where the Knight's glory shone, but now I realize that this place is more like the birthplace of the Knight's glory. The birthplace of Knight's glory? I like the sound of that, Consultant Galtai, and there might be even more surprises that you can't imagine, List said mysteriously. With the existence of the smoke mission as a golden finger, everything here was to be expected. Dragon. Smoke dragon. A dragon that could found a nation, bringing such benefits, is nothing. Are there more surprises? Of course, you will know soon. List referred to the evolution of the thorn bug, believing that soon, they would receive news of a new variety of thorns, and after that, the assimilation of the thorn bug. What would be gained then was a miraculous thorn minor elf. He didn't tell Galtai couldn't keep secrets. Regarding the evolution of the thorn bug, he wasn't planning to announce it until it was successful, letting only Marcus in on it. List had great trust in Marcus, his family had already settled in Fresh Flower Town. He swiftly changed the subject. List said, Teacher Galtai, this thorn garden can commence with transplantation and planning. My idea is to transplant the rapid growth spiky thorn and rapid growth poison thorn to the edge of Thorn Ridge, to enclose Fresh Flower Town and prevent invasions from magical beasts or thieves from outside. That's a significant project, Galtai said with a troubled look. It might not be feasible in a short period, as the autumn harvest is upon us, and I am organizing serfs to reap this year's crop. Then let's wait until after the autumn harvest to arrange for the thorn garden. But for now, around the rapid growth magic thorns, someone must immediately arrange for the removal of the ordinary thorns, allowing the magic medicine thorns to grow and breed, said List. As you wish. A moment later, Worm Affairs Officer Ron Barrel, who was inspecting the cordyceps, also hurried over. List had to give another set of instructions. The protective measures for the thorn garden must be strengthened, with at least a squad of 4 bug guard members on guard, divided into 8-hour shifts, with 3 squads rotating. Understood. Also, I will purchase several large drums to be placed in the wooden hut where the bug guard members keep watch. In case of any situations, they should beat the drums as a signal, said List. After making proper arrangements, he reluctantly left the thorn garden. Back at the castle, Mr. Elkson True had already designed a complete set of tools for training Wanfu, including an eagle hood, eagle tether, eagle water bottle, eagle gloves, eagle creance, falcon stand, bait, and other equipment. All these were made to precise measurements according to Wanfu's body shape. It wasn't too expensive, but neither was it cheap. Altogether, it cost a gold coin. Baron List, for the next period, we must enter the stage of training the bird through sleep deprivation. You must refrain from feeding Wanfu. The rest, leave to me, preventing it from sleeping. Eventually, it will submit its proud head to you completely, advised Elkson. I understand, said List. List reached out and petted Wanfu. Although Wanfu didn't bite List, it dodged his touch, as it didn't like anyone touching it. In the following time, the training of Wanfu began. Having moved out of the castle and confined to a separate falcon room, Elkerson watched Wanfu closely, recording all the detailed data about him. It must be said, this witty and humorous magician, instead of performing his duties as a magician, found it interesting to take on the role of a breeder. Mr. Elkerson, which systems of magic are you skilled in? Earth system and water system. I have a curious question. How did you embark on the path of a magician? Elkerson reflected. Baron List, I come from a family of serfs. As it happened, my teacher passed by Serpent Spear City on his way to the small town where I lived. To select some plants, he needed an assistant and chose me. Afterward, he asked if I wanted to join him to explore the truth, and I agreed. So, you are from Serpent Spear City. My family were originally serfs from Midway Island, but when I was very young, because Viscount Clare angered Marquis Deepthroat, Clare was exiled to an uninhabited island. Thus, my family and I came to Coral Island and settled down in Serpent Spear City, but my parents have passed away, and I am on my own now. The Marquis of Deepthroat Island, full name Wallace Pineapple Green, is one of the 7 marquises of the Grand Duchy. The long-forgotten Viscount of Little Papa Island, whose brother, the Viscount of Da Papa Island, is a noble vassal of Marquis Deepthroat. As for Midway Island, List had not heard of it before, and knew nothing about Viscount Clare. However, in earlier years, when the Tulip family received their fief on Coral Island, they bought a large number of serfs from various places. Elkerson was likely bought as a serf to Coral Island at that time. They made small talk for a bit. Suddenly, List asked, Mr. Elkerson, do you know fire attribute magic? I am not proficient in it, but I can definitely do it. In that case, I have a batch of fire attribute magic potions. Could you make them into magic power potions for me? List decided to entrust the creation of magic power potions to Elkerson. Elkerson's brows raised slightly, and he chuckled. I would not refuse a task that brings in money. On the path to seeking truth, I am always in need of gold coins. Knowledge never comes for free. Magicians like to mess around with vials and jars, studying various types of explosions and dangerous things. All of these materials must be purchased with gold coins. As a class existing outside the feudal system, if they want to earn gold coins, they have to work on their own, making magic potions, crafting magic equipment. Those specializing in the ice system might even make and sell ice blocks. Of course, some magicians choose to join the feudal system. For example, they serve as court magicians or magic advisors for nobles, enjoying the patronage of a noble. But magicians like Elkerson and Granny, of their level, certainly cannot enjoy such patronage and must work on their own to earn money to purchase knowledge and explore the truth. At Tulip Castle, there is a magician specializing in the cooperative production of magic potions, living a reclusive life without lacking money. These two could only take on odd jobs, living a semi-secluded life. Then, I entrust the magic flame mushrooms I have to you for processing. I will build a flame mushroom processing workshop at Mushroom Hamlet and plan to have a long-term cooperation with you. How does that sound? He had intended to keep Granny around, but now, he felt that Elkerson was a better choice. Elkerson seemed hesitant to stay in Fresh Flower Town for a long time. You don't have to stay here all the time. The production of flame mushrooms is limited. If you could take out a week every month, that would be enough to process all of the flame mushroom magic potions. In that case, I am willing to cooperate. Elkerson nodded. then voiced his confusion. Baron List, why don't you cooperate with Tulip Castle? Isn't it the same if the products are made first? There is no loss due to transportation costs, and perhaps that could even earn a little more. List narrowed his eyes, choosing not to tell the truth. He had been very conspicuous lately, making quite an impression on Coral Island. Too much rigidity can lead to collapse, so moderation is key in everything. As for joining the elite Earth Knight sequence, it's best kept to himself. Chapter 0166, Wan Fu's miserable bird life. Elkerson oversaw the construction of the flame mushroom processing workshop and stewed Falcon Wan Fu every day. Granny threw himself into the making of the coming sea pearl wholeheartedly. Galtai and other officials presided over the autumn harvest work of Fresh Flower Town. The commoners of the town also joined the harvesting teams, reaping wheat, barley, rye, leveling wasteland, picking wild fruits, gathering vegetables, and collecting tulip pod fruits. After autumn, the long ice snow winter will set in, and all the crops in Fresh Flower Town will cease to grow. Master, these are the freshly picked dragon kui from today. Butler Carter brought over a plate of dark little fruits. With the boost from the dragon kui bugs, the yield of the dragon kui field surged, harvesting a plate of fruits every day. These things indeed tasted good, but eating too much was not comfortable. List only tasted them occasionally, and the rest were given to his subordinates. Ever since the outbreak of the thorn bugs, the dragon kui bug had become the most chicken-ribbed among the elf bugs. The output of dragon kui was low and couldn't be sold in bulk, only serving as a taste improver. However, taking the example of the thorn bug, List would not underestimate the dragon kui bug, who knew when it might have a big outbreak and trigger a set of chain tasks, evolving into a dragon kui junior elf. You should try some too. Thank you, Master. After eating a few dragon kui fruits, List asked, we are approaching the end of October now, and in 2 more months, it will be winter. Has the warehouse started preparing for food storage? I have already entrusted Captain Abigan and Captain Sherlock to be ready at any time to purchase the newly harvested wheat. Relying on just wheat isn't enough. Sorghum, beans, salt, sugar, etc., all need to be purchased, even in winter. I don't want the dietary conditions at the castle to decline, said List, who did not want to compromise. I will notify Consultant Galtai to build a warehouse near the castle specifically for storing winter supplies. Suddenly, he thought of something. Right, remember to remind me to hire people to build an ice cellar in Fresh Flower Town when the time comes. Yes, Master. Saltpeter ice making was indeed convenient, readily available, and recyclable. Unfortunately, there was some loss in the process, and now, out of more than 300 pounds of saltpeter powder, only over 260 pounds were left, a loss of nearly 40-50 pounds. In another year and a half, ice making would no longer be possible. A new saltpeter mine was sought in vain. So, at the end of the day, it was essential to dig a large ice cellar to preserve the ice from winter, for use in the following year. Warehouse, ice cellar, falcon stand, dog kennel, dog prison, earth matron, apple desk, stables, tridacna shell. List discovered that the castle, which was supposed to stand alone on a hillside surrounded by green grass, was quickly becoming encircled by various illegal buildings. No, the warehouse and ice cellar have to be built in a faraway place. The dog kennel will be moved to the entrance of the castle. The falcon stand can be relocated to the castle's top platform, built into a 3rd floor in the form of a loft. Apple desks, apple trees, and tridacna shells can be considered as scenery. The stables need to be moved further away. The reason for leaving open space around the castle is to set up a ring of safety zones where one cannot hide their form, to prevent assassins from sneaking in. Not only the illegal buildings need to be moved, but a ring of hedges should be planted, and a moat should be dug as a part of the castle's defense. If funds and materials permit, the castle walls, especially the entrance, should be fortified, preferably into a bridge-style gatehouse. With the terrain advantage, the gate of the castle can be built at a high position, connected to the outside by a bridge, under which people can directly walk. This would make it difficult for attacking forces to charge in large numbers of knights at the same time, ensuring the castle could not be taken down in a short period. To win time for reinforcements from allies. Speaking of which, it was unlikely that Fresh Flower Town would be attacked. After all, List was the son of an earl, and the blood of the Tulip family was a banner on this island. But just in case of an encounter with pirates, just in case the pirates insisted on attacking, a well-defended castle could be a lifesaver. To thoroughly complete the castle, a considerable sum of money is needed. I am indeed very wealthy, with countless fixed assets. But as for liquid funds, even though the seafood business lends support, it still falls short of the mark, which is a headache. A castle that could bear one's own name. It should at least sustain an independent life within its walls, with ample food, solid defenses, and a water source. Perched atop a cliff, Tulip Castle had a spring. Even if soldiers surrounded it, It could at least hold out for half a year to a year. In this regard, the castle in Freshflower Town was lacking. Without a water source, water had to be drawn from the town's well. Should I seize the opportunity to sell some mithril, crystals, and jade? Get a few thousand gold coins for them first. The high-value items he could sell externally were a box of magic power mithril, a box of dragon's mine crystals, and a box of magic power stones jade. And the remaining dozen or so black pearls. Black pearls were of immense value, especially the large ones the size of wash basins or basketballs, instrumental for navigation, while smaller black pearls could be made into personal defense ornaments. Selling them now would be very disadvantageous, as tridacna were not commonly found. Especially such large tridacna. The remaining mithril, crystals, and jade were also valuable but unsellable items he equally couldn't bear to part with. Forget it, let's not think about these things anymore. It's not yet time for me to lie back and enjoy, I still have to strive. As these thoughts came to him, he felt his blood stir, unable to stay put in the castle. He simply took his retainer knights and the ever-growing Dowson on a casual stroll, visiting the dog prison to see the seemingly pregnant Earth matron, allowing Dowson to cozy up to it, going to the cow farm to see the pregnant 3 cows, feeling the little calves inside their bellies that were likely to be dragon breed cows. Heading to the fruit thief monkey training grounds in Oyster Village, watching the obediently trained fruit thief monkeys climbing trees to pick fragrant coconut fruits, and also the 3 female monkeys with swollen bellies. Visiting Little Wheat Village to see the 12 large, fat pigs in the pig farm. By winter, these big fat pigs would be ready for slaughter. And the growth of every piece of elf cordyceps. As such, the day came to an end. Then, in the blink of an eye, 3 days had slipped past in a blur. With no news of a new thorn bug species coming in, List had been cooperating with Elkerson in training Wanfu. Wanfu, having not eaten or drunk for 3 days, had become hoarse from crying, unable to sleep, its eyes bloodshot red. Upon seeing List, its cries were even more pitiful. Gaji! Gaji! Its regal appearance had disappeared, leaving only a disheveled, oversized fat bird. Seeing that List did not feed it any food after calling for quite some time, Wanfu seemed to have run out of energy and plummeted from the falcon stand. List was just about to go help it up. But Elkerson stepped in to stop him. Baron List, now is the perfect opportunity to break Wanfu's spirit. Do not interrupt, otherwise, it will take even more time to wear it down. It hasn't submitted yet in this state? No, it has not bowed its head, so it does not count as being subdued. Alright, you continue to tough it out with the bird. List shook his head, glanced at Wanfu rising from the ground, and turned to leave. Walking far away, he could still faintly hear the pitiful cries of Wanfu. Gaji! Chapter 0167, Fly Free. Wanfu. At the end of October, the weather turned cool. The atmosphere in the castle became more and more oppressive, mainly because its master, List, was growing increasingly irritable. Freshflower Town was thriving, with more than 400 new serfs quickly integrating and the autumn harvest yielding large amounts of food each day, stacking the storehouses full. In such an atmosphere, he should have been happy. However, the news relayed by the caravans left him quite restless, his tone slightly gloomy. Abagan, the Freshflower Caravan covers so many small-town seafood businesses and has built such a vast network of information, yet you haven't even found one different species of thorn? Abagan knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. The words of an angry elite Earth Knight, the extremely dissatisfied attitude of a domain overlord, put him under immense pressure. Lord Landlord, I am sorry, Abagan has disappointed you. I have already had everyone in the caravan put out the word, anyone who can provide a new species of thorn will receive a handsome reward. But all the thorns that have been delivered are common varieties, none meeting your requirements. You have searched the entirety of the area covered by the Freshflower Caravan? Birch City, Elm Forest City, Serpent Spear City, Shattered Stone City, and the surrounding small towns, have all been searched. To continue searching, we would need to go to the villages beneath the towns. Then go to the villages, one by one, ask, one by one, search. List's temper was not really directed at Abagan, but regardless, he was irritable. You can directly retain 1/10 of the Freshflower Caravan's funds to use in the search for new species of thorn. Abagan replied cautiously, yes, Lord Landlord, I will search diligently. Grantaire had been promoted, and he had only just been given the opportunity to be promoted to captain of the Freshflower Caravan. He certainly didn't want to be incompetent and then be sent back by List to farm again. Go on, get to work. List waved his hand, signaling Abagan to leave. Then he sat down in his chair, rubbing his temples with his hands. Not only had the Freshflower Caravan come up empty-handed, but Sherlock's Thorn Caravan had likewise turned up nothing, having just been scolded by him. He had thought that it would be a simple matter for the caravan spread across Coral Island to casually inquire and find a new species of thorn, But it turned out to be not so easy. The caravans have offered a handsome reward for finding a new species of thorn, and the commoners who hear about it will surely search frantically. The lack of results for several days suggests a strong possibility that Coral Island truly has no new species of thorn. Now, I can only wait for Marcus's news. He had instructed the caravans and Marcus to look in 2 different directions. It was all to discover more species of thorn, to enhance the chances of the thorn bug's breakthrough. The more pheromones gathered, the greater the possibility of evolution. If Marcus also brings no good news, where should I go to search? With no leads on Coral Island, he could only search other islands. As a minor noble, his social circle was largely limited to Coral Island. Earls are nobles directly influenced by the Grand Duke, and most of the surrounding islands are ruled by marquises and their followers, with relationships to Coral Island that are not very cordial. It was frowned upon for followers of different landlords to make casual contact with each other. However, there was one island he could enter and exit freely, Red Crab Island. List was a legitimate descendant of the Longtaro family bloodline, and his mother was the daughter of the master of Longtaro Castle, one of the 7 great marquises of the Grand Duchy on Red Crab Island, Marquis Merlin Taro. When he had visited Marquis Merlin, he had once been recruited by the sparsely populated Longtaro family. If I were to ask Grandfather Merlin, no, if I just ask Cousin Miebao for help, I should be able to complete the task. The vast Red Crab Island, when considered, is equivalent to a province in China. Could it really not produce a few different species of thorn? Perhaps in the hedges of Longtaro Castle, there are several different species of thorn. At that thought, his irritation subsided slightly. If one day I can't make it on Coral Island, I will go to seek refuge at Longtaro Castle. I believe Grandfather would at least arrange for me a Viscount's domain. However, with Red Crab Island's extensive family and businesses, it might not be as easy as Coral Island. No matter how close a cousin is, they can never be as close as immediate family. Suddenly, his thoughts turned to Azina Salmon, and his mood inevitably warmed slightly. It's been months, I wonder if Azina has held hands with another noble. Ah, I remember the running under the sunset that afternoon, that was my fleeting youth. He had quite a fondness for this noble young lady who had brazenly confessed her love to him. But soon, the pleasant memory was shattered by a piercing howl. The sound came from the falcon room outside the castle, an expression of torment from Wan Fu. Just as his irritation began to subside, it surged back up. He rose to his feet, walked out of the castle, and approached the falcon stand. Mr. Elkerson was sitting opposite, his eyes red with bloodshot veins. Seeing List arrive, he hurriedly said, "Baron List." "Mr. Elkerson, has Wan Fu not yet submitted?" "The pride in this wind falcon's heart is beyond my imagination," Mr. Elkerson explained with some embarrassment. He believed the harrowing falconry step he would thought all but assured had come to a complete standstill. The wind falcon, Wan Fu, would rather starve to death than bow his head. List suddenly noticed traces of red blood at Wan Fu's beak. "Has it vomited blood?" "Yes, due to prolonged starvation, its body is now in danger. If it fails several more falconry sessions." "I apologize, Baron List, this is something I have never encountered with regular hawks or falcons." "So, Wan Fu might starve to death?" "There is that possibility, but also a possibility that after a few more days, it might bow its head. As you know, after all, magical beasts are just wild animals, they will succumb to the threat of death. At that time, after several training sessions, it will become your qualified pet." "Caw." The blood-vomiting Wan Fu on the falcon stand let out a pitiful and mournful cry. But its gaze didn't hold a shred of submission, it remained defiant. Looking into its eyes, List felt as though he could see its disdain for fate. Fate. Perhaps it was an after-effect from the smoke dragon, but he often found himself associating everything with fate lately, almost veering towards the prophetic, always contemplating cause and effect, fate and destiny. Thankfully, the materialistic values rooted in him from childhood still stood guard. "I think Wan Fu will not submit to anyone," List shook his head. The wind falcon was not a caged bird. From a young age, he could see Wan Fu's yearning and longing for the sky. "Mr. Elkerson, let's stop the training here. I need you to devote more effort to the development of Flame Mushroom Magic Potion." "What?" Mr. Elkerson was stunned. "Baron List, if we give up now, all the effort put in previously will be in vain, and there will likely be no second chance for falconry as it matures. Don't worry, I will pay you as if you have completed the job." List decided to be willful just this once. The beautiful imagery of controlling the falcon in each hand was best left to the imagination. As he spoke, he untied the ropes binding Wan Fu on the falcon stand. He personally brought meat and water to feed Wan Fu. As a magical beast, Wan Fu had strong recovery abilities, regaining much of its vitality in just half a day. "Fly, Wan Fu." He opened the door of the falcon room and gave Wan Fu a push. Clearly unaccustomed to the situation, Wanfu turned its head to look at List, its eyes flickering with confusion. But after a moment's hesitation, it finally flapped its wings and hopped off the falcon's stand. Flying. Thud. It fell down. However, it quickly discovered its inborn instinct for flight amidst the failure. With one final leap from the ground, flapping its wings, shedding 2 feathers, it successfully soared into the sky. Caw. Leaving behind a final call, without looking back, it vanished into the expanse of blue sky and white clouds. Chapter 168, The Evil Scientist Master, Wanfu has flown away. I know. You must be feeling quite upset right now. Of course, these damn magical beasts. Next time I catch one, I should just make soup out of it. List complained bitterly. I fed it, gave it freedom, raised it for so long, and still couldn't tame it. It just flew away like that. It just goes to show that magical beasts and wild beasts are really not much different. Woof woof. Dowson in the doghouse lodged its protest. After venting his frustration on Wanfu, List turned around. There was no sign of anger on his face. Mr. Carter, has the Thorn Caravan not purchased the female mastiff yet? According to Sherlock, we need to contact the Fresh Flower Caravan. North Valley City does not have a suitable female mastiff for Dowson's size, Carter said carefully, choosing his words. Hurry it up, otherwise Dowson will go crazy sooner or later. I have noticed it's been looking at those horses in the stables with a strange gleam in its eye. To keep Dowson from going mad, List could only train it vigorously. Dowson, rock spike. PFFT. A thick rock spike pierced the Earth's surface. Dowson, multiple stone spikes. PFFT, 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 PFFT. A cluster of thick rock spikes pierced the Earth's surface. Casting magic quite skillfully, Dowson really is an outstanding magical beast. Baron List, Dowson must be at the intermediate magical beast level now, said Mr. Elkson, who had just woken up from a nap, as he walked over from a distance, eyes sparkling while looking at Dowson. Such a magnificent creature, calling it the King of Thornridge is no longer fitting. He already knew that Dowson had consumed a bloodline fruit. List stroked Dowson's big head. Among intermediate magical beasts, it's probably one of the weaker ones, especially since it can only cast rock spike. Multiple stone spikes barely counts as a new kind of magic, but after all, it's just a superposition of rock spike. The essence has not changed. Dowson turned its head and licked List's hand with its tongue. Immediately, its hand was covered in saliva. The personal servant hurriedly took out a handkerchief and handed it to List to wipe his hand. Mr. Elkson laughed. It's still not quite a mature magical beast, and its comprehension of magic isn't very extraordinary. Even for us magicians, mastering a single type of magic takes a long time to refine, let alone a magical beast. As it ages, it will self-learn the power granted by its bloodline and discover how to unleash new magic. I hope so, said List, not dwelling on it. At least for now, Dowson has no natural predators on Coral Island. In the future, I will train it to adapt to the battlefield and help me achieve glory. You will, like the Earl, attain numerous dazzling glories. List smiled faintly. I think so too. This was not boasting. This was confidence. A noble must have both a desire and confidence for glory. Humility is only seen as timidity or a lack of ambition. Regardless of what List really thought, on the surface, he must always appear ready for battle, ready to earn accolades. Only this way would his subordinates follow him. Life is but a play, all dependent on acting. As a soul of an experienced adult, coupled with the noble education received from childhood, his acting skills were undoubtedly masterful. After performing for a bit, he asked, Mr. Elkson, how is the progress on the production of the flame mushroom magic potion? The agents are being mixed and tested, and I believe we will soon enter the production phase. Flame mushrooms are a very excellent magic potion. Extracting magic power to create the potion is not difficult. Then proceed with production as soon as possible. In the past few days, List had firmly settled into the phase of an elite Earth Knight. He had also tried to continue his training without the aid of magic potions. However, it proved that his talent was not exceptional, as he was still confined by the limitations of Qi and unable to increase the total amount of Qi inside his body. Usually, elite Earth Knights who cannot afford the magic potions turn to honing their Qi circulation skills instead. By continuously tempering these skills, one can also improve their strength, and meticulously refining their understanding of Qi manuscripts can lead to more than a minor increase in power. A single elite Earth Knight is capable of dueling 7 or 8 common Earth Knights without a problem. As a wealthy upstart, List wasn't in a hurry to refine his Qi circulation skills. He had already mastered 2 Qi secret techniques, Flaming Wave and Fire Dragon Drill, and had partial mastery over Multi-Arrow. Moreover, another Qi secret technique, the Eye of Magic, had reached a high level of accomplishment. Coupled with the Lee Dragon Horse and the Crimson Blood Sword, his personal strength far surpassed Marcus's and was undoubtedly a top figure among elite Earth Knights. If one were to include Dowson, perhaps he could even give the Earl a run for his money. It should be possible, I guess. He had never seen a Sky Knight fight with all their might, nor had he witnessed their formidable charge on the battlefield, so he could only make an estimate. After all, it was said that the stronger low-level magical beasts could even spar with Sky Knights. Dowson, now an intermediate magical beast, could give the Earl a hard time with just its fierce rock spike magic. With List shouting support from the sidelines, no, commanding the battle, it should be possible to hold their own. The development of the territory was on the right track. There was no need for List to do anything in particular. So most of the time, he found things to do for himself. At 16, his youthful body was bursting with energy, which he could either use to endure tedious training or find something else to occupy himself. He decided to inspect the progress of the Calming Sea Pearl's creation. In the new house in Little Wheat Village, Granny led the magic apprentices, living almost without showing his face, even eating meals in the studio. On this point, List had to admit that Granny was more dedicated than Elkson. Both are magicians, but the two seem to be complete opposites. One is arrogant and paranoid, the other is witty and humorous. Elkson is better at socializing, while Granny is focused on work. Another thing, Granny seems to have a deeper well of knowledge. If another young indigenous landlord had to choose, they probably would find Elkson's wit and humor far superior to Granny's dullness, but List appreciated Elkson's mannerisms while understanding the need to analyze rationally. Aside from detailed falconry techniques, Elkson's other areas of expertise seemed quite superficial. Especially in terms of professional knowledge, far from as solid as Granny's. Baron, the teacher is busy. He asked that you not disturb him, the magic apprentice Charlie said cautiously, afraid that his teacher's temper might irritate List. Gathering his thoughts, List replied, I am just here for a visit. I won't disturb your teacher. Take me inside. Well. Okay, but please speak softly. The teacher needs quiet for his work, and he hates being interrupted. I have been scolded by him many times for that. They entered the inner workshop of the room. The light from the crystal lamps illuminated the workbench. Granny had his own crystal lamp fixtures, designed like a desk lamp, a very clever idea. The desk was cluttered with a large number of materials and tools. Next to it were many stoves with pots and basins of various sizes boiling on them, containing liquids of different colors. The strange mix of odors was uncomfortable to smell. Granny was hunched over the table, carving runes into a basketball-sized black pearl with a fine engraving knife. His brown hair was a mess, stained with who knows what, speckled with multiple colors. His magic cloak was dyed like a camouflage uniform, giving him an oddly villainous mad scientist vibe. Completely absorbed. Too busy to pay attention to List. Chapter 0169, Fresh Flower Town Specialty Fresh Flower Soap. List watched silently for a moment. Without saying a word, he left Granny's workshop. He simply couldn't understand what Granny was doing. Take good care of your master, especially be careful with those bottles and jars boiling on the stove, and make sure they don't explode. Personal safety is far more important than work, he specifically cautioned Charlie before leaving. He really feared that Granny would suddenly cause an explosion. In magicians' research, accidents, 9 out of 10 times involved explosions, the forms of explosion included, but were not limited to various out-of-control violent magic. Why are there so few magicians in this world? One reason is that the inheritance of magic is secretive and doesn't involve taking on many apprentices. Another reason is dying from various magical experiments and explorations. No matter how much a knight struggles with chi, at most they harm or disable themselves, but a magical explosion could kill both the master and the apprentice. It's no pity if a magician is killed by an explosion. But if his Calming Sea Pearl is destroyed, that's a severe loss. This Calming Sea Pearl was to be equipped on the Fresh Flower vessel, which was about to undertake its first long-distance voyage to explore Black Horse Island. He also had another Calming Sea Pearl the size of a basketball and one the size of a wash basin. These two were reserved for future new ships. Especially the one the size of a wash basin. In the future, when he went to sea, this massive black pearl would be his standard equipment. A normal small-sized black pearl could dispel the wind within a 5-meter radius. The Calming Sea Pearl, according to Granny's estimation, could disperse the wind within a 150-meter radius. But even if the wind is dispersed, the sea waves will continue to churn, and the ship will still be in danger, albeit to a much lesser extent. The black pearl the size of a wash basin, if made into a Calming Sea Pearl, might be able to disperse the wind within a 300-meter radius. Thus, even if the waves are enormous, without the wind boost, the force would be greatly reduced, and the threat to ships would significantly diminish. Leaving Granny's workshop, List rode his horse to the town's workshop area to inspect the 3 newly built workshops. inside the soap-making workshop. Soap-maker Bunnier was producing soap while training several apprentices. The apprentice system was something Liszt had enforced, prohibiting serfs from hoarding their skills and rewarding those from the castle who produced a competent apprentice. With the introduction of this system, craftsmen and workers became much more serious about training apprentices. He had previously bought the old blacksmith's smithy in town. He gave the old blacksmith several gold coins, an amount he could never have earned in his lifetime, hoping that he would train a group of competent blacksmith apprentices. Still, after several £1,000s of iron had been cast, not a single apprentice had learned the blacksmith's skills. This infuriated Liszt. The blacksmith was a freeman, essentially only needing to pay taxes, not subject to the landlord's personal constraints. But still, Liszt found an opportunity to give him a thorough punishment. The delightful taste of being whipped left a deep impression, and now the old blacksmith earnestly trained his apprentices, as if he was desperate to impart all his knowledge. So, there had to be carrots, but there also had to be sticks. A carrot and a stick were required to implement the will of the landlord effectively. The production of fresh flower soap is stable, while the output of regular soap is limited by the supply of pig pancreas and the waste from experimenting with formulas, Bunnier reported to Liszt, who was visiting his progress. Continue your research. The current soap is nearly as comfortable to use as fresh flower soap. Soap was made from the pods of the soap pod tree, mixed with flowers, and its cleansing effect was average, but it was very expensive to produce, especially on Coral Island where the soap pod tree was scarce. Only the nobles could afford soap. Soap, also known as lye soap, was made by mixing wood ash with pig pancreases, though other animal pancreases might also work. Its production cost was relatively low, and it cleaned very effectively. However, as it stood, the quality of the soap that Bunnier was developing still needed improvement. Therefore, the current soap workshops were operating at a loss, with production capacity only able to supply the castle and a portion of officials and their families. At this moment, Bunnier suddenly said, "Lord Landlord, while I was researching the soap formula, I had an idea. What if I mixed scented soap with lye soap? Could it create a better soap?" So I tried it, and found that the needed soap took shape quickly, and the usage was very smooth, but I don't know if this is the soap you wanted. Mixing scented soap with lye soap? Liszt felt the idea was brilliant. Is that so? Show me the needed mixed soap and fetch a basin of water. Yes, Lord Landlord. Bunnier quickly dispatched an apprentice, who brought out a plate of light pink mixed soap. The soap was pressed into flat oval shapes, 3 pieces in total, which looked rather rough. Another apprentice came over with a basin of water. Liszt dipped his hand in the water, then lathered up with the mixed soap and rubbed it, immediately creating lots of suds. The soap in his hand was very slippery, and it seemed to clean quite effectively. Especially after washing, his hands felt very clean and there was a faint fragrance. Although this was not the soap he had seen before, the effect was already close to the safeguard he remembered. What is the production cost of it, and what is the ratio of scented soap to lye soap? Liszt asked. About 1 piece of scented soap can be mixed with 3 pieces of lye soap to make 4 pieces of mixed soap. However, I think it might save more to directly grind the pods of the soap pod tree into powder. About 1 piece of mixed soap could be produced at the cost of 40 copper coins. The cost of scented soap is 1 silver coin, right? It's even more than 1 silver coin. The bought soap powder is too expensive. The cheapest scented soap costs 2 silver coins each, which is 200 copper coins, with the soap powder costing 1 silver coin, giving a total cost of at least 110 copper coins. If the cost of the mixed soap could be compressed to 40 copper coins, it could be sold at the price of 2 silver coins, undermining the existing scented soap market. Even without using soap powder. Directly buying scented soap and making it into mixed soap, increasing the cost to 1 silver coin, would still yield a profit. Bunnier, you have done well. The mixed soap is better than I imagined. You can continue researching the lye soap slowly, but the workshop will start making mixed soap immediately. It needs a catchy name. Do you have any suggestions? Liszt was confident in the mixed soap. The feel of it while washing and its cleaning effect were both better than that of scented soap. Even someone as picky as he was thought it was good, and other nobles would surely be impressed. Nobles were always willing to spend money on items that improved their quality of life. Lord Landlord, it's under your guidance that I was able to develop the mixed soap. It should be you who names it, Bunnier said respectfully. People get more artistic in their speech as they age. Liszt was very pleased with Bunnier's response. Then let's call it fresh flower soap. I will make it a specialty of Fresh Flower Town. Bunnier, and your apprentices, you must keep the formula for fresh flower soap a strict secret. Rest assured, Lord Landlord. Do your work well. I have rewards for any invention that brings in profit. Although the lye soap hasn't been perfected, the fresh flower soap is passable. Bunnier, your reward is 10 silver coins, and 20 copper coins for each of your apprentices." "Thank you, Lord Landlord." Bunnier and his apprentices expressed their thanks, brimming with happiness. List was also very pleased. Although he couldn't say the fresh flower soap would bring in profits comparable to the seafood business, he was confident of crushing the current scented soap market, and perhaps even exporting it to distant islands. The most important thing was that the transition of Fresh Flower Town from agriculture to manufacturing was beginning to show results. Chapter 0170, The leader is in need of a secretary. The soap-making workshop is soon to bring in good profits. The peanut processing workshop is also about to yield decent profits. Among the newly purchased serfs, several chefs were assigned to study tasty peanut recipes. They have already developed peanut butter, peanut brittle, salt and pepper peanuts, and deep-fried peanuts, which are sold in small batches by the Thorn Caravan. The response has been very good, and many nobles who have tasted these delicious peanuts have expressed their desire to purchase in large quantities next time. The peanut yield of Fresh Flower Town is insufficient, as are the workers. The head of the peanut processing workshop, Chef Lucas, has entrusted the Thorn Caravan to purchase shelled peanuts from North Valley City. "Well done," List gave only verbal praise before leaving. The entire peanut processing workshop was his idea. These people were mere executors, devoid of creativity. He preferred to use gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins to encourage creativity and discovery, to establish models, rather than to encourage hard work, because the serfs were supposed to work hard in the first place. The last stop was the brewing workshop. Frank Dreggs could brew fruit wine, Boarding could brew rice wine, Hunter could brew beer, and now all were busy brewing, striving to produce as soon as possible to earn income for the workshop. Unfortunately, there was no one in the workshop who knew how to brew spirits or make grape wine. Ordinary grape wine is no different from fruit wine. But craft grape wine requires high levels of expertise and careful selection of grapes. The technology for dry, semi-dry, sweet and semi-sweet varieties of grape wine is all different. Only the Tulip Castle on Coral Island possessed the technique for sweet grape wine brewing. Their Crescent Moon wine was sweet and sharp, famous throughout the Grand Duchy. The Rasmanor cellar red wine that List had tasted at Longtaro Castle was an exquisite example of dry grape wine. These techniques were closely guarded secrets held exclusively by the big nobles. It was the same with spirits. As distillates, the production process for spirits is even more complex, monopolized by the big nobles. Spirits like juniper wine were not always available for purchase. Therefore, the Fresh Flower Town's brewing workshop could only brew some simple fermented wines. After inspecting the workshop, List began to ponder. If I remember correctly, distilled spirits are made only by adding the step of distillation to fermented wines. It seems to involve using the difference in vaporization temperature between alcohol and water to purify the alcohol, and repeated distillation yields high-proof spirits. Because he did not enjoy drinking, his research in this field was limited. He had read about distillation in many novels before. It seemed straightforward, so he had some vague recollection of it. Perhaps I could get the brewing workshop to research distillation techniques. It's possible they could produce spirits and add another specialty to Fresh Flower Town, he thought. Rice wine is a type of alcohol fermented from grains. Spirits are also essentially brewed from grains. List wondered if distilling rice wine could result in spirits. So he called over 3 brewers. "I have a task for you. Remember, this task is highly confidential, and if anyone should leak it, their entire family will be whipped to death." The 3 brewers' buttocks tensed, and they all responded, "We swear to keep the secret of the task." "Good. I have obtained a formula, which claims that spirits are derived by distilling rice wine. By heating rice wine, turning it into steam, then directing that steam elsewhere to cool it into water, the water in the rice wine is removed, and what remains is the spirit. Try to figure it out several times and strive to brew Fresh Flower Town spirits as soon as possible." The 3 brewers were somewhat confused by the explanation. However, they promptly responded, "Please rest assured, Lord Landlord, we will brew spirits as soon as possible." The task was assigned. List felt another special product from Fresh Flower Town beckoning him, and he even thought of a name for it at this moment. "Let's call it Fresh Flower Brew." Yes, it should come in different classes. The low-alcohol Fresh Flower Brew could be known as a 5-year vintage, while the higher-alcohol ones could be referred to as 10-year, even 20-year vintages, or we could have a 100-year cellar-aged variety, or why not 500 years? Suddenly, he remembered that the Duchy of Sapphire had only a history of a little over 150 years since its establishment, and before that, the island was probably only inhabited by monkeys. Forget the 500-year vintage. Why not just make a vintage as old as the country itself? Just say that in the year the nation was founded, a brewer came to Coral Island and personally made a barrel of wine. There's only 1 barrel, but we can produce a barrel every year, just like the 82 Lafite that's been drunk for so many years and never seems to run out. Thinking of wine sales, many classic examples immediately sprang to his mind. But he also saw the risks. In such a lucrative industry as liquor, it's hard to ensure security without strong backing. We must cooperate with Tulip Castle. Business would be easy with the Tulip Castle's banner flying overhead. As an earl granted his title by the Grand Duke, William Tulip was most certainly one of the high-ranking figures in the Duchy of Sapphire. Moreover, he also served as the Grand Duke's horseman, having close contact with him every year. List didn't mind having to share profits with Tulip Castle to fly its flag. It was indeed becoming clearer to him the more he integrated into this world, the importance of noble connections. Levi's, Levira, and even Lidun, all of them, no matter how much they might scheme against each other, were family. In times of crisis, they could provide help. The Viscount of Little Papa Island was wiped out, and the separated Viscount of Da Papa Island was still actively inquiring, urging the Grand Duke to find the murderer. List certainly hoped that the Tulip family could grow strong, becoming a formidable tree that shielded against wind and rain. The Lee Dragon horse moved so smoothly that there was hardly any feeling of motion. Astride his horse, List could think things through very well. His mind raced from one idea about profit-sharing to another. Speaking of monkeys, perhaps I could hype up some monkey liquor? It doesn't matter if monkey liquor actually exists, what matters is the gimmick. Nobles love extravagance. Extravagance not only encompasses wearing gold and silver or owning gemstones and prestigious horses but also includes art and the pursuit of rare novelties. Monkey liquor would certainly be considered a rare novelty. However, there are few nobles with deep roots, most are simply nouveau riche, not rich beyond 3 or 4 generations, including the Tulip family, which has only risen to prominence in recent generations. They might not necessarily fancy something like monkey liquor, they are probably more interested in gemstones and gold coins. In any case, he could start by generating some buzz when selling the fruit wine. Afterward, List inspected a few other shops and workshops. For the moment, Fresh Flower Town's commercial district comprised only a bakery, a grocery store, and a barber. The workshop district had just a smithy, tanner's shop, locksmith store, tailor shop, cooperage, the newly built brewing workshop, soap-making workshop, and peanut processing workshop. Many completed wooden houses stood vacant. If not for the numerous serfs paving roads, constructing buildings, and planting grass, Fresh Flower Town would look like a ghost village. The addition of 476 serfs, distributed to the various settlements to farm the land, didn't make much of an impact. The 100 or so skilled laborers who had been eagerly anticipated were mostly workers unable to independently support a shop or workshop. They could only go to work in the fields temporarily, wasting their artisanal skills. For the time being, the commercial district can only serve as a marketplace to accommodate the occasional caravans that pass by, he said, looking at the empty houses with a sense of contemplation. We need to focus on developing the workshop district first. After establishing it as a center for production and processing, we could then drive the growth of the commercial district. He gestured towards the commercial district. He very much wanted to discuss how to build this or that here, but when he turned around, he saw that only servant Thomas and a few retainer knights followed behind him. They were all men of simple tastes. His ambitions to elaborate grand plans were promptly stifled. A leader's inspection usually entails local officials and people gathering around, or at the very least a couple of secretaries should follow me with little notebooks, ready to jot down whatever I say. Chapter 0171, The Continuous Growth of Ambition Secretary. List felt a sense of loss, as he did not have a secretary. He was unable to realize the privileged class's ideal of a leisurely life. The secretary handles the affairs, and if there is nothing to do, one does the secretary without either shame or agitation. In fact, he didn't even have a personal maidservant, under the societal system of enforced monogamy, regardless of nobles having mistresses everywhere and illegitimate children being born in bunches. This system was still observed. It was not an official system. It was a social convention that had become customary. To ensure the continuity of monogamy, female nobles could only have female personal maids, and male nobles could only have male personal servants, to prevent the disruption of monogamy under the guise of personal servants. He had explored the origin of this social trend, eventually surmising that it probably stemmed from the queenly system of the Moon Empire. This long-vanished empire, much like ancient Rome in Europe, had cultural and institutional influences that deeply affected the entire European continent, even though the Roman Empire was destroyed by barbarians. The Moon Empire, being the strongest empire of its time, had cultural influences that persisted as well. Most countries now incorporate the Moon language into their own languages, to a greater or lesser extent. Including the classification of knights and the relationship between landlords and vassals, all were derived from the Moon Empire. The queendom was also preserved. Many countries have had women serve as kings. The Duchy of Sapphire had yet to see a queen, but the monogamous system was inherited nonetheless. The Moon Empire. I wonder what it was like, List mused. As a small-town landlord with quite some free time, List enjoyed reading Knight's novels. Countless times he had come across references to the Moon Empire. Knights would always encounter relics of the Empire in some places, then acquire treasures, and immediately become overwhelmingly powerful, challenging the heavens, the earth, and the air. Due to the lack of a tradition of recording history, most of the information about the Moon Empire was passed down orally. This method of information transmission had a high distortion rate of 99%, making the Moon Empire a legendary kingdom in tales, infinitely beautiful and amazingly prosperous. It became much like how Europeans regarded ancient Greece or how Confucius spoke of the ancient sage kings, adorned in all manner of praises. These legends replaced truth to become what people recognize as authentic history. It's troublesome not to have historical records. I really fear that after reading too many Knight novels, I might start believing their nonsense, said List, shaking his head. He stopped pondering these confusing matters. His study of history was meant not only to satisfy his curiosity but more so to learn from the past about power play and to deliberate on the great trends of the world. However, he figured it was best to steer clear of nonsensical histories. He returned to his regret about the lack of a secretary. He felt he needed to expedite the training of a group of female retainer knights as his personal guards, otherwise, his future speeches and guidance would lack atmosphere and passion. After inspecting the buildings in town, he returned to the castle. He entered the study directly, took out thick parchment and a quill, and prepared to reorganize his planning thoughts for Fresh Flower Town. If Fresh Flower Town is to be developed into an economy primarily based on the initial processing of agricultural products, then the current layout of the town must be replanned, and trade routes also need to be adjusted. Land transportation is nowhere near as efficient as sea transportation, and sailing directly to Coral City by sea saves much more in terms of transport capacity, he noted. He first drew a rough map of Coral Island. In the study of the Earl at Tulip Castle, there hung a map of Coral Island, which overall looked like a twisted figure eight. In the northeastern corner was Fresh Flower Town, and in the narrow part in the middle of the eight lay the Deepwater Port, beside which Coral City was built. From Fresh Flower Town to Coral City, due to the terrain, it was impossible to take a straight line. The route had to pass through North Valley City and Elm Forest City, forming a Z shape and wasting a lot of time. Fresh Flower Town is in a remote location, so the dock must be built quickly to open up sea transportation. Land transportation should be supplementary, and a checkpoint could be set up at the entrance to Thorn Ridge. In this way, Fresh Flower Town's main areas would be divided into the dock, the small town, and Thorn Ridge, each responsible for trade, processing tasks. He wrote several pieces of serpent script in the workshop district of the small town. They were plans for workshops to be constructed: sugar refinery, spice workshop, textile workshop, leather workshop, paper mill, tofu workshop, and dried tulip flowers workshop, as well as a shoemaking shop, bone craftsman shop, and so on. At the dock, he also wrote about workshops planned to be built: brick factory, cement factory, pottery kiln factory, salt drying field, glass workshop, and others. Near the Thorn Ridge checkpoint, there were also plans for workshops: woodworking workshop, abattoir, horse market, and so on. Some of these workshops lacked enough craftsmen to support them, while others were waiting for technology development, but in List's plans, these were all things that could be achieved through hard work. However, soon, he lost interest in writing again. Coster has already reported that the Fresh Flower vessel is ready to sail at any time. Now we are just waiting for Granny to finish making the calming sea pearl, and then we can explore Black Horse Island. Once Black Horse Island is seized, future efforts would focus on it. The importance of Fresh Flower Town would undoubtedly decline a lot. Especially when he earned military accolades and turned Black Horse Island into his fief, he would surely need to hand over Fresh Flower Town, much like the Tulip family gave up their original lands to settle in Coral Island. Once I have enough financial and material resources to solve the issues of paper, cement, tofu, glass, and other technologies, by the time, I fear I will already be Viscount Black Horse Island. The birth of the Thorn Minor Elf was imminent, and once there was a Minor Elf, a steady stream of financial power would ensue, making it effortless to arm a knight squad. Charging into battle and establishing achievements wouldn't be difficult at that time. Instead of laboriously researching technology, it may indeed be better to focus solely on accumulating minor elves. The Lycra family and the Shattered Stone family both obtained the title of Viscount by relying on their respective minor elves. As the son of an earl, as long as he made achievements in battle, the earl had no reason not to grant his son the title of Viscount. At that time, Black Horse Island could be marked as his own territory. Nobles can exchange their merits for barren islands. If he managed to perform outstandingly in battle and caught the eye of the Grand Duke, It was not impossible that the Grand Duke himself would grant him his fief. Becoming a direct vassal of the Grand Duke would be more impressive than being a vassal of a marquis or earl. His rise in rank would be much faster. The rulers always prefer to promote new nobles to counterbalance the old ones. But if I become a vassal of the Grand Duke, I will have to become independent of the Tulip family, won't I? Then perhaps I will be Viscount Listhorn of Black Horse Island? Of course, this possibility was small, just a baron, and it would take a significant accomplishment to be noticed by the Grand Duke. Besides, with his background as a vassal of an earl, the Grand Duke generally would not overstep boundaries to win over another's vassal. Especially since the Earl and the Grand Duke had a good relationship, he would not be recruited lightly. No matter what, Black Horse Island is going to be mine, and the Lee Dragon horse herd must not be touched by anyone. To get Black Horse Island, one must achieve merits and receive a title. List set down his quill and looked out of the window. In the distance, on the horse field, a few horses grazed leisurely on the grass. The battlefield is a place where people die. When the time comes, I will see if I can find a position like Levi's, acting as a liaison, working in logistics, and picking up some military honors. He paused. With a determined tone, he spoke to himself, but, the night squad must be trained as quickly as possible. I must also accelerate my chi cultivation, and Dowson's training must be intensified. Once a person has ambition, many thoughts begin to change unconsciously. Chapter 0172, The Final Link of the Thornbug. Having just transmigrated to this world, List felt he needed to keep a low profile, content to be a rural baron and solve the basic problems of food, clothing, and shelter. As the quality of his life improved, his class stance underwent a betrayal, and he began to flock to the noble knight system, but he didn't want to go to battle, he only wanted to focus on development. Now, Fresh Flower Town was fast developing, and the Thorn Miner elf was about to be born. His thoughts changed again, the impulse for glory, the longing for an island of his own, steadily deepened. The idea of not wanting to go to battle was replaced by the desire to engage in combat, manage logistics, and mix in the pursuit of military achievements. He was becoming like a true noble. Being swallowed by this world, or rather, actively integrating into this world, into the knight system. Some people are proletarian warriors, committed to the liberation of all mankind for their entire lives. I admire such people, but I will never imitate them. List's mind was still clear. Integrating into the world was not passive, it was the result of his active choice. My life goal is to ride dragons, to become my own master. He wanted to be a king, not a vassal. With the existence of the smoke mission and the modern knowledge in his head, coupled with the societal system's ascending channels, he had enough confidence to achieve his grand life goals. He walked to the window. Wan Fu, who used to like cawing messily on the windowsill, was no longer there. A feeling of nostalgia flashed in his eyes, then passed. He then set his sights on the distance. Just as Wan Fu didn't want to be a pet, he also didn't want to be a servant, not even for the king. He could accept being corrupted and decayed by the noble life, but he would not allow his knees to kneel to anyone other than heaven, earth, or his parents. The road is tortuous, the future is bright. First set a small goal for myself, find a secretary, become a viscount. The knight system of this world has a medieval style, with its core revolving around landlords, vassals, and land. Although the social customs and cultural production have a huge gap compared to medieval Europe on Earth. The production forces are centered around dragons and elves, also different from Earth's production forces. But essentially, it's a deformed European medieval serfdom. An economic system established by feudal landlords on their lands, exploiting serfs in a very cruel manner. Serfs and freemen possess virtually no means of production, because the real means of production, dragons and elves, are firmly monopolized by the nobility. This system, the exploitation is very strong. But compared to the Dark Ages established by the barbarians on the corpse of the Roman Empire, and the serfdom of Western Tibet with the legend of the Drum of Aegea, this world's feudal serfdom is much milder. At least serfs and commoners have a slim chance of climbing upward. Chi is like the ancient Chinese imperial examinations. Most people can't afford to take the exams, but there are always a few civilians who can change their fate by relying on the exams. In this world, most people can't get enough to eat and have no spare nutrition to cultivate chi, but there will always be landlords who select civilians with good physical quality to train. With chi, after a few generations of accumulation, it's not difficult to cultivate an Earth Knight. Fight for a few more generations, with a bit more opportunity, and one could compete for a noble title. The Tulip family followed such a path to success. Judging from the surname tile of the ancestors, it can be inferred that they were probably freemen or serfs. In any case, they had nothing to do with nobility. The great-great-grandfather had superhuman strength and was chosen by the nobility to be trained as a retainer knight, serving the newly established Sapphire family. Accumulating merits in several wars, he was ennobled as an honored knight, thus stepping into the noble class. From there, it was a few generations of hard work, by the great-grandfather's generation becoming a baron, the great-grandfather's generation becoming a viscount, and ultimately, in Lee William's generation, becoming an earl under the Sapphire Duke. The surname was also changed to the Noble Tulip. However, when it comes down to it, it's all about mutations. As the saying goes, the rich rely on technology, and the poor rely on mutation. A mysterious existence, requires nutritional accumulation. Without nutrition and still wanting to become stronger, one would need to resort to physical mutation. For example, the superhuman strength of the Tulip family's great-great-grandfather is a kind of mutation. It was probably just more physical strength, which later generations contrived as superhuman strength. Now, I no longer need to rely on mutation, I can rely directly on technology. Technology is nutrition, technology is a magic potion. Arriving at the flame mushroom processing workshop, List saw the magician who was smoking. Mr. Elkson, has my flame mushroom magic potion already been made? Sorry, not yet, but I will be able to finish them soon. You won't have to wait too long, Elkson replied. Having the leisure to smoke instead of working annoyed List slightly, but he didn't show it. Do you have any finished magic potions? Give me those first. Yes. He quickly carried out a large box, inside which were magic potions wrapped in cloth strips. List unwrapped the cloth from a magic potion to reveal a crystal tube as long as a thumb and as thin as a little finger, containing a light red viscous liquid. Such a small tube would sell for at least 1 gold coin. Baron List, you can try its effects. Although I am not the designated magician for creating magic potions for Tulip Castle, I am still confident in my potion-making skills, Elkson said with a flick of his cigarette ash, proudly. List nodded. He opened the stopper of the crystal tube, observed it for a moment with the eye of magic, and then tilted his head back to drink the entire magic potion in one gulp. Like jelly, it poured straight into his mouth without a single drop left. It dissolved upon entering his mouth. He immediately felt a flame-like magic power rise in his belly and surge toward his limbs and bones. The entire surge lasted a full 3 minutes before gradually subsiding. List's eyes gleamed, he felt the total amount of his long stagnant chi jump up by a large margin. He couldn't help but exclaim, that was exhilarating. I am glad you are satisfied. Mr. Elkson, I won't disturb your work then. If you have any needs, just let me know, and I will try my best to fulfill them, List said, then, leading Dowson and carrying a box of magic potions, returned to the castle. Starting today, the path of potion jars officially begins. A day later. After being away on business for several days, Marcus finally returned to Freshflower Town. And he brought the news List cared about most. My lord, I have accomplished the task without dishonor. How did it go? Did you find new species of thorns? I have contacted both Tulip Castle and Shattered Stone Castle without finding any new thorn species. Only Beer Castle on Beer Island has them. Viscount Trick said he is always ready to welcome you to Beer Castle for a visit, and Sir Aubrey has sent a letter for you as well. Aubrey was Trick's son and the heir to Beer Castle. He had established a good relationship with List through the seafood business. Upon hearing there were new thorn species on Beer Island, List let out a long sigh of relief. In that case, it looks like I need to take the thorn bug to Beer Island. However, Marcus replied, you certainly can go, but it's also not necessary. I have already brought the new thorn species back, and we can plant them directly in Freshflower Town. List was greatly touched by such considerate actions. This was what a qualified subordinate looked like, knowing how to relieve their leader's worries. Is that so? Then let's plant them quickly. The thorn bug's fat pupa stage is more than half over, it urgently needs assimilation. A short while later. Not far behind the castle, the new thorn species was already planted. After watering and fertilizing, List placed the thorn bug on it. Chapter 0173, Wawa Little Minor Elf. The thorn bug in its fat pupa stage had already grown to 3 times the size of the other elf bugs, and its once glossy skin gradually dimmed as if it had aged. And indeed, that was the case, because the fat pupa stage meant evolution, as well as death. Within just a month or two, if it could not break through its own constraints and evolve into a little minor elf, it would use up its remaining vitality and turn to dust. It has already sensed the pheromones of the new variety of thorn. List picked up the thorn bug from the jade box, deeply connected by the mind connection, and could profoundly feel the thorn bug's emotions at that moment. Those were complex emotions filled with excitement, anxiety, fear, and courage, emotions that ordinary elf bugs definitely would not possess. It was only during evolution that it could grow. The new variety of thorn was just a thorn that exhibited a variation in the color of its branches and leaves, and wasn't much different from the common thorns. Regardless, when the thorn bug landed on a branch of thorn, its originally sluggish movements suddenly quickened, as it swiftly climbed along the trunk of the thorn. It had no legs, only small fleshy protrusions, but however it climbed on the trunk, it would never fall off. This magical creature was capable of defying physical laws, moving through the air. Especially when it wanted to climb from one thorn to another, it did not need to touch the ground at all but instead wriggled through the air effortlessly, bridging the gap between two thorns to collect the pheromones from the next thorn. After arranging for the retainer knights to stand guard and patrol, Marcus had already hurried over. He looked anxiously at the thorn bug. "My lord, can the thorn bug succeed?" "Of course, it can." List's lips suddenly curved into a handsome arc, smiling as brightly as the March sun. "Don't worry, Teacher Marcus, the thorn bug has already succeeded. I can feel the restlessness inside it. That's a brand new power brewing, it's evolving." In fact, this was imperceptible. The reason he was so certain was that the smoke mission was emerging right before his eyes. Complete the mission, reward 1 thorn minor elf. Due to Marcus's interruption, the smoke serpent script quickly dissipated, as if nothing had appeared before him. Sometimes, List felt that there was no smoke at all. The reason others couldn't see it was simply a projection of fate in his mind. Otherwise, the smoke dragon must have visited Earth, or else why would they display it in the form of missions, in a style familiar to List? Just like the formless dragon couldn't be seen, and only those with integrity and courage could see it. The smoky form of the smoke dragon was likely similar to the formless dragon, both being a special existence beyond magic power. The other immortal dragons, jade dragons, twilight dragons, probably exist in some special forms as well. This also made it easy to explain why the sacred dragon was just a legend. People couldn't see their true form. Even the common tri-element dragons, and the elves, were also special existences in themselves. At this moment, the skin of the thorn bug turned gray at a visible rate, its shine completely faded, and its once firm skin was now covered with wrinkles, as if it had arrived at the end of its life in an instant. But its emotions were intensely exhilarated, filled with indescribable joy and happiness. Using the Eye of Magic, List could see the chaotic magic power inside it bubbling like boiling water. Then the bubbles burst, and some unseen changes occurred. As if blown up by the boiling bubbles of magic power, the thorn bug's body continued to grow. The bigger its body became, the more its appearance decayed and aged. The more tumultuous its excitement surged. The surge was so stimulating that List felt a wave of excitement himself, almost wishing to burst into song. Marcus, beside him, couldn't experience this excitement, but seeing the thorn bug inflate like a balloon, his eyes shone keenly, clenching his fists tight, sweating for the thorn bug's evolution. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly. But the wind only needed to brush through List's forehead a few times, stirring his pale golden, slightly curled hair, before the thorn bug had already inflated into a thick, gray, and large insect as wide as a calf. The setting sun dyed the clouds at the edge of the sky red. In the distance, the barking of Dowson could be heard, followed by the Earth matron in the dog prison, responding with barks of her own. The castle bathed in the afterglow of the sunset, as if it had been coated with a layer of golden brilliance, making it hard to distinguish the windows from the rock walls. Only the silhouette of a spire's rooftop was clear. The tranquility of twilight, at this moment, was especially distinct. List continued to use the Eye of Magic, staring intently at the thorn bug. He had witnessed the birth of little minor elves in Tulip Castle before. But those memories had grown distant, and since he was just a boy then, they weren't deeply imprinted. Now, the clear process of the transformation of the elf bug into a little minor elf unfolded before his eyes. Suddenly, as if understanding each other telepathically, List whispered 2 words, "It's here." That moment, there was the sound of paper being torn, sla. The gray, withering outer shell of the thorn bug split open, and then a delicate, fair little hand emerged from beneath the skin of the thorn bug, followed shortly by a palm-sized white little minor elf who burst through the thorn bug's skin and jumped out. In the blink of an eye, the white little minor elf opened its translucent wings at its back and flew up into the midair. "Wow! Wow!" The crisp shouts, like those of a 3-year-old child, echoed in the air, circling around List. The flight wasn't fast, but the movements were graceful and agile, tumbling countless times. Wow! Wow! One could feel that cheerful mood, even without any mind connection, just by listening to its shouts. List's gaze was firmly locked on the figure of a thorn minor elf, and a warm smile spread across his lips. He finally had a little minor elf that was bound to him by contract, blood, and a shared heart. He did not disturb the thorn minor elf's emotional release. He could feel the little creature's joy after successfully evolving. Turning his attention to the ground, he knelt down and touched the shed skin of the thorn bug gently with his hands. The mold swiftly turned to dust and dissipated with the breeze, leaving not a trace behind. He didn't see clearly how the elf bug had evolved into a little minor elf beneath that skin. It was just a surge of magic power, followed by a transformation into a little minor elf, so brutally simple and operating beyond logic. When he came to his senses again, the thorn minor elf had finished expressing its emotions and landed on his shoulder, holding onto his hair with one hand to stabilize its body, and gazing at the world with large, curious eyes as it looked back at List, who had turned his head to see it. Its eyes were very large, unlike human eyes, black and shiny, as if it wore cosmetic lenses. Wow! Come here. List reached out his hand, and the thorn minor elf immediately climbed onto it, hugging one of his fingers. Upon closer inspection, one could see on top of its round little head a tiny sprout of a thorn, a normal thorn, signifying that it had been born from an ordinary thorn bug. Its little hands and feet were chubby. Very exquisite. As if they could pinch out water. Underneath was bare, with no distinction of gender. "Teacher Marcus, how is my thorn minor elf?" List said with a proud smile. Marcus expressed sincere admiration. "Beautiful." Chapter 0174, Opportunity in the Eyes of the Earth Knight. The importance of little minor elves goes without saying. Even in Tulip Castle, acquiring a little minor elf is a festival worthy of grand celebration. Therefore, after the birth of the thorn minor elf, List quickly gathered officials like Galtai to have a meeting in the castle. Wah! 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 The thorn minor elf, flying chaotically around the living room, undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. It was bold and not at all afraid of people. With List's indulgence, it seemed determined to turn the entire castle inside out to inspect its new home.